Chapter 81. Sauron rode on Guan Haifa and jumped in the air, turning his head to look at the yellow wind raised by the large group of cavalrymen galloping on the sandbar. The cavalry led by the black-clad half-elf warriors had already been dispatched. The horse thieves who could escape from the siege of the monsters were naturally elite. They gathered together and began a long-distance attack at the command. White Eagle Iakir rode a huge white eagle, a huge monster with a wingspan of more than 10 meters, soaring in the sky. Behind this leader, there were more than a dozen smaller giant eagles hovering in the clouds. They were the mounts of those white-clad elf warriors. I think the White Eagle group signed some kind of magic agreement with this nest of giant eagles. This name is well-deserved. Maria and a white-clad elf warrior assigned by Iakir rode on a giant eagle to find the eastern morning star to lead the way. Soren and the White Eagles went ahead and went to the city of Arishi to inquire about the news. Guan Haifa took Soren and jumped onto the back of the White Eagle. Is this your contracted beast, also called White Eagle? It is the king of wind in the far mountains, a descendant of the guardian beast of my homeland. Iakir stood on the back of the giant eagle with his arms folded, carrying a pair of silver magic scimitars behind him. My homeland, the kingdom of wind, is in the north of the desert, deep in the mountains, the home of the White Eagles in the far mountains. Unfortunately, alchemy blew up the Eagle Cliff, and now the only White Eagles in the world are the Wind King's nest. Sauron touched his chin. Blow up the mountain? Is that alchemy so powerful? Of course, alchemy of sand is a rare powerful main god with both wisdom and divine power, and she has a strong personality. The southern continent is almost her backyard, and even the northern gods cannot touch it. Iakir sighed. She has been missing for so long, but everyone in the kingdom of sand believes that one day, she will return like a raging sandstorm. I never thought I would see the day when she fell. What kind of strongman could kill Alchemist? It is hard to imagine that there is a hero stronger than Alchemist in the world. Ha ha ha, you are so polite. I am embarrassed by what you said. Sauron laughed with his hands on his hips. Iakir? ? Oh, that city is Arishi, right? Sauron saw from afar that at the end of the desert, there was a large area of green land, and the edge of the city could be seen from afar. Yes, Arishi is a transportation hub, with 2 trade routes to the north and northeast connecting to neighboring countries. But the desert separates the north and the south, and ordinary caravans cannot cross it, so they will board the ship here and take the sea route to the heart of the Sand Kingdom of Fame. Iakir nodded, put his finger in his mouth and blew it, commanding the White Eagles to circle and descend, hiding near a sand dune. It seems that the monsters have not invaded the vicinity yet. I will send someone into the city to investigate the situation. Iakir waved his hand, and 2 white-clad warriors jumped off the giant eagle, took off their weapons and head scarves, and changed into civilian traveler clothes. Are these your subjects, or your children? Are they reliable? Sauron also noticed that these elven warriors obeyed Iakir's orders. In fact, it was quite strange that the elves would rebel against the Elven Alliance. They are the descendants of the old tribe. Iakir knew what Soren was wondering about. We are the last group of wind people, and our land and homeland were robbed. Most of their ancestors died at the hands of sand alchemy. You know that elves have a long lifespan, and these hatreds are not so easy to forget. The horse team led by the half-elves in the rear team also rushed over and set up a simple camp behind the sand dunes. They began to eat, drink, put on armor, and prepare for battle. The White Eagle Iakir stood on the sand dunes and looked north, probably looking at its homeland. If the battle goes well, perhaps we can help you rebuild the Kingdom of Wind. Sauron looked at these soldiers, who were well-trained elite soldiers. Even though they had just experienced a major setback, no one lost their fighting spirit and still had confidence in their leader. It was obvious that this middle-aged man was indeed quite capable. He had been surrounded by the sand country for half his life and had trained himself. Unfortunately, his luck was not very good. But perseverance was indeed a rare quality. I am already past the age of young people who can make decisions, and I no longer have such long-term expectations. Iakir glanced at Soren. It is not difficult to take over the city of Arishi, but it is difficult to gain a foothold. Once the beast tide comes over and the Sand Country's fleet blocks the harbor, this place will probably become a dead end. I make it clear that when the situation develops to that point, I will lead the White Eagles to escape to the desert and preserve the last spark of fire. Sauron nodded. I understand. A leader should be responsible for his followers. Since you are willing to join forces with us, I also promise to allow the White Eagles to grow and develop in the territory we conquer. According to the tradition of the Empire, the city you conquer is your own stronghold, and no one will restrict your expansion. Iakir looked at Soren. Are you serious? What if we take down Arishi? Sauron laughed. Then you go ahead and take it down. Ayakir nodded. So the next morning, when the Eastern Star was racing along the sand sea and sliding along the sand waves, the White Eagle had already taken down Irishi, and it took only more than 40 people. How did he do it? Pelusius's fake eyeballs almost popped out. Sauron Khan, his men visited the guild bosses in the city and spread some rumors, both true and false, exaggerating the monster's attack, the Imperial Army's pressure, and the garrison of the Kingdom of Sand's plan to escape by boat. Then 40 elite warriors under the White Eagle faction got into the oil tank and disguised themselves as a caravan to sneak into the city. At dusk, they suddenly attacked the city gate and the city lord's mansion and set fire to the dock. The bandits outside rode back and forth, raising dust to create the illusion of a large army approaching. And they incited slaves and civilians to riot. So the guild bosses were persuaded, and they took their servants and mercenaries to expel the garrison and prepare to surrender to the Empire. There were not many local garrisons, all of them were vassal troops. When they heard that they were going to surrender to the Empire, they directly changed their prepared flags and joined. The Elven fleet at the port was busy putting out fires and rescuing military supplies at the dock warehouse. When they saw the turmoil in the city and the flags of the Empire everywhere, they thought that Anubis' surprise troops had come again. They were worried that they would not be able to escape if it was too late, so they took the supply ship and fled overnight. After a whole night of turmoil, order was just restored. There was silence in the command room. Ahem. Sauron was embarrassed. Ayakir is not stupid. He also knows that he just took advantage of it, and is willing to give the city of Arishi to the Empire, as a gift for the White Eagle Alliance. We can give him a position like a commissioned governor to appease the local people. Gil thought about it. He is proving his worth and expressing his sincerity in joining forces. But Maria, who disguised her appearance again, said, in this way, we can't massacre the city, right? Everyone turned to look at her. Logistics and the spy lady also spoke frankly. Why? Where will the military funds come from if we don't massacre the city? And the local guilds and servant races can betray the elves, so they can easily betray the Empire, right? Soren couldn't help but speak. Didn't you suggest joining forces with the bandit group? Yes, but now our army has walked out of the Sand Sea and captured the city of Arishi. The goal has been achieved. When the monsters besiege the city or the Kingdom of Sand attacks, these people will become hidden dangers behind. Sending people to watch them will consume energy, and keeping them is a pure waste of food. Maria looked around at everyone. I suggest that in the name of appeasement, we convene a banquet with the local nobles, chiefs and merchants, disarm them in batches, and then kill all the rebels. Sell the surrendered ones to the Empire in exchange for military funds. This is the lowest risk and most thorough way to solve the problem. Sauron said, but if we do this the first time someone surrenders, how can we fight in the future? Why not let my people convert the lower class civilians? To win the support of the locals? Excuse me? How much time and how many soldiers will it take to give lectures and promote your theory? Can they speak the local language? Can ordinary serfs understand it? Maria stared at Soren, and once your plan starts, I'm afraid those chieftains and slave owners will react immediately and join forces to rebel, right? It's too easy for them to incite the locals to rebel against outsiders they don't understand. Or just kill them all. Selas refused. No, I refuse to massacre people who lay down their arms and surrender, let alone ordinary civilians. Then how are you going to pay the reward you promised, Mr. Bannerman? I think the Elven Navy and the rioting people have emptied all the warehouses in the city, right? Maria's words stumped Sarasis. The others did not speak either. After all, they were just mercenaries, who came to assist in the battle. How to manage the local natives after the conquest was the Lord's responsibility. Sauron thought for a while, we need to solve the problem quickly, thoroughly, fairly, and without leaving any hidden dangers, right? Okay, land reform. Then he gave a brief introduction to the process. Simply put, it is to redistribute land and resources, unite the majority, and attack the minority. Of course, specifically in the local situation of Arishi, the Empire no longer recognizes all contracts, master-servant, subordinate, and tribal relations in the Sand Country era. All means of production, land and property are redistributed by the new vanguard. Taking the village tribe as the unit, collect the excess property of the rich, and then redistribute it equally to everyone in the tribe according to the population of the settlement. Maria opened her mouth and stared at Soren for a long time without saying anything. Guild frowned. You. Isn't this a bit? Salas actually quite agrees. This method is quite good. Franny will also be reinfect. Maria looked at the original master speechlessly. Isn't this more cruel than killing people directly? If you directly rob them of their family property, Will they be grateful for not beheading them right away? Sauron shrugged. One thing for one thing, those progressive families who take the lead in joining us will receive additional rewards if they are willing to cooperate with our work to reward their loyalty. And we will give them priority to be appointed as local cadres. Of course, they must take the initiative to learn our ideas and pass the exam. And those who refuse to reform are unwilling to take the initiative to cooperate, and even want to cause trouble. Just kill them, no need to waste words. Maria was overwhelmed. You raided their homes, and gave them a little reward, and solved the hidden dangers like this? Even if they surrendered for a while, they only succumbed to the military power temporarily. Yes, so we will have to cooperate with the population census, class and composition liquidation, and systematic, organized, long-term, and regular review, and at the same time mobilize the enthusiasm of the people to resume production. Sauron shrugged. Of course, this is not the point. The purpose of doing this is not to strike a small number of people, but to unite the remaining majority. Doing this will gain the support of the majority of local people more quickly. What's the point of getting some serfs to support you? Maria sighed. They have fallen to this point because of their lack of magical talent. You can't even recruit a decent army from them. As long as a few tribes rebel, the local mercenary magic warriors will learn from the bandits and hide in the desert, and this place will never be at peace. You might as well kill the local elites and nobles from the beginning, which will completely push them to the opposite side. Sauron shook his head. You have been immersed in the beautiful dream of magic elites for too long, and have ignored the power of the mobilized masses. No, I don't blame you. After all, you have never seen it before. In short, the initial struggle is bound to be difficult. But revolution is not a dinner party. It must be bloody and sacrificed. Otherwise, if you make peace with conservative forces before taking the first step, you will soon be corrupted and degenerate. As for indiscriminate killing, this is a matter of principle. Our knives are pointed at the enemy. So I give everyone a chance to choose whether to be our colleague or our enemy. Seeing that Soren was so insistent, and Sarasis was so stupid that he thought there was no problem. Maria, as a staff officer, did not insist. So the matter was settled, and Soren and his new vanguard army would re-educate and purge the slave owners, chiefs, and landlords in the city. Others led their teams to occupy the city gates, warehouses, docks and other key facilities to prevent possible unrest. So the army began to disembark in a line, and the Eastern Star climbed over the city wall, climbed to the center of Arishi city, and opened the gun port. The local guild bosses, chieftains, and their mercenaries gathered in the square, watching anxiously as the lizardmen cavalrymen leaped down from the warships one after another and circled the streets of the city to occupy the commanding heights. White Eagle Iakir stood in the front row of the square with his warriors without changing his expression. He was actually the guarantor of the surrender of the gentry and nobles this time. Although he did not seem to be nervous, he was not completely confident about the actions that the Empire would take next. After all, post-war massacres in this world are the norm, and judging from the undead soldiers that the Empire usually uses, it is not a kind country. So he jumped out to lead the battle to seize the city, which was indeed a gamble. Let's see what kind of people Sauron and his group are. Sauron stood on the side of the ship, looking down at the densely packed people in the city. The lizard cavalry had already surrounded the two wings, and guns and artillery were also set up on the ship and the city wall. Maria walked to his side. No matter what you say or do now, these people can only feel fear. Most serfs can't even recognize words, and don't understand what you mean by means of production and production relations. But if you execute the chieftain who refuses to obey, his subjects may panic and riot due to panic, and it will be too late when the riot occurs. Sauron looked at her. Maria suggested for the last time, they are still holding weapons in their hands. It's too risky. There is no need to force it. If you appease them, separate the leaders from the soldiers, and execute them in batches in the desert outside the city, no one will know. It will be much safer to deal with. Well, let's talk in words they can understand. Sauron turned his head away and stopped listening to her advice, jumping onto the mast alone. Maria sighed and stepped aside. Psychic echo! Sauron snapped his fingers, and the ripples of magic energy spread throughout the city. He was indeed more talented in magic. He learned the magic that Alrides had only used once. Old people of the Kingdom of Sand, old people of the Kingdom of Wind, we are troops from the Empire, the new Vanguard. I am Vanguard Officer Soren. We are here to destroy the Kingdom of Sand. Sauron's roar resounded through the sky. Not only the locals, but also Iakir and his men raised their heads in surprise. We don't have to come to Iarishi. We can actually go straight to Fam and cut off the head of the Queen of Sheba, because I can do it. Look, I am holding the divine spear that killed alchemy. He raised the dragon spear high, stabbed it into the sky, cut through the clouds, and sprinkled thousands of feet of golden light in the morning light, as if picking up the rising sun. Iaquil was shocked. What did that kid really say? But we still came across the sand dunes, because I heard that the ancient demon god has revived, and the army of the demon world is like a dark cloud, crushing towards this city. And the nobles of the Sand Kingdom, who should have protected your lord, ran away, with their tails between their legs, carrying wealth. They fled far away on a boat, abandoning all of you here. Is this the true king you have served for generations, dozens of generations, hundreds of generations? Pah! Disgusting. From now on, this territory of Iarashi is a no man's land, because its former king abandoned it. Sauron swung his spear with one hand, and the spear shaft suddenly expanded, raising a huge golden wave on the sea of sand. Then the crowd was shocked and agitated, because they saw dozens of huge sandworms standing up from the sand dunes in the distance, swimming in rows, as if they were about to rush over and submerge this lonely city in the sea of sand. Don't worry. Those giant sandworms have pledged allegiance to me. Anyone who wants to escape, who wants to go back to Flatter and pledge allegiance to the Queen of Sand, can just go through the desert in the south and flee to Fame. The giant sandworms will not stop them. What? Was it the time when I led the way before? Maria held the side of the boat and stared to see that the giant sandworms really made way in the south of the city, as Soren said. Because the sandworms have become allies with my new vanguard army, we will work together to deal with the demons invading from afar, and this land, Iarashi, will be conquered by my new vanguard today. This is our land. I will build a new country and a new home here. I will never abandon my hometown, and I will never give it to any devil or god king to rule. Sauron retracted the dragon spear to 4 meters, tilted it down, pointing at the people under his feet. The spear tip flashed with dazzling golden light, and the same golden demon eyes were burning like the sun's blazing flames. Do you understand? From now on, this is my territory. Those who go against me will perish, and those who follow me will prosper. Chapter 82. The giant sandworms began to turn slowly, diving into the sand sea one by one, swimming towards the north and east where Soren pointed. Huge waves were raised on the sand. After finally driving away these disgusting-looking big bugs, the sun was out now. Soren wiped the sweat off his head and jumped back to the deck of the Eastern Star with Guan Haifa. Maria looked at him in awe. I didn't expect that you could actually command the giant sandworm clan. Bullshit, I'm talking nonsense. Soren took off his cloak and armor, and poured water from the bucket over his head with his bare chest. Originally, I was asking that chicken giant sandworm about other things. Then I suddenly thought that it might be a bloody battle to conquer Iarashi. It was too hot, and the corpses would be infected with plague if they were not handled. So I casually asked it to bring some bugs for a picnic. Who knew that so many would come? Fortunately, I was smart and said that a group of monsters were coming, so I fooled them away again. Maria, by the way, how are these natives? No one is causing trouble, right? Gurgle gurgle. Sauron rinsed his mouth while walking to the side of the ship, looking at the local natives in the square below, who were divided into several squares, and began to register information under the organization of the new Vanguard Army. Just like you said, they may not understand what we are talking about class revolution now, but they can understand such a simple truth that whoever has the bigger fist will listen to him, right? Now, is there anyone causing trouble? Oh, about this. Maria rubbed her temples. How should I put it? I talked to the chiefs brought by White Eagle. There is good news and bad news. Which one do you want to hear first? Sauron thought for a while. Good news. Let me hear it first. Maria pouted. The good news is that the local chiefs, landlords, and guild bosses all support your land reform policy, actively redistribute the means of production, and are willing to accept the courses of the new Vanguard Army, join your army's great cause, and jointly develop the productivity of Arishi. Is it so smooth? Sauron scratched his head. It seems that intimidating people with power is indeed effective. Although I don't know how many of these people are sincere, at least they are very cooperative and sincere at present. Oh, they are really loyal. I must admit that my previous speculation may be a little biased. I think at least in the Kingdom of Sand, your reform will not only be supported by the lower-class serfs and civilians, but also by the chiefs of all the servant tribes, city guild merchants and adventure guild mercenaries. Maria smiled bitterly and shook her head, because these people are actually as poor as ordinary serfs. The wealth of the Sand Country is accumulated through maritime trade and alchemy, and the economic center is completely concentrated in the southern Fame capital area and the farmland along the Shady River. The wealth is concentrated in the hands of the Elven royal family, and the large area of land north of the desert is really very barren. Everywhere you look, there are sand and salt land, and there are giant sandworms, monsters, and bandits everywhere. There is almost no agricultural foundation. The two trade routes, and sea trade leading to foreign countries, are also controlled by the Elven royal family. Other servant races rely entirely on hunting monsters, and robbing weaker tribes to barely survive. In order to prevent the servant races from growing stronger and affecting the safety of the trade routes, the Sand Country has been suppressing local tribes for many years, demanding high taxes and tributes, and completely controlling the Chamber of Commerce, using extremely small amounts of food to exchange for a large amount of desert monster materials and mineral resources. At the same time, it instigates the tribes to plunder each other and fight internally. To avoid the emergence of races with too strong population and strength to threaten the rule of the elves. Therefore, most of the servant tribes could not survive in the desert and were forced to settle in the vicinity of the city of Arishi. However, the industries in the city of Arishi mainly focus on the processing of basic monster materials and seafood, and the production of civilian goods. At the same time, they also do import and export trade with other countries. The local Chamber of Commerce has no competitiveness at all, and a large number of tribal races have become workers who sell cheap labor and can only barely make a living. However, there is still war. Continuous wars that lasted for hundreds and thousands of years. How could a powerful goddess like alchemy, whose grand blueprint encompassed the two continents of the north and the south, sit still and enjoy the offerings of mortals? Her journey was not limited to fighting the spiritual empire until now. She had already conquered the surrounding areas of the Sand Country and small countries, like the Wind Country in the past, realizing her ambition to dominate the southern continent and monopolize trade. Initially, with the various props and commodities developed by alchemy and her plundering of other countries' wealth, the Sand Country was able to raise a huge fleet to monopolize the north-south trade. However, the expedition to the Psychic Empire failed, and was even counterattacked on the mainland. Alchemy was sealed, Fayum was captured, trade routes were cut off, and years of civil war quickly exhausted the wealth of the Sand Kingdom, and the pressure was directly transferred to the lowest-level servant tribes. After Enso was surrounded, Ayarashi was under great pressure. The local chiefs had been plundered several times, and those who disobeyed had been killed. Most of the current leaders are actually new. Moreover, the trade route from Ayarashi to the neighboring countries is long and is threatened by monsters. It has always been the servant mercenaries who have opened up a bloody road to transport military supplies despite the harassment of monsters and sand bandits. The seal of the demon god was recently lifted, and the trade route has been completely cut off, but the elves still force them to open up the supply line. The chiefs have reached a dead end, and the mercenary group can't stand it anymore, and has long intended to surrender to the Empire. Those imperial military flags can't be prepared overnight. Oh, is this bad news? Sauron didn't understand. Maria looked at him. Everyone in the city was moved away. You probably have 50,000 to 300,000 more mouths to feed. Isn't this bad news? Wait, 50,000 to 300,000? Why is there such a big difference? How did you calculate it? Maria opened the account book and showed it to him. According to the ruling model set by alchemy, the Kingdom of Sand has mixed up all the tribes, and managed them in a guild-style manner according to the helpers at the docks, the laborers in the handicraft workshops, the mercenaries under the chieftains' tribes, and the agricultural workers in the construction and farming, and divided them into residential areas and types of work. A guild accountant has 500 people. The administrative districts, cities, and nearby chieftain tribes of Ayarashi are divided into about 100 guilds of various sizes. The account book has 50,000 residents, and work and taxes are collected according to this unit. If vassal soldiers are called up, a guild will send out a team of 100 people, and 10,000 vassal soldiers can be pulled out as cannon fodder at any time. But even if the land is limited, the wars over the years, the natural growth over the years, and the suppression of the desert tribes, the population is far more than the account book. Most of these people's food was taken away by the elves to feed the army in the south. 300,000 is my conservative estimate. When the beast tide approaches, the tribes hiding in the desert should have tens of thousands of people fleeing. Of course, this actually depends on how you define people. The numbers on the books of the Sand Country, even if they are cannon fodder, are all soldiers who can go to the battlefield and young and strong men who can work. And these, I think, are mostly goblins and rat men who can give birth to a large litter in their lifetime. If you calculate it this way, in the mess you are going to have next, I am afraid that only the 10,000 or 20,000 people who are rioting in the city now can be called usable people. 10 or 20,000 exhausted laborers, plus more than 300,000 old, weak, sick and disabled people, and an empty warehouse. This is the basic starting base presented to Sauron. Great, at least more than a hill, right? Ahem, I'm overstepping my bounds. Well, we caught so many fish along the way, and there are military rations. How long can they support the city? After the beast tide comes, if we can stabilize the front line, there should be no shortage of meat for the monsters, right? Sauron calculated. Are you really not going to get rid of these pure burdens? Maria still did not give up. Yes, if we use our military rations, and the monster meat can continue to be supplied, the food problem can be solved. I just don't see the value of these people. They are not enough to fill the city walls, dig trenches, and make targets. Ah, do you want to build a spiritual tower? Convert them all into soul barriers? This can solve the problem of magic crystal energy, which is really far-sighted. Stop. I've told you so many times not to do a massacre. Don't use the Achuka's trick I have used for these people. Send Maria away first to continue the census. Sauron turned around and looked for someone who could really help him solve the problem. I can't solve it. Sejin refused before he could. No, there is no magic or potion that can solve the problem of tens of thousands of people at once. Not even this kind of poison. It's super uneconomical. It's much more efficient to use swords. Ah, wait. It suddenly occurred to me that we can also summon a demon god and sacrifice blood and living beings to it. Sauron Khan, you Imperial people really can't think of any other way to solve the problem except killing and death. He just said it directly. You just don't realize the value of human resources. Technical workers, who have received basic education and professional training, are the most valuable wealth for developing productivity, which cannot be replaced by skeletons relying on magic, and slaves, who have been castrated and have lost their enthusiasm. Although these races are not as good as humans, they still have the most basic intelligence and learning ability, and can also work in small workshops and chambers of commerce. It is really a waste to just use them as labor. I want to take advantage of the time now, to carry out a comprehensive reorganization and re-education based on these populations. While the new vanguard army is needed to build their mines, engineers must select apprentices from them to build the framework and prepare for large-scale production and construction. I need your help to make some magic props that make communication and education more convenient and efficient. You magicians should have similar equipment for learning, right? Translation magic, loudspeakers, blackboard projectors, etc. Build a big classroom or something like that. That's possible, but what are you going to teach them? They can't learn magic. Xiong was also a little curious. Teach them how to survive without relying on magic. Sauron pointed to the sand dunes in the distance, his eyes sparkling. I talked to the giant sandworms. This is really a good place. There is iron, coal and oil, right there. Everything in the desert, but no one has ever gone in to get it. As long as I have enough technicians and workers, the industrial base can be built. Yes, the reorganized new organization will be called the Irishi Production and Construction Corps. The magicians looked at each other, and even Zijin could not understand Soren's enthusiasm. Then what? You want to replicate another furnace to produce more weapons and ammunition? Zijin saw it clearly, but the damage caused by ordinary soldiers is limited after all. Most of the time, the final outcome of the war still depends on the victory or defeat between elite combat forces. You killed alchemy, so the entire war situation in the Sand Country has changed, right? I admit that with the development of alchemy, engineering has also made great progress. But mechanical design is still a subsidiary of the principle of magic crystal and magic network. Besides, if we take a step back, what is the essential difference between something that can be done with magic and then replicated again with non-magical methods? Of course there is, because there are still more races that cannot use magic. Soren preached to his teammates. Think about it. Our enemy is the Elven Alliance, right? Their advantage is that they have more magicians, so they can give birth to more gods who are superior to all living beings, right? So only when ordinary people can do the same things as magicians one day, they will no longer be gods and servants, but truly equal people, right? Shi Qiong was stunned for a moment. Let ordinary people catch up with the gods in a non-magical way. I know that the wizards of the Empire have been doing the opposite, trying to elevate the human race as a whole to a magical race like the elves, right? Sauron recalled some of the white-robed subjects, potions, god-making, escaping fate, and undead transformation, which were really obvious. I'm not stopping you. Maybe the magic world will eventually work on the magic side, but there's no harm in doing both, right? It's not the point where you have to choose one side. What's there to choose? Why not take them all? In short, practice is the only criterion for testing truth. Let's try it first. If our experiment in the southern continent works, the Empire has more humans with the same genius brains, but they are bound by magic. Aren't they just a burden and a tool for the reproduction of magic population by the Empire because they are worthless now, and they are used as skeletons, which is completely wasted? I think if we free them from the shackles and let humans fight for their own destiny, they can truly exert their subjective initiative. Ahem. Anyway, by then, the progress of my path will not be much slower than that of your Imperial mages. Others may not know, but Zygen was obviously persuaded. To put it bluntly, she herself is an example of someone who can hardly use magic, but created a miracle in order to change her own destiny. Okay, I help you. It will be more convenient to train more engineers. Gilt and Pollux looked at each other. We can also help, but we don't know much about alchemy. It doesn't matter. In the early stage, it's not that fast to build technology. Building industry will take at least 2 5-year plans. This is a long-term strategy. The current battle plan has not changed. Sauron pointed to the sand table. The core is to gain a firm foothold, consolidate the city defense of Arishi, and establish a stronghold. At the same time, detect the surrounding forces, mainly the Kingdom of Sand, and now there is a resurgent demon. Then decide the next strategy based on the actual situation. I will try to select more people before the beast tide arrives. The artillery also needs training, writing firing tables, and adapting to the desert environment. Then follow the process of the regular army and build the psychic tower first. Pelusius drew a rough range on the sand table and chose a piece of land near the harbor near the city as a military camp. Arrange it according to the specifications of the Imperial Army fortress. There is no need to torture the soul to produce crystals, and you can also connect the earth veins to build positions, arrange defensive barriers and magic circles. At least set up a warning network to prevent assassins from sneaking in. I take some elite troops out for a walk. Gilt thought for a moment, ask the White Eagles to give me 2 guides, and I take the Bluetooth people and the Dark Elf Regiment to scout the specific location and scale of the beast tide. Butler Shing said, I go with you. Wind magic can be useful in the desert. It's safer for 2 magicians to support each other. Even Nami had her own plan. I go find some fishing boats, go south along the coastline, and feel out the situation in the nearby sea area to avoid being attacked by the elf navy. The nun simply didn't come to the meeting. She had already run off the ship to hunt heads for sacrifice. The plan was set, and everyone carried it out separately. The flag-bearer Sarasis, who had almost become invisible in the past few days, grabbed Soren. Soren, what should I do? You? Soren really didn't know how to arrange her. He was thankful that this guy didn't cause trouble. If a big battle broke out, he could use the environment of the seaside to cast a few water magic to supplement the output, which was enough to meet expectations. But she obviously didn't want to be a bystander in her own trial. If you don't understand, go ask your advisor Maria. Just as he was about to leave after dismissing her, Sarah's pulled Soren back. What's wrong? She bit her lip. Do you also dislike me as a burden? Don't you? Soren was speechless. But I don't know what to do. Sarah's didn't seem to know how to express her feelings. I just want to avenge my sister. No, I just want her to come back to me. Is that wrong? But why? Why? Why do you think our vanguard army is not pure evil, but is doing something you agree with? If so, why do you hurt your family? Without the source of hatred and revenge, you are confused and at a loss. Do you want others to give you something to fill the emptiness in your heart? Sauron waited until she was impatient with her procrastination, and then helped her speak directly. Salaces nodded and frowned again. He always felt as if he was taken advantage of, and his mind couldn't get back to the original state for a while. Simple, because human nobles like you are considered the wavering middle class, naturally compromising, and have a contradictory attitude towards revolution. You are also oppressed by the elven gods and feel pain, and agree with the revolution, but when the lower class really shakes your stable life and threatens your social status, you will doubt the revolution, and even turn around to help the evil and stand on the reactionary side. Sauron saw that she was confused, and knew that she must not have read the study materials as thoroughly as Maria, and sighed, you must have eaten too much, so you have the energy to think about it. As I said before, practice is the only criterion for testing truth. Just go and see the actual living conditions of the residents in the city. You don't know what to do, but others are so busy, with so many things to do, and they will help wherever they need assistance. You are a genius magician, and you can definitely do more than ordinary people, right? Celaders opened his mouth, but finally nodded and agreed. Chapter 83. For the first time, I traveled to another world and got a base to start from. The two joys overlapped each other, and this double joy brought more and more joy. I should have had a dreamlike happy time, but why did it turn out like this? There are too many troubles to do. Sauron really doesn't have time to care about the mental health of the magic girls and help them with ideological work. Because he is really too busy to the point of being dizzy. The 200 vanguards and 2,000 reserve vanguards trained on the ship were originally planned to be reorganized into an elite team to break through the formation and advance first, but now they have all been pulled out to help Maria with political work. However, there are still not enough people, so in the end, all the lizards were mobilized under the leadership of the Yellow Crown. So, with the lizards in the city shouting "Enter Hero Nair," various tasks began to proceed slowly. A census of local residents, organization registration, distribution of rations, and work arrangements. Conduct ideological education for the guild presidents, tribal chiefs, and mercenary captains. Directly copy the division, battalion, and company organization, and reorganize the Arishi production and construction corps. Overall, the progress is relatively smooth. After realizing that Soren and his men are strong, there are no troublemakers, and no one comes to snatch food. On the contrary, the Lizardmen's organization is more efficient. They distribute food to the locals to fill their stomachs, and also advertise that they can receive 2 meals and extra dishes every day when they work, so the local people are more cooperative, just like taming pets. As long as they cooperate, it is enough. The engineering department gives priority to selecting experienced carpenters, blacksmiths, and craftsmen to form the engineering corps. Shi Qiong also selected some herbalists to help and establish an independent logistics unit. Pollux picked some big guys and races with high magic resistance, and began to clean up the burned docks, and plan the dock and fortress defense of the Eastern Star nearby. White Eagle Iakir and his cavalry were temporarily independent of the organization, and took on the outer perimeter guard and patrol. As an ally, Soren did not force the people of the Wind Kingdom to reform according to the ideas of the new vanguard. However, the White Eagle still sent some elves and half-elves to listen. He also imitated the Legion system and reorganized the White Eagle Regiment into an independent cavalry regiment for easy command. The remaining people were divided into several groups. Some of them cultivated land in the limited oasis area outside the city to relieve food pressure. Some of them, led by miners and sand bandits, established mineral resource collection camps in the desert according to the information obtained by Sauron from the sandworms. The rest of them started working in the workshops in the city, producing military uniforms, utensils, and basic daily necessities. They also built and cleaned new collective dormitories. In short, the initial stage was completely implemented according to the planned economy model. According to Sauron's requirements, everyone, creatures, was mobilized, had something to do, and could regularly receive visible rewards, uniforms, regular warm food, and clean housing. Only when they are clearly different from their past slave labor can their quality of life be significantly improved. The locals will be willing to spontaneously understand what the vanguards are promoting, and change from an obedient attitude to active support. Of course, it is easier said than done. For all the above things, Soren has to ride on Guan Haifa to jump back and forth to help coordinate and correct them one by one. In particular, there are too many servant races in the Sand Kingdom, and most of them are illiterate. The Sand Kingdom has no official language, and everyone speaks Elvish. Most of the races communicated with each other by shouting and gesturing, not to mention that Soren and his men were outsiders from the northern continent. It would be fine if there were lizard men to translate for each other, but when they encountered a particularly unpopular race, and the cadres themselves were not quite sure how to perform their work, they had to call Soren over to give instructions directly through psychic echo. It was noisy and chaotic, but after a few days of running in, it was barely enough to mobilize people, and they were enthusiastically invested in production and construction. Pol Lucius was the fastest in setting up the military camp. After he built the magic circle, he began to activate the war equipment, various skeleton soldiers and golems prepared in the ship on a large scale, and built a fortress-level amphibious military camp near the old dock on the edge of the city. The Eastern Star was used as an output turret, and he was ready to retreat into the water or run ashore at any time. After that, he began to assign skeletons to dig trenches and build walls around the outer wall of the city to deal with the beast tide that might come at any time, or the siege of the army of the Sand Country. After all, this one-eyed dragon grew up on the front battlefield and was skilled in his work. He quickly armed the city of Iarashi with regular army-level fortifications. Moreover, the efficiency of the skeletons under his command suddenly surpassed that of the local production teams. They also helped expand the infrastructure of the workshops in the city. No wonder the mages of the Empire looked down on these local laborers. It was really that the Empire's skeleton technology was more efficient. The slow progress on the Shicheong side was mainly because this step was too big, so big that it was already splitting. She was responsible for the construction of the Technician Education College, Alchemy Workshop, Potion Workshop, Weapon Workshop, Steel Plant, Refinery and other projects. She would occasionally ask Soren to take her to the desert to observe the actual situation at the mines and oil fields, and then come back to make some alchemy props and use magic cheating methods to help solve the process problems there. All the projects were just prototypes. There was almost no clue about the site, equipment, personnel, and planning. There were a lot of problems. But fortunately, Zijin was not fighting alone. Not counting Soren, the keyboard expert, who occasionally had brilliant ideas, but sometimes made things worse, who was causing trouble. Human engineers were very familiar with the construction of factories and mines, and most problems could be solved by spending some time discussing, which relieved a lot of pressure. And there were some talented people among the local races. And they were all races with a large population, with the apprentices promoted from slaves taking the initiative to help. There was no project that was particularly slow and could not be advanced. As the census was mostly completed, Maria also compiled the analysis reports of the ethnic composition and social classes in the territory of the Kingdom of Sand, which gradually appeared clearly in front of Soren. The ruling class at the top of the pyramid is the bloodline of the Sand Alchemy, the royal family of the Sand Elves headed by Queen Sheba and the nobles. They are the masters of the Kingdom of Sand. The second level is the subjects of the Kingdom of Sand. Although they are not nobles, they are the core and supporters of the kingdom. They enjoy the war dividends of alchemy's conquest of neighboring countries, and monopolize the huge profits of the North-South Sea trade. They support the rule of the Goddess of Sand, and the Queen of Sand, and are the main component of the navy, magic warriors, temple priests, alchemists, and merchants. The third level is slaves, yes, war slaves, loyal dogs selected and trained by the nobles of the Kingdom of Sand since childhood, and they form the main force of the army. Minotaur, giant monster, orc, ogre, not only the famous slave cavalry, but also monster infantry. The main force of the Kingdom of Sand to conquer the southern continent. The fourth level is the elf servants captured from neighboring countries, such as the Kingdom of Wind. They are mainly enslaved by the sealing power in order to reproduce the population of elves, but as the people of the enemy country, they are not trusted even if they are also elves. There are also half-elves who have been discriminated against for a long time in the elven society, and various ethnic groups of servant tribes, who also surrendered to the Kingdom of Sand. The lowest level, the fifth level, is the slaves who work, the inferior ethnic groups that are not even servants, and are treated as pure commodities. If divided by race, the largest number of races in the territory of the Kingdom of Sand are actually the 4 races at the 4th and 5th levels. Radmen have shown strong talents in engineering and potion. This race with little labor is distributed all over the world, and in places like the Sand Country where resources are scarce, there is also a Sandclaw tribe in the city of Arishi. These sand rats are considered the lowest species in the Sand Country, and they gather in trenches and caves on the edge of the desert outside the city all year round. They make a living by picking up scraps and doing small businesses. Because they are smart, they are often recruited to work in workshops. Because sand rats are not counted in the official guild of the Sand Country, they don't even get paid. They are often captured by other races to feed themselves. Therefore, the rats cooperated very well with the work of the production and construction corps. They learned faster, were more flexible, and had a more developed sense of smell. There were many apprentices in the potion and alchemy workshops. Goblins also have some engineering talents, but it is more of a partiality than a talent. They learned from the research of traps, explosives, and firearms. They flexibly arranged and operated various city defense facilities, and actively learned to use rifles, machine guns, and cannons. He even mixed explosives in the dormitory area privately, and there was an accident that killed people. He was beheaded as a warning, but he still enjoyed it. For goblins, the policy of the Sand Country is also to regularly clear and kill them, but their fighting spirit is slightly stronger than that of sand rats. Occasionally, they can even kill a few elf adventurers, and even catch them in their nests and detain them. Of course, this situation is still relatively rare. Dog-headed people, jackals, or more precisely, hyena people. This is a species that is native to the southern desert area and is a nocturnal creature that exists in large numbers in the Sand Country. They are a smaller group of werewolves, and are widely found as mercenaries and bandits in the Sand Country. They are cunning, good at teamwork, and are shrewd hunters. However, they are not strong enough to be selected as professional war slaves by the elves, and their large numbers pose a hidden danger to the security of the trade routes. Therefore, They have been targeted, divided, and suppressed by the Sand Country. They don't like machinery, but they like iron. They seem to be a group of mercenaries and bandits, and they are under the system of the Sand Country that strictly controls the flow of iron armor and weapons into servant races. The more iron equipment the kobolds wear, the higher their status. So these kobolds took the initiative to work in the forge, and they were literally armed to the teeth. Their bodies were covered with iron, and only a mouthful of white teeth could be seen. Some even wore iron braces. Finally, there were the skin lizards, the lizard men in the desert. Because of the guidance of the lizard men brought by the nest, they assimilated the fastest and most comprehensively. Anyway, it was difficult for Soren to distinguish the two groups of lizard men from each other. It seems that because the Kingdom of Sand has been ruled by the elves for a long time, the lizard men in the territory have been brutally suppressed, and the temples and priests have completely disappeared. So the local lizard men are very enthusiastic to embrace their relatives from the Empire. Learn the adapted version of the divine code brought by the Yellow Crown. Every day, they enthusiastically sing the name of the first god they finally found, the inter-hero Nair, and are determined to fight for the development of productivity all their lives. These 4 races are the largest in number in the Sand Country, and are also the most oppressed, and they are all quite intelligent. The speed of learning and progress is very fast, so it is still a long way to go to fully complete industrialization, but it is not so far away. At least the prototypes of various workshops have been established. Even the mines and oil fields have gradually produced some output. After all, it's a desert area, and the oil fields are shallow. What surprised Soren even more was that even Saras has found something to do. It's really not a small matter. She built a reservoir, a freshwater reservoir. I don't know if it's because of the heat, and she wants to take a bath, or what. Saras has chose a dry and blocked river in the oasis, gathered the water magic energy on the sea surface to form a large piece of glacier, and then smashed it into the river to become an artificial lake. So the reservoir was completed. It sounds simple, doesn't it? But she must have studied the freshwater conversion magic circle on the ship to successfully convert the freshwater glacier. This really helped a lot. This is more convenient than queuing up to get water from the underground well, and it can directly irrigate and open up new fields to alleviate some of the food crisis. In short, everything is progressing in a good direction, and Soren is very satisfied. Until late at night, the city of Arishi was brightly lit inside and outside, just like the undead and ordinary races in the Empire. At night, the hyenas and lizard men were more energetic and had to work day and night without stopping. Soren sat on the parapet of the city gate, eating his dinner, fried fish made by the lizard men, and felt that his muscles were more sore than being beaten by Bluetooth. An eagle's cry came from the sky, and a strong wind blew from Soren's head. When he turned his head, the white eagle Iakir had already fallen from the sky and landed on the parapet beside him. Many times, the sand elves prefer to use this direct method to solve their worries. Iakir smiled at Matthew, the human assassin who silently appeared in Soren's shadow and stared at him. If we really start fighting, I'm afraid there will be more than 100 magic warriors falling down together, so it's better to be mentally prepared. Matthew narrowed his eyes and stared at White Eagle's throat. Soren handed them the fried fish. Want to eat? Matthew looked at White Eagle again, took the fried fish, and disappeared into the shadows. Soren was helpless. No, I haven't finished eating yet. Iakir squatted on the parapet with a smile, looking at the busy city under the lights. Your bodyguard is not bad, although he is still quite immature, but he has some potential. As for the speed of growth, only you humans can reach the height of the gods in a short time like a meteor. For the immortals, your race is the most interesting. You can always bring new changes to the world from time to time. Unfortunately, the gods generally don't like variables that they can't control. They become gods to control their own destiny. When you grow too fast and too dazzling to attract their attention, the blows will follow. Sauron raised the water bag and took a sip. It's a matter of time. The early stage is definitely the most difficult. Do your best. At most, you will be a hero again in 18 years. How is it? Is there any movement in the desert? Are the sisters going smoothly? Probably because she had nothing to do. Because Sauron forbade her to preach and take heads casually, Sister Hela also volunteered to go on a mission. She took the snake-headed Edjo and borrowed a guide from the White Eagle group, and went to contact the Lich Anubis in the south as the messenger of the new vanguard. Sauron did need someone to go to the south to confirm the situation of the main battlefield between the Kingdom of Sand and Anubis. But he was still worried that Hela would sacrifice the head of the Lich disciple without hesitation. They crossed the desert successfully. I have sent people to keep an eye on said harbor. There is no unusual movement of the army. No unusual movement? Sauron frowned. The news that Ayarishi city was captured by the Imperial army must have reached the Queen of Sheba, right? How could there be no unusual movement? Is it a trap? Are you really planning to use assassins to raid? Ayako did not comment. It's not certain. I think the Kingdom of Sand really can't spare any hands right now. And assassins are usually used more by the temple. As long as it does not involve the commandments of God, the temple probably has no time to care about you. The Production and Construction Corps. Commandments of God? Sauron was curious. It is a list issued by the temple, prohibiting the study of magic topics. White Eagle pointed at himself. Anyone who violates the commandments will be hunted down by the temple, or even directly attacked by the gods. My homeland was also involved, so alchemy found an excuse to destroy it. Most of the people of the Kingdom of Wind were abducted by the alchemy of sand, and moved to Fam and Ensna to enrich her core territory, becoming servants enslaved by the nobles of the Sand Elf. After all, the elves have a small population. If it were any other race, they would probably be wiped out. As far as I know, the only one who can fight against the temple and openly focus on the research topics in the Divine Commandments is your psychic empire. Sauron curled his lips. Killian, the radical who was staring at the elves, must have insisted on doing whatever the Elf Alliance forbade. However, it seems that this White Eagle is really a prince of a fallen country, or at least he has been pretending for a long time and believes it himself. No wonder the rumor said that he was a chivalrous thief who often helped the poor and rescued slaves, because they were his own people. So the commandment of God was the excuse for the Elven Alliance to launch a foreign war and attack the Empire? It seems that they are also bullying the weak and afraid of the strong, and gave up after a miserable defeat and no benefits. So as long as we can withstand the first wave, there will be a turning point. White Eagle looked at him. That's not necessarily the case. The Alliance also claimed that they had won. Because the Lich who violated the commandment of God was indeed completely destroyed before it was close to success. So far, it seems that there is no other Lich who can obtain substantial research results on the forbidden topics in the Divine Commandments. Therefore, there is no need to start a war again. Now Sauron is really curious. What kind of magic is forbidden in the Divine Commandments? It is more powerful than the forbidden spell. It may even cause a full-scale war. Iakir knows. I heard that the reason for the last war against the Empire was soul refining. It is not deprivation, reincarnation, or summoning, but it is truly creating something out of nothing, creating a real soul. This is something that even the gods can't do. Otherwise it wouldn't be written into the Divine Commandment. Sauron suddenly realized. Creating souls. Can they be created? Don't worry too much. White Eagle comforted him casually. The elves are still too small to manage such a large territory. The territory of the Elven Gods Alliance has actually exceeded the limit that our tribe can digest. I think the temple also lacks sufficient motivation to organize large-scale reinforcements to take care of the south. The sea chart is a secret of the Kingdom of Sand. The Queen of Sheba would not trade the sea chart that monopolizes the trade to other gods in the temple to ask for help unless she is desperate. And the land route is too far, and there are too many obstacles, which makes it impossible. Huh? Sauron suddenly came to his senses. Is there a land route? White Eagle nodded somewhat dejectedly. There was before, but the alchemy of sand is too strong, and the surrounding vassal states have already been squeezed out of the wars they have provided for her over the years. The surrounding mountains and forests are full of monsters, and there are no roads available. The only safe trade route was from the former homeland of the Wind Country, through the mountains and snowfields to the north, and then to the west. After the Wind Country was destroyed by alchemy, and the cliffs collapsed, this road was completely blocked. It has been occupied by monsters now. There is actually a connection on land, so it is not two independent continents. So maybe there will be a chance in the future to cooperate with the Empire to double-team the Elf Alliance? Well, but this will probably be a long, long time in the future. Here. White Eagle suddenly threw something over. Sauron took it subconsciously, and found it was an earring, with petals made of mithril and stamens made of pearls. Flowers that he had never seen before, with some kind of silver guardian magic. It's the earring of my mother, the Queen of Wind, with the blessing of walking in the wind. You killed alchemy and avenged her. This is a thank you gift. Iakir covered his chest with one hand, and turned slightly to greet Soren. The Son of Wind will not be bound in a foreign land. One day, we will recover our homeland and take back our home. But before that, we will fight side by side with you until we completely defeat the Kingdom of Sand and liberate my enslaved people. And all the nations enslaved and oppressed by the Kingdom of Sand. Sauron also imitated him and returned the greeting. You are willing to help those oppressed people and fight against the oppressors. Then we are colleagues. From today on, The people of the Wind are the all-weather strategic partners of the new Vanguard Army and the Production and Construction Corps. Ayakir, your way of speaking is really strange. Chapter 84. Soul refining? Of course I know. That White Eagle is right. From this point of view, we were indeed defeated in the Third War. The entire project was razed to the ground. Since Zygen was too busy, Soren found Pollux to inquire about the Third War and the Elven God's commandment. The one-eyed dragon took him directly to the newly built Spirit Tower to see. Do you see the magic circle below? The Spirit Tower itself is based on the magic crystal mine of the previous generation. Below is the Earth magic network of Arishi, the demonic veins of the Earth. Elves will choose nodes with shallower Earth magic veins that are easy to mine and call for building cities. Then they will consider the surrounding geographical conditions. Soren looked down into the Psychic Tower. From a structural point of view, the Psychic Tower is more like a needle inserted into the earth. Magic circles and inscriptions are engraved along the inner wall of the Psychic Tower in a spiral, extracting the magic power from the earth and generating green ores on the top of the tower. The number and magic power of the magic veins available on the continent are limited. Even if our empire's magic crystal refining technology has developed to this point, it is impossible to produce additional magic ore from the limited magic network out of thin air. Pelusius picked up the purple crystal and the green ore and compared them to Soren. The purity of this magic ore is naturally not as good as soul crystal, and it needs to be further purified before it can be used as magic crystal. It is enough to replenish the consumption of our army, but it is not enough to support a large city. Although the elves are a magical race, without magic power, the strength of their bodies is not even as good as that of humans. But the production capacity of magic crystal mines is only so little, which is obviously insufficient when distributed to each magician, not to mention that they have gods who have greater demand for magic power. So the Elf Alliance, once actively expanded, seized the territory of other races to compete for magic mines, and established settlements and temples. It was not until the gods developed the magic technology of the core reactor that the offensive gradually converged. Comparing the produced earth magic crystals and soul crystals, Soren nodded thoughtfully. Soul crystals are actually pure magic power without attributes, which is dyed purple by the wind element. They can be directly used to charge magic scrolls and props of various elements. But if the earth magic crystal is not purified, it can only function as an earth magic circuit, and its quality and quantity are obviously insufficient. The Empire has limited territory, and the number of magic veins is even smaller. If it is extracted with traditional magic crystals, it is absolutely impossible to fight against the Elven Alliance. So the Liches developed the Spirit Tower, transformed the traditional magic crystal mine, and directly squeezed out the souls of living beings and converted them into magic crystals. Based on this, the world's largest magic city was established. Pollux looked at the city under construction not far away. Humans are the best to use. The crystals they produce are neither too big nor too small, just right. But other races can also be used, but the crystals they produce are uneven, and can even be called crystal sand, which needs further processing. The remaining flesh and bones can also be recycled. Although it is cruel, it is more efficient. Sauron frowned. No, I have no say in the Empire, but this technology cannot be used here. Pelusius did not object. Using non-magical methods to solve the energy problem? You are starting from scratch. Of course, it's not like no one in the Empire has thought about further upgrading the Spirit Tower. In other words, any living wizard with a bit of humanity has thought about how to replace the evil product of the Soul Crystal. Then, there was an alchemist named Luotian, who almost succeeded. He basically wanted to use artificial souls to replace the souls of living beings as the source of magic power for the Spirit Crystal, which is the so-called soul refining. Artificial souls? How to make them? Use magic? And then transform them into magic crystals in turn? Perpetual motion machine? Sauron asked questions like a string of bullets. Polja spread his hands. I don't know. History is like this. We lost. We were not completely exterminated by the Elf Alliance, but Luotian's team was completely destroyed by the gods. There is no data left of his original soul refining technology, and we can't even copy it. We only know that this is a possible path to success, but no White Robe has a clue yet. At least from the lukewarm reaction of the Elf Alliance, no Lich has touched the threshold yet. Soren sighed. If Luotian's soul refining could succeed, he could upgrade the Spirit Tower to a magical nuclear reactor-level energy artifact. Perhaps the spiritual magic empire could really achieve the revival of mankind and create a more glorious civilization. But there is no if. This way out was interrupted by the elven gods. So the current empire is essentially an evil existence, where a small number of magic nobles oppress and rule most of the creatures. Without the potential to become a magician, you will eventually become a magic crystal. In short, it is so straightforward and cruel. But if the spirit tower and soul crystals are not used, the Empire will be crushed by the huge combat power of the Elven Alliance and destroyed in an instant. At that time, the humans who lost their country will also become the bottom of the 4th and 5th levels of the Alliance. It is still not much better. Therefore, from the perspective of human magicians, to change the status quo from the perspective of magic, either continue to innovate the technology of soul refining or magic power generation like Luo Jin did in the past. Or, like Shi Qiong's current research, try to increase the overall magic population of the human race. Of course, it's all a long way off, and the Elven Alliance that directly caused the current situation is not a good thing. You are very brave, Soren. Pelusius patted his shoulder. Although your ideas are weird, you are also trying your best to change the current situation of ordinary people. Even if this really has nothing to do with you. Because you have talent, you can actually choose to become an imperial noble and enjoy life. Sauron did not deny it. I just can't stand it because of my different values. Lucius nodded. Me too. The road was chosen by oneself, so there is no need to say more. After all, there was not much time to build in peace. About a week later, just when the foundation was laid, Guild's elite scout team came back with the intelligence they had gathered, and it was bad news. Too many alien monsters. Butler Xing raised a finger, manipulated the magic hurricane to hold up, and threw a huge monster corpse the size of a horse onto the deck to introduce. The most difficult one is this kind of monster, which may be some kind of alien demon dog, with obvious signs of magic enhancement, and technology that has never been seen before. They have strong magic resistance, and can withstand low-level magic damage. At the same time, their speed, strength and recovery are not like the product of natural development. They can even carry out some tactical coordination, have a very sensitive sense of smell, and have low-level intelligence. The magic warriors of the Dark Elf hunting group can still be dealt with one-on-one, but it is very dangerous to be surrounded and attacked. The deeper we go into the core of the magic ruins, the more there are magic dogs, tens of thousands. The low-level phalanx may be torn apart from the flank in an instant. Very difficult to deal with. Including White Eagle and some newly recruited ratmen, goblins, hyenas, lizardmen chieftains, as well as the leaders of the vanguard and engineers. An expanded meeting was held on the deck of the Eastern Star. Everyone looked at the huge demon dog on the deck with a solemn expression. It was a huge beast, with black and red steel skin tightly supported by ferocious muscles, and a spider-like forehead. 8 red-bottomed black pupils were distributed around the skull. The fangs and sharp teeth could even bite through thinner iron sheets, and a bite of flesh and blood was enough to tear it apart. White Eagle Iakir was puzzled. I have never seen such a thing. The ones that defeated my troops were some common monsters in the dungeon, just in large numbers. These should be the demon dogs that the demons put on guard on the other side of the seal. I believe the enemy army will arrive soon. The leader of the Dark Elf hunting group, a dark-skinned Dark Elf sister, wearing a bikini armor, and with silver hair tied into a ponytail. Soren recognized her body, but could not remember her name. She took out the 3 heads tied to the belt around her waist, and threw them on the deck. The first batch of monsters may have been hunted and eaten by the dogs. These demon dogs have owners, but the trained scouts are far inferior to their dogs. Which one is the demon that invaded in the past? White Eagle and the chiefs went forward to check. One head looked like some kind of monkey, also with 8 red and black eyeballs. One head looked like an orc, or maybe a hairless gorilla, also with 8 eyes. The remaining head looked a bit like a goblin, yes, 8 eyes. White Eagle frowned and shook his head. I haven't experienced the war to seal the demons, but the temple's books say that the demons are also similar in size to elves and humans. If there is such an obvious feature as 8 eyes, it should be recorded as 8-eyed demons. Then we may be facing a completely new enemy this time. Gil pointed at 3 heads. There are already quite a few such races coming from other worlds. They use magic dogs to guard and detect the periphery and build bases. They are intelligent and civilized races. We can't get closer to scout. From the level of probing, the magic monkeys, they control the magic dogs and use some witchcraft to enhance the combat effectiveness of other creatures. The orcs, who play the role of heavy infantry, have armor, training, a certain degree of magic resistance, and can go berserk. They are the bodyguards of the magic monkeys. As for the demon goblins, they are long-range troops, using a weapon similar to a musket, and are also responsible for establishing positions. The engineers took the demon's musket, which was a huge black iron pipe with uneven surfaces, and it looked like it was not made with high quality. Xiong took a quick look and said, "It is different from our guns, and is more like a magic prop. It directly converts magic power into a rocket of heat energy and ejects it. The distance is about 50 meters. Putting some steel shotguns in the ejection can increase the power. Soren stared at the three heads for a while, walked forward, stretched out his hand to grab the monkey head, and tore the skull open by holding the eye socket. He stretched out his hand to dig out the things in the front page of the brain. The mages came closer to see that Soren was holding a pink octopus in his hand, and the 8 tentacles were like nerve endings connected to 8 eyeballs. The oval body stretched out fine blood vessels connected to the front page of the brain. The center of the body was flashing red light, and Soren squeezed it with his hand, squeezing out a pink transparent oily particle. What are those pink magic ripples? Xing danced with his 10 fingers, and used the wind knife to cut open the heads of the demon dog and the rest. They also had these octopuses and shiny fats, but the one in the demon monkey's head was the largest in terms of size. No, maybe it was just an ordinary monkey. Shi Qiong put on gloves and collected these particles, new things from the other world. I do some experiments and research. Can I catch 2 alive? Monkeys are best. Guild said, that's what I want to suggest. We'd better launch a surprise attack and drive these demons back before they gain a firm foothold. The people coming here are obviously also scouts. This is a 500,000 strong army of lizardmen, a huge force that the elves have sealed for thousands of years, or worse. It may be a new thing that has exterminated the previous demon tribe. The longer it takes, the harder it will be to solve. Xing also nodded. This is not a simple beast hide. Those dogs are very mobile. The city wall can't stop them. If we wait for them to attack, the people in the city will be torn to pieces in an instant. Instead of relying on the city to defend, but actively attack? Pollock scratched his head. How many people should we send? How far is it? How to prepare logistics? How to deal with these demon dogs? There is no hope if we can't even defend the city and stop the formation. Guild modified the terrain on the sand table. Eilish can't be defended. The terrain is too flat, and we are short of manpower and have too many gaps. Once the battle fails in the desert, there is no room for maneuver. We follow the trade route in and out, and find a mountain pass that can be used for ambush. There is a basic camp left by the elves after the withdrawal that can be used directly. First, build a line of defense, and try to contact the demons. If there is an opportunity, push forward and solve the problem. If it is temporarily unfavorable, you can use the desert as a cover to withdraw first, and then deal with it later. Iakar agreed. It is indeed the Dog-Tooth Pass, where the hyena bandit group often ambushes the caravan. Because the ground is full of dog teeth. It is because the peaks on both sides are like teeth, okay. The chief of the hyena protested. White Eagle smiled apologetically. Yes, the trade route passes through the valley, and the mountains on both sides are steep and easy to attack. It takes a long way to go around, and there are obstacles such as quicksand and sandworms. We can block them here. There is no need to gather a large army, and we can't arrange them. 2,000 or 3,000 elite soldiers are enough. This is indeed feasible. Human firearms have obvious advantages. If we use pterosaurs to airdrop ammunition, supply will not be a problem. Besides, the sand country is not free yet. It's just right to have a trial in the first battle, so that these new recruits can see blood. So Soren nodded and agreed, and began to plan the dispatch of troops. Since the construction of the mining area has not been completed, roughly the human army recruited from the furnace was transferred. 2 firearms battalions with more than 1,000 people, engineers, and new vanguards were also drawn to deal with this war. 20 mortars, and 2 rotary machine guns were all brought. 800 pterosaur riders carrying grenades, including 200 lizardman temple guards from the earth dragons, and 1,000 lizard hunters. 2 battalions of reorganized hyena mercenaries with 1,000 people, and 100 sand bandits from the White Eagle Regiment as guides, and the rest remained in the south to guard. In addition, the local ground forces responsible for logistics also gathered more than 1,000. This way, there are more than 5,000 troops. It is impossible to withdraw more, otherwise even if the elves do not raid the base camp, there will be no middle-level backbones to continue to organize basic production and construction. I will lead a group of light cavalry and set off immediately. We will prepare a few days' worth of food and go to seize the mountain pass first. Soren made a general arrangement. Guilt, you guys take a break and wait until the elite troops are assembled before setting off. You and the White Eagle will bring the main force here. Pelusius, Cerasus, and Sigyn will stay in Arishi. Since he was the vanguard officer, no one objected. Cerasus did not say anything extra, and he seemed to be more calm. The lizard hunting cavalry was not suitable for long-distance raids. The first group to follow Soren was the vanguard warriors and the sand bandits sent by the White Eagle to lead the way, a total of 200 people. Each person also prepared a horse to ride, and the mighty 400 riders rushed out of the city gate, stirring up a gust of wind and sand and galloping towards the northeast. The elven warriors of the Kingdom of Wind rode White Eagles, and led the way in the sky ahead, as scouts to confirm the road conditions ahead. Occasionally giant sandworms poked their heads out along the way, but they were all shot and driven away by Soren. In this way, they crossed the business road in the desert smoothly, and saw two barren stone mountains in the distance. The road led from the southwest to the northeast, and the trend of the mountain peaks formed a right angle. The northwest side was higher, and there were mountains on the southeast side, which looked like it was split in the middle. Maybe it was split by alchemy. The White Eagle in the sky circled the top of the mountain twice to indicate that everything was safe, and then continued to fly north to look for traces of the demons. Led by the sand bandits, Soren and his men climbed up the mountain top on the northwest side along the mountain path, and came to the abandoned elf outpost to station. The red-haired young warrior of the furnace, Freiberg, raised his gun and aimed at the top of the opposite mountain. Should we send half of our people to garrison there? Armas took his men to open a mine. Now in the vanguard army, he has the highest status after Soren. Soren was also thinking, if the demons came from the north before the main force arrived, whether they went directly through the trade route or went around the southeast hill, they would be within the range of this camp. The elves did choose a good place to build an outpost. He still had too few people, and the combat force that could be dispatched immediately was only these people. If half of them were sent, they might not be able to defend a single hill. But if no one was sent to defend, it would definitely not be safe. Send some sand bandits to build a fake camp. Put up torches to pretend that there were people. Soren thought for a moment, let's just pray that the demons won't arrive before our main force arrives. If that doesn't work, I just jump to the opposite hilltop and defend it. It's a pity that the gods never seem to bless the vanguard. At dusk that day, demon dogs from another world jumped out from the other side of the horizon one after another. There were probably about 100 of them, blinking their dense red eyes, and appeared at the foot of the mountain. Chapter 85. There is only one winding slope leading up the mountain from the northwest pass, and even wild animals that can climb by clinging to the stone wall cannot easily climb over it. Before reaching the elf camp on the top of the mountain, a flat area of about 30 meters was specially cleared. At this distance, the elf magic archers are completely killing machines that never miss a shot. From such subtle details, it can be seen that the quality of the elves' army is really outstanding. The place on the mountain is narrow, and 2 or 3 horse bandits drove the horses on the road into the desert to guard them. The remaining bandits, led by the elves and half-elf magic warriors, climbed up to the outpost tower of the elf camp with quivers on their backs, bent the bow arms of the recurved bows over, and strung the bows. The warriors of the vanguard army put on the Legion standard plate armor, stood in a row with kite shields, and propped up long spears behind them, establishing a simple defense line at the entrance of the camp. Each of the 100 warriors carried 3 automatic rifles loaded with 14 rounds of ammunition, and did not consider any fancy 3-stage shooting, or special people loading and shooting in turns. Anyway, it was a simple tactic of drawing a big sword and charging forward to chop when the gun was empty. Soren was not too worried about this group of newcomers. Although the individual martial arts of the vanguard army might not be a match for the elven magic warriors, they were definitely professional in forming a battle formation to fight monsters. This group of people brought from the Empire were the best in terms of both personal ability and equipment, not to mention that they all had newly cast rings. If they couldn't even stop the dogs of the demons, then they really couldn't think of reviving mankind, and they should just go to bed early. However, there is still a flaw. Soren rode on Guan Haifa and jumped into the air, looking down at the group of demon dogs running back and forth cautiously at the foot of the mountain. This kind of demon dog has densely distributed muscles, and almost no fat layer under the skin. It is obvious that it is also a killer who focuses on explosive power, and its endurance is definitely insufficient. If cavalry is used to engage them, and muskets and bows are used to shoot from a distance, it should be easy to defeat them in the desert. But this tactic cannot be used, because the furnace vanguards brought here are not good at riding. Most of them used to be blacksmiths. It is not a problem for them to ride horses to travel. If they are asked to charge in formation like professional heavy cavalry, or to engage like sand bandits, their horsemanship is not so proficient. So for now, they can only be used as mounted infantry. If there is a chance, they still have to train their riding skills before the decisive battle with the Kingdom of Sand, otherwise they will definitely be beaten by the enemy's slave cavalry on the plains. Soren rode Guan Haifa and jumped back and forth in the sky. We can see that groups of demon dogs are coming one after another, and there are about 200 or 300 of them. But there is no trace of the dog trainer that Gilt and the others mentioned. These beasts are undoubtedly smart. They obviously smelled the scent of an ambush and only sent out a dozen to explore the way around the mountain. They did not directly pass through the trade route between the valleys, nor did they risk going up the mountain, crawling in the sand and bushes, waiting for the night. For the demons, this was the first time they had fought an organized army after crossing the border. After nightfall, they would certainly rush up to test the enemy. Soren was not in a hurry to rush down to start his unparalleled attack. He was still looking for the demon dog master lurking in the dark. When the sky quickly darkened, an eagle cry was heard from the horizon, and the scouts of the White Eagle Regiment flew back. Soren frowned. He saw from afar that only the lone eagle flew back, and the Wind Elf warrior on the eagle's back was gone. He didn't believe that it was shot down by the iron cannons of the demon goblins, whose effective range was less than 50 meters. Something else was coming. Freiburg. Sauron rode Guan Haifa to the front of the vanguard formation. Leave it to you to command. Hold this hilltop. If you can't hold it, retreat in batches, and the vanguard will cover the rear. Freiburg hit his chest armor twice with his fist and nodded. So Sauron turned around and rushed into the air, riding Guan Haifa over the head of the demon dog, and jumped in the direction of the White Eagle's reconnaissance just now. We have to see what it is. If it is a leader-level hero, it's fine, but if it is a weapon or a special type of soldier that can knock down the elven warriors riding eagles thousands of meters above their heads, then occupying the mountaintop for defense is completely meaningless, and it will only lead to being beaten. With the magic eyes of Eagle Sense fully open, Soren jumped against the strong wind, and from time to time, he had to stay in the air to look for traces of magic. The 8 eyes of the demon dog will emit a pinkish-red light, and the eyes are very obvious, but the magic circuits of the flesh are not as conspicuous as those of the local monsters. It may be a modification specifically for detecting spells. Along the way, you can see dozens, hundreds, groups, and even thousands of demon dogs roaring and running wildly towards Guya Mountain. Soren seemed to hear a series of gunshots behind him, but then they were covered by the roar of dogs barking in the wind. There were so many demon dogs. If you said you were not worried, you would be lying. If you were a little less lucky, maybe the people on the top of the mountain would have been overwhelmed by the beasts. There were several times when Soren planned to give up the search and go back to the top of the mountain to join the battle. But before he made up his mind, Soren found the real owner. The magic power of the whole body is as dazzling as pink flames, and it is obviously a general-like figure. Just like the moon surrounded by stars, thousands of demon dogs are surrounding him, densely covering the plain. It is a huge humanoid with a body of more than 4 meters, wearing a horn-shaped iron helmet. Holding a long-handled machete of the same size as his height, he looks like a so-called demon. The giant demon dog the size of a horse is indeed a cute puppy in front of it. Although the body is extremely tall, the proportions of the demon's limbs are similar to those of humans. The naked upper body muscles are covered with sword scars, and the skin is bright red. Under the sebum, bulging black blood vessels can be vaguely seen, transporting plasma containing surging magic power like an iron stream. The lower body of the humanoid was a skirt made of some kind of monster scales, leather pants and combat boots. It seemed that at least it was a civilized race with a sense of privacy and shame, not a beast like the trolls. The demon obviously turned his head and looked at Sauron floating 100 meters above his head. Obviously, the night did not hinder its vision. Sauron looked at it from a distance, picked up the dragon spear with both hands, and aimed at the gap between the other's helmet and the gap between his eyes. The demon general probably misunderstood his intentions and let out an unpleasant and strange laugh like a beast's scream. He waved his hand violently, and a gust of wind swept up, blowing away the 2 unlucky demon dogs in front of him, and drove out a huge flat land in front of him. Then he picked up his machete, and amid the roars and cheers of the dogs, he swung it in a flower, leaned it on the ground, and raised his head towards Soren. The meaning couldn't be more obvious: come and fight. Stupid. Soren rolled his eyes. Shoot it, magic spear. With a flash of light, the dragon spear instantly pierced the demon's head, pierced the helmet, and pierced the ground at an angle. Then it shrank back in the next moment. There was only a huge blood hole left in the center of the demon's forehead, and then the dark blood gushed out, pouring on the heads and faces of the surrounding confused demon dogs like a fountain. The dogs' roars suddenly became low, until the huge body of the demon slowly tilted and fell to the ground, and then the demon dogs scattered restlessly and gradually retreated. Sauron rode on Guan Haifa and jumped over, stepped on the chest of the demon corpse, and swung the dragon spear casually, killing a dozen demon dogs in a circle around in seconds, and drove away all these beasts. You are just kidding, the demon god was killed in one shot. Who dare you to jump like this in front of me? Sauron used the dragon spear to pick up the demon's helmet and took a look. It was a bit surprising that this demon actually looked a bit handsome. Unlike those eight-eyed beasts, it had a completely human face, no, a beautiful face like an elf. Its ears were also pointed, but not as thin and long as those of an elf, and there was a pair of goat horns on its skull. Sauron had thought they were decorations on the helmet before, but it turned out to be born with the demons. And from the dense blood vessels and residual magic energy between its eyebrows, it probably had an extra eye, but it was pierced by the dragon spear, leaving only an empty flesh hole. Maybe we should fight this guy for a few rounds to test him. Sauron cut off the demon's head, held it in his hand, and looked at it. Suddenly, he regretted it. The main reason was that the other party's pomp and appearance just now was like a mid-level boss. He pretended to be so serious, so he subconsciously took it a little more seriously. In the end, he was still killed instantly, and he didn't test the level of the demons. He didn't know what level this guy was in the demons, a general or a small fish, elite or average. Just from the muscle and bones, the body shape is similar to that of Bluetooth after transformation, but the strength is far inferior. He was not alert or reacted at all when being targeted by the fierce murderous aura of the dragon spear. Maybe he is just a pile of dead meat at the level of a giant monster. Moreover, Sauron looked at the 4-meter radius around him at this time, the length of the dragon spear, and the large circle around the fleeing demon dogs. The intelligence of these demon dogs is really not low. They know to go around him. Regardless of whether they retreated because of the general being killed, at least they know to be afraid. And this fear is a bit absurd. Sauron frowned and looked at the fleeing dogs. There were at least thousands of demon dogs around, but they didn't come to besiege him? The general died and they scattered. Is their morale so low? There are signs of special modification, but the fighting spirit is so low. It is not a qualified war weapon at all, right? Is it a backdoor left on purpose, or are there other weaknesses? However, at least there is nothing to worry about at the mountain pass. The fearless modified weapons may be able to withstand the firepower to attack the front line of the vanguard army and cause damage. But if it is just a beast dominated by fear, it is impossible to shake the position of the professional army on the hill. Sauron thought about it, and did not choose to go back to the Dog-Tooth Pass to check, but followed the fleeing demon dog to continue to go deeper. If the demon army has such a big flaw that it will collapse as long as the general is assassinated, then Sauron does not need to wait for the main force to gather. With the dragon spear in hand, he can deal with these invaders from other worlds alone. Tying the demon's head to his belt, Sauron rode on Guan Haifa to track the fleeing demon dog. However, not long after following the demon hound, the fleeing dog suddenly stopped, and for a moment, they all seemed to be paralyzed and still. Then, the red light in their eyes flashed quickly, and they turned around, staring at Sauron in the air with their dense red eyes. Sauron, who had been paying attention to the movements of these monsters, subconsciously felt a huge sense of crisis, and suddenly pulled Guan Haifa to change direction and jump. Almost at the same moment, a black arrow shot from a very far distance, even beyond the eagle's vision. The arrow was wrapped with a red light like lightning, whizzing past the position where Sauron was just now, and disappeared into the darkness in an instant. If he hadn't moved in advance, he would have hit his forehead by a little bit. The group of demon dogs on the ground shook their heads silently like machines, staring at Sauron, as if someone in the darkness in the distance was looking at Sauron through the demon dog's eyes. Damn it! What is that? Sauron was frightened and broke into a cold sweat. The speed of the black arrow was too fast, and with such a range, the eagle sensed magic. I couldn't catch it at all. Was it magic? Are all magic arrows so powerful? Wouldn't the elves be even more terrifying? He jumped again in an emergency, but this time the opponent didn't shoot the black arrow. Was the number of black arrows limited, or was he trying to test Sauron's reaction speed and preparing to paralyze him for another sneak attack? Sauron couldn't guess, and couldn't afford to gamble. More than 8,000 eyes on the ground were staring at him. No matter how many times he jumped, he would be found instantly. There was no way to rush in from the front. Knowing that there was at least a general-level demon archer on the opposite side staring at him, Sauron had to evade temporarily, and jumped 3 or 2 times into the clouds behind him, riding Guan Haifa into the sky. Abandon the idea of taking advantage of the opportunity to launch a surprise attack. It seems that these demon dogs are indeed modified weapons. Although they will lose control and disintegrate after killing the commander, as long as others continue to control them, they can turn around and fight like weapons. It is probably the octopus-like thing in their brains that is at work. The demon dogs are easy to deal with, and the demon general is also stupid, but the archer in the dark is very difficult to deal with. The White Eagle scout was probably killed by the opponent just now. Moreover, the position of the target can be confirmed through the eyes of the demon dog in front, and accurate sniping can be carried out beyond the line of sight. I am afraid that even the Elf Alliance does not have this technology, or were all of these demon dogs specially developed to deal with elven archers? Sauron stopped worrying and hurried back to the Dogtooth Pass, where the battle was drawing to a close. The demons also chose to temporarily break away from the contact, and pulled the demon dogs away to retreat. There were about 300 corpses of demon dogs densely packed on the foothills. Most of them died on the 30-meter small platform, gathering into a large pile like a hill. But judging from the tragic situation in the camp, there were still about 20 dogs that broke through the front line and killed their way to the outpost position. Soren jumped down from the sky and landed on the pile of corpses. Freiberg. How many people died? The red-haired young warrior ran out of the camp, his helmet and left ear torn off, half of his face covered in blood. 15 people died in the White Eagle Regiment, all of them were ambushed. There were a dozen demon dogs that came from behind. They should have gone around to the desert to scout. The main casualties were caused by them. The vanguard army was fine, they couldn't tear open the plate armor, and there were emergency potions. Most of the people were saved. Soren breathed a sigh of relief and looked down at the pile of corpses at his feet. Many demon dogs had arrows stuck in their heads. The arrows used by the elves were all enchanted with small spells such as fire, ice and lightning. Hitting an ordinary human was enough to cause fatal damage that would make them lose their combat power. However, the damage to the demon dogs with anti-magic enhancement was obviously insufficient, and the steel of the arrows was not good, and they were all stuck in the muscles and bones on the front. But the effect of the musket was not bad, very good. At least more than 200 were killed when they rushed forward, and their skulls were smashed. The first wave was the most dangerous. Bows and arrows were not effective. We could not suppress them, as they climbed up the mountain. Then the team coming up from the south suddenly attacked from behind. They also rushed up from the front in the chaos. They almost broke through the front line by attacking from both sides. Freiberg wiped the blood from his head, but when they rushed to this platform, they suddenly stopped. I don't know if they were scared or what. They turned their heads and ran around, bumping into each other. Then they froze in place for a long time. Only in this way did we have a chance to stabilize, kill a large number of people who blocked the mountain pass, and maintain the front line. Later, the bullets in the guns were used up, and they rushed again, but we cut them back. I see, then killing the demon commander still has a certain effect. This is a fluke, and it is really dangerous to think about it. If the gun was fired a little later, or if the demon dog commander provoked and fought with it for a while longer, then not only would the soldiers at the Dogtooth Mountain Pass be wiped out, but Sauron would also be likely to be shot by a hidden arrow. Captain, is this the leader of the demon dogs? Those demons? Freiberg looked at the big head on Soren's waist. This guy looks pretty handsome. It's just a good-looking thing. Sauron threw the head to him, checked the bodies, killed them all without leaving any alive, smashed their eyeballs. The demons also have a magic archer lurking in the dark, who can locate and kill through the eyes of these servants. I guess the demons have special magic skills to control these puppet beasts. If you encounter such horned demons on the battlefield, you should kill them first. Freiberg nodded, found a spear, picked up the demon's head and stuck it on the sentry tower. The vanguards distributed emergency potions to the White Eagle sand bandits, and chopped off the heads of the demon dogs on the ground with swords. Soren walked into the camp, and the White Eagles pieced together the sand bandits torn apart by the demon dogs, and covered them with canvas. In fact, the White Eagles also received armor from the Empire, but the combat style of the Desert Light Cavalry was roundabout and horse shooting, and they did not develop the habit of wearing armor, so they suffered a great loss in the first battle. Sorry, I didn't find your brother. The White Eagle scout, who led the way, was probably discovered by the archers of the demon tribe. Sauron told the white-clothed elf, who led the team. The wind elf narrowed his eyes, and tightened the horn bow in his hand. How could the eagle bow lose to the archers of the demon tribe? Okay, I remember it. Sauron noticed that the quiver on his waist was empty, and then he looked at the demon dog lying on the ground next to him. His head was shot like a hedgehog, and there were 2 or 3 feather arrows in each eye socket. It was probably the masterpiece of the person next to him. So he asked him, do the elves have any magic arrows that can be shot 10 kilometers away, and guarantee the speed, power, and accuracy of the arrows? The Wind Elf archer stared back with wide eyes. Sauron added a sentence to help him associate. For example, some kind of black magic arrow wrapped with red lightning? If there is really an archer who can shoot that kind of arrow, at least he is a demigod who can complete the trial. The Wind Elf clenched the bow in his hand. Really, an opponent of that level. He was silent for a long time, staring at the bow in his hand. I don't know what kind of ideological struggle he went through. Finally, he turned to Soren. Can you lend me one of your guns? Of course. Soren nodded, but to deal with this level of sniper archers, guns are not the most suitable. Friend, I wonder if you have heard of cannons. Chapter 86. At noon, the first group of pterosaur scouts arrived with ammunition supplies. Then came the cavalry scouts, the White Eagle Regiment, and the Lizardmen reinforcements. The two highlands north and south of the Dogtooth Pass were defended by manpower. In the afternoon, the main force led by Gilt and Iakir, also protecting the dragons carrying cannons and machine guns, appeared from the other side of the Sand Sea. 5,000 people marched to the center of the pass and set up camp at the entrance and exit of the trade road. They arrived at the right time. The simple fortifications had just been built. The demon army was like chasing the setting sun, pressing towards the mountain pass from the northeast with the dusk. Sauron stood on the hill and looked into the distance. The strange black flag suddenly rose from the horizon like a forest, fluttering and sweeping across the sky. The top of the flag was a red skull with huge horns, which was clearly the head of the demons themselves. The flag was also a red skull with horns on a black background. Some had double horns, some had 3 horns, and some had 4 horns. There were also horn shapes, some were upturned, some were curled, and the long curvature was not consistent. At a glance, there were more than 20 completely different shapes. If each flag represents a controlled army of 8-eyed demon servants, and there is at least one real troll, like the dog trainer in command, then the army that appeared in front of us is probably the main force of the first batch of vanguard troops coming from the demon world. If there are more than 20 demon commanders left, and half of them are demigods like the Black Arrow Shooter, this battle may be difficult to fight. At least 20,000 people. Iakir's giant eagle flew across the mountain stream quickly, and the leader of the Wind Elves jumped lightly at the moment of passing by, and walked to Soren leisurely. There are not too many demon dogs, mainly orcs and demon goblins. They have built a large number of camps on the other side of the ridge, and there are also some giant-like infantry. I'm afraid they will launch a test attack after nightfall. We have occupied the advantageous terrain first. I doubt they are stupid enough to rush in and die. Sauron looked at the bottom of the mountain. The Dogtooth Pass could not deploy such a large army. If 1,000 or 2,000 people collided with each other in the front, they would be blocked. But on the other hand, the impact area is limited, and the direct casualties are also limited. There are musketeers and artillery positions on both sides of the mountain pass and the front. There are also 2 machine gun positions in the front. If the demon dogs rush in from the front, it will be a pure death, not to mention the speed of the warcraft. The demons should have realized the power of rifles when fighting for the hilltop the night before. Of course, the other side may be stubborn and just want to gamble that they don't have many powerful firearms, or use tactics such as garbage soldiers to consume ammunition. If it really turns into a meat grinder, there is nothing to worry about. With so much firepower support, and elite special forces such as Lizardman Temple Guards, Vanguard Warriors, and Northern Barbarians to hold the line, if this can still be penetrated by a frontal attack, then don't think about the inter-hero Nair, just go to bed early. What Soren is more worried about is the tricks outside the game, such as magic. Is there any super magic that can push our defense line flat along the mountain pass, like the big move of smashing icebergs like Zarasis? Sauron asked the 2 wizards. The power and range of big magic depends on the natural magic that the Weaver can call. Using such big magic requires a long time to prepare, consumes a huge amount of magic, and controls most of the elements in the area to achieve it. Butler Shing casually summoned the mountain wind in the canyon, and formed a miniature hurricane in his palm. This terrain is barren and desolate, with almost no water and fire elements. The underground is sand and rocks. The earth magic is very inert, and the structure is stable. The elements that fill the area are mainly wind. I have absolute control over the element of wind. Even if the opponent's magic control is really superior to mine, at least I can destroy the opponent's magic condensation and greatly weaken the power of the big spell. Gilt also pointed to the camp built on the main road in front of the mountain pass. The defensive magic circle that stabilizes the 4 elements of magic has been arranged. During the 3 wars, both the Empire and the Alliance threw large magic that could destroy the army. There was a countermeasure long ago, which was to stabilize the elements in the area with a magic circle powered by magic crystals. In addition to soul crystals, we also brought a large amount of earth crystals extracted from Pollux, which is enough to stabilize the magic composition of this ridge and prevent them from using magic to collapse the mountain and destroy the terrain. Don't worry too much before the supply of magic crystals is exhausted. This kind of military defense magic circle can't actually be called defense. It's more like consuming magic crystals, simulating multiple mages competing for elemental control of the battlefield at any time. In this way, the super magic of either side cannot be completely formed. Primary and intermediate spells will not have any effect. But the power of super magic that swept the entire army at once will be greatly reduced. So now it is not so easy for a single wizard to be invincible on the front battlefield. Even a powerful wizard at the level of gods cannot use his personal magic power to compete with a large magic circle at the army level. Of course, if the opponent really has an entire army of wizards, it is another matter if it exceeds the limit of the magic circle. But in that case, there is no need to fight, you can just surrender. Then what else do we need to worry about? Prevent them from making a detour and outflanking us. The Yellow Crown also wore armor and carried a gun, with a very exaggerated large feather hat that looked like a sniper's target to decorate his crown. But the lizard men were all dressed up in fancy clothes on the battlefield, and they would be conspicuous if they didn't dress up, so Soren didn't bother to talk about it. Along the mountains, we have scouts on guard in the sky and on the ground, and this mountain range is not small. It's too far to go around, and we have to go through the desert. I hope they will split their troops and try it, so that we can take advantage of the large number of cavalry. Ayakir thought for a moment, why don't we take the initiative to attack them as soon as they arrive? This is a good idea. The demons obviously have the ability to fight at night. Instead of waiting for them to prepare to attack, it is better to use the advantages of cavalry to launch a short surprise attack. If the situation is not right, just retreat to the camp directly. Sauron looked at the large group of demon soldiers approaching like waves of dark clouds. Most of them were tall and strong orcs wearing heavy armor, holding huge shields, battle axes and spears. There was no trace of the demon dogs. They probably went around to the flank to find a breakthrough. These heavy infantry move slowly, and cannot catch up with the cavalry. We can charge them and test whether they are cowards, who look good but are useless, or wild beasts that will go crazy and run away when provoked. Soren nodded, okay, I will take 1,000 lizard hunters to test them again. Fire a wave of guns in front of the formation. If you can disrupt the formation, rush in. If not, retreat. Mages should not be exposed too early, and pay attention to the opponent's tactics. By the way, beware of the magic dog surprise attack, and wear a full set of heavy armor. Ayakir said to the Yellow Crown, take your pterosaurs and follow me. Don't take off yet, so as not to alert the enemy. Prepare support according to the situation. So everyone prepared to attack separately, and 1,000 beasts with fangs and sharp teeth were ready to go. All the lizardmen, including the lizard hunters, put on armor. Although the lizard hunters were not as stamina and speed as the war horses, they had strong explosive power, and the first wave of impact of the fully armed lizards was worth looking forward to. After all, it was just a test, and the lizard hunters' physical strength could still hold up. These lizard hunter riders were used to keeping a distance to consume the energy of the beasts, and using long-range weapons, javelins, and spears to bleed them, and then showing their claws and teeth to rush up for melee combat when they saw an opportunity. Now they are equipped with dwarven muskets and short crossbows that were eliminated by humans, which means that when they pass in front of the formation, they can fire an extra wave of barrages. The tactics are not much different from before. Anyway, if there is a chance, they will rush over and stab with spears. If there is no chance, they will keep a distance and make a detour. There is no need for Sauron to say more. The centurions all understand. They shouted and gave orders, dividing the lizard hunters into small hunting groups of 3 or 5, and began to jump out of the trench defense line of the musketeers in an orderly manner. Considering that the demon archers who fought before might aim at him with black arrows at any time, Sauron did not need Guan Haifa to jump around as a live target. I borrowed a hunting lizard from the lizard man, and made myself a feather crown to wear on my iron helmet. I followed the cavalry captain led by the hunting lizard to the gate of the camp. I looked out from afar, and saw the thunder rolling slowly, and the demon soldiers coming one by one from far and near. It was completely different. The state of mind when facing one person, hundreds of people, thousands of people, and tens of thousands of people was completely different. The momentum of the approaching army was like a heavy dark cloud rolling over half of the sky, and the mountains and plains were full of swords, spears and flags, which made people completely breathless. Clearly, he had taken a human head from a pack of dogs alone the day before, cat. But at this moment, Soren still couldn't help but feel his hands and feet cold, his mouth dry, and an inexplicable restlessness in his heart. It was the first time to fight a serious battle, and he was still a little nervous. May the INT hero ne'er bless you. Suddenly a voice came to his ears, and Soren turned his head, and found that a lizard-man centurion led his team out from the front of the camp, forming a battle array on the flank, and greeted him, or the 1,000-man captain beside him. Maybe it was a wish for good luck in fighting, but the words were mixed up again. So Soren subconsciously nodded in return. May the INT hero Nell bless you. May the INT hero Nell. Then every centurion who passed by him nodded to him, and offered blessings between comrades. Watching them lead the warriors with the same red blood, rushing towards the battlefield gradually shrouded by the night, and rushing towards the demon army that fell with the night. Soren suddenly felt as if there was something in his chest, gradually piling up to the throat and blocking it. Until then, Soren suddenly had a sense of reality. He was going to lead these young people to die together. Guilt, I want the things you brought. Soren turned his head, and shouted to the top of the mountain. He suddenly remembered that he was missing something. Butler Shing flew down from the cliff, and handed the bundle in his hand to Soren. This is what Miss Sorg learned to embroider. Soren unfolded the bundle. The appearance was slightly different from what he meant, but it was basically the same. To some extent, this can be regarded as the miss given to him by the noble lady of Franny. Soren smiled and handed the things in his hand to the lizardman beside him. Here, enter hero Nair. Is it a military flag? The captain of the lizardmen drew out a javelin, put the flag on the spear and raised it high. I like the color of blood. Go, charge! 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 Amid the shouts, the lizard hunters began to speed up. The 1,000 cavalry spread out flat, occupying the entire valley, with the captain in the front holding a red flag high in front. The sunset was falling behind them, and the last ray of golden light gradually disappeared. And in that ray of golden light, red flags were also raised from the camp, the mountain, and the top of the sentry post. Iakir and his sons of the wind looked up at the flag. Oh, warhammers and scimitars, they are really well done. Charge! Sauron pulled down his mask, and roared in unison with the lizard men. 1,000 cavalrymen formed a crescent scimitar, blowing up a large piece of sand and dust from the Dogtooth Pass, and slashed at the steel jungle in the night. Charge forward, fire within 200 meters. Sauron held the hunting lizard between his legs, holding a 2-meter dragon spear in his hand, and kept pace with his lizardmen comrades. Fortunately, his first mount was a lizard hunter, so he had some practice, so he could keep up with the rhythm of the charge. He could hear the roar of the centurion beside him, the roar of the lizard hunter running wildly under his mount, the whistling of the flags blown by the wind, and his own low breathing in the helmet. Through the gap in the helmet, the back of the lizard hunter running fast was up and down, and the steel jungle wrapped in a large area of red magic eyes in the distance was shaking like an earthquake. At this moment, in the short 10 seconds of the charge, Soren suddenly felt nothing. There was no excitement, no fear, and no uneasiness. He could not hear anything, could not feel anything. In the world and on the battlefield, there was nothing worth thinking about or worrying about. All he had to consider was the gun in his hand, and the enemy standing in front of the gun. Shoot! 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 Thousands of soldiers, centurions, every soldier was shouting. Most people were like Soren. At this moment, they knew nothing and just subconsciously followed their comrades and shouted wildly. Only a small number of the first group of people probably responded to the order and raised their muskets to fire. The roar of thunder and thick smoke instantly spread, and the pungent smell of gunpowder rushed into Soren's nose, making him temporarily come to his senses. Holding the lizard hunter under his crotch, he followed the centurion holding the flag, and the sprint route was slightly tilted to the right wing, preparing to shoot and then detouring from both wings. So Soren, who reacted, pulled out the musket on the back of the lizard hunter and fired at the black iron jungle in front of him. Bang! Duh fired a shot. Then he changed his gun, and bang! Duh fired a shot. The others also reacted at about the same time, and the thunder on the back of the hunting lizard instantly became a symphony. It was like summoning a thundercloud out of thin air, and the thick smoke of gunpowder instantly pulled up a cloud of mist on the battlefield. The bumps were too severe, and there was thick smoke from gunfire everywhere, and the gunshots and roars were intertwined. Soren didn't know if he had hit the target, but he knew the effect should be good, because the angle that the centurion cut to the right wing was adjusted back. This is seeing a flaw and rushing in. So Sauron clamped the lizard hunter under his crotch, clenched the dragon spear in his hand, and followed the red flag held high in the hands of the centurion, just like the 1,000 people marching side by side with him. Straight, like the blade of a scimitar, tearing through the smoke of the barrage, and slashing towards the front of the demon army in front. Breaking in. The Yellow Crown was looking at the battle situation from a distance on the top of Nanshan Mountain, and was so excited that he almost fell off the back of the pterosaur. Let's attack too. Wait a minute, wait a minute. Ayakir shouted, suppressing the lizardmen who were excited by the bravery of their own people. He had to save the reinforcements until the end, and wait until the most dangerous time when the cavalry of his own side was exhausted and surrounded by the enemy, and then rush out to support. But Ayakir had to admit that the effect of this cavalry attack was unexpectedly good. However, rather than saying how sharp the muskets were, it is better to say that the Warcraft army really did not expect that the enemy, who had a natural advantage, would not defend but rush out to counterattack. They were caught off guard. The order the Warcraft army received was obviously just to force them to line up at the mountain pass, and they had no intention of immediately attacking the defense line. The front line was mostly heavy infantry holding large shields. When they found the lizard cavalry rushing out of the mountain pass, they showed obvious hesitation. The overall speed of advancement slowed down. Some phalanxes simply stopped and were out of touch with each other. Of course, when they rushed from the front, they were all a mass of people and could not be seen at all. Therefore, the rear maintained a uniform speed, and the result was that the depth of the line that was originally maintained by the formation was lost, and the back row gradually pushed and blocked a piece. But when the first wave of cavalry archers fired, the thunder of the muskets was heard almost throughout the battlefield. Now there was no need to look at the front line. The square formations in front, behind, left, and right knew that the front suddenly began to engage the enemy. Then, there was the roar of muskets, like a thunderstorm, and the smoke spread across the entire battlefield. In fact, not many people were killed in the front line, and dozens of them were incredible. But the demon army knew in advance that the enemy's long-range attack was powerful. So the second and third line infantry stopped after discovering that the front was hit by fierce magic, and retreated to a safe distance to form a battle array. As for the first line of Warcraft, some were forced to retreat, and some were left with only a thin horizontal column without two wings, and the front lost its formation. And the legions further back had not yet begun to stop, and the front and back were in chaos and confused. The Lizardman cavalry rushed in head first. Charge! When they rushed within 30 meters, the Lizardmen threw out rows of javelins, instantly defeating the thin shield guards. The hunter lizards took advantage of the situation and rushed into the chaotic crowd. Under the huge inertia, just a touch would knock the sluggish infantry off balance and fall to the ground, and those who were hit head-on were directly knocked into the air. They fell to the ground in groups. The hunter lizard stepped into the crowd and stepped down with a claw, trampling the unlucky guy who fell to the ground into a pulp. The large cloud of acid mist and poisonous cloud that was spewed out casually spread, and the Warcraft people whose eyes were covered with blindness let out terrifying screams. The Lizardman Knight wielded the Empire's enchanted one-handed sword, with the wind shadow and burning blood enchantments activated from time to time, either chopping the humanoid into pieces or igniting the entire thing into a ball of fire. Even without the enchantment, the extremely sharp blade was enough to easily break through the paper-like armor and chop off the Warcraft's head. It was a complete sweep with a crushing force. There was no way. It was not a problem if you didn't know the goods, but it was a problem if you compared the goods. The armor of these Warcraft people was really too bad compared to the Psychic Empire, and the weapons were even worse. It's not like there weren't a few phalanxes of the Warcraft who wanted to organize to intercept, but their spears couldn't pierce the Empire's enchanted breastplates. The javelins they threw even bounced off the helmets, attracting hatred instead. After all, the Empire's standard armaments were aimed at the elves' magic warriors, and the lizardmen who defined themselves as light cavalry had turned themselves into assault-heavy cavalry. Only the teeth of the demon dogs could bite through the armor, but the head of the demon dog's master was now hanging on the hill, and these scouts didn't appear on the front battlefield at all. So the chaos spread quickly, like the ripples caused by a stone thrown into a pond, spreading to the entire front. And Soren rushed faster than the defeated soldiers. In order to avoid hitting the friendly lizardmen around him with the dragon spear, he held the spear handle with both hands, used the vanguard dragon spear as a shovel, shoveled diagonally downwards and forward, and the spear tip shot out to string a dozen or 20 orcs together, and killed them instantly, strung on the spear like candied haws. Then all four hands exerted force together, plus 2 fists of magic power, and pried hard into the sky. At the same time as the spear was retracted, more than a dozen corpses strung like blood gourds were thrown into the air, their limbs folded in a shapeless shape and dancing in the wind, like heavy clods of earth, crackling and falling on the heads of the soldiers in the rear team, making a terrifying muffled sound. The whole bulldozer was like a shovel of people, digging up corpses and throwing them into the air, charging forward. The whole team of lizardmen followed the bloody path that Sauron had killed. The centurion held up a red flag, transformed from a crescent into a charging arrow, and rushed forward against the blood rain that Sauron had rolled up. When the warcraft in the rear team raised their heads, they saw the screams and fighting sounds on the front line, rolling up the yellow sand, blood, wind, and thunder. It was particularly exaggerated in front of them. Dozens or hundreds of people were beaten to pieces by some ghost-like thing, flying in the air, and at the same time, that thing was not stopping, getting closer and closer to them. Fear is indeed contagious. So the 1,000 riders were not trapped, but rushed forward like a snowball, breaking the entire center of the demon army. Get out of the way! Get out of the way! Make way! Fuck! In fact, Soren was in a state of collapse. According to the tactical plan, he should have broken through the square formation of the first line, then made a big circle from both wings, and turned around to kill his way out of the siege. But for some reason, the demon army had so many troops in depth, there were people everywhere in front of him. There's no way to kill them all. His helmet was already full of blood and mincemeat, and a lot of blood seemed to have sprayed into his mouth. Now Sauron finally understood why these helmets had such poor vision, leaving only a small gap. But unfortunately, the remaining small gap was mostly blocked by pieces of meat splashed from somewhere. So he could only see through this gap, and he could still see a large number of demon soldiers in front of him, although these people were actually in the same direction as Sauron. His back was exposed, and he ran for his life like he was avoiding the plague. But in the eyes of Sauron, who was bloodthirsty, he was still surrounded by the army and in life and death danger. So he had to dig the ground more frantically. Damn it! How can a square have so many people? This is unscientific. The reserve troops on the hill looked at Sauron, who was going to test in confusion. He rushed ahead alone, leading 1,000 cavalrymen to sweep away the fallen leaves, and broke through the sea of people that was 10 times his own, and drove the demon army directly back to the other side of the horizon. Chapter 87. In the dark night, the collapsed Warcraft army discarded their heavy armor and weapons, and fled for their lives, just to be one step faster than their teammates and avoid the shining blades in the hands of the lizardmen behind them. They collided and trampled on each other, and there was no order or formation. At this time, even the moonlight was blocked by clouds, and only the rows of silver sword lights from the wind shadow enchanted sword occasionally flashed on the dark plain. Every time the silver light flashed, the orcs in front were harvested like ripe wheat. From time to time, some unlucky people would be ignited into fireballs by the burning blood, turning into human-shaped torches that screamed and fled, emitting orange-yellow flames with a slight smell of barbecue, illuminating the frightened beasts around them. The shadows of the fleeing Warcraft people, and the shadows of the lizardmen cavalry, who were like the incarnation of the god of death, who drove them, were also shaking, particularly hideous and terrifying. Less than half an hour ago, the demon army was like a forest of steel and a black mudslide, crushing towards Guya Mountain with an unstoppable and terrifying momentum. He crashed headfirst into the oncoming blade, and then, like a wave hitting a reef, he was shattered in an instant, and with a more turbulent momentum than when he came, he collapsed. Fuck. Ah. 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 Sauron was still swinging his dragon spear wildly, making meaningless roars to vent his courage, but his momentum of advancing gradually slowed down. He was actually still surrounded by the chaotic army, and there were fleeing Warcraft soldiers on all sides. Looking around in the dark, there were heads running everywhere, a dense mass of red eyeballs, and people with trypophobia simply couldn't accept that scene. So Soren couldn't calm down. He couldn't calm down, and the group of orcs around him, who were being driven away by him, couldn't calm down either. Everyone ran around in the dark, roaring wildly with all their might. But the lizard hunter Soren rode couldn't run any longer, spitting white foam and trembling as he slowed down to take a breath. This way, he dragged a person with full armor, rushed wildly from the Dog-Tooth Pass, and directly crashed into the depths of the army of more than 10,000 people. Soren covered his head and deliberately pushed into the crowded places. The lizard hunter was really tired and couldn't bear it. His legs were shaking. He lowered his head and tilted his neck, and Soren fell off his back. He took 2 steps forward and lay on the ground, sticking out his tongue, and couldn't get up. After fighting till dark, he still couldn't get out of the enemy camp, and his mount even fell dead. Sauron rolled on the ground and got up. He was so panicked. It was over, he couldn't escape now. There were enemies everywhere, It looked like he would die tragically in the chaos in his first battle. He finally managed to travel through another world, but he died on the battlefield in such an unclear way. What a shame! It really brought shame to the predecessors of the time traveler. Come on, come and take my head. I'm a bastard. Soren didn't even have time to take off the helmet that blocked his vision. He swung his dragon spear left and right, and swept randomly. He saw a figure running towards him from the corner of his eye. He shouted alpaca, and rushed over to pin the opponent to the ground. The Warcraft people were also in tears. This madman. It was too much. The mounts were exhausted, but he still refused to let them go and chase them. Are all the people in this world so bloodthirsty? So the Warcraft people could no longer restrain themselves, and threw all military orders behind their heads. Dozens, hundreds of them, rolled and crawled over the mound and crossed the ridge with 24 demon flags, just to avoid the monster behind them that was chasing them with blood all over its body. Then the troll skulls on the top of the flag flickered together, and the eyeballs of the Warcraft who crossed the line also flickered. After a few seconds, the frontal lobes of the brain bulged and swelled, and with a crackling sound, most of the brain exploded into a pulp, and they fell dead instantly. The corpse rolled down the ridge like a falling rock. It was not until this time that the Warcraft people were awakened by greater fear, and finally realized what the word defeat meant to them. So a large group of defeated soldiers gathered on the ridge, pushing and shoving each other, and soon the hillside was completely blocked, and they dared not go beyond the military flag. So many people crowded together, a huge crowd, and finally frightened Soren. He was killing like crazy, but not really crazy. Looking up at the orc soldiers who were crowded on the hillside like sardines, he gradually regained some consciousness. Finally, he fought desperately and broke through the first line of battle, and saw the second layer of square formation behind. These demon soldiers are so strong, it must have taken them half an hour to break through, right? Did they just break through the first line of defense? Sauron pulled off his helmet and threw it on the ground. The pool of Warcraft's black blood on his neck sprayed out together with his sweat. The temperature in the desert dropped sharply at night, and even the breath he exhaled when he gasped formed a large cloud of white smoke, floating up from his head. His entire face was covered with smoke, like a ghost. The Warcraft on the hillside was stared at by him, and they all took a breath of cold air and couldn't help but take a step back. As a result, more than a dozen unlucky guys on the top of the mountain fell over from the other side of the hillside and exploded their heads. What the hell is going on? Suddenly, a dull roar like thunder penetrated Soren's ears. He raised his head and saw a huge figure jumping over from the other side of the ridge. On his head was a pair of huge bull horns that were about 2 meters apart. His height and physique were even more exaggerated than the demon dog's master. His bulging muscles were like iron blocks. His whole body was covered with heavy black metal armor. Judging from the dazzling red magic lightning, like particle flow blooming from the ferocious animal head-shaped shoulder armor, it must be an enchanted artifact armor. This is a male humanoid creature with a domineering and powerful aura, like a demon king descending. His appearance is similar to the previous demons, with a human face, and between his eyebrows, there is a ferocious red eyeball that is several sizes larger than the body's eyes. Judging from the big sword that is like the gate of the mountain camp with huge magic attached to it, even if this guy is not the leader of the demons, he is at least a first-class warrior. I told you to line up in front of the mountain. You can't even do such a simple order. You were chased back. The giant horned demon general showed his fangs, and the demon eye between his eyebrows emitted a dazzling red light. His roar resounded throughout the battlefield. Waste. What's the point of keeping him? In front of Sauron, there were about 100 or 200 orcs gathered on the hillside. Their red eyeballs flashed at the same frequency as the demon general's demon eye. After a few seconds, half of their heads were blown up in the air with a crackling sound. Black blood, flesh, skulls and brains fell all over their heads, as if it was a rainstorm. The defeated Warcraft army that had just fled to the back of the battlefield stopped in unison and fell to the ground in silence. Even if the lizard hunters stepped on their backs and rushed over, and the lizardmen swung their swords to cut their necks, they dared not retreat a step. Soren had no time to care about other things. He raised his dragon spear and focused all his attention on the giant horned demon general. This scene was undoubtedly going to be a boss battle. Although he was always nervous when charging in the army, fearing that he would be hit by stray arrows, when it came to such a one-on-one duel between the generals, Soren was calm instead. After all, a stab of the spear could solve any problem. You are the one who killed Gashalabos. The giant horned demon general stepped on the corpses and flesh all over the mountain, and the pupils of his 3 eyes focused on Soren's face, Good. You can kill me. You are qualified to fight with me, Morgause. I will grant you a death. The demon general waved the giant sword in his hand, and the red and black magic fire swept everything in an instant, turning all the corpses and rocks on the hillside into a crackling black and red hellfire. The flame stained the demon general's hideous ghost face heavy armor, and a stream of hot magic energy particles was ejected from his back, forming a red aurora like a huge cloak, dyeing the entire mountain ridge and half of the night sky into bright blood. Soren narrowed his eyes, and held the dragon spear, exhaling deeply to recover his strength. The magic power of the guy in front of him was very strong, really strong, unprecedented. Even the newly awakened alchemy did not have this kind of magic that could color half the sky. This is the magic sword Revarden. The giant horned demon general held the sword tip upwards in front of his chest. The door-like broadsword was roasted by the magic fire. On the sword's spine, it was like strips of blood stripes peeled off, revealing a series of red-gold magic stripes. The sword will not kill the nameless. Come and tell me your name. What the hell? Shoot him with the magic spear. The golden light pierced a straight line towards the single eye between the eyebrows of the demon general Morgause. At the same moment, the demon sword Revaden burst into red thunder. At this moment, the sword's spine also bent suddenly like lightning, so the golden line piercing Morgause's forehead was deflected. The edge of the dragon spear passed over the demon general's side, and the golden light swept through the blood-red aurora on the sky to tear a long scar. Sauron's heartbeat stopped for a moment, and the dragon spear was actually blocked. Are you kidding me? The alchemist only temporarily fixed the tip of the spear. This is the first time that someone can knock away the direct attack of the divine spear. No, that's not right. There is no feeling of hitting or being blocked. And how could the nameless demon pierce the magic light behind it? So that's it. Sauron's magic eyes stared at the blade of the magic sword Revarden. There was an unusual fault line, like a broken mirror. It was not that the dragon spear was deflected, but that the magic sword split the space where the dragon spear pierced. Disrespectful. At the moment when he was distracted, Morgause appeared in front of Soren with agility that was totally out of line with a giant monster. He swung the magic sword Revarden and made a perfect circular cut, hitting Soren right in the chest, and chopped him back 100 meters like playing golf. Bang! He fell to the ground and rolled for more than 10 times. The Warcraft soldiers crawling on the ground around him were all smashed and rolled away like bowling pins. If this sword was chopped on an ordinary person, even if it was just a pure gravity attack without any magic power, it would be enough to smash the humanoid into pieces. But Soren was unscathed, but not unscathed. His armor was completely destroyed. The magic fire of the magic sword Revarden instantly broke through the protection of several layers of enchanted plugs and burned the entire set of Legion armor to ashes. A heavy blow to the chest made Soren suffocate and couldn't get up for a long time. But he was fine. The lucky dice helped him block this sword. You can survive the direct attack of the magic sword. You have successfully aroused my interest. Morgause raised the big sword and pointed at Soren, who was kneeling on the ground with a gun. I will give you a chance to leave your name under the sword, elf. Soren looked at the demon general and suddenly grinned. Why should I tell you? Don't you not kill unknown people? Morgause was stunned for a moment. Soren took the opportunity to rush forward, pulled out Zygen's pistol from the shadow on the ground with his left hand, shot the annihilation bullet at Morgause, and then stabbed the dragon spear with his right hand. The annihilation bullet is said to be a magic-breaking bullet specially used for gods. Morgause is at least a demigod, although it is unknown how effective the bullets targeting the elf's divine body are against the divine body of the demon clan. But Soren could only try his best. He first used annihilation to destroy the space-cutting effect of the magic sword Revarden, creating a momentary flaw, and then stabbed with the dragon spear, just like the Inci alchemy. But his trick did not work. Or it was only half successful. This time, the magic sword was not activated, and the annihilation bullet made a huge bloody hole in Morgause's right cheek. Even half of the gums and molars were exposed. But Soren's dragon spear did not stab out in time, and a black arrow hit his right shoulder at the same time, and the dragon spear fell out of his hand and fell to the ground. Roar, despicable, and mind your own business, Lelican. Morgause leaped over again, swinging his sword to knock Soren away despite the hideous wound on his face. The archer standing under the banner of the mountain ridge was a woman with antelope horns on her head, purple robe and black armor, and a golden mask on her head. She was not as big as the male demons, but she was also 2 meters tall. Beside her, there were 4 archers dressed in the same way, wearing silver masks, but with slightly different horns on their heads, holding the same style of magic longbows. Lelican, the demon archer with a golden mask, rubbed her slender fingers on the bowstring, and in a moment, another black arrow slowly took shape. You've been dragging it out for too long. Do you want the general to do it himself? You didn't die after being hit by my arrow of extermination? Hee hee, not bad. You didn't disappoint me. With so many sacred blessings and protections, you must be the holy warrior among the elves, the demigod in the trials. Morgus grinned, blood spilled from the hole in his face. Great. This is the evenly matched battle I expected. A fair duel. Leligen, you are not allowed to interfere. Let me learn the martial arts of the elves. 2 against 1, what a fair duel. Sauron covered his right shoulder. This time he was really in trouble. No matter how much he tried to defend himself, he was still hit by an arrow. He could see clearly now that this black arrow was a magic arrow condensed completely by the curse. Even though it was intercepted by the guardian of the lucky dice, it still stuck in his shoulder and did not dissipate. The shadow guardian transformed by Gwan Haifa shrank into a circle and gathered on Sauron's right shoulder. This barely sealed the curse on the black arrow and did not cause any subsequent damage to Sauron, but there was no need to expect this ghost to do anything. Moreover, 2 swords and 1 arrow, counting all the 3 protections of today's lucky dice, have been used up. Look at the giant horned demon general holding the magic sword, like a mountain giant, slowly walking towards him with an overwhelming momentum, full of fighting spirit. Then look at the other side of the battlefield dozens of meters away, standing alone among the corpses, like an old man's walking stick, the vanguard dragon spear that he has always relied on. Soren suddenly felt unprecedented powerlessness and weakness. He suddenly understood why the Prime Minister of the Empire, Killian, abandoned this artifact. That was not his own power after all. When the moment of life came, it was like now, without the dragon spear and the artifact in his hand. Then he, Sauron, was just a useless little brat. He could only lie on the ground helplessly watching the coming of death, even if his heart was filled with boundless despair. There was no way to stab this despair in the faces of the demons. So, is this the end? He came to another world to mess around, and the final outcome was that he died alone in the wilderness in this inexplicable place like Guya Mountain in the southern continent? Is this the end of the story of the boy named Soren? Then he heard the voice that broke through the night, and the wind, blood and cold, and rushed into his ears, for the end hero ne'er. Charge! Sauron and the demon General Morgus turned their heads together. They saw the lizardmen cavalry rushing across the battlefield. The centurion was the first to charge with a fluttering red flag. 1,000 cavalry swept behind him, and the skin lizard riders raised their long swords, shouted, and followed the red flag in front of them, rushing towards the huge troll tribe that was like a mountain and stone ghost. Fearless. Really? At least, there are some strange things left. Then a purple-red lightning flashed past the corner of Soren's eyes. The strong wind caused by the fiery magic made his cheek hurt. The wind and sand made his eyes blurry. When he turned his head to look again, the centurion disappeared, leaving only the red flag floating in the mass of mincemeat and blood mist, which was swept up by the strong blood wind, and then firmly grasped by the next lizardman knight. No one stopped, no one dodged, everyone followed the flag and rushed towards Soren, rushing to their inevitable death. Soren suddenly realized something. Wait a minute. But purple-red lightning came one after another, and the 5 magic archers standing under the banner of the demon army on the mountain ridge plucked the bowstrings smoothly, shooting out a string of purple-red lightning magic arrows. The magic arrows were as hot as plasma balls, rolling up hot winds, ruthlessly blowing the lizard hunters into charred pieces of meat. The level of this magic power has far exceeded the limit of the Legion's armor, and these are sharpshooters who can hit the target every time, even beyond the visual range. Elites of the demigod level in the full sense. But at this moment, they stood under the military flag on the ridge, ruthlessly killing the low-level soldiers who charged forward, actually with only one meaning. What are you waiting for, Morgos? The demon archer Lelican drew his bow, and shot the red flag that was flying, and no one could catch it, turning it into mustard powder. Don't waste time, end the battle quickly, I'm bored to death. Under the endless magic arrows, the battlefield fell into a dead silence. There was no more shouting of charging, no more footsteps of charging. Soren lowered his head, dunked his fists into the sand, bit his gums, and watched drops of blood fall into the sand. All gone. The giant horned demon general raised his head, and looked at the lizardman cavalry that had been crushed and destroyed before they could even rush to him. He lowered his head again, and looked at the young man lying on the ground, who seemed to be in despair and silent. He grinned and touched the wound on his face, that had not healed for some reason, and was even aching slightly. He also lost the interest in continuing to fight. He raised the magic sword Rivardin and chopped off Soren's head. Die, nameless warrior. So this is the ending. The power of the vanguard comes from fear, or more precisely, the despair after extreme fear, which only humans have, the power of despair. The source of magic power? It is the crystallization of the soul. Have you seen those spiritual towers? Magic power comes from human grief. Extract the purest and most refined magic power from pain. It is the gift of human beings to gain power from grief, fear and despair. Whether it is a wizard or a knight, they all have similar tricks. The same is true for believers of death. Don't you want to get a mount of death, Bucephalus? This is the name given to you by the Pope. You can use the blood of the holy remains as a medium to try to summon it to sign a contract. If successful, you can use the death law death charge. The so-called death charge is actually the magic of death. It controls the mount retrieved from death and charges at the target within the field of vision until the target is hit. The user will enter the invincible state of the god of death. Not only the locked target, but all the living beings along the way will also be affected by the instant death magic, and all souls will be harvested and sacrificed to the god of death. In the short revolving lantern, the shadows of people flashed back and forth in front of Soren's eyes, and countless words, countless runes, and countless faces flashed in front of him. Until the end, Soren returned to that day, the starting point, and it was also a dark night without moonlight. He lay in the alley of the imperial capital, holding the cake crumbs he had found in the garbage dump, and raised his head. The female knight stood at the entrance of the alley, with her back to him, talking to herself. You don't know, during the death charge, you can see the deceased death knights, because they promised to let their souls follow death forever, and promised to ride on the battlefield with their colleagues in battle robes. Then she turned her head and looked at Soren. Do you still want to see them again? So Soren raised his left hand, barehanded, and together, with the black hand of death of the holy relics and shadow of the dead wrapped around his left arm, he grasped the blade of the magic sword that was about to fall on his neck. Ignoring the stinging pain in his palm, he clenched his fist tightly, and sprinkled his hot blood on the ground of the burning sand. What's going on? The demon General Morgos opened his eyes wide, and unexpectedly found that he could not draw back the magic sword. He could only watch the boy under the sword stand up, and then he spoke. For the inter-hero Nair, charge with me. So the world of death came. The lizardman's 1,000-man captain and 1,000 blood-stained colleagues stood beside Soren, patted his shoulder, and handed the blood-stained red flag to him. Charge. Chapter 88. What on earth is that? Iakel soared through the night sky on a white eagle, and a large group of lizard-dragon cavalrymen carrying explosives, javelins, and muskets followed behind him, waiting for the signal to dive. But the leader of the Wind Elves was unable to make a judgment. The scene in front of him was no longer a battlefield where ordinary low-level soldiers could play a role. Ow! The huge demon general, who was 4 meters tall, screamed on the battlefield. His whole body was wrapped in a layer of dark mist, like a layer of cold air that suddenly rose from frost, and the surface of his magic-heavy armor was covered with a layer of burnt black ash. The magic flames wrapped around the armor were also extinguished together, with the aurora behind him that could color the sky. Covered by the smoke like black fog, as if being burned by invisible flames, the giant horned demon fell to his knees and howled fiercely. Iakir also had eagle-like far-sighted demon eyes. He saw from afar that the demon warrior was hiding from something, with his head raised and tilted back in an unnatural way. It howled wildly with its bloody mouth wide open. The wound on its cheek was torn open, and a bloody hole was dug out between its eyebrows. Black and red blood plasma was overflowing from its face and poured into its eye sockets, as if it was crying blood and tears. Even the old elf warriors, who were used to seeing life and death, were shocked by the extremely tragic scene. Then the next moment, the demon general's head was bent back from the jawbone and torn off. Only half of the lower jaw and the purple tongue were left on the neck, and the black blood spurted out from the torn throat and spine, splashing several meters high. The huge body suddenly lost its strength and slowly fell into the black smoke covering the ground, disappearing. Only then did Iakir react, and wondered what the other party's strange posture was. Some invisible hand pulled the skull of the demon general, and broke his head off alive. Morgus. The demon archers standing on the ridge were also shocked by this horrifying scene. For a moment, no one had time to react, until the leading demon archer Lelican roared, crossed his longbow across his chest, and pulled the string to the full. 3 purple-red lightning magic arrows condensed on the bowstring at the same time, and shot them into the black fog. Go to hell, Thunderstar Meteorite. The purple-red magic light, which was obviously several times more powerful than the previous magic arrow, flashed on the ridge, and then burst out like a plasma ball, whistling across the night sky for hundreds of meters, and even the air was ionized into light blue. However, these 3 balls of lightning that destroyed the world directly sank into the black fog, and the dazzling purple-red light star went out without any signs in the blink of an eye. What? The meteorite arrow is actually ineffective. It's impossible. The killer didn't even make a sound, and Lelican and the magic archer beside him were shaken violently. Then the black smoke swayed, and a black shadow walked out of the smoke. The body shape was obvious. It was Soren riding a lizard hunter. His left hand was holding the head of the demon general, which had turned into a skeleton, and his right hand was holding a long spear with a flag fluttering on the tip of the spear. But the whole person was in a very strange state, whether it was himself, the lizard hunter under him, or even the flag on the spear. They were all covered with black smoke and mist as if they were attached to asphalt. Like a shadow, but darker than a shadow. It was like midnight, but even colder than midnight. It's Sauron! Let's go help him! Yellow Crown rode a pterosaur and shouted to Iakir. Don't do it! Before the Wind Elf leader could give an order, Steward Shing, who was riding a white eagle next to him, shouted, "It's the death charge! It's the death charge! Everyone stay away, don't get close, he's going to charge." What the hell is that? Lelican stared at the Black Knight, who walked out of the thick fog, and his teeth trembled involuntarily. The leading knight, a humanoid figure covered in black fog, looked up at the mountain ridge, raised the flag in his hand, pointed at the top of the mountain, and pointed the tip of the spear directly at the forehead of the magic archer wearing a golden mask, Lelican. Then the black fog behind him began to shake, and 1 knight, 100 knights, 1,000 knights, the lizard knights who returned from the dead world, raised their long spears high, shoulder to shoulder, and lined up beside him. Then, they followed the flag and stepped forward, and the charge began. The extremely dark night was like a wave, silently pushing back, and the light between heaven and earth disappeared at this moment. The knights of the night drove side by side, rolling up the silent, extreme, and absolute silence, and rushed towards Lelican. Shoot! 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 The magic archer shrieked and drew his bow, pulling out the purple-red magic arrow again, polar lightning star meteor. This time, the 4 magic archers around her also reacted and shot a series of magic arrows. The purple-red polar star flickered, and the arc of light slid across the night sky. Large balls of plasma hit the chest and head of the leading death knight. But it was useless. The light went out silently and fell into the black fog, disappearing without a wave of spray. The death curtain was still approaching unstoppably, and the messenger of the dead realm gradually began to speed up. Change arrows! Change arrows! Destruction arrows! Lelican roared, pulling the longbow into a full moon, and the black magic arrows slowly took shape. Die! Kill and destroy life! Destruction arrows! 5 black arrows followed one after another, still accurately hitting the leading knight. This time, he did not disappear directly, but simply passed through the human-shaped black shadow. So Lelican finally understood. Are you kidding? These are not living creatures at all. So 1, 2, 5, watching the dead cavalry galloping up the ridge, the 5 magic archers crossed the battle line drawn by the military flag and turned to flee. Iakir watched from afar the incarnation of the 1,000 cavalrymen of death, rolling up the black fog, crossing the ridge, rushing past the battle flag. The wind of death blowing made the flag rustle, pointing directly to the other side of the ridge, rushing towards the camp of the demon army spreading on the horizon, and heard the sigh of the housekeeper star. Haven't you seen death? Then the marked one should die here to stop the loss. Now the whole army has no way to survive. So the Air Force that came to support saw from a high altitude that the black fog rushed into the demon camp with the dead wind. The torches at the camp and the glittering light of the magic circle were extinguished in a blink of an eye. The patrolling and working demon soldiers and slaves did not even have a big reaction. They just turned back inexplicably to look at the demon archers flying rapidly over their heads, and then they were blown down in rows by the dead wind, like a wheat field swept by a tornado, and all were harvested. More than a dozen demon officers gathered in the military formation of the camp were surrounding the ancient map and studying the strategy to destroy the Sand Country. It was just to suppress the slaves' unrest. Why did Morgause take so long? Could it be that he has secretly led his troops to attack the army of the Kingdom of Sand? Humph, just destroy him. I think it was because that useless dog owner, Gashalabos, was too careless and was ambushed by the assassin. Huh? Was that Lelican flying over the sky just now? Could it be that the elf demon assassin attacked the camp? Can a living person cross the killing barrier to launch a sneak attack? The demon generals were stunned for a moment, and they all laughed together. The tent was filled with a relaxed and happy atmosphere. Then the knights covered in black fog rushed in with the icy wind of death, rolling up the tent curtains. The panicked roars and howls in the big tent only sounded for a moment, and then the lights went out. Like other tents along the way, it fell into a deep dark silence. This black tide rolled over from the ridge, submerging everything and overwhelmed everything, almost changing the terrain. It was completely unstoppable, chasing the fleeing magic archers, cutting through the entire military camp head-on, leaving a deep scar of silence and coldness, a complete dead end, and cutting the entire army's camp in two from the center. This is too exaggerated. What kind of evil magic is this? The Yellow Crown opened his mouth wide, his hands and feet were cold. This was not a war at all. There was no honor and bravery praised by the temple. It was not even a massacre. It was a complete disaster. The end. It was complete, absolute death. During the 3 wars, the battlefield where death walked was like this. How do you think the Empire drove away the gods? Did it rely on passion? Xing turned his head, and no longer looked at the unstoppable black wind of death in the distance, still chasing the fleeing magic archers and charging forward, constantly harvesting the lives along the way, and directly sweeping through the entire camp of the demon army. She closed her eyes, and felt the wind spirits in the sky. Perhaps the demon camp had some defense techniques against great magic, but at this moment, it was cut through by the death charge from the front. All kinds of magic defenses were wiped out by the forbidden spell-level death wind. The commander fled without a trace, no longer having the courage to face death. So when Xing realized that she had absolute control over the wind magic power in this airspace, she knew that the opportunity had arrived. Now is the time to attack. The deacon shouted to the wind spirit leader, who had also noticed the opportunity, jumped off the white eagle he was riding, dived towards the ground like a meteor, waved his arms and shouted, "Wild wind, sky blade." The air was silent for a moment, and then the purple magic wind swirled around Xing, and within a moment, she was caught in the eye of the storm, forming a huge tornado. As Xing guided it, the magic tornado swept towards the side of the camp that was divided by the death charge, blowing away countless military tents and equipment. The gathered magic wind blades spun rapidly like a knife wheel, and the invisible wind blades cut like a meat grinder, cutting the unprepared demon servants, who hadn't even put on their armor, into pieces. With the experience of the White Eagle Ayakir, he would not miss such a good opportunity to win. The magic of killing is just magic. He drew out the magic double swords on his back and pointed them at the other side, the crowd that was suddenly attacked, and tried to stop them in a panic. Attack! The Yellow Crown opened his mouth and looked at the black fog that had disappeared far into the sky. He gritted his teeth, howled, pulled the reins of the pterosaur, and followed Ayakir to attack. Groups of white eagles and pterosaurs swooped down to the ground with their huge wings, and fell from the sky, crushing the crowd with their steel claws, grabbing large clumps of flesh and blood that could not be distinguished. The knights threw grenades, javelins, and fired cannons. From afar, you can see a huge storm raging and destroying half of the camp, and flocks of birds in the sky are attacking. Explosions are everywhere, flames and panicked people are everywhere. The demon slave soldiers who lost the command of the general, no one even tried to organize resistance, and they collectively fell into complete panic and chaos. They fled in panic like headless flies. These demon monkeys, demon goblins, and some demon dogs who lost their masters were more neat and tidy than those orcs. After all, there was no battle flag behind them to supervise the battle, and in fact, the group of people who were supposed to supervise the battle had already died. So the army was completely disintegrated. Lelican, who was fleeing, did not know that her army had completely collapsed and destroyed. She only knew that the Death Knights behind her were getting closer and closer to her. The other 4 magic archers were not strong enough in magic and physical strength to maintain a long-term rapid movement. If they were a step slower, they would be caught up by the Death Knights, who came like a gust of wind. They were either beheaded by a single blow or swallowed by the thick fog and turned into rotten bones. In short, they could not escape death. In the end, their heads were chopped off and skewered by spears beside the military flags as they charged forward with the Death Knights. At this time, not only the heads of Moragos and the 4 archers were stuck on the spears and stood up. The heads of the demons beside the military flags were taken one after another, and soon the number increased to about 20. Most of the new heads were killed when the death charge rushed straight through the camp tent just now. Yes, Lelican deliberately led them to find teammates. Although she only hoped that the other demon generals could help her attract attention, or at least stop them, giving her some breathing time. But these demons didn't have time to react at all, and were rushed in front of them by the death wind without any warning, and beheaded with one blow, cutting off their chances of survival. So at this time, only Lelican was left in the advance army of the demon world, fleeing in panic, and Soren followed behind her without any hurry, and drove side by side with his comrades, rolling up the black fog and the death wind, rushing all the way, sweeping away the demons and monsters along the way, and only stopped for a while, when they encountered a real three-eyed demon, and strung its head on the gun as a souvenir. Well, although Lelican sold out all her teammates at once, she really did win a glimmer of hope for herself. Great Demon General, my leader, my lord, my king, Great Demon General Agars. Lelican was stared at and chased all the way. Her armor, magic bow and mask had been thrown away for a long time. The naturally handsome and beautiful face of the demons was now so frightened that they were completely heartbroken and lost their will to fight. She fled all the way to the ancient ruins of the magic portal of the demon world that was sealed by the lizardmen and elves. He actually tore off his left arm as a sacrifice on the spot, and used the last bit of magic power to activate the teleportation array, calling on the upper demon god, the commander of the demon army that conquered the other world, the great demon Agars, to come. The gate connecting the present world and the demon realm slowly opened, and on the other side of the gate, the demon god Agars, who controlled the army, asked with a little doubt, "Why summon me at this time, Lelican? Have you conquered the kingdom of sand so quickly, or were you defeated by the army of the guardian god of the elves? Great Agars, my king and my lord, forgive me, forgive me, forgive me." Lelican covered his left broken arm and kowtowed frantically. In the gap of the door, on the other side, stood an old man who was the size of an ordinary human or elf. Compared with female demons like Lelican, he looked even thinner and weaker. Although it was hard to believe from the appearance, this old man with a goatee was the demon general, Agars himself. "Oh, Lelican, although victory and defeat are common, why do you look so embarrassed? Who made the military order in front of me to shoot down the gods of the sand country with one arrow? Where has your arrogance and ability gone?" The old man stood behind the door, stroking his beard, waiting for the gate to open completely, and looking up and down at the blood-stained demon archer with 3 eyes. "Please forgive me. Please forgive me." Lelican was like a weak woman, crawling on the ground and sobbing softly. The punishment of the demons for the losers was particularly harsh and resolute, but there was still a small possibility of saving a life. A little hope was always better than complete death. "TSK, TSK, TSK, it seems that you have been defeated miserably." Well, I didn't expect a group of young people who are less than 200 years old to really defeat the elves in one go. As I always say, the most valuable quality of a demon is to know your own strength and surrender when it is time to surrender, and don't wait until death is imminent to regret it. Humph, since you know your own immaturity this time, just go to the lower world honestly, be a slave for 100 years, and practice your skills. Oh! Agars, who was about to step out of the boundary gate, suddenly stopped. Full of longing and joy for life, Lelican looked up at the great demon general, and the complex smile froze at this moment. The next moment, right in front of Agars, the beautiful head of the antelope horn was cut off from the neck of her original owner through the crack in front of the boundary gate, and without Lelican's magic supply, the boundary gate that was slowly opening also stopped. Agars's third eye, which was half closed between his eyebrows, slowly opened and looked up. The Knight of Death rode the lizard hunter from the dead realm, holding the flag high, and slowly walked into the vision of the demon god. He put down the flag, used the spear tip at the top of the flagpole to pierce Lelican's neck, stuck the head of the female demon on the flag, and raised it high. Then, from a distant place, it seemed that a long sigh came, and a gentle breeze blew from nowhere, like a morning breeze blowing away the light smoke, slowly blowing away the chaotic black fog covering the knight's face, as if it had opened a black eggshell and blown away the rotten ashes, finally revealing the side face of the young man. Soren slowly raised his head, bathing in the hot blood that was dripping down from the demon's head on the military flag, and took a long breath, letting the cold wind with a slightly sweet and bloody smell, the air that symbolized the cycle of life, fill his chest and lungs again. Then he looked sideways. His golden pupils met the red eyes of the old man, who was looking up at him on the other side of the door. "Get lost?" The great demon General Agars blinked when he heard this, and like an old businessman, he took back his steps, put one hand on his chest, and bowed slightly. Then the gate to the demon world slowly closed again, as if no one had opened it for thousands of years. Chapter 89. Guild held the torch high and opened the virtual door, and the surprise troops brought by the group Virtual Flash came out one after another. Bluetooth led the northern barbarians to charge in front, followed by the dark elf hunters, and 2 wind elf white warriors. Under their leadership, the elite commandos jumped out of the virtual circle, and appeared in front of an abandoned ancient ruins. At the top of the mountain, rush through this village. The altar that seals the gate of the demon domain is on the top of the mountain. The Wind Elf magic warrior drew his sword and rushed out of the door. It was not only the Air Force led by White Eagle that seized the opportunity opened by Soren. Guild also took advantage of the chaos caused by the sudden attack of the demon army by the cavalry, and decisively used the group virtual flash to take the elite to jump directly to the face and launch a surprise attack on the portal of the demon realm. If there is any weakness of this teleportation magic that runs through the virtual circle, it is that the door can only go to the place that the companions have been to in person or seen with their own eyes. Therefore, Guild could not directly lead everyone to jump to the face of the altar guards to close the portal of the demon world. They could only find 2 warriors from the White Eagle Regiment who were stationed nearby, get as close to the inner circle of the ruins as possible, emerge from the abandoned village where the White Eagle Regiment was stationed before, and then assault on foot. Such a village must be stationed with the reserve troops of the demon clan. With the awareness of being surrounded by heavy troops and fighting bloody battles, everyone rushed out of the ruins, and then they were all stunned, scanning the battlefield that had just been swept by the dead wind. There were a lot of demon soldiers lying on the ground, hundreds of them in total. Judging from their size and armor, they were probably the elite reserve defenders. They built the village into a simple defense camp, and placed a lot of heavy crossbow carts and strange artillery carts facing the main gate, but everyone was dead, without a trace of scars on their bodies, but the bodies were stiff and cold, and their souls had been harvested. Death Charge actually rushed all the way here. Young master of the Death Knight family, Guild has seen too many such scenes. Bluetooth reached out and touched the extinguished campfire. It's still warm. Charge, charge, no time to be dazed. Awakened by his roar, the elite soldiers, less than 20 people, regrouped and rushed towards the top of the mountain with swords and guns tightly grasped. Along the sides of the cold mountain path, every few steps, they could see dead heavy armored warriors and crossbowmen, and occasionally a demon with a head cut off. There were countless layers of defense, but without exception, they were all broken through, leaving only corpses lying on the side of the mountain. The warriors reached the top of the mountain in silence. They saw the tightly closed gate of the demon realm embedded in the rock wall, and the large altar in front of the gate. In the center of the altar, a blood-stained Jingwan was piled up with huge heads of horned demons. Some of the demon heads had turned into red skulls, while some still had expressions of fear and horror, with black blood stains all over their faces. Soren was shirtless, with a skirt armor around his waist, sitting alone on the top of the Jingwan in a daze. On his back was a dragon-like pattern, with ferocious black flames flowing, which was the shadow guard of the ghost. On the right shoulder, a hideous arrow scar remained between the deltoid and pectoralis major. His whole body was stained with red and black, human and demon blood, forming layers of blood scabs. Scorched by body temperature, emitting steaming heat waves in the cold night. Even these elite warriors, who had experienced hundreds of battles, were shocked by the momentum of the young man sitting high on the Jingwan. Standing in the cold mountain wind, he was silent, only exhaling a white breath from his mouth and nose, as if he had met a newborn demon god. "Oh, Guilt, you're here. The battle is probably over." Sauron stared at his empty hands covered in blood, and looked up at his comrades. They had already disappeared with the smoke, and the flags were also dissipated in the mountain wind. Guilt took something out of his waist bag, and threw it to Soren, who grabbed it with his claws. It was a piece of dried salted fish, military rations from the sea, and nothing else good. "You actually rushed all the way here from the front of the battle. Eat something, don't use the death charge for too long, otherwise it's easy to lose yourself and rush to death with your comrades." Guilt turned to the dark elf female warriors around him, who were staring at Soren with blazing eyes. "I want to reseal the gate. Please lend me your magic power. You go to guard the surroundings and guard against the attack of the demons." Bluetooth shouted in the dialect of the northern barbarians, waved the harpoon to drive away his brothers, walked to the Jingwan and looked at the heads of the demons. "Boy, you should leave 2 for me to collect. All for you." Only Soren could hear what he was saying with his psychic talent. He gnawed on the dried salted fish, his taste gradually recovered, chewed the mincemeat in his mouth that smelled of fish or blood, and swallowed it down his throat. "It's useless for me to keep it." Bluetooth stroked his chin, and looked at the boy who looked a little lonely. Suddenly he smiled and said, "You can already see a little bit of the tyrant's power. Although it's still immature, there are indeed some signs." "Hee, okay, I guide you." "No way again?" Soren rolled his eyes weakly. "Let's do it another day, old man. I have used up all 3 invincibility spells today." Bluetooth grinned and showed his black teeth. Hee, used up? You really don't understand. Throw the hero's throw to me. Soren looked at him in confusion. What is that? Trial of the hero, hero's throw, don't you understand? It's just a small cube, we call it a dice. Oh, that thing? Soren subconsciously touched his waist, and it was strange, he didn't feel it just now, but when he reached out to find it, the lucky dice rolled down to his fingertips. Soren threw the dice to Bluetooth casually, but the old barbarian didn't reach out to catch it. He stood aside with the harpoon in his arms, watching the dice roll in front of him, revealing the pattern of a woman. Is that so? Bluetooth nodded, looking at Soren, who had no reaction on his face. This is your first time throwing a woman, right? Ah? Oh, probably. But it may not be the first time today, maybe it has been touched before. After all, the 3 invincibility of the skeleton had been activated and used in the fierce battle. Although Soren could see that there was some kind of negative curse on the woman's side, he didn't care much. After all, it would be triggered sooner or later according to the probability. The lucky dice will only take effect on the first throw of the day. Even if you don't pay special attention to throwing the dice every day, it will appear from time to time. After all, it is a divine weapon. Soren has never cared so much about skeletons and women. So you don't understand. Bluetooth shook his head, and suddenly moved his shoulders and arms, and stabbed Soren, who was sitting on the Jingwon with a fork, causing him to fall backwards from the pile of corpses. Fuck, you old lunatic, murder. Sauron jumped up in a rage, his chest hurt from the fork, but then, he was a little confused because he found that he was unharmed, and there seemed to be a flash of silver light protecting him just now. Huh? Could it be? Got it. If you throw a woman, you will be invincible until the sun rises the next day, or until you win 3 times. Bluetooth held the fork in his arms and explained, Do you think that 3 times of invincibility is enough on the battlefield? Now you can still stand here almost intact. I'm afraid you don't know how many times you have escaped from the gates of hell. What? Bluetooth looked at the dice on the ground. Of course, this blessing is not without cost. In this world, sacrifices may not be rewarded, but if you want to get rewards, you must make corresponding sacrifices. It's so unreasonable. Rolling the woman's head actually gets the blessing of invincibility for a whole day, or until you win 3 times. If you want to obtain such great power, you have to pay a corresponding price in exchange, and lose what you cherish most at that time. Power, wealth, love, anything is possible, depending on your mood at that time, and what you care about most at that time. So people who are not aware of it don't have the courage to use this thing. Otherwise, why is it called the hero's throw? You have tasted it today, losing something you don't want to lose, and gaining victory in exchange. How is it? The taste of being a hero. Things I don't want to lose. Sauron was stunned for a moment, and couldn't help turning his head to look at the direction of the cliff on the top of the mountain. There was nothing there, but just now, there were still 1,000 riders, standing shoulder to shoulder with Sauron, standing together under the red flag, facing the demons of the other world and all the difficulties and obstacles that hindered them. But now they are all gone. There is no trace of their existence left. 1,000 lizardmen whose names he didn't even know, and they might not even be considered human beings, is the price he least wants to lose? Soren asked himself. But strangely, he couldn't deny it immediately. After all, how many colleagues in this world are willing to stand up and fight side by side with you and die with you? 8,000 people. Is that not enough? Bluetooth shook his head. I can't tell from your appearance that you don't know the inside story of this thing. Who did you get it from? Soren was distracted, and Gilt, who was drawing a magic circle on the gate, spoke up and said in northern dialect, It belongs to the Prime Minister. It said it was a lucky dice. It wanted to give it to me when we first met, but I saw it was smiling weirdly, so I didn't want it. Soren. Bluetooth understood. It was that damn bastard Killian. Haha, lucky dice. I was wondering which heartless guard tricked a kid like you into taking the hero's trial, and only gave you that broken gun, not even teaching you a killing move. How pitiful. As the old madman said this, he swept over with a fork, knocking Soren, who was bowing his head to commemorate the dead heroes, to the ground, and almost knocked him off the top of the mountain. Damn it! What the hell are you doing? Sauron collapsed to the ground, stunned by the beating. Is this how these barbarians define pitiable? He really didn't have the energy to get angry or resist now. Do you think sitting on top of the corpse pile is a pose for taking pictures? The death charge rushed all the way here, and all the magic power in Soren's body was used up. He couldn't stand up at all. Gilt even helped and stopped the elven warrior, who wanted to go up to protect Soren. It's okay, they are just joking. Excuse me? Is this a joke? Hey, You really believed it. Bluetooth walked towards Soren with a harpoon. Hero's throw? It's been a long time. I remember that it was first made by an emperor of the old empire, right? He wanted to be invincible in the world, so he used all his national strength to find someone to make this thing, conquered the vast territory of the old empire, and as a price, sacrificed his entire crystal palace, which almost made the empire extinct. In the end, this artifact was kept by the chief guards of the empire. No, the strongest gods of war in the human race. Huh? Sauron couldn't help asking, sacrifice the crystal palace? Haha, it's the royal blood. The madness and ruthlessness of that family is inherited in the blood. What's a woman? What's a family? The king's hegemony is the goal of life. Sacrificing a lover can get 3 sure wins in one day. For a true king, isn't it a very cost-effective deal? Bluetooth sneered, you are unlucky. You sacrificed hundreds of like-minded elites under your command the first time. What a pity. By the way, I heard from the Yellow Crown that you are quite popular with women, right? If you were more soft-hearted and thought about the woman you liked before the battle, then perhaps you could win today by sacrificing one person's life. Oh, so the hero's throw is just right for you. Sauron was stunned for a moment, and his mind finally turned around, and he completely understood what kind of exchange this artifact was making. Suddenly, his whole body was cold, and a chill ran up his spine, which made him jump up from the ground and scream, "Fuck! It's a rip-off! What the hell is this? I don't need to exchange my precious things for victory. At least you still have some humanity, and you didn't go astray like the Wong family. But you still don't understand, kid." The smile on Bluetooth's face disappeared, and his burning eyes stared directly into Soren's eyes. It's not this item that was exchanged. It's you. On the battlefield, you once admitted defeat. Sauron was stunned, hit by a black arrow. The dragon's spear fell out of his hand, and he collapsed to the ground. The feeling of powerlessness, when the giant horned demon approached, like the end seemed to appear before his eyes again. This is the trial of a hero. Bluetooth pointed the harpoon at the dice on the ground. Whether you like it or not, it will force you to become a hero. Do you think the dice are thrown randomly? This is because you have lost all 3 lives, and the sacrifice will be activated. Because heroes must be invincible. Losing what you cherish most is the punishment for the loser. Yes. If you are defeated, it will take away your cherished things one by one until it exchanges victory for you again. Of course, this exchange is not infinite. When you lose everything, the last thing left to sacrifice is your life. Get it? So the one who casts the woman's side is not someone else. It is you. The one who sacrifices everything you cherish is also you. Because the one who loses to the point where the hero's throw is activated is still you. 3 chances a day. Don't lose everything you cherish. This is the real hero trial. Don't need this dice? Of course it's very simple. If you want to escape, just tell me, and I take over the hero's trial for you. Sauron was speechless, looking at the old barbarian who looked indifferent. Why aren't you worried? Everyone has something they don't want to lose, right? Yes, I also have a lot of precious collections. But it's also very simple, to put it bluntly. Bluetooth leaned on the harpoon. If you are strong enough, you could always rely on your own strength to get what you want. Then why do you need dice to grant victory? But if you are just a weakling, the difference in strength will be useless no matter how many lives you have. No matter how hard you struggle, you will die. Everything will be lost. If you have lost your life, what is the point of caring about your possessions? So for me, this dice is just a defensive tool with 3 extra lives. I really doubt that there is anyone who can kill 3 of my lives at once. If I lose so shamefully, I will commit suicide. Sauron. What do you think, you little brat who hasn't even grown all his hair yet? You want to run away with your tail between your legs? You are young and ignorant. I will give you a chance to regret it. Bluetooth looked at Sauron provocatively. Damn it, what else can a man say when he is stared at like this, admitting his defeat, and at the same time admitting his immaturity, ignorance, weakness, and fear? If it was yesterday, Sauron would probably have hesitated in his heart. But now, standing on this hill, standing next to the Jingwan of the demon clan, standing at the place where his colleagues who followed the red flag just disappeared, Soren had no way to retreat. He didn't allow himself to retreat. Then he had to move forward. Okay, I understand. Anyway, as long as we keep winning, there will be no problem. Come on. Let's go all out. Who's afraid of who? Soren yelled at the dice, venting the inexplicable emotions that surged in his chest. Good, very energetic. Bluetooth nodded and knocked Soren to the ground with a fork. Fuck. What are you playing again, sir? I'm just giving you some advice, kid. It's been said that a tyrant body can only be forged after repeated tempering. Since you have chosen this thorny road, You don't want to lose all your lovers, right? Then you have to work harder. Bluetooth threw the harpoon aside and pinched his knuckles, making crackling sounds. TSK, 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 a man who shoulders the hero trial, a genius with the potential to be a tyrant. How could Big Bluetooth bear to see you die too early? Take advantage of this opportunity to be invincible, and let the Big Bluetooth teach you a lesson, kid. Soren was speechless as he watched Bluetooth explode into a devil muscle man, and turned to look at Guilt. Is he frustrated because he didn't have a chance to fight on the battlefield? So he's looking for a reason to vent his anger on me? Guilt was about to say something, but Soren was knocked away with a bang. So he could only shrug and point to the elves around him, who looked like are all of you humans crazy, and work together to completely seal the gate to the demon realm. Puff! Sauron, who was beaten until dawn, fell to the ground on the edge of the cliff, unable to lift his head. His whole body was burning with pain, as if he had been run over by a truck over and over again, and he didn't know how many times he had been rolled back and forth. What was even more terrible was that the dice flashed silver light all the time, restoring him to his best condition, and refused to let him faint cleanly. So cool, so cool. I haven't had such a good stretch in a long time. Bluetooth clapped his hands and sat down next to Soren. Don't thank me, kid. I was just happy to see the prey, and I just wanted to discuss that bastard Killian. I guess when you go back to the capital, he must have a funny expression when he sees the heir of the Imperial Guards has cultivated a tyrant body. Ha ha ha. I won't thank you for a damn thing. Sauron lay on the ground expressionlessly, pretending to be dead, and didn't want to pay attention to this madman who beat him half to death, and had an expression like I'm doing this for your own good. Bluetooth didn't care either. Sitting on the edge of the cliff, watching the morning light gradually rising in the sky was Soren, watching the pterosaurs, and white eagles flying towards them from afar in the morning glow. Grow up quickly, the newborn tyrant. Grow into a real hero. Chapter 90. The first encounter between the Empire and the alien demons was a mutual test. The Battle of Guya Mountain ended in just one night. In terms of the results, the light cavalry led by Soren broke the frontal army of the demons with a charge and killed countless demon generals. And the White Eagle Iakir and Shing also led the air force to cooperate in the night attack on the demon army camp, laying the foundation for victory. Even the hyena mercenaries had their highlights in the second half of the night. These night vision predators smelled the scent of the defeated demons, and took advantage of the night to chase and kill them. They captured a large number of scattered prisoners of war, and completely wiped out the demon army advance troops that jumped over the boundary gate. On the contrary, the human infantry, who were originally planned to be the main output of the battlefield, did nothing because of their insufficient night vision. They spent half a day digging trenches, building positions, and stacking artillery forts, but in the end, they didn't fire a single shot. They held their positions on Guya Mountain and blew the cool breeze all night. Some of them even caught a cold. When the sun rose, as the temperature in the desert began to gradually rise, the battlefield that had been noisy all night gradually returned to tranquility. The demon soldiers captured by the hyenas had their armor stripped off, and they were driven back to the previously breached camp in groups, half squatting in the open space near the barracks, and the human soldiers, who were transferred, set up machine guns to guard them. A rough estimate showed that from the front of the mountain to the camp, especially on the battlefield swept by the death charge, at least tens of thousands of corpses were killed. And the captured prisoners of war were actually 30,000 to 40,000, a huge black mass. However, the victors were not worried that these defeated soldiers who had fled all night, hungry and exhausted, could still cause any trouble. After all, next to them was a huge corpse pit. The hyenas used their bandit talents to strip the bodies of the fallen demon soldiers, gathered their equipment in a pile, and threw the bodies into the sand pit. Groups of pterosaurs took off and landed, crawling around in the big pit, and gnawing at the flesh and bones of the defeated. Other soldiers were also searching the tents that were blown to pieces by the hurricane, collecting the demons' military supplies, gathering a large pile of battle flags into a pile, and burning them in front of the frightened faces of the prisoners. Thick black smoke rose straight into the sky. The heads of a large number of demon generals that Sauron had taken down in the previous charge were also separated and strung together with long spears, carried down from the altar on the mountain, and inserted in a row in front of the prisoners for demonstration. Staring at the hideous and tragic faces of these masters after death, the prisoners were even more silent, trembling like a group of chickens. Soren carried the vanguard dragon spear he had retrieved from the battlefield, as well as the magic sword Revarden that had fallen not far away, and rode on Guan Haifa, who had grown into a fat tiger after eating something unknown, and jumped into the demon camp in midair. The demon prisoners squatting on the ground saw Soren's figure from afar, and suddenly knelt down in front of him in rows, knocking their heads on the ground, like a surging wave, with a huge momentum, which frightened the surrounding guards and soldiers and pulled the bolts to be on guard. Soren was also a little puzzled. He noticed that the red light in the eyes of these transformed eight-eyed demons disappeared. He didn't know if it was because the gate of the demon world was closed, and the demon masters were all killed, temporarily losing control of them. These demon soldiers actually surrendered and begged for mercy. Of course, it may also be that they recognized the demon's sword on his back, which may be as famous as the dragon spear in that world. For the time being, Sauron had no time to care about these demon soldiers and prisoners of war, who were trapped in the other world by the closed gate and cut off their escape route. Guan Haifa jumped into the camp and landed beside the Yellow Crown, watching the lizard men performing some kind of ceremony. The priests each took out an egg-shaped oval stone from their waist bags, gathered together to pile up an altar in the shape of a pyramid temple, and decorated the outer circle with some firewood to transform it into a large nest, and then sang and danced around the nest. The corpses and relics of the lizard hunters collected from the battlefield were covered with white cloth and placed on stretchers. Then the temple guards carried the collected relics to the nest in turn, in front of the stone altar, and after the priests finished singing a song, they carried the corpses away and buried them on the battlefield. Soren watched their tradition in silence. He didn't know if it was an illusion, but he always felt that he saw some stars of light rising from the remains of his comrades and falling on the stones. The Yellow Crown said, "Those are the eggs of the ancestors carried by the priests. It is said that they are fossils of eggs left by the ancient gods, and they are used to build the sacred objects of the spirit nest. After death, humans return to the Sea of Death, right? According to our temple, after a lizard dies, priests need to sing to guide its lost soul back to the egg of the ancestor, so that it can be reincarnated in the next hatching of the spirit nest. However, this ceremony has not been performed for a long time. After all, warriors have no chance to die fighting on the battlefield, and ordinary lizard men are too cheap. Only those high priests can enjoy such treatment when they die. They are probably stimulated by the death charge. The power of the human god is so awe-inspiring that even the souls of the lizardmen can respond to the call of the charge. So perhaps the gods forgotten by the temple really exist." Sauron looked at it. "Don't you believe in the afterlife promised by the temple?" "No longer. Now I believe in what everyone died for." The Yellow Crown squatted down, grabbed a handful of sand and gravel, and rubbed it in his palm, blew it towards the dead, clapped his hands and stood up. "Say hello and goodbye, that's enough. Anyway, we will see each other sooner or later." Soren nodded, and left the memorial ceremony with the Yellow Crown, and entered the big tent in the military camp, which was the headquarters of the demon generals. Gilt and his men were gathering here, roughly estimating the spoils of this battle, and studying the books and maps left by the demons. This ancient map is probably the information retained during the past invasion. Iakir looked at the big map hanging on the side of the military tent, and pointed to the supply points, oases, and small fortresses where the arrows on the map were moving. In the past, their invasion route was along the ancient trade route between the Kingdom of Sand and the Kingdom of Wind. But these towns no longer exist, all buried by the yellow sand. Alchemy has long since destroyed the Kingdom of Wind and relocated all the residents, and also used the desert to create a buffer zone to bury the trade route. It seems that it is not just to monopolize maritime trade. I think it may also be to prevent the invasion of the demons one day. I have to admit that she is really a wise goddess, killing two birds with one stone. Soren found the Dogtooth Pass and the area where the portal ruins were located on the map, which was not far from the Wind Country in the north. From the battle map on the ancient map, it can be seen from the arrows of different sizes that the Wind Country suffered a heavy blow from the demons, so that it was trapped in an isolated city. It was almost destroyed at the beginning. No wonder it was so easily swallowed up by the Sand Country later. Don't you want to go back and take a look? The threat of the demons should be lifted for the time being. Iaqul shook his head. Now it's just a ruin. There's nothing worth reminiscing about. Besides, the place where the Son of Wind is the Kingdom of Wind. As long as the people enslaved by the Queen of Sand are liberated, the Kingdom of Wind can be rebuilt anywhere. What about this area? The Yellow Crown pointed at an arrow representing the army of the demon world that started from the ruins and advanced eastward, but was stopped by some force. From the mark on the map, it can be seen that the third force, that is not a wind elf or a sand elf, is in a stalemate with this army. Is there anyone else in the east who is also fighting the demons? I don't know about that. Iaqul shook his head. When I was born, the Kingdom of Wind was struggling to deal with the invasion of the Kingdom of Sand, and the trade routes were cut off. But in the east, there are indeed many civilizations, and there are intermittent trade caravans. It is unknown who blocked the demon army at that time. The settlement is roughly completed. Guilt interrupted their discussion. This advanced team is here to build the frontline positions. There are less than 20,000 warcraft and more than 3,000 scout dogs, and the rest are hard laborers who come to build the camp. Judging from the blueprint, they were planning to build a large fortress that could accommodate 200,000 soldiers around the ruins where the portal was located. They had estimated in advance that they might not be able to obtain resources from the local area, so they first transported a large amount of military supplies, armor, equipment, and food, probably thousands of carts. Sauron took a piece of something Guilt threw and smelled it. Smoked meat? I don't know what kind of meat it is, but it's non-toxic and can fill your stomach. Well, I always feel that maybe it's better not to get to the bottom of it, just have something to eat. Xingye took out a few small cloth bags, which contained a powder that obviously contained huge magic power. It seemed to be ground from some kind of magic crystal stone, with 3 kinds of magic fluctuations: pink, red, and purple. It was obviously inconsistent with the elemental composition of this world. This is probably the magic material of the demon realm. Only the tent where these fine sands are stored has a strict magic barrier, which was not destroyed by my magic. There are also many battle flags similar to scroll magic arrays stored in it. I don't know why they are not deployed. Guilt analyzed. From the battle situation last night, the enslaved 8-eyed demons were almost used as pure slave cannon fodder, but the horned demons all have powerful magic power, and are well armed with magic. I think things like magic barriers are probably the responsibility of these demons themselves. There are only a few of them, so the progress is slow. Most of the magic defense network should be near the boundary gate, and this frontline camp has not been established in time. Xing shrugged. Then we are really lucky. These magical materials from other worlds are the only materials in this world. If we auction them at the Imperial Capital Trading House, the liches will definitely be snapped up, and the military funds for this expedition can be easily earned back. And the magical weapons and equipment on those demon warriors, the Death Knights and nobles will definitely be willing to pay a huge amount of money to buy them. What do you plan to do with these spoils, Vanguard officer? Sauron reacted. How do you usually divide such battles? Guild explained. You almost killed them all by yourself, so there's nothing to share. Besides, the equipment of these low-level demons is quite bad, not as good as the Legion standard. The main profit is in magic materials and equipment of demon generals, but these things from the demon world are actually not usable by ordinary people. It is much more cost-effective to sell them for cash and exchange them for magic equipment of the Empire. If you are willing, you can promise a bounty to the participants. Well, the spoils will be transported back to Irishi for settlement by the logistics officer, and the soldiers will be promised a bounty, as well as the relatives of the dead. The commanders above the rank of 1,000 captains who participated in this battle could choose an extra demon equipment. The magic materials will be divided into 6 parts, and you can each take one. Soren arranged it casually. Guilt and Xing also nodded and said that mages like Guilt, Xing, and Zijin were with the army, and they all had military posts as magic commanders, so they would naturally not lack salaries. However, after all, this was not their trial, and they delayed their training to participate in the trial with the army, mainly to collect various materials. There is one more thing, Gil pointed outside the tent. What should we do with the prisoners? Kill them? Or sell them to the Empire? Neither killing the prisoners nor enslaving them is in line with Soren's values, and asking him to personally give such an order is even more beyond his bottom line. But releasing them on the spot is even more ridiculous. Even if the prisoners are unable to break the seal and cause any trouble, leaving them here in such a vast desert will kill them sooner or later, which is no different from a massacre. In fact, except for Sauron, there may be no one else in the 2 worlds who cares about the life and death of these 30,000 or 40,000 prisoners of war. Take them back. Since the military rations are sufficient for the time being, use them to supplement manpower. Try labor reform first. Maybe Zijin can solve the hidden dangers in their minds. Finally, Sauron decided to delay it and take it one step at a time. So the army packed up and began to move back. The infantry guarded the prisoners of war in batches and carried a large amount of military supplies donated by the demon world. They crossed the desert and returned to the city of Irishi. Originally, because of the sudden invasion of the demon army, the city of Irishi was in a state of panic and unrest as they were reorganizing supplies and reinforcements and building city defenses. As a result, they received the news from Sauron overnight: the battle is over, the battle is won, and the battle is back. So many people, like Maria who was in charge of logistics, had an inexplicable crazy mood of "are you kidding me?" But the White Eagles and Pterosaurs returned to the city in the first batch, bringing with them a lot of demon heads as hard evidence, and began to plan the construction of a prisoner-of-war camp outside the city. Iakir turned south and ran to the desert to continue monitoring the movements of the Kingdom of Sand. So she had to believe it, and Maria had to scrap all the wartime supply plans she had just made and start over, resume production and construction, and allocate an additional part of the people to build a large military camp that could accommodate 50,000 people as a base for prisoners of war. On the third day, Soren returned with a large group of people. The prisoners of war did not make trouble. Although many of them thought they were going to be executed when they were driven into the desert, they were so scared that their legs weakened. But after a few days, when they realized that Soren had spared their lives, no one suddenly knelt on the ground and cried loudly. The prisoners of war lived in the barracks obediently, and the newly graduated goblin and rat instructors educated them with shouts and gestures, and followed the model of other production brigades to organize them to mine minerals in the desert, build city walls, produce daily necessities, etc. Perhaps because of the large amount of supplies brought back, Maria did not object to Soren's decision to keep the prisoners of war. After all, Arishi did not have a bunch of skeletons to use in the psychic tower. At least with the addition of these 30,000 professional demon world laborers, the speed of various constructions was more than doubled. Most of them are responsible for doing odd jobs for the army. They are much more efficient in building houses and mining than goblins and ratmen. Zygen also promised to study the secrets of the 3 and 8 eyes of the demons. Anyway, she has no shortage of corpses and experimental subjects. But she has too many subjects: production and construction, military supplies and magic support. All kinds of subjects need her assistance, so the hidden dangers of these demon prisoners can only be solved later. However, Soren also regularly inspects the prisoner camp. These 8-eyed demons are in a stable mood and are not in a hurry. So, Soren was finally able to withdraw the troops brought by the Empire from the production tasks and reorganize them, and began to arm the hyena infantry and the goblin ratman's second-line musketeers in batches. Prepare for the upcoming war. Yes, a war. Soren was preparing to attack the Kingdom of Sand, not because he was complacent after winning the first battle. It was purely a strategic consideration. It took almost a week to capture Ayarashi and quickly deal with the demons. There was still no movement at Port Said. Either the Kingdom of Sand was already in a fierce battle with Anubis' army and was stuck, or the elves made a wrong judgment. They probably knew the demons they had fought in the past very well, so they thought that the invading demons at this time could help them tie up Ayarashi's imperial reinforcements. Or in other words, the imperial army and the demon army would tie each other up for a short period of time. This allowed the Kingdom of Sand to avoid the dilemma of fighting on 2 fronts. In fact, the navy trapped in the rainforest was already the 3rd front. Then, due to this strategic contempt and reliance on the desert barrier, the Sand Nation would not transfer too many troops from other tight fronts to organize defense in the area from Fayum to Sed. Therefore, if you can seize the opponent's defensive window and launch a surprise attack, you may achieve unexpected results and gain a huge strategic advantage. Others also agree with Soren's decision, or in other words, no one will object. After all, they came here to fight the elves, and it is better to say that they inexplicably established a base in Arishi, which is an unexpected development. But no matter what, now that we have a logistics base that can produce a certain amount of ammunition and weapons, it is indeed much safer than when we first landed. The soldiers have gradually understood the climate of the desert, and are at least mentally prepared for the sudden change in temperature. So it is indeed time to prepare for the attack. But something happened suddenly, causing the war preparations to be postponed. An elven cruiser suddenly appeared at the port off the coast of Arishi City, parked far away on the sea, and stared at the Imperial army in the city. Chapter 91. The slender and light ship has only 2 or 3 decks from a distance, and the whole ship is less than half the size of the Eastern Star. The 3 masts are hung with huge triangular sails commonly used by the elves. On each white and smooth silk-like reflective canvas, there is a huge golden rose, whether embroidery or magic mark. Under the sunlight, it shines with golden light. It's almost time for the royal fleet of the Kingdom of Sand to arrive. Pollux climbed up the mast, took out his left fake eye and held it in his hand to look into the distance, and compared his other eye with a booklet in his hand. Light boat-class cruiser, a fast ship responsible for patrolling, alerting and expelling pirates, with a rated crew of 120, equipped with 120 naval archers, and an uncertain number of archmages on board, usually 2 to 3. Sauron, who was standing on the mast next to him, took a look. The booklet was probably a cheat sheet made by other battlefield liches for Pollux. It was densely written with a lot of words, and it seemed that there were a lot of summaries of several naval defeats. Does it say what magic the captain of this ship is good at? What kind of magic is the golden rose? The golden rose is the emblem of the royal family of the Kingdom of Sand, because the Royal Navy is considered the private property of alchemy. Guild jumped up and folded his arms to look into the distance. The elven gods usually use flowers as their symbols, and the forces under their protection, kingdoms, vassal states and city-states will use flags with such patterns for easy identification. Sauron was distracted. The iris of the Kingdom of Franny was not chosen by themselves, but was it because of some elven patron saint or something? Guild pondered, but why do they want to expose themselves? Are they doing close reconnaissance, testing their true strength, or are they planning something else? Pelusius thought for a while. Their detection method relies on the observation and magic of the Archmage, so they must get close to the visual range. I think they originally planned to get closer, and if they had the chance, they might rush into the port and fire a few shots, but they stopped immediately after discovering the fortress and the psychic tower. This kind of light cruiser can only transport 200 or 300 people at most, and with a crew, there are only 500 elven warriors, and it does not pose a substantial threat to our city defense. Perhaps it is true, as Sauron said, that the Sand Country has strategically chosen to give up the recapture of the city of Arishi and abandon the desert side as a strategic buffer zone, intending to let us and the demons contain each other. But the question is, did the Elven Navy really only send one ship? Gil questioned, if there is another fleet hiding in the deep sea, or if subsequent ships arrive in a few days, even if they don't attack, it's like a sword hanging over Arishi. Once they find out the truth in the city, or realize that we are not fighting the demons in the north, but planning to go south, they may even attack the rear directly, and force us to return for help. Then can we take the initiative to attack and destroy the ship? Soren raised his thumb and took a look. The weather was good now, and the visibility on the sea was good, but the actual distance was more than 5 or 6 kilometers. Soren could see the figures walking back and forth on the side of the ship with the help of his magic eye, and the ship itself was also protected by a lot of magic. But even if he stabbed with the dragon spear from a distance, he could only kill a few sailors at most. With the quality of the Elven Navy, they would probably turn around and flee immediately if they alerted the enemy, unless they were lucky enough that the first shot could just explode the magic crystal storage compartment inside the Elven warship. It's difficult. The elves are good at naval warfare, and they will never be so stupid as to engage in a head-on attack on a ship with such a huge difference in tonnage, the Eastern Star. As long as they lure us to the deep sea, they can gather a fleet and surround us like a pack of wolves. Pelusius could find many lessons from such tragic defeats by flipping through his notes, casually. The Navy is too alert, and won't get too close. At this distance, magic is useless, and it's too easy to be detected and avoided in advance. Guild held his chin. What about the Flash? Will their ships have defenses against Hueco Mundo? How about we jump to the nearby sea and sneak in to attack? 20 people is the limit for you. There are at least 200 elven warriors on their ship. It would be too risky if they are discovered. From Hueco Mundo. Pelusius raised the booklet in Soren's hand and added, Don't think about the death charge right away. It has been used in naval battles before, and the effect is not ideal. And Anubis has been in the southern continent for so long. I think the cruiser must have prepared a scroll of the Song of Resurrection, or a triggering magic item with similar functions. Song of Resurrection? What is that? Can it resist death charge? Sauron was stunned. Gil turned his head and explained to him, it is a resurrection magic. In theory, only higher-level forbidden spells can directly resist forbidden spells. But in fact, on the battlefield, it is not necessary to use the first-level forbidden spells to exchange for death charge. Because the death caused by the magical effect of death charge can actually be regarded as a ritual of harvesting souls for death. Therefore, as long as the body is not destroyed, the high-level resurrection magic prepared by the temple, Song of Resurrection, can be used in time to achieve group resurrection. What? I just learned a big move that can kill a group of people instantly, and you tell me it's useless. People can also resurrect a group of people? This is bullshit. Sauron couldn't accept it. Pelusius rolled his eyes at him. You just learned it, and the demons are really unlucky. They saw it for the first time, so they were not prepared. But the death charge has actually been developed for so many years. How can there be such an invincible move? And the elves are not fools. Resurrection type is the magic developed by the elf temple specifically to suppress the death charge, which can snatch the soul back from the death sacrifice, and the chanting type magic can be cast for a long time and over a large area. When the death charge was ready, the characteristics of the death realm's arrival were extremely obvious. As long as they unfolded the scroll first, and were covered in the blessing of the Song of Resurrection, they could be resurrected on the spot even if they were rushed head-on. Then, during the period of resurrection, they could focus their fire and kill the Death Knights, who rushed over and were surrounded. It was almost a complete counter. Sauron was speechless. Then what's the point of fighting? They can just use resurrection magic randomly throughout the whole process. Pelucia snorted. Do you think the magician's battle is so simple? We also have magic means to interrupt and counter. If you just want to kill people, why do you have to use the death charge? Blast the corpse into pieces directly, and the resurrection magic will be ineffective. Besides, to make the Song of Resurrection, at least one elf god needs to sing the lead to offset the godhead of death, and a group of high-level priests from the temple need to sing in harmony to complete it. Although it is not a forbidden spell, it is also a high-level magic above level 10, which can be regarded as a targeted strategic material. Of course, it is worth it to exchange it for a forbidden spell. Guild nodded. Basically, the battle with the elves is to exchange skills at the right time, because many times due to the limitations of the battlefield environment and military resources, the ritual magic and magic array prepared before the battle will be directly exchanged when the two sides are evenly matched. At this time, whichever side has more spell slots will have the advantage. The magic quality of the elves is superior, and the great wizards have more skills. However, the lich has no spell slot limit, and an experienced battlefield lich can be independent, so a stalemate is formed on the front battlefield. Perhaps when the fight starts, one side will gain an overwhelming victory because of the advantage of one or two newly developed countermeasure magics, but no one can say for sure until the real battle begins. Sauron was speechless. Well, he just felt that he had a little bit of combat power that could kill everything in a second, but he was told that this skill was cut hundreds of years ago, before he could feel satisfied for 3 chapters. Now it is completely useless. Can he still play it? Who said it can't be used? It's a forbidden spell anyway, otherwise why would you target it so much? It's just that the elves have a small population, and a lot of them were killed by death charge back then. I think it's unlikely that they won't be prepared for this move. If it doesn't work, you can still use it as a damage-free skill. It's not him who is weakened anyway, so Pollux is careless. Sauron, Although this is a bit of nonsense, the key to the problem is not the death charge, but how to deal with the elven cruiser that is watching them from afar. And even if they really find a way to deal with it, the other side will be screwed if they send another ship. To put it bluntly, the strategic initiative at sea is not in their hands. The elf navy does not need a lot of troops. They just need to send ships one by one to monitor them. How should they carry out the surprise attack to the south? As a result, the 3 teenagers squatted on the mast like crows for a long time, but they didn't come up with anything. But the elves appeared in front of them, so they still had to hold an expanded meeting to discuss it. Because Zygon was in seclusion in the cabin, Soren didn't expect other witches to have any constructive opinions. I go and persuade that ship to surrender. The silver-glowing elf girl standing next to Sarasis said so. Soren, who the hell are you? General Silver Dragon has now been upgraded to a sword spirit. With the magic sword upgraded with Titan's flesh and blood as a support, he can exist independently without relying on the magic power of others. Sarasis roughly explained the status of the sword. She will help me complete the trial and defeat the Kingdom of Sand. Pollux rolled his eyes curiously. It's unheard of that a fairy can be upgraded from the state of a word spirit to a sword spirit, a high-level magic body. No, elves can also form spirits. This is groundbreaking magic. It should be said that you are worthy of General Silver Dragon. But why do you look different from the statue before? The elf girl proudly put her hands on her hips, because when I was beaten to death, many of my memories disappeared, and I only remember my appearance when I was about 100 years old. So now I am a pitiful and lovely elf girl. Soren looked at her with a sidelong look. You are just pretending to be young, right? Guild also nodded. Then please try to negotiate. Oh! Leave it to me. Wait. Soren almost choked on his saliva. What's going on with this development? How can you believe her so carelessly? She is an elf. Shing was puzzled. Aren't Iakir and the others also elves? Aren't you all allied with the wind elves? Sauron was confused. No, but she was the top fighter of the temple before. She was killed by the Empire. Why did she help us to fight against the elves? The Silver Dragon girl was a little dissatisfied when she heard Soren's doubts at first, but when she heard that she was called the top fighter, she turned into a satisfied expression of, oh, there is nothing I can do because being so strong is my original sin. Looking silly. Well, if you mean motives, said Pollux, I remember that she and Sand Alchemist didn't get along well, and they had a big grudge against each other. Huh? Who? Oh, Alchemist. I remember. She was the one who took the lead in opposing, which led to me not even getting the title. General Silver Dragon was indignant. The temple was going to give me the title of magic. She insisted that the scope of magic was too large, and she became a god above them. In fact, she is jealous of my talent and despises me for being a half-blood. She deliberately messed up everything. Humph. This time, she finally recovered 1,000th of her strength. I will punish this bitch. Everyone was speechless and looked at Soren. Soren frowned. Are you a half-blood? Half-elf? Not half-elf, 1/4. General Silver Dragon glanced at him. My grandmother is an elf, and I have more human blood. Then why are you still helping the temple suppress the vanguard army? Soren was angry. You can always do it without helping each other. Lucius hesitated. What's the matter? Does my private affairs have anything to do with you? General Silver Dragon was dissatisfied, but seemed to explain for the sake of Sarasis. Okay, it's not difficult to find out if you want to know. Anyway, so many years have passed, and I've let it go. My grandmother was a high-ranking priest who had the opportunity to be deified, but my grandfather was the leader of a vanguard army. Yes, he deceived my grandmother and stole her Titan artifact. She lost her qualification to be deified and was abandoned. Soren said, but that's not the case. General Silver Dragon stared at him. My mother grew up in the temple, and always wanted to take back my grandmother's artifacts. She probably wanted to confront my father. As a result, she was deceived by the vanguard army with sweet words. Not only was she used to steal more artifacts and magic books, but she was also abandoned again and gave birth to me. This scandal was previously publicized by the vanguard army as a wise strategy in victory. So you also understand the personal grudge between me and the vanguard army, right? Sarasis, what a scumbag. Oh, Killian, the style and methods of your generation were really a bit mean. Sauron was speechless. What? Did he say a few words to refute that it was normal for the vanguard to do things by any means necessary? Your father and grandfather were very kind by not killing their wives to prove their faith. No matter what kind of decision they made, it was all for the sake of mankind, right? He is not so shameless. General Silver Dragon snorted. Come on, it happened more than 1,000 years ago. What's there to worry about? Sarasis said that you are willing to take in and tolerate all races, give prisoners a way out, and even form an alliance with the Wind Elves? Then at least you are not a madman like Killian who is determined to kill everyone. If you promise not to pursue the Sand Elves, who are willing to surrender, I will certainly agree to help persuade those who are tired of war to lay down their arms. You may not believe it, but there are many elves, like my grandmother and mother, who always have good feelings and expectations for humans. Because of their teachings, I have been trying to stop those extremists from provoking a full-scale war between humans and elves. If the vanguard army had not plotted against me, perhaps the extremists on the elf side, the alchemists, would not have gained the upper hand in the temple, and the tragic Third War would not have happened. Aren't many of your memories gone? Sauron curled his lips. Okay, we don't have any other options for now. You can try it if you want. After so many years of war and blood feud, I don't think the elves will surrender so easily. General Silver Dragon laughed. Hee. Then she flew out and took a turn, and it didn't take long for her to bring 2 elf messengers over. These 2 are the captain of the light feather cruiser of the royal fleet of the Sand Country, Caravel, and the captain of the fleet guard, Sha'anar. General Silver Dragon introduced the 2 parties. This is Soren, the pioneer officer of the Psychic Empire. Although it was a bit surprising that the other party really sent an envoy to follow, perhaps the elves also wanted to take the opportunity to test. In order to avoid the other party taking the risk of assassination, Soren directly contacted the envoy. Captain Caravel was a male elf, wearing a silk robe, and seemed to be a noble of the Sand Country. There was a golden knife on his waist, but there was no magic. It was purely a luxury decoration. The braid was tied into a ponytail and combed behind the head, woven with various gold threads, and fixed with a hairpin inlaid with gemstones and agate. I wonder if many nobles in the Kingdom of Sand have this kind of extravagant style. The captain of the fleet, Sha'anar, is a woman, carrying an elf-style curved bow, which is longer than the horse bow of the Wind Elves, and is more sophisticated, and is obviously a magical weapon. There are also scimitars and daggers inserted in the belt and leggings. It seems that he is an elite warrior who shoots with a bow from a distance and draws a sword at close range. Apart from this, he is not wearing armor. Nor clothes. Fuck. Soren said that he was really excited. Are all Sand Elves so bold? Or is this the style of the Navy? So frank that they go deep into the enemy camp without wearing clothes? Is it to take off clothes first to show respect and honesty? Should he take off his clothes too? Oh, the vanguard officer? Caravel's face did not show the arrogance of a noble superior, but a friendly smile closer to a businessman. I came here in person to discuss the truce, and I thought I could meet your army's flag officer. Oh well, the flag officer is elsewhere now. I will be responsible for contacting. Soren was really bothered by the appearance of the Navy captain, and couldn't help but stare at him, making him look confused. But General Silver Dragon blinked his eyes, and suddenly seemed to understand something, and floated to Soren's side, and whispered quickly, "Don't use the magic eyes of seeing cause and effect to stare at other people's magic armor carefully, you pervert." She came to negotiate, and only barely maintained the magic power to cover her body to avoid misunderstanding, you perverted brat. Fuck. Soren finally reacted and focused his attention on the golden knife. Sure enough, he noticed from the corner of his eye that the other party was indeed faintly wearing a layer of close-fitting light armor. So that's it. No wonder the warriors of the Dark Elf hunting group also wear bikini armor that looks like it has no defense at all. Could this be the truth? In fact, they are not really so unrestrained by nature. It's just that Soren himself is gifted and different from ordinary people. But then again, the average figure of the elves is really great, so when they fight against the female elves in the future, won't the battlefield be spectacular? Wow, I am so lucky to have such a pair of Krypton gold dog eyes. Ahem, sorry, I was distracted for a moment. Soren Khan, wait, you said an armistice, not surrender? Captain Caravel and Captain Shandar looked at each other and considered their words. For now, let's agree to an armistice. After all, if we want to surrender, we have to confirm who the recipient is, right? Is it the flag bearer of your army? Or is it Lord Anubis? Or the Prime Minister of the Psychic Empire? Chapter 92. Sauron was really confused about the situation. Are you really willing to talk? Well, of course we surrender to the Psychic Empire and our flag bearer. Will the Prime Minister come here to personally accept the surrender of a ship? But I also declare in advance that before the end of the war, you must disembark and surrender, and go to the prisoner of war camp. The two elves were silent for a while, and the captain touched the ring on his hand and said, Your Excellency may not be clear about the situation in the south. What we hope to confirm is whether your flag bearer can make the same promise as Lord Anubis. Promise? What promise did Anubis make? Sauron was alert. Captain Caravel hesitated, so the captain of the navy said directly, Promise not to carry out the order of the Prime Minister of the Empire to massacre the elves. Fuck, is it true that Killian would give such an order? Well, considering the style of the old vanguards in that era who killed their wives to prove their faith, it might really. That's the truth. The captain of the elf nodded. Although Lord Anubis has occupied most of the city of Fame, he has not carried out the order to massacre the city so far. We also understand the attitude of your Prime Minister, who has always carried out a thorough extermination of the elves. Where is the flag bearer of your army? Do you have the courage to disobey orders in order to surrender the enemy? Soren was silent. Genocide was seriously beyond his worldview. Not to mention Sarasis, Soren himself would not execute such an order. Labor reform was basically his limit. But he did feel that once the war really went on in a situation that was favorable to the Empire, Killian might really send a military order to massacre the city. If they don't execute it, they will probably become a rebel army with a tendency to rebel like Anubis. No, maybe, in the content of the trial they accepted, destroying the kingdom of sand already included this meaning. Let the gods fall, cut off the blood of the king, burn all the cities, sprinkle salt on the land, and kill all the creatures in this world who dare to call themselves the sons of the sand. TSK, if the diplomatic relations here are not handled well, then in 2 days, the trial task received by others from Killian is to chop off Soren's head for me. Soren didn't speak for a long time, but Captain Caravel was relieved. Your Excellency didn't agree immediately. It seems that this is really not a trap. Captain Shandar played the good cop. It doesn't matter if you execute us. We still have the first mate and the great wizard in charge on board. It's always possible to escape your attack. Soren looked grim. So if you don't make a promise, you, the Kingdom of Sand, will have no choice but to fight us to the end, right? Captain Caravel shook his head. No, first of all, we are here to tell your army that we have no intention of fighting. If your flag bearer cannot make a promise, we can still choose to wait until the outcome is decided near Ensa, and then surrender to Lord Anubis. Or just flee to the north. There is always a way to survive. Second, we are not here on behalf of the Kingdom of Sand. We only represent the light feather. Sauron frowned. Why? Isn't your royal navy also the private property of the royal family? Captain Shandar snorted coldly. Not only the navy, but the entire Kingdom of Sand is the private property of the royal family. What have you gained from fighting for the Golden Rose for centuries? Homes, wealth, and loved ones were all taken away by the war. The nobles are getting richer and richer. Now that the Kingdom of Sand is about to perish, let the nobles stay and fight to protect their property. Anyway, I only have this bow and this life left. What reason do I have to continue to work for the Queen? Why not flee to anywhere else? Do I have to stay in the Sand Country, a place with nothing, and be implicated and slaughtered by the Empire just because I am an elf? Sauron was speechless. She really only had this bow and this life, and she didn't even have underwear. But it shouldn't be that serious. Is the gap between the rich and the poor, and the class division in the Sand Country so serious? Even the Navy had to defect one ship after another? Captain Caravel smiled bitterly. In the past, the Navy only used nobles as captains, but life at sea was monotonous and hard, and they chased pirates for years, and fought several fierce battles with the Empire's newly formed navy. Nowadays, the fleet from top to bottom is mostly civilians born near Ensa and Fame. The nobles of the Sand have long stopped following the ship, and only have a nominal title of admiral and captain with a high salary, and find someone to serve in their place. I also spent all my family's wealth to buy the position of acting captain, because I was afraid of being drafted to fight lizard men and skeleton soldiers on foot. I thought the Navy was still peaceful. Who would have thought that now the entire ship's navy was transferred to the rainforest to suppress bandits? It's unbelievable. Alas, when the Sand Kingdom monopolized trade and conquered and plundered everywhere, we could still do some business and earn some wealth. But now, trade is cut off, the war has spread to our country, and most people's homes and property have been occupied by Anubis. The assets of other regions were also requisitioned by the Queen as war expenses. It has indeed reached its limit. But even so, the Queen of Sheba still refused to ask for help from the north, refused to give up her maritime hegemony, and hoped that one day her mother goddess alchemy could be resurrected. Because the main god still exists, we can only endure it in the past. But alchemy of sand was recently eliminated by the Empire, right? The silver dragon girl uttered a light huh, and quickly covered her mouth. Soren understood that Ejo, the disciple of Anubis, once mentioned that the Kingdom of Sand has a large number of guardian magics arranged in the name of alchemy that need to be activated by the guardian god. Since the seal of the demon portal here has failed, there must be similar magic circles or barriers in the territory of the Sand Country that have failed. Presumably, the elves must have noticed that their patron god was completely killed and fell. So the anti-war sentiment that had been endured for hundreds of years broke out completely at the moment of the god's death, and the morale from top to bottom collapsed. After so many years of confrontation, Anubis suddenly launched a large-scale offensive, and at this time when alchemy fell, a new reinforcement suddenly appeared, breaking through the Navy's cordon and conquering Arishi. I'm afraid all this is a grand strategy planned by the Empire? Captain Shandar concluded, the Empire is determined to end the war in the southern continent. The Kingdom of Sand is at the end of its rope. We have fought bloody battles for so many years, and will not be buried with the Queen again. No, this is not the Empire, but a strategy planned by Anubis. Soren fell into deep thought. Judging from the incident on the Eastern Star, alchemy was sealed and guarded by Anubis' disciples from beginning to end, completely under the eyes of the Lich, just waiting for the most suitable time to fall. It attacked Fayum, defeated the army of the Kingdom of Sand by various means, and dragged down the Navy by its exhausting mobilization. Even the guardian god was calculated to death. The Kingdom of Sand was simply played by Anubis. Even if it is a little more conspiracy theory, the land supply line of Arishi will naturally be cut off by the demon army, and the possible reinforcements from other countries will also be blocked by the demon army, right? To put it bluntly, the supply negotiated with Yachukas may be just a cover for other reasons. In fact, in this situation, Anubis does not need any reinforcements from the Empire at all. Soren and his men just accidentally killed alchemy in advance, and blew the horn of the final battle to destroy the Sand Kingdom. Of course, it may not be an accident, but someone does not want Anubis to achieve the great feat of destroying the country. Soren's face was expressionless, and his mind was quickly calculating the motives and information provided by all parties. Let's not talk about the possible hidden political struggles on the Empire side. Judging from the performance of these two elves, they should be completely unaware of the existence of the demons. This is normal. The demons that were sealed a long time ago are suddenly coming to attack the Kingdom of Sand. If this news of God wants to destroy me is leaked, the morale of the army and civilians of the Kingdom of Sand will probably collapse completely. This cruiser light feather is an individual case, but it also represents a group. The first naval warship defected, and the second one defected. I'm afraid that the civilian class of the elves in the Kingdom of Sand has lost confidence in the royal family that is warlike and tyrannical. But Soren did feel a sense of disharmony from the other party's words. After all, generally speaking, if you really decide to surrender to the enemy, The most important thing is not to reiterate that you have no intention of fighting, but to explain your own value, right? Otherwise, why would the other party spare your life? So killing the surrendered and promises are not important at all. The elves did not really surrender from the beginning, and they did not even intend to be guides. They simply did not want to continue fighting with the Imperial army. This made Soren suspicious. He understood that there would be deserters after fighting for so many years, and normal people would not take the initiative to tie themselves up and surrender, and would not take the initiative to stretch their necks in front of the enemy, who might chop them down with a knife when there are other ways out. Yes, of course there are other ways out. These are the Navy. Whether to become pirates or to travel far north and join other elven allies, it is an option. If you don't want to fight, just stay away from Arishi. Why do you come here to test it, and even send 2 people to negotiate, unless... Soren looked at the elven sword spirit girl, who looked like a fool next to him. Unless the other party really has his own difficulties, and has to take the risk to come to the sea, but there is a disagreement between war and peace, and the Silver Dragon General happened to run over to mix it up, so he went downhill and tried to test it. It was not to test the Imperial army that captured Arishi, whether there was such serious racial hatred, whether they could surrender, etc. The reason why they did not go directly north to join the Elven Alliance, but took the risk to contact their Imperial army was actually very simple. Did you escape privately? The supplies on the ship are insufficient. The captain and the captain of the Navy immediately froze, and their biggest weakness was seen through by Soren. Is it really so? Soren crossed his arms and calculated. Except for the magic-modified Eastern Star, the general magic ship needs at least several months of food, water, bows and ammunition, magic crystals, and other supplies for long voyages. Considering that the possible opponent is the Empire, some advanced magic scrolls must be prepared as magic countermeasures such as death charge. If his estimate was correct, then the Light Feather had not received any strategic orders to monitor, plot, or test the new forces of the Empire of Arishi. The Kingdom of Sand probably no longer had the energy to spare. It should be that the other parties secretly left the defense zone and defected to the north. The motive is not difficult to guess. They just said it themselves. It is probably that these civilian children received an order to get off the ship and serve as infantry in the rainforest. They also realized that the Alchemist of Sand was dead, and they did not want to be buried with the Kingdom of Sand, which was about to be destroyed. No wonder we had such a smooth journey, and the pirates dared to deliver military rations to Anubis so arrogantly. Sauron stroked his chin and calculated to himself, it's not that we don't send out the Navy, but that we are no longer able to send out the Navy. The situation in the Kingdom of Sand is much more serious than expected. After Ensa was surrounded, the supplies from Arishi were actually a drop in the bucket. The Queen should have diverted most of the fleet's military funds to prepare for the decisive battle, right? It's no wonder that they directly abandoned the fleet and sent the Navy to the rainforest. After all, the Empire did not have a complete Navy and no opponents, so there was no need to maintain the existence of a large fleet. It would be better to use the soldiers and war supplies on board. Well, you are a cruiser, and you received an order to serve as infantry on your way back to the port after a security mission, so you ran away because you were short of supplies, right? Captain Shandar looked unhappy, and it was obvious that she still had a sense of honor for the fleet she had been serving in. She felt betrayed and insulted for being abandoned without any effort, which was probably the main reason why she lost her loyalty to the Queen. Captain Caravel saw that the truth was exposed, and immediately showed a businessman's sneer. Our army has no intention of being an enemy of the Empire. If your army is willing to trade some basic supplies and promise not to attack our ship, we could also take out some of the Elven army's armaments and intelligence in exchange. And promise to leave your defense zone immediately. Sauron also laughed. Do I need to do this? Your supplies are running out, and if you run out of magic crystals, you can only wait for the wind to blow if you want to move. My army can easily kill you, and I can just sink your intelligence and armaments and salvage them myself. Caravel blinked and looked at the sword spirit beside him hesitantly, but your liaison officer has made a contract. Sauron sneered. The dragon spear can't kill her, so a contract is nothing, and it's none of my business. It's not my promise. General Silver Dragon, hey, you little brat, don't go too far. Captain Shandar said sullenly, our elven navy is just discouraged, not really afraid of death. If you want to fight, then fight. At worst, we will sink the ship and explode. We will never let your empire get anything. Hey, I don't care. You can explode yourself. Anyway, after destroying the Kingdom of Sand, there will be a large number of warships parked in the military port for me to use, right? Who cares about your little broken ship? Just explode. Explode? Soren was still unmoved. You? I still say the same thing. We can talk. Soren suddenly raised his hand to make the elven female archer hold back. Get off the ship and surrender your weapons. Stay in the prisoner of war camp. 2 meals a day, 3 dishes and 1 soup. You don't have to do labor. I personally promise to release you after the war. If you are willing, I will send someone to take you to visit the labor camp dormitory and see the environment. You can consider it. If you don't want to, it's okay. The 2 armies will not kill the envoys in the battle. I will let you go back and prepare to self-destruct. Or you can try to escape from the pursuit of my Imperial army. Captain Caravel stopped the captain from being incompetent and furious. With a businessman's smile on his face, we can talk again. Why bother with weapons? We have already expressed our intention not to continue fighting with the Empire, but we have to find a way out when we are forced into a corner. Although I don't know how your army sneaked in, it seems that you only have 1 warship, right? There are no supplies from the Empire for the time being, right? Then why waste military resources to chase our insignificant little boat? Moreover, your army sent an envoy to surrender, which also means that you don't want to waste too much time with us, right? Since the Empire intends to fight a decisive battle, you have to prepare to go south in the near future, right? Then we temporarily linger in the vicinity for a while, wait for the main force of your army to leave, and then come to the port to get some supplies. Isn't it a feasible strategy? In my opinion, why delay? It's not good for both of us to waste too long in confrontation. Isn't it better to talk about a win-win strategy? TSK, Soren couldn't help but frown. This guy actually knows their weaknesses very well. Even though Soren had the upper hand in the negotiations, and threatened them in various ways, Captain Caravel was still willing to take a gamble. To take a gamble on the obvious gap in naval strength. And he was right. Soren and his men really didn't have a surefire way to deal with the other party. Even if the supplies were limited, and could only support 1 or 2 battles, the light feather could still get rid of their entanglement at any time. And if they didn't really give some supplies to make these annoying flies go away early, maybe this ship would really be trapped near the Irishi Sea, turning into annoying pirates, who were always watching their flaws, and ready to rob them, and run away. Damn it, this robbery hit him right in the face. Navy. We must build a navy, otherwise, any jerk with a ship in his hand will be so arrogant as to confront him. General Silver Dragon saw that the negotiations were deadlocked, and Sauron's smile was getting more and more dangerous. If this continued, he might get angry again, so he quickly intervened to ease the atmosphere. If we carry out the transaction, and you get the supplies, but regret not leaving, wouldn't we be doing a stupid thing of aiding the enemy, and will you really disarm? It's not so easy to believe the promise of the Empire, right? Caravel looked at Soren, then at General Silver Dragon. Does the envoy have any suggestions? General Silver Dragon thought for a while. The navy should still be commanded by the Thousand Knotswood, right? If you want to prove that you really have no intention of participating in the war, hand over the ancient branch of the Thousand Knotswood. How do you know the ancient branch of the Thousand Knotswood? Even Captain Caravel was defeated, and the 2 elves almost showed a horrified expression. What the hell? Sauron was confused, but he still shouted, yes, yes, hand it over. General Silver Dragon rolled his eyes at him. That thing? The captain vowed to break it first, when the ship sank, to prevent it from falling into the hands of the enemy. But you are just the acting captain, right? Besides, as long as the trunk on the flagship is fine, handing over the branches of a ship will not reveal too many secrets, right? And this can also prove that you, the Light Feather, really want to leave the sequence of the Royal Navy of the Sand Country and no longer participate in the war between the 2 countries, instead of just using tricks to defraud supplies. How about it? I think this level of commitment is necessary to gain mutual trust. Do you accept it? Who are you? What do you mean by leaking secrets? You clearly know everything about us. Captain Shalanar seemed to subconsciously reach for her waist to draw her sword, but the vanguard officer on the opposite side was staring at her alertly, so she resisted the urge. General Silver Dragon shook his head. I'm just a necromancer who knows a little more and can speak Elvish. I am not important. What is important is that you have to figure it out. Human life is very short, so we will seize every opportunity to shine, just to leave as much of our own, exceptionally wonderful imprint as possible in the long river of time. But you are elves, and the Kingdom of Sand is just a station where you stay a little longer in your long journey of life, although it is always sad to be forced to separate. But as long as you live, you will always meet people and things that are more worth cherishing. One day, when you look back on the past, no matter how magnificent and epic the adventure poems you have experienced, and the things that the brave men of mankind are willing to die for, to you, they are just a small melody of the bard in the future, a small episode of the fireside chat. So, if there is nothing really worth sacrificing for, don't end your story here. Captain Caravel and Captain Chandar looked at each other, and were silent for a long time, and finally nodded with difficulty. Although the conditions of the Empire were completely beyond their expectations, after all, they had fled to Arishi, and some things had been figured out long ago. Chapter 93. A 5-foot-long white wooden pole, as thick as a bowl, looks like a branch cut from a tree, ordinary, and without any extraordinary magical power. This is the ancient branch of the 1,000-knot wood, the treasure of the elf fleet, and the price is several ships of supplies and magic crystals. Sauron held the wooden pole in his hand, and looked at it over and over for a long time, and couldn't help but wonder if he was being played by someone again. Now the light feather has not gone far, and is not on guard. If they catch up? General Silver Dragon knew from his look that this brat wanted to regret it again, and glared at him. Wind, water, soil and sunlight, go and set up a barrier or directly make a flower pot, and plant the ancient branch of the 1,000-knot wood. Can seawater be used? Cerasis casually arranged a barrier, controlled the deck to transform, and built a small flower bed in front of the bridge command room of the Eastern Star. As long as it is local soil and water, it will be fine. General Silver Dragon snatched the ancient branch of the 1,000-knot wood from Soren, stood the trunk in the flower bed, and began to chant a ballad with a strange rhythm. Soren listened carefully, and found that it was not the magic of the elven language, but seemed to be purely a meaningless sound of a specific frequency. Others also came to watch the fun, watching the branches and trunks quickly take root in the soil with the singing, deeply implanted in the deck, and more branches extended from the knots, growing into a small sapling. Okay. General Silver Dragon stopped chanting, and checked the bare tree trunks. The light feather did not lie. There are no other navy nearby. I think they also wanted to escape, so they removed the ancient branches of the 1,000-knot wood from the ship in advance to avoid the navy's search. What do you mean? Sauron still didn't see any magic light. The 1,000-knot wood is a special plant. The trunk and branches of the tree have the ability to sense each other over a long distance, and will not be affected by other magic, various natural phenomena at sea, and sea beasts. The Elven Navy planted the trunk on the flagship and the branches on the fleet warships, so that they can determine each other's position even if they are separated by an ocean. Look at this branch. Whenever there is a 1,000-knot wood nearby, a bud will grow. According to the direction of the branch and the length from the bud to the trunk, the distance between the two ships can be calculated. Moreover, the ship on the other side can promote or slow down the growth of the 1,000-knot wood on the ship by chanting, so that the bud you see will bloom and converge from time to time, so as to transmit signals for remote fleet command. General Silver Dragon gave a general introduction, and found that everyone was staring at him in confusion. He shrugged and said, I only know these roughly. I have never joined the Navy, so I don't know the specific distance measurement and signal mode. Fleets of different countries should have their own codes. Ah, this is how they communicated. Polgus was so shocked that he circled around the tree. No wonder our main fleet is always caught red-handed. Sauron looked at the bloody history in the one-eyed dragon's hand with pity. It's not that they lost no matter how they fought. They have radios, but you still communicate by shouting. What the hell? Wait, can't our ship be monitored by the Elven Navy now? Polgus reacted. General Silver Dragon nodded. It was originally used for internal communication within the fleet, and they will definitely discover each other's existence at the same time. But there are no flower buds on the branches now, right? This means that there are no warships that have activated the 1,000-knot wood ancient branch within a certain distance. Of course, if you don't want to be discovered by other warships, just pull the trunk out of the soil. This is really convenient. No wonder the Empire didn't know how it was defeated by the Elf Navy after fighting for so many years. You don't need to worry about being discovered, General Silver Dragon added. Only the 1,000-knot wood main tree on the flagship can detect the location of each branch. In order to prevent the defection of warships, there are usually magic restrictions in places where the 1,000 knots of wood are planted. This fleet is the private property of alchemy. I think she must have used the divine power to make a magic seal to ensure that only she and her royal bloodline can control the fleet. But now alchemy is dead. Unless the next alchemy completes the trial and promotion immediately, the divine restrictions imposed in the past will all be invalid. In any case, the Queen of Sheba has actually lost absolute control over the fleet. That's why the Navy and fleet were separated and used as infantry. The people on the Light Feather must have realized that alchemy had fallen because of this, so they were able to pull out the 1,000 knots and escape from the fleet's search. If that's the case, Guild narrowed his eyes. Then the royal fleet. No, the Kingdom of Sand is finished. Yes, this situation means that even the Queen herself can't trust the army under her command. Perhaps she still has some loyal noble generals, a large number of assassins, and brainwashed slave soldiers, who can hold the army on land hostage. But in the Navy, every ship is very professional and independent, and the crews are generally born in the oppressed middle and lower classes. The Queen can no longer ensure that every captain and every ship are loyal to her. That's why she simply abandoned her own military power. If the fleet cannot be used, it means that the Sand Country has completely lost its absolute strategic advantage in controlling the sea. The arrival of Soren and his men has proved that the reinforcements of the Psychic Empire can come one after another. But now it's time. Why doesn't she ask for help from the Elven Alliance? Cerasis really couldn't understand. The longer a person has been in a high position, the more he can't help but give up his power and wealth. Her logistics staff officer Maria explained, if we ask the Elven gods to join us too early, then the Sand Kingdom will either fall into the hands of the temple quickly, or become the second front of the confrontation between the two sides. In either case, the Queen will not be able to restore the country. Instead, because she has lost the support of the patron saint Alchemy but has only wealth, she will be drained and abandoned by the temple, and replaced by an agent who is more obedient, more beneficial to the Alliance, and easier to control to lead the Sand Elves to continue fighting with the Empire. In addition, the Queen of Sheba is not at the end of her rope yet. First, she still has a large army near Fiam, and the power in her hands is still strong enough to split the navy and fleet with one order. Second, the Battle of Insna is not over yet. If she can defeat Anubis and regain her base, she can at least have room to secede and protect herself. Third, the Kingdom of Sand has mastered the sea routes after all. If the Queen really refuses to give in to the Alliance, and would rather abandon the fleet than exchange it with the Alliance, then the gods in the north will actually be helpless. They can't just sit back and watch the Empire swallow up the Kingdom of Sand, completely control the sea, and then lock them in the north, right? So sooner or later they will be forced to promise to guarantee the Queen's position and take action. The current disadvantage of the Kingdom of Sand is that the elves should also be in a deadlock in the negotiations. It depends on who among the gods and the Queen will give in first because they can't bear the loss. Once they reach a consensus, the elves' reinforcements will naturally arrive to prevent the Empire from gaining too much benefit. There is a fourth one. Shichion also came out of retreat. As long as the Queen's forces can complete the alchemy trial in time and promote a new alchemy patron saint, then the previously invalidated divine prohibitions and great magic can be used again. With the new patron saint as a backing weight, the interests that the Queen of Sheba needs to give up will be reduced a lot, and the Alliance will no longer ask for too much, and the agreement between the two sides will be completed immediately. So it is obvious that now is the time for a decisive battle. It was the Queen of Sheba who first created a god again and negotiated with the Alliance of Gods to complete the exchange of interests. Or it was the Empire that completely destroyed the main force of the Kingdom of Sand before the arrival of the reinforcements of the Alchemy God and the Alliance. Soren nodded. Then, there is no need to delay. Prepare to go south. The cavalry will go first, cross the desert to seize the said port, and the Eastern Star will take the waterway to bring the army and supplies to meet up. At this time, the defense of the city of Arishi can be temporarily ignored, and all efforts should be made to prepare for the decisive battle. Everyone dispersed and began to prepare for the battle. Just as Soren was about to leave, he turned around and saw General Silver Dragon squatting on the ground with his chin in his hand, staring at the branches of the Thousand Knots Wood in a trance. Well, thank you for being willing to reveal the secrets of the elves. Soren hesitated and said, I think you don't care about what the Vanguard said, but I promise not to kill innocent people. General Silver Dragon turned his head and looked at him. No, the Thousand Knots Wood is not the secret of the elves. What do you mean? Soren didn't react. The Thousand Knots Wood is not originally the property of the elves. General Silver Dragon turned his head and stared at the tree trunk in a trance. It is the property of the Vanguard army. In the era of the Great Escape, the remaining martial gods of the Imperial Guards, together with like-minded warriors, rushed forward in the wind and snow to explore the way forward. In the safe cave where the crisis has been cleared, a warm place where civilians can live and reproduce, next to the monsters defeated in blood and the corpses of countless colleagues, an ancient branch of the Thousand Knots Wood was planted. In this way, those who followed behind to avoid the cold and migrate would know which direction to go and where to escape to, and they could still have a chance to survive. That's why they are called the Vanguard. I just happened to remember hearing about this before. Soren opened his mouth, and finally nodded, saying nothing, and left the command room to prepare for the upcoming war. The preparations for the southward march had been made before, and the arrival of the light feather delayed them for a day, but the general strategy did not change. Although some troops were pulled out from the local population, the base in Ayarishi City, and the large number of demon captives still needed to be guarded by some reliable people. In the end, it was decided that Yellow Crown and Maria would lead 2,000 lizardmen cavalry, and the local goblins, ratmen, lizardmen and hyena second-line infantry would be assisted, and the skeleton soldiers and gargoyles assembled by Pollux would be left behind. The main force of musketeers, human infantry and engineers, the army of skeletons and golems, hyena mercenaries, and the elite horse recruited by Guilt, as the main force, set off by sea. Nami and her pirates had already figured out the waterways of the coastline, and there was a high probability that they would not have to worry about the harassment of the elf navy, so it was relatively safe. Soren, along with the White Eagles, took the remaining air force and cavalry and set out from the desert to Port Said. The general tactic is to find a chance to attract the elves' garrison troops to fight outside the city, or to deploy defenses outside the city against them. The main force of the Eastern Star can take advantage of the time difference and attack from the port to seize the city. Even if the Kingdom of Sand is in a mess, it must deploy some troops in Port Said, a transportation hub in the south of the desert, right? I take the White Eagles with me, and try to approach and lure them. Iaquil and Solon squatted on the sand dunes, looking at the city of said port from afar. A large group of cavalrymen were hiding in the desert, and the surrounding sandworms were hiding far away. It is common for sand bandits to rob in the suburbs, and the defenders will not be too nervous. If they fall into the trap and chase out of the city, I will pretend to be defeated and lure them into the desert. You can lead people to cut off their retreat and annihilate them, and said port can be captured without attacking. If the defenders in the city are on guard, I will burn and beg for a while under the city to create chaos, attract the garrison to deploy defenses, and create a gap in the port area. Wait for the main force to arrive, and attack from the north and south. Sauron also nodded in agreement with Iakir's tactics. There was no need to be so crazy. He rushed to the front alone in every battle, and killed everyone. So Iakir summoned his hundreds of cavalrymen, rushed to the city with masks, shouted loudly, chased residents and merchants, and showed his true colors of sand bandits. He galloped back and forth in the civilian area under the city, set fires and created chaos. Sauron's team didn't wait for a while, and saw a cavalry team coming out from the side door of said port. There were also more than 200 cavalrymen. It was not known whether they were defenders or mercenaries. They surrounded and drove away the bandits, who were making trouble. The White Eagles did not retreat immediately, but turned around and charged the enemy for 2 rounds, easily defeating the cavalry, killing dozens of people and dispersing Said's cavalry. Then several disguised bandit leaders laughed loudly, cut off the heads of the defeated soldiers, and threw them under the city to humiliate the defenders, and shot several archers on the city with arrows, which made the defenders unable to raise their heads. They turned around and continued to plunder, packing the property and loading it into the car under the eyes of the enemy, and stripping the dead of their clothes and armor. Then they left in a swagger, and then they came back with the spoils of the loot. Soren Khan, although he failed to lure out the enemy, these people are really skilled at robbing. Iakir rode around the sand dunes, took off his mask and said to Soren, "Get ready. The defenders are going to leave the city." Ah? Sauron was stunned. Leaving the city? Sending the cavalry out to fight is to test whether we are really robbers. After all, how can a small gang of bandits run away to the city where the elves are stationed to cause trouble? So if they run away as soon as they are chased away, it must be a trick. And now we are acting like a large gang that has recently come here. If we don't want to cause trouble, we won't come out to test it. And my people have been monitoring for so long, and we haven't seen any bandits staying nearby recently, which is very unreasonable. So there must be a few smart people in the city guards, who know to take advantage of the fact that we bandits have just got some wealth and goods, are not on guard, and are reluctant to abandon the wealth and goods and run away, and mobilize people and horses to follow the tracks to raid our camp. At least they should beat us up and drive us away. They must have brought a lot of people with them, otherwise we would have stayed in the desert area near Sed, and come here every few days to forage for grass, and the city defense would have been exhausted. As if to confirm White Eagle's words, at this time, Soren really saw from a distance that the side door of said port was wide open, and a large group of people rushed out of the city with dust. At first glance, there were actually 2,000 or 3,000 people. In the blink of an eye, they rushed into the desert. There must be soldiers in the city. Iakir was not surprised. Seed Port is so far from the front line, there must be elven nobles taking refuge here. The people who came out to drive us out just now were well equipped. They were carefully raised private soldiers. Humph, nobles are all like this. They are not very interested in fighting for the Kingdom of Sand, but they are very active in protecting their own safety. Sauron frowned and rode on the hunting lizard. But we only have more than 3,000 cavalry. How can we encircle and annihilate them? How about I come? It doesn't matter. This kind of small battle doesn't require any magic. Just let your people follow us to charge. Iakir blew a whistle, and the white eagle flew up, and the bandits dispersed, with several people following a team of 100 people, galloping around the sand dunes. So Sauron followed Iakir, and led a team of 100 people around the undulating sand dunes. Dust rolled in the desert. There were whistles, shouts, and roars everywhere. Only then did Sauron realize that the terrain of the desert was not flat. There were sand dunes everywhere, and you might be galloping on one side of the dunes while fighting on the other side. You could hear the fighting, but you just couldn't get there to support them for the time being. Iakir led the way, leading Sauron and the 100-man team of lizard knights under the sand dunes for a while, and suddenly turned around and started to accelerate, leading the team to rush diagonally up a hill. Sauron also hurriedly followed with his spear, climbing against the sand slope of almost 60 degrees. The moment he turned over the top of the slope, the battle situation in front of him suddenly became clear. The large group of cavalry coming out of said port was led forward by the bait of the small group in front, and had been separated by the sand dunes that rose and fell one after another. At the same time, they were attacked by the lizard cavalry that suddenly appeared from the other side of the hill, and they were confused and fighting in a mess. The bandits of the White Eagle group rushed into the ambushed horse team from all directions. Sauron didn't have time to think about it, and followed Iakir howling, and slid down the sand slope. Instantly rushed from the side to break through the large group of bandits, who were heading in another direction to prepare for the battle. Moreover, the enemy had not started to accelerate, and had not expected that cavalry would suddenly rush from the flank. The formation was in chaos, and the front and back collisions were cut into two. Sauron himself didn't stab a few people, and he had already passed by and rushed through the enemy's formation. When he hurriedly turned back to confirm the results of the battle, he saw that the bandits, who had just been targeted by the enemy, also cooperated with another group to attack the chaotic side cavalry from the front and back. It seemed to be a chaotic battle, but in fact it was a one-sided repeated raid and massacre. The moment Sidus cavalry fell into the ambush circle, they were chopped into pieces by the cavalry from all directions. They lost their command at the first moment. Those who had good eyesight had already turned around and fled from the edge of the battlefield, leaving the group. However, Iakir's sand bandits can communicate with the messages of the White Eagle in the sky through whistle sounds, just like turning on the shadow of the map, and arrange batches of attacks from a high position. Cooperate with each other to cover each other for joint attacks, outflanking and support. There is really no need to use any magic. They come and go like the wind, and even the shadows of people can't be seen clearly. The contact battle of charging, engaging the enemy, breaking away, and charging again is just like this. You can't see where you are moving throughout the whole process, so there is no room for you to aim, read the bar and release skills. Well, it's a small scene. For the White Eagle group, which still fought all the way to become the largest bandit gang in the north under the heavy pressure of the sand country, such a cavalry battle on the sand dunes is really a small scene that is not worth mentioning. So under the leadership of Iakil, the vanguard troops surrounded and annihilated the defenders, who were lured out of the city in about an hour, and defeated the last group that was still resisting. In an hour, they caught up with the defeated soldiers who fled in all directions, and killed them all, and then changed into armor, and disguised themselves as defenders to trick the city gates into opening. In the whole afternoon, under the guidance of the White Eagle Regiment spies who had been arranged in the inner city of said port, they took over all the city gates, the city lord's mansion, the port area, and the warehouses. The nobles also cooperated. When they heard that the cavalry that left the city was completely wiped out, the whole city shouted that the imperial army had entered the city. What else can I say? I was originally a coward who fled the war zone to survive. So what's there to worry about? Just surrender. Anubis doesn't kill those who surrender anyway. So when the Eastern Star arrived in the evening, the battle was over. I'm serious. Pelusius looked at Sauron with resentment. I've been holding it in for a long time. You can't always do everything. You have to give others a chance to take action, right? Sauron, Chapter 94. Strictly speaking, said port was conquered in one afternoon. After checking, the private soldiers of the nobles in the city, and the elven city guards, who were transferred through connections, added up to at least 5,000 or 6,000. Even if half of them died in the battle outside the city, if they resisted and defended to the death, they would at least cause certain losses to the light cavalry like Sauron. Even if the demon army came in person, it would not necessarily be able to cross the long supply line in the vast desert and easily capture the city. But according to statistics, the casualties of the cavalry battle outside the city were only at the level of 100 people. Except for a small number of knights, who died on the spot, most of the seriously injured were saved by the emergency potion prepared by Shi Qiong. After all, the healing potion is a high-end product that can even pull back a broken neck, and Zijin's emergency modification is not a healing effect, but a shelf life. If the Queen of Sheba saw this kind of battle damage ratio, she would probably be so angry that she would choke to death. Unfortunately, the Sand Elves really didn't want to fight. When they heard that the Imperial army had entered the city, they directly assumed that Anubis had won the decisive battle of Insna in the south, and surrendered directly. A group of noble lords actually wanted to negotiate with Sorin, asking them when they could return to Fayum to take back their villas and real estate after they surrendered. And there was a particularly funny point that even Sorin couldn't laugh. The nobles and wealthy people of the Sand Elves actually contributed a large amount of military expenses to Sorin. Yes, you read that right. The Sand Country has been engaged in war for so many years, the people are living in poverty, the fleet has been forced to rebel, and the queen has been driven crazy. But the nobles can actually take out a large sum of money to bribe Sorin, the leader of the occupying forces. If you want to ask why, it is because they have sincerely admired the system of the empire for a long time, and want to have a good relationship with Sorin, the big official. Do you dare to believe it? What system? The empire does not collect taxes. Oh yes, the empire really does not collect taxes. Because the rulers are liches and the exploiters are undead, there is no need to compete with living beings for any resources. What's the point of collecting wheat and gold for the materials used in the experiments that the liches care about? Can the value of the precious materials of the wizards be measured by gold? A useless garbage that only Sharon wants? As for food, oh, the liches wish that all the fields were planted with magic potions. The Imperial Parliament even had to make special laws to ensure that the arable land would not be occupied and converted into magic potion plantations. After all, the nobles also have to eat. After so many years of trade blockade, there is too much gold to be used. There are spiritual towers everywhere that supply magic energy. The nobles have a lot of magic props that can be placed elsewhere as heirlooms. The imperial capital is called Pirates, so it is simply a city full of gold and magic crystals. Well, when the alchemy of sands was going to the Sand Country to encircle the empire, it also advertised this way. So the nobles have really admired the empire for a long time, and the kind-hearted Anubis, who did not disobey orders but massacred the city, has accumulated a good reputation in the south for hundreds of years, which is a sharp contrast to the Queen of Sheba, who also levied heavy taxes for hundreds of years and lost her army and territory. So don't mention the civilians' dissatisfaction with the navy and their rebellion. Even the nobles are welcoming the imperial army and are actively cooperating with the imperial army's conquest and control. They still fantasize about becoming citizens of the empire. No, nobles of the empire. They fantasize about continuing to do business, continuing to monopolize the trade routes of the empire's magic props and southern materials, continuing to enjoy life and affluence, and now they don't even have to pay taxes. What an evil empire. It's simply a paradise on earth for the nobles and tycoons. Okay, Sorin was so angry that he laughed. He promised not to kill those who surrendered. For the time being, he didn't have time to mess with these nobles. He just disarmed the surrenderers, sealed the spellcasters, and found a barracks in the city to be a prisoner of war camp. Sorin had to admit that he was here to pick up the loose ends. And he himself noticed that there might be something bad going on. Anubis was attacking the heart. He actually had a complete insight into his opponent's ability. As long as he kept using the sealed alchemy to seduce the greedy Queen of Sheba, he could drag it out for a few more years. When she completely lost the support of the people and was at the end of her rope, he could finish it off and get rid of the guardian of the Sand Country. After all, time is always on the side of the undead army that has no people to feed and no military pay to pay. As long as they keep fighting around the Spirit Tower and keep nibbling away at the snowball, the initial strength gap between the two sides will continue to narrow and gradually be overtaken and widened. By that time, if there are no variables, there may not even be a need for a decisive battle. Anubis can sit back and wait for the Sand Elves to collapse without a fight, and the nobles can't hold on and surrender. And the demons will also rush out of the demon world at the right time, actively become a barrier on land, and help Anubis block the land reinforcements of the Elf Alliance. It is impossible to form a long-term strategic partnership with the Psychic Empire with the style of enslaving other creatures. If it really develops like this, even the elves and gods will not have time to help Queen Sheba, a pig teammate. They can only watch the entire Sand Kingdom being swallowed up by Anubis. And there is nothing they can do. There is no need to rush to launch a decisive battle like now. Because as Maria and Shicheong analyzed, Queen Sheba at least has some troops in her hands, and has the fighting spirit to fight a decisive battle. She even has a way to turn a defeat into a draw. Now this gambler hasn't lost all his money yet. Anyway, since we have taken over said port, we will continue to move forward, find the weak points of the Sand Country, attack their core, burn the chain of command, and completely destroy their remaining war system until the organization completely collapses. Sauron moved the map found in the said port city lord's mansion, and the various intelligence voluntarily provided by the nobles, to the command room of the Eastern Star to show them to everyone. The fleet has collapsed now. The Navy is entangled in the rainforest by the lizard men and cannot escape. We have cleared the east. The Queen of Sheba can no longer control many forces. There are only 4 combat-capable battle groups left. The first is near Fayum, where there are 2 armies and 2 command centers. The first is the Fayum front camp, located southeast of the outer wall of the suburbs of the old city of Fayum, where there is a command post and logistics base for the frontline troops confronting the army of the West Empire. The commander of the frontline camp is General Bybar, a Sand Elf noble, a veteran loyal to alchemy and the Queen's family. He commanded the most troops and faced the most imperial troops. About 50,000. Some of the surrendered Sand Elf nobles had served in that army and later found connections to be transferred to the east. Sauron gave the information provided by the nobles to Pollux and asked him to mark it on the sand table and map. The Bybar Corps has always been the main force of the Sand Country. In the past, there was an elf army of 5,000 people as the core. It is the core of alchemy's rule in the south. However, as the main force of the Sand Country, it fought north and south in the past. When it besieged Quetzalcoatl in the rainforest, it was attacked by Anubis, and its retreat was cut off. It was a great loss. Only a handful of defeated soldiers were able to escape from the rainforest, and then they took on the task of besieging the main force of the Imperial Army on the Fayum line, and fought against each other all year round. Although the Queen later drew on the elves guarding the demon barrier in various places to supplement, and then forced through the Imperial decree to force every elf civilian to serve on the front line, now finally 10,000 people have been gathered. But the combat effectiveness is no longer as good as it was in the past. The remaining 40,000 or so are combat slaves specially provided and trained by the royal family and nobles. In fact, at the peak of the Sand Country, there were more than 200,000 combat slaves, and 100,000 of them were cavalry. The subordinate races of each tribe were proud to be selected as combat slaves, believing that this brought glory to the tribe and was recognized by the elves for their bravery. However, now the royal family has actually been deserted by everyone, and the financial resources are limited. They can only support the main force of 50,000 to fight against the Imperial Army. But the quality of the individual elves is there, and they are an important force that directly counters Anubis's main force, so equipment and supplies are the first priority. Now, according to the Queen's order, they are attacking the Imperial Army's defense line, trying to put pressure on Anubis and force it to withdraw from Ensa. The second is the Giza Palace, east of Fayum, on the west bank of the lower Shadi River estuary, where the alchemists and the royal family have lived for generations. The Giza Palace was also the site of the great temple of the Lizardman dynasty's capital, where extremely luxurious pyramids and temples were built. After the Lizardmen were expelled, Fayum became the new capital of the Sand Kingdom, and the temple complex in the east of the city was later chosen by the Sand Alchemist as her palace. Currently, the Queen of Sheba and her court, as well as the elite confidants of the Elven Guard, also live here. The wealthy areas on the west bank of the Giza and Shadi rivers are also the manors and residences of the great nobles of the Kingdom of Sand. When Anubis raided and occupied most of Fayum, he only spared Giza, which was close at hand, and did not attack. It seems that he is accumulating strength and preparing to break the magic protection of the Temple of God. But after so many years, it is obvious that it was intentional, and the effect is also very obvious. The army was so close that it not only seriously restrained the army of the Sand Country, but also aggravated the financial collapse. Most of the civilians and the lower and middle classes of the Sand Elves lost their homes and could not return home. However, the Queen and the nobles still indulged in luxury, enjoying all the splendor and wealth. Who could swallow this breath? It was impossible for the Queen of Sheba to take back the territories of the nobles and distribute them to the homeless civilians at this time, not to mention that it was impossible to completely resettle so many refugees. Instead, due to the tense war, they even intensified the taxation. On the contrary, Anubis only built psychic towers and fortress defense facilities on the front line to confront the elf army. He did not massacre the city or even disturb the local residents. After all, there was no need. On the front line of the empire, the psychic towers had enough dead bodies to continuously increase the number of soldiers. As time went on, people's hearts were indeed unstable. Even the elf soldiers on the front line were ordered to capture and kill the traitors who were planning to escape to the empire's controlled area. And as expected, a large number of grassroots anti-queen forces became the guides and took the initiative to cooperate with Anubis and actively promote it among the people. After a few years, decades, and hundreds of years, they have lost the hearts of the people. Not to mention some local races with shorter lifespans, such as the rat men, they have long lost the sense of belonging to the kingdom of sand, although they did not have it at the beginning. Even the elves have gradually lost their sense of identity as the people of the once most powerful elf kingdom in the alliance of gods. These supplementary information were all proactively told by the nobles, probably to gain recognition and show their sincerity in cooperation. Before Sauron even asked much, they complained about the Queen of Sheba's governance, saying that she was a complete idiot who could not do anything but made trouble. Of course, if she was really a complete idiot, she probably couldn't keep her family business and would have been manipulated by the Elf Alliance and become a puppet. Why did the situation stalemate until now? However, it is undeniable that this queen is indeed a little bit behind. After all, her grandmother alchemy is too powerful. She fought wars in the south and the north, destroying countries and breaking cities. As a result, the Queen of Sheba was the queen of the Sand Kingdom for almost her entire life. It is said that even the palace in Giza has never been opened. Can you believe it? The Giza palace doesn't have many defenders, but they are all loyal to the royal family. The royal guards are less than 1,000, but they are all true swordmaster level combat masters. Maybe some of them are monsters who followed Alchemist in the past. There are also a lot of defensive magic that Alchemist has arranged for the palace. Add to that the private soldiers of the noble families who are loyal to the royal family, and they are also not so easy to capture. The third combat group is naturally Insna, an agricultural area in the upper reaches of the Shadi River. Insna is Alchemist's nest. It was a colonial residence for the troops stationed in the local area after defeating the Lizardmen. Later, as alchemy was deified, the temple, Alchemy Academy and Agricultural Center became important towns in the upper reaches of the Shadi River, the basic base of the Sand Country. There may be about 30,000 troops here, with the alchemy temple priests and the alchemy magicians of the academy as the core. It is said that when the alchemy school was at its peak, more than 3,000 elves came from the entire Alliance area to learn the alchemy she developed. Humph, was that developed by her? General Silver Dragon couldn't help but snorted coldly. Forget it, you continue. Soren curled his lips. There are probably hundreds of elven wizards now. The nearby southern vassal army is a loyal tribe that has received the grace of alchemy. They regard alchemy as their true god and have a very strong fighting will. Therefore, they have resisted the fierce attack of Anubis's army and have not fallen so far. Well, this army should be very strong. Pelusius shrugged. A lich can only add a few disciples, recruit a bunch of skeletons, and a bunch of vassal army. Can this besiege hundreds of elven wizards and 30,000 troops? Well, even if it is very strong. Sauron glared at him and continued reading. The 4th Legion was recently formed and led by the Queen's favorite, Ibeck. Oh, this Ibeck is a guard born from a combat slave, and he actually became a general. It seems that he has some ability. A few days ago, he led the main force of 40,000 slave cavalry and was ordered to go to Insna to relieve the siege. At present, he should be cooperating with the defenders of Insna and fighting Anubis. The main cavalry of the 4th Legion should be the most critical cavalry legion on the battlefield. I think the Queen of Sheba is also desperate, temporarily abandoning the navy, probably putting her hope on this main cavalry to break the siege and open up the situation. I'm afraid it's the strongest field army, don't underestimate it. Pelusius sneered. Is it really that powerful? Didn't you say before that the book records that the Kingdom of Sand had 100,000 cavalry at its peak? How come it's only 40,000 now? Sauron was speechless. This one-eyed dragon is really a gunpowder. He confronts everyone he sees. He must have been holding it in for too long. He has been on the battlefield for so long, but there is no one in the Kingdom of Sand who can fight. He has been a contractor for half a day. I guess he is really bored. Gil thought about it. Sending the mobile forces in hand to reinforce Insna is actually a strategic move that is being manipulated by the enemy. I think the supply is saved by the Navy. Those magic crystal scroll ammunition were probably used in the main battlefield of Fayum. The confrontation in Fayum lasted for such a long time, when both sides were in a balance, and there was no obvious reinforcement, the queen forced them to attack the main defenses of the empire, and the casualties must have been large. It was precisely because they could not break the situation even after running out of supplies that Insa was in danger of collapse. The Queen of Sheba had no choice but to send the last mobile corps and strategic reserve in her hands to the decisive battlefield that Lord Anubis had planned and chosen from the beginning. So she is really at her wits' end now, you see. Gil pointed at the sand table that Pollux had just made, pointing westward from said harbor to the Giza palace. She can't even send out an army to stop us now. As long as the news of our siege of Giza reaches the battlefield of Insa, the Kingdom of Sand will lose. It's not necessarily forced. Sejun estimated, the queen should have received the news that we captured the city of Arishi and determined that we would contain the demon army, so she sent the reserve troops in her hands to the south to deal with Anubis. It's not a strategic mistake, but she probably didn't expect that you guys had only been there for 2 days, and you had already defeated the demons and closed the gates. Huh. So it was really a coincidence. Everyone was silent, looking at the undefended straight line from Sed to Giza. Selas couldn't help asking, isn't this too easy? Sauron shook his head. He now understood that this trial was not difficult at all, because the destruction of the Sand Country was specially arranged for the weak like them. Didn't the person who gave them the task clearly say it at the beginning? Don't be too ambitious, do some simple tasks first to gain experience. The real trouble is probably what happens after the trial task is completed. For example, what would Lord Anubis think when he planned the whole game and got the fruit picked just before winning the game? If the Queen of Sheba is really as Zygon speculated, then Anubis was really fooled by Sauron and his tricks. It would be fine if he killed Alchemist in advance to start the final battle. He unexpectedly went to conquer Arishi for no apparent reason and dealt with the demon army that was used to contain the Elven Alliance and the Queen of Sheba's trump card cavalry. As a result, the Queen now has freed up her hands and used the entire army to hit it in the face. If Sauron and his men really break through Giza first and get the Queen of Sheba's head, haha, then Anubis has been busy in the south for hundreds of years in vain. God knows how this shrewd old man, who makes Sauron feel that he is 1,000 times more difficult to deal with than Achukas, will plot against the weaklings who have offended him. Forget it, there is no point worrying about this now. Just let it go when the time comes. If it doesn't work, just blame it on Killian. The old madman's evaluation is absolutely right. This prime minister is really a damn bastard. He is always plotting against his teammates. Sauron shook his head. If that's the case, don't delay. Get on the ship and attack Fayum with all your troops. Land at the mouth of the Shadi River, attack the Giza Palace, and behead the Queen of Sheba. Chapter 95. Late at night, at the mouth of the Shadi River, for battleships, for cruisers, and more than 20 large and small frigates, patrol boats, and supply ships of the royal fleet of the Kingdom of Sand were moored in the port area on the east coast, crowded in a row. This is the garrison fleet responsible for guarding the mouth of the Shadi River and protecting the Giza Palace. It is the personal guard fleet that closely guards the flagship when the royal family personally leads the expedition. It is also a rare corps fleet in the navy that uses a large number of elves from middle and upper aristocratic families, from captains to sailors, to ensure absolute loyalty to the queen. Although the number of warships cannot be compared with that of Punicus's headquarters, the unwritten rule is that the successive naval ministers and fleet admirals must be selected from the captains of the garrison fleet. Because in the age of alchemy, she would lead the fleet to the battle personally, and tend to use the garrison fleet as the main force to make the final decision. So she would transfer experienced and meritorious captains to the garrison fleet, and accept their advice and proposals at any time. She could also directly select talents, with both wisdom and courage, to be promoted to naval admirals and admirals, thus establishing the first powerful elf maritime hegemony. However, the Queen of Sheba never went to the battlefield in person, but only kept the rules of alchemy, so she lost the direct promotion of the leader. Even if the acting captain, who made great contributions overseas, could not be promoted to the senior commander of the fleet admiral level, if he could not pay a huge sum of money to buy the title of the captain of the garrison fleet. Of course, how could the acting captains born from the middle and lower classes compete with the descendants of the great nobles? So the positions of admirals and admirals were gradually controlled by the sons of admirals and admirals. So until now, the admirals who led the fleet of the Kingdom of Sand and held senior positions in the royal court, like this garrison fleet, have not been out to sea for at least dozens or hundreds of years. Yes, this is a fleet that only exists on paper, and is written for the Queen to see. The Royal Elf Navy has 5,000 people on the surface. But after the war started, Due to the Queen's order that every elven family must send people to join the army to defend the country, the garrison fleet has completely become a place where the great nobles compete to bid for positions. After all, it is far from the front line, and is located in the capital of Giza. Its safety is second only to the Queen's guards in the temple. It is better to be sent to the front line of fame nearby, or exiled to the desert in the east to eat dust. Compared with the harsh open sea, or even the deadly place like the rainforest, you can cross the river to the palace of Giza to have a party at any time. I don't know how free it is. Therefore, in order to divide the quota of the resident fleet and avoid going to the battlefield, the experienced sailors and sea guards left over from the alchemy age were sent to the front lines of the open sea, rainforest and desert. The sons of nobles took the place of captains, guards, and even sailors in the fleet roster. In fact, except for a dozen guards, who were assigned to guard the base to maintain nominal public order. In fact, most of the elite navy stayed in the palace on the west bank of the Shadi River, reveling and enjoying themselves day and night. No one came to the military port for duty. Although there were always a few old generals loyal to the royal family, who couldn't stand it, they could do nothing about it. Because enjoyment would not be punished, but was also a lifestyle advocated by the gods. To put it bluntly, there are still too few pure-blooded noble elves, so entertainment and population growth are the top priorities for the nobles, which are supported by alchemy himself. And if it weren't for the auction of qualifications to stay safely in the rear to raise military funds from the nobles, how could the royal family, which has long been in deficit, maintain the army on the front line? So even the loyal ministers left by alchemy acquiesced to the current situation of the defense fleet being abandoned. After all, the sea has been the world of the elves for thousands of years, and even if there are enemies coming from the east, they will be stopped by the slums specially arranged on the east coast. It would be too late to mobilize manpower to drive warships and deploy defenses when the time comes. The Kingdom of Sand is as safe as a mountain. What is there to worry about? I really have nothing to say. So many ships. Why don't they leave the port? After rubbing his hands for a while, Polly just sat on the mast with a helpless look on his face, looking at the booklet in his hand. Why did I prepare so many naval magics? Sauron looked at the one-eyed dragon with sympathy, and looked at the elven fleet in the naval port from afar. In the middle of the night, the huge shadow of the Eastern Star passed by the military port on the east bank of the Shadi River. Both sides were loaded with guns and gun ports were fully opened. The nervous human soldiers could now see their enemies with their naked eyes. They saw the completely unmanned camp and the empty warships on the deck. It was really awesome. When the Sand Elf nobles of Sade confessed to him that the Sand Country was strong on the outside but weak on the inside, and complained that the price of a floor-cleaning sailor in the defense fleet was too high, Soren thought that the other party was playing him for a fool. I didn't expect that after Alchemist's death, the powerful Sand Country would actually corrupt so quickly. Really no alarm. Not even a defensive magic barrier? Guild confirmed with Soren again. Soren shook his head. No, I didn't see any. Of course, the core area near the capital Fiam, Alchemist's arrogant character, who only believes in herself, must have arranged a defensive barrier herself. Now that she is dead, those magics are useless. General Silver Dragon also flew up to the mast to look around, but I really didn't expect that there were not even Horned Eagle patrols. Even if a friendly ship connected to the ancient branches of the Thousand Knots would approach us, won't they do basic inquiries and inspections? This is too. Guild guessed. There shouldn't be that many imported monsters, like Horned Eagles in total. They are probably transferred to the general attack on Fam, or to participate in the decisive battle of Insna. A black shadow suddenly flipped over the side of the ship, scaring the soldiers. Sauron saw it, jumped off the mast, and landed in front of the shadow. What's it like? Is there an ambush? Assassin Matthew lifted a bunch of heads from under his cloak, and counted 7 orcs, with their braided beards tied into a ball. There are only these few guards, drunk and sleeping at the door. I took a rough look and found that all the ships were locked together, the crossbows and cannons were stored in the warehouse, and the ammunition boxes and armory were empty, and covered with dust. It has been a long time since the ships were sailed out. That's right. After all, it has been a long time since there have been sea enemies worth the Sand Kingdom's full efforts to deal with. Pelusius squatted on the deck, drawing circles in a depressed mood. Soren. Forget it. Let's not blow up the ship. Let Terrasor take some people to occupy the naval port just in case, and we will go directly into the seaport. I take the White Eagle Regiment, Iaquil said. I try to contact the people on the east coast. If there is any problem, there is no need to wait for us. The cavalry can retreat directly to the east by land. Soren also agreed, so the Eastern Star slowly opened the cargo hold, and Salasis waved his hand to split the sea surface, and create an ice road for the light cavalry of the White Eagle Regiment to file out and rush directly into the naval port. Soren was bored and looked at the golden rose flag fluttering in the night wind in the distance. He also watched quietly, as the fleet that crisscrossed the ocean in the past was easily captured. There was no ambush, no resistance, and there were no residents near the military facilities. Even Soren himself did not expect to set off from said overnight, and come here so swaggeringly to capture the Elves' military port. Seeing the White Eagle group that had occupied the military port signaling from afar, everyone on the ship was silent for a while, and Nami asked, "How about continuing to move forward?" Soren nodded, "Keep going." After passing the deepwater naval port, the sea water gradually changed color to the river water. Soren was at the bow, looking at the east bank of the Shady River, which was shrouded in the night, and along the river bank to the southeast, there were densely packed slums for dozens of miles. The east bank was originally a plain specially reserved by the alchemists, and farmland cut out by artificial swamps, canals, and trenches. As a reserve military settlement for Fayum, it was prepared to fight against the enemy from the east who might come. But at this time, it was already full of small bungalows, newly built shacks and tents. It was used to settle the refugees fleeing from Fayum and Insna. It is more appropriate to say drive them away or cram them in. After all, the fertile fields on the west coast belong to the private property of the nobles, and most of them are wine plantations that produce various precious berries, which must not be ruined by these lowly people. So the sand country threw the refugees to the east coast, and used the guard fleet guarding the estuary, and 5,000 elite troops to monitor them nearby. And in the most urgent situation, such as when an unexpected enemy suddenly attacks from the east, the guard fleet can immediately cross the Shady River, relying on the terrain and the flesh and blood of these refugees to establish the last line of defense to protect the palace of Giza. Soren also knew that Iakir was probably taking his White Eagles to look for the Wind Sun refugees, who might still be alive in the slums in the east. If he gets the support of these Wind Elves, he will no longer be the leader of the White Eagles with only a few hundred people, but may really become the prince and leader of the Wind Elves' restoration. Considering the outstanding military talent of the White Eagles, whether the close relationship between the other party and the production and construction corps can continue is also unknown. But it doesn't matter, they still have a common enemy at present. The enemy is on the west bank. Across the wide river bank, the golden and magnificent, in sharp contrast to the dim, dirty and crowded east bank, is the target of their conquest from afar, the Giza Palace. The core is 3 large and small pyramid temples from the Lizardman era. The huge and magnificent palace can be seen from dozens of miles away. It is built with neat bricks and stones, and the surface is painted with layers of thick gold paint. Next to the pyramid, there is a statue carved from some kind of white jade marble. The size is so big that even the big pyramid next to it can't compete with it. Moreover, the statue is really equipped with various gold and gemstone ornaments. Its face is the guardian god of sand alchemy. Her right hand extended its index finger pointing north, and the index finger was replaced by a colorless diamond from white jade, shining like a lighthouse with dazzling light, while her left arm was raised high, holding a golden rose that shone with magnificent light. Considering the size of the statue, it is really hard to imagine how the Kingdom of Sand collected so many rare treasures to complete the construction of this statue. There are also countless palaces, manors, statues, and temples of all sizes around, shining with dazzling light and decorated with the utmost luxury. The pyramids of Giza were originally the great temples of the former Lizardman dynasty. Later, due to the extravagance of the temples, these temples were built magnificently and collected rare treasures from the entire Lizardman civilization. During the Lizardman Civil War, the temple priests borrowed soldiers from the elves to fight against the rebels and open the city without bloodshed, so the palace was preserved. Later, the alchemy of sand moved her ruling core to Fayum, the geographical center of the Sand Kingdom, and placed the middle and lower class civilians, industry and commercial centers in the western urban area. The Giza Palace in the eastern suburbs served as the temple where her divine bloodline lived, and continued to accumulate wealth from conquests. She also distributed the fertile land on the west bank of the Shady River to her trusted generals and supporting nobles. So the core territory of the Sand Nobles was established around the Giza Palace. It became a wonder on earth that symbolized the kingship, national strength, and wealth of the Sand Kingdom. Haha, the Sand Elves are really corrupt. The magic protection has obviously failed, and the army is still fighting outside, but they still consume a lot of magic crystals for decoration and lighting at night. Could it be that they are using all the magic crystals saved from the abandoned navy here? This is crazy. General Silver Dragon laughed angrily, staring at the huge alchemy statue in the distance, the goddess's proud and beautiful face. I think the Queen of Sheba has no choice. Xiong turned his head to look at the east bank, the slums that were illuminated by the bright light on the opposite side in the darkness, which may have been illuminated like this for hundreds of years, if we don't pretend that alchemy is still alive, and let the people realize that the magic protection has disappeared. The royal nobles will probably be torn to pieces by the mob in an instant. Soren clapped his hands to attract everyone's attention. Okay, that's it. Fire the cannon, wake up the queen, and tell her that the end is coming. The rumbling sound of the cannon awakened the residents on both sides of the Shady River. Not to mention the newly trained goblin and ratman gunners were extremely excited. Even the human artillery never expected that they could bombard the Elven Queen's palace in the first battle. This feeling is a bit cool. So weak. General Silver Dragon looked helplessly at the results of the battle made by the energetic artillery in the distance. Only a limited number of buildings near the river collapsed, and the wonders in the distance were not hit at all. This destructive power is not good. They don't have magic protection. It's better to use big magic directly. That power is definitely not enough. The Giza Palace is such a large building complex, which has undergone thousands of years of construction and magic enhancement. How can it be so easily flattened by the few mortars they hastily brought, and the old mortars on the pirate's ship? Even in modern warfare, it is not very efficient to flatten a city with conventional artillery. Street fighting is the most brutal. Soren just wanted to fire a cannon to make a noise, and tell everyone not to wake up and have fun. Not yet. The army will start landing on the west coast, and move slowly. Now that the Sand Elves know we are coming, I think the timid ones will want to flee, or hold out for help. But the diehards will probably be unable to hold back, and gather hastily to fight us before we have finished gathering. If we win this battle, we can capture the queen directly. Sauron began to put on his armor. With the Feyam army at her side, the queen will most likely hide in the palace and hold out, waiting for the nearby army to come to rescue her. But there is also a small chance that she will be scared and run away, abandoning the palace and joining the Feyam army directly. When Pollux heard that he finally had a chance to take action, he immediately became interested. I go to the west and intercept the Feyam troops coming to support us. Wait. Our strength is not strong enough to split up our forces. Sauron was helpless. Let's fight first to test the opponent's strength and see how strong the elves are. If the Feyam Elven army doesn't even come to the main battle line to defend the queen, we will board the ship and wait for the Feyam Imperial army to come and encircle Giza. Besides, maybe the elves are hiding their abilities, and there are actually 100,000 cavalrymen hiding in the palace to fool us. Hey, don't be such a pessimist when the war is about to start. Lucius thought about it, and decided to hold back and give in. Anyway, let's win this one first. This time, the battle took place in front of the Giza Palace, on the plains by the Shady River. Sauron's side really went all out. On the river behind them, Salasis and Saijan were on the Eastern Star, ready to provide magic support at any time, and watched the human infantry firing guns and cannons. Lucius led his prepared golems, and the traditional Imperial army of skeleton soldiers as the center. Guild led the elite mercenaries of the north, and the servants of the hyena people as the left wing. Soren and Xing led the lizard men, and the cavalry of the vanguard army as the right wing. There was nothing much to say about the tactics, just break through the right wing and attack from the side. And there were wizards following on the left, center and right, finally forming the luxurious lineup expected by the expeditionary army. Unfortunately, the opponent was quite weak. To be honest, it was not even at the level of awe worth fighting. The elf troops that rushed out of the Giza Palace, intending to drive the Imperial army back to the ship before they could gain a firm foothold, only had about 200 people in total. Yes, about 200 people, and they were actually infantry. Judging from the gorgeous magic armor and magic swords on their bodies, they were most likely the Royal Guard Elven Sword Masters, who were guarding the queen in the palace. Although he didn't know where the other 800 people in the intelligence had gone, Soren could see from a distance that the leaders were all middle-aged and elderly people with untidy beards. Elves in the shape of middle-aged and elderly people, my god, can you believe it? This must be tens of millions of years old, right? Sauron took a look and estimated that these were all living fossils from the era of alchemy. Perhaps the kingdom of sand was conquered by these people. In fact, it is normal. If the Queen of Sheba had any soldiers available, they would have been sent to the front lines everywhere. No wonder that when the country was about to be destroyed, only these veterans could pull out the oxygen cylinders, kick away the spittoons and urinals, and carry the big swords to fight on the battlefield. After all, if you are not the one who fought for the country, how can you cherish it? Unfortunately, at this time, the only ones willing to risk their lives for the kingdom of sand were these 200 old men. The result was that the sword masters were brave enough to charge with their magic shining swords at first, but thousands of troops were suddenly deployed from the Eastern Star. The footsteps and war cries became muffled. In the end, they watched helplessly as the 200 people froze in the middle of the road in front of the well-positioned Imperial army, unable to advance or retreat. After all, they are old sword masters, not senile dementia patients. Perhaps they thought that the enemy only had one ship to attack, and at most 1,000 people would die. The 200 elven sword masters gritted their teeth and divided the 5 people into one, and then cut them all. But who could have thought that with the additional vassal army, the Empire would deploy tens of thousands of people at once? This is a big joke. Soren himself estimated the other party's mood, just like the gangsters going out for a group fight, but in the end there were only 200 people, holding umbrellas in the rain, and carrying speakers to play Sunset Red, which was a climax. As a result, the other side called a minivan, and then a division came out of the car. I wonder if you can understand that feeling. It was really fucked. Ahem. In line with the traditional virtue of respecting the elderly and loving the young, Soren rode the giant tiger Guan Haifa out of the cavalry. Everyone, I admire your courage. Pelusius roared, Earth Element slash. You sneak attack? Boom. Sauron opened his mouth and could only see a flash of strong light. The place where more than 200 sword masters formed a square array just now turned into a huge meteorite crater, and a mushroom-shaped cloud rose slowly. This was the shock wave caused by the strong magic explosion. The reflection of the ground near the projection point of the explosion center and the negative suction effect caused the ground to raise a huge dust column. The rising dust column and the smoke cloud connected to form a huge mushroom-shaped smoke cloud. With his mouth full of dirt from the dust and sand that was blown up by the explosion, Soren turned his head and glared at the one-eyed dragon. What the? Pelusius was embarrassed. I thought you were going to rush to attack again, and I couldn't help it. Chapter 96. Although it was messed up by Polygus, the effect was quite good. The deafening sound of the cannon had already awakened the nobles and civilians on both sides of the river, and the huge fireball and mushroom cloud rising in the night sky announced an obvious fact. The Kingdom of Sand is really going to be finished. Soren waited cautiously for a while, and after confirming that it was really only these 200 old elves who ran out to defend the country, and the nobles and servants in the Giza palace were packing up their belongings and fleeing in a hurry, and he also ordered the teams to enter the city, occupy the palace of Giza, and capture the Queen of Sheba of the Kingdom of Sand. Humans, lizardmen and hyenas rushed into the palace in teams of 100 people, searching various temples and manors. Sauron rode on Ginhuavar and jumped over and over on the eaves of the temple, using his magic eye to confirm where there were activated magic circles, which might be the hiding places of the queen and her court ministers, and prioritized sending troops to besiege them. The first priority to search was of course the queen's bedroom. Sauron rushed into the chaotic palace first, instructing Ginhuavar to pounce and pin down a man who was walking out of the bedroom, dressed in gorgeous clothes and covered in jewelry. Are you an elf? How can there be such an ugly elf? Damn it! Sauron wrinkled his nose and stared at the noble, who was being held down by Guan Haifa's claws, and crying bitterly. He was so ugly, with pink flesh and a head of hair shaved off. This big head and fat and clumsy body did not look like an elf. Whoa! I am not an elf, I am an orc, and also a harem enslaved by the queen. You are kidding. The Queen of Sheba is so heavy that she wants a harem like you. Oh, are you also gifted? Guan Haifa tore open the ugly ghost's brocade robe with one claw, leaving a row of blood marks on his thigh. Out of curiosity, Sauron turned his head to look at the screaming and howling lower body. TSK, he was castrated, so that's it. Woo woo woo, I am the manager of the harem. Don't cry, you dead eunuch. Sauron was so impatient that he whipped the orc eunuch with a gun, causing him to wail again. Where is the Queen of Sheba? I tear you apart if you don't tell me. Hey, the queen has already run away. When she heard the sound of the cannon, she disguised herself as a maid and hid at the palace gate to observe the situation. Now I'm afraid she has already mixed in with the crowd and escaped from the palace. What? You are a queen, but you disguised yourself and ran away. You have already made preparations and designed an escape route? Is there any conspiracy, such as burying bombs under the palace? Sauron ordered Guan Haifa to break the eunuch's calf to prevent him from escaping. He personally rushed into the bedroom and took a look around. He used his magic eye to carefully check the floor and the cracks in the door. He also captured a few eunuchs and maids and interrogated them again. As a result, the Queen of Sheba really broke the bottom line. As a queen of a country, she abandoned the huge Giza palace and her ministers and officials and fled without resistance. No wonder those veterans were so discouraged that they ran out to charge to the death. You are a descendant of an elf, the queen of the most powerful country in the south, and you have been fighting with Anubis for so long. You are stupid because you can't win, which is actually nothing. But a queen of a generation, the first time she left the palace in her life, she actually fled in a panic. As a leader, she didn't even have the courage to commit suicide and die for the country. It was really disqualified. Soren was annoyed. He was thinking that he would have to fight the boss. Maybe the boss would sing a song and dance, set himself on fire, and then have a CG plot. She actually pretended to be a maid and ran away? That's it? This is troublesome. Hey, eunuch. Soren sat on the queen's golden throne, staring at the eunuch that Ginhwavar dragged in front of him. What does the Queen of Sheba look like? Are there any obvious facial and body features? Why are they all alchemical statues? Are there any portraits or statues of the queen herself? The eunuch manager cried, "Woo woo, the queen pays attention to maintenance and beauty. For her age, she is still young and beautiful, and her features. Well, in order to emphasize that she is the bloodline of sand alchemy, she always wears makeup and dresses up like alchemy, so the portraits and sculptures are no different from sand alchemy. That's really difficult. If a woman takes off her makeup, her mother won't recognize her. I guess since the Queen of Sheba knew how to disguise herself as a maid, she wasn't stupid enough to run away with Alchemist's face. Don't waste your time. You personal servants must have seen her true face, if you want to live." Sauron said impatiently to the queen's personal maids and eunuchs in the bedroom, "Draw the facial features of the Queen of Sheba for me, not Alchemist's face, but her face without makeup. Don't try to fool me. I tell you straight, Prime Minister Killian wants her head. Either I bring him the head of the Queen of Sheba alone, or I take the heads of all the maids in the palace and bring them back, and let him find it himself." Ah! The servants were terrified by Soren's coercion and intimidation. The eunuch manager lay on the ground and ordered everyone to draw a portrait of the queen on silk cloth. Then everyone chose from them for comparison, and finally elected the one that looked the most like, and gave it to Soren. That's her, right? These guys are quite good at forcing people. Soren looked at the portrait in his hand. Although the elves looked similar in his eyes, if he looked closely, there were indeed some differences in facial details. But to be honest, there are so many elves in the Kingdom of Sand, and God knows where she escaped to. It's still not easy to find her. My lord, the queen was thrown down by a horned eagle when she was a child, and her hip and ankle were injured at the time. Although she recovered, she was traumatized and doesn't like to travel far. She likes to eat sweet and sour juicy and seedless berries. In fact, she doesn't like golden roses, but prefers opium. She has been taking hibiscus wine mixed with honey and milk for a long time, and the dosage is large. The eunuch steward began to take the initiative to inform on others to protect himself. Sauron looked at this guy in surprise. "You are sensible. You know the Queen of Sheba well. How is her fighting ability? Which is stronger, magic or martial arts? By the way, do you have sons and daughters? Where will you go if you escape from the palace?" The steward smiled awkwardly while enduring the pain in his leg. The queen lost her parents' supervision when she was a teenager. When she was young, she was forced to learn from alchemy for a period of time. After alchemy disappeared, her skills were abandoned. She has been enjoying herself in the palace for many years. She used to marry a general under alchemy and had 2 sons, but her ex-husband and his offspring were successively executed for failed rebellion. Later, the queen began to alienate the old subordinates of alchemy, ignored their advice, and reused foreign generals who were born as slaves. Now the queen's most trusted confidant is General Ibeck, who often invites him to the palace for banquets. This time, she probably went to join him. Would she not go to the nearby elven army and run to the south to find a lover? You don't say. I'm afraid that judging from the Queen of Sheba's actions in recent years, she would probably make such a decision. Sauron threw a bottle of emergency treatment medicine to the steward. It can be seen that this guy is so ugly, and can become the queen's harem steward. He has some ability. Tell me about the current situation of the Sand Kingdom. How many trump cards the queen has now? How is the decisive battle of Insa now? Who can resist the army of the Empire? And don't hide it. Yes, I will report everything truthfully. The orc eunuch really reported everything truthfully, because his name was Urua, and he was the queen's confidant and the steward of the royal court who controlled the intelligence network of the Sand Country. Isn't it a coincidence? No, there is no such thing as a coincidence. After all, as a eunuch who serves the queen with his brain, and has intelligence information from all over the Sand Country in his hands, Urua certainly knows that if he runs away from the palace like this, he will be skinned alive and thrown into the stinking ditch within 3 days. So when the queen ordered the trusted steward to organize the guards to resist in the Giza palace, and found a maid to pretend to be the queen, and she secretly fled to the mistress's army to save her life. Steward Urua also agreed immediately, and then without saying a word, turned around and told the old guards that the queen had escaped, which made them rush out to fight to the death. He dismissed the guards and gave up resistance, stayed in the queen's bedroom and surrendered, intending to sell the valuable intelligence that had not expired to the new master as a bargaining chip to save his life. After confirming that your army occupied Ayarashi, the queen ordered Marshal Baibar to launch a strong attack on the imperial army in Fayum City, and finally sent assassins to supervise the battle. As a result, more than 20,000 people were killed in 3 days, and most of the elves were lost. The remaining soldiers were also injured, and all the military funds and magic crystals were used up. Still failed to break the imperial fortress. In fact, I have also advised that the two sides have been confronting each other for a long time, and know each other well. The party that abandons the fortifications and takes the initiative to attack will inevitably suffer heavy losses, but if it comes to this point, it will be a last-ditch effort. But the queen still refused the marshal's request to deploy the reserve slave cavalry to the Fayum battlefield, because she was actually scared and refused to throw out the last trump card. I got the news that the marshal was already discouraged yesterday and led his team to charge, but was seriously injured and died. There was no news from Insna, and I don't know where the Imperial Army got a lot of supplies from. They directly opened the magic crystal cannon and various large magic bombardments, and have blown up the Atlas Alchemy Academy. The damage to the wizards is unknown, but defeat is imminent. After all, the fleet was cut too much and failed to stop the pirate ship's supply. Let Lord Anubis gather the military supplies for the war. In fact, the military orders should not have been changed repeatedly in the first place, and the fleet should have been moved back and forth and split into scattered soldiers. But the queen was hesitant and changed the strategies she had formulated several times. Sometimes the military orders may not have been passed to the troops in the rainforest at all, and sometimes the military orders that arrived were inconsistent. If the commander on the ground made his own decision, she would think that the army generals had rebelled, and finally simply gave up the navy, and I had nothing to say. As for the last slave cavalry corps, alas. In fact, with the speed of the cavalry, General Abek should have started a decisive battle with the Anubis army long ago, but my information is that there has been no trace of slave cavalry outside Insna so far. Unfortunately, the queen still believes in General Abek's loyalty, so you won't follow that blind queen who is always more trouble than success, and go to your loyal general to get yourself into trouble, right? Sauron nodded to show his understanding. It's a pity that Alchemist died. If she knew that the foundation she built would be destroyed by her granddaughter, she would probably go crazy. Manager Urua smiled bitterly. Alchemist of the Sand saw that the Queen of Sheba would not be able to achieve great things, so he left a group of good generals to assist her, and told them that if the queen gave birth to a child, if she was not successful, she should be replaced directly. Anyway, the Kingdom of Sands is her kingdom of God, and the royal family is just a nominal ruler to pass on the bloodline. Unfortunately, the ministers were too loyal to Alchemy of the Sands, and could not bear to take ruthless action against the Queen of Sheba, her granddaughter, who dressed up as her old master all day long. As a result, the two coups were hesitant and resolved by Nuxia. The queen knew Alchemy's instructions, and became alienated from the nobles of the Sands. She no longer dared to trust the elite soldiers and generals left by Alchemy. She also dared not reuse the royal navy that was loyal to Alchemy. The people promoted in the royal court were all slaves of different races like Nuxia. Later, they began to listen to the instigation of slaves like Abik, who wanted to emulate Nuxia to get ahead, and deliberately provoked conflicts between the nobles and the common people to maintain the stability of the royal power. I did participate in this to maintain my position in the royal court, so I really have nothing to say about today's defeat. Now, the rule of the Queen of Sheba, the rule of the Kingdom of Sand, is finally coming to an end. Sauron had nothing to say. Seeing the eunuch's expression of not knowing whether to laugh or cry, as if he was wearing a mask of pain, he knew that although this guy was fighting for power, he probably really tried his best for the Queen of Sheba. But at this point today, he was really tossed around by his godly opponents and pig teammates. So does the main force of Fayum's elven army still have fighting power? Butler Ura shook his head. In order to stop the marshal's troops from continuing to attack, the queen ordered the palace to cut off the supply to the Fayum front. Although I secretly provided food and rations against the order, the magic crystal armaments and wound medicine have been scarce for 3 days. Your Excellency only needs to drive some refugees over, and let the remaining soldiers know that the Empire has taken Giza, and the army will naturally collapse. Even if there are some diehards left, it should be easy to conquer. Sauron scratched his head speechlessly. Cut off the food and rations of his own army. This queen is really amazing. Then there is still a 40,000-man slave cavalry at the end. What is the combat power of that Ibeck? What is his personality? Can I persuade him to surrender with the army of the Kingdom of Sand, and the head of the queen with just one letter? Manager Urua hesitated for a moment, and finally said with a stiff upper lip, I have a personal grudge against Ibeck. You may not believe what I say, but at this moment, General Ibeck will not surrender easily. What? Although Ibeck gained favor by serving the queen and instigating conspiracies, and was despised by the old ministers of the elves, he himself was an extremely ambitious hero. Not only does he have the wisdom to bend and stretch, but he is also an orc warrior, which is fundamentally different from me. He can use force and wisdom to completely control his troops. I have already seen his ambition. Ibeck is ambitious and knows destiny. It is inevitable that he will betray the queen and join the Empire, but he is probably willing to surrender to Lord Anubis, but he is unlikely to choose you. Ah? If my estimate is correct, Ibeck did not support Insna, but hid in the desert, waiting for the news that Lord Anubis had completely conquered the city. When the strength of the Imperial army is weakened and the armaments are exhausted, he will turn around and come back to slaughter the Giza palace. Perhaps he will do so in the name of eliminating me, the traitor who has brought disaster to the country. But in reality, he will destroy the Kingdom of Sand with his own hands and offer the queen and the elf nobles to Lord Anubis as a gift. At that time, the Empire will also have to guard against the demons in the east and the remnants of the navy in the west. The Empire will not have enough strength. In order to annex the remaining forces of the Kingdom of Sand as soon as possible, it will have to follow the Empire's conventions and tolerate him as a local warlord and control him as a vassal army. Yes. The eunuch looked up at Soren, although it was unexpected for you to lead your army to attack the Giza palace at this time. But it makes no difference to Ibeck. He will fight your army in the name of rescuing the queen. If he can defeat your army and surrender to Lord Anubis, Ibeck can also prove his strength and sincerity. Besides, your army should have left the main force in Arishi to confront the demons, and attacked here with light troops, right? Relying on the slave cavalry, Ibeck has a good chance of defeating your army in a short time. And destroying a small army will not offend the Empire too much. Perhaps, Lord Anubis will be quite satisfied. After all, no matter how generous it is, it must not be able to bear the results of years of bloody battles being seized by friendly forces, right? Ibeck also took the initiative to help it solve a difficult problem, didn't he? Oh. Sauron touched his chin. Although you are an orc, you are really smart. You can play tricks with a few words, and you have begun to alienate the three forces that destroyed the Kingdom of Sand. Queen Sheba can't make good use of you, so she deserves to be defeated. The steward Urua knelt on the ground. I am just a half-disabled eunuch, without any magic power, and can only use tricks to protect myself. I dare not hide anything in front of the general, and only by doing my best to plan for the general can I fight for a glimmer of hope. Prove the value of your existence. This is the standard operation of voluntary surrender. Sauron nodded, leaned over and asked, then, what should I do? The eunuch steward knelt on the ground and said, I think the general can write a letter and ask Ibeck to surrender the head of Queen Sheba. He was promised that as long as he was loyal to the Empire, he could rule the territories around Fayum. He was also asked to help defend the Giza palace against the imperial army of Lord Anubis of Fayum. He was also promised to supply the slave cavalry under Ibeck and let him continue to lead the army to fight against the demon army in the north and serve the Empire. Ibeck was greedy and ambitious. All he wanted was the status of a separatist warlord and the self-protection of his army. If the general directly tempted him with this condition, Ibeck must have hesitated. After all, if he joined Lord Anubis, he would be suppressed everywhere. The general could only rely on his army, and it was reasonable to recruit him at this time, whether it was the internal strife of the Empire or the resistance against the demons and elves. Therefore, Ibeck even got excited for a while, and had the delusion that if he joined the general, he could fight against Lord Anubis in return. But this guy was cunning and knew how to endure and disguise. He had also fought on the battlefield for many years, and knew the situation clearly. In the end, he would definitely rebel and choose Lord Anubis, who was actually stronger, to be his vassal. Even if he pretends to surrender to the general, he will definitely launch a large army if he finds an opportunity, plot a surprise attack on the general, and seize the Giza palace when your army is not prepared. We can take advantage of his audacity and repeatedly pretend to surrender, as long as we accept Abek's surrender and trick him and his soldiers out of the army, a few hundred elite soldiers will be enough to kill this beast. Without the leader's command, the remaining slave cavalry is just a mob, and can be defeated in one blow. If the general doesn't mind, please let me plan this for you." Sauron stared at the back of the eunuch's head for a while, smiled. "Okay, then leave it to you." Chapter 97. When the sun rises, the Imperial army is still searching for the Queen's traces from house to house, and seizing the treasury of the Sand Country. However, the possibility of completing both tasks is not high. If the eunuchs are telling the truth, the Queen would have run away long ago, and the treasury of the Sand Country must have been drained by the war long ago. Perhaps if they don't massacre the city, they won't be able to recover the ammunition spent on the occupation of Giza, and they may have to pay some money to maintain public order. Moreover, the Giza palace was not without the ability to fight. Soldiers came to report that although most people were stunned by the midnight raid and surrendered, there were still several nobles who wanted to resist to the end. They maintained the magic barrier of the manor, and refused to open the door, and gathered mercenaries and slave soldiers to defend it. Gilt and Pollux led some centurions to surround these troublemakers, but because they could not figure out the details of the opponent, and the terrain in the city was not conducive to the passage of the army, they did not attack for the time being to avoid causing unrest. So although Sauron knew that the eunuch Uru was untrustworthy, he had no better way to quickly occupy the city. So he summoned 100 lizard men to serve him, and asked the eunuch chief to think of a way to make the Sand Elf nobles face reality, and pay some labor fees on their own initiative, and not force them to open the door to get it. Uru immediately kowtowed to thank the general for his kindness, summoned the eunuchs and maids one by one, and asked the lizardmen soldiers to take them to visit each family. Sauron himself was walking around the Queen of Sheba's bedroom. He stayed here to coordinate information from all parties, so that in case of any emergency, the messenger would run around the city and not find anyone. The Queen's residence was of course extremely luxurious. The main hall was supported by white jade pillars that were transported from somewhere unknown. It was well ventilated and well lit. From a high vantage point, one could see the sea view, the temple, the palace, and the dance party on the garden square. There was also a large bathtub covered with flower petals, and a bed made of silk and brocade. Even when the country was destroyed, fresh preserved fruit desserts and opium honey milk wine were still served on the long table. Sauron walked to the edge of the temple, and saw the eastern star on the Shadi River from afar, and also the dynamics of the civilian area on the other side. After dawn, a large number of civilians began to gather on the banks of the Shadi River, looking at the Giza palace from afar, but no one dared to get too close because of the huge ships on the river. But if the situation continues like this, when more than 100,000 people rush across the river, it is inevitable that there will be chaos and turmoil like the 0 yuan purchase of the Giza palace. At that time, it is possible that the entire palace will be demolished. Of course, the nobles could also see this scene, so many residents on the other side took advantage of the Imperial army entering the city being attracted by those troublemakers, and fled out of the city with their families in carriages, or on flying mounts. The Giza Palace is actually a wealthy area in the entire Fame capital circle. There are no physical walls, and the area is purely divided by alchemical prohibitions. The city is so big that the few people under Sauron would not be found if they were scattered in, and naturally there is no manpower to stop and search every refugee. Now his orders were to try to maintain law and order and occupy peacefully. As long as the other side did not use weapons to attack and block the army, he should try to restrain himself and maintain military discipline, and not kill people indiscriminately. In fact, the Kingdom of Sand was relatively good. It was not until the capital was breached that a few people stubbornly resisted and a few attacked. Most people obeyed and surrendered, and fled away from their homes. When the tree falls, the monkeys scatter. Sauron sat on the throne of thorns in the main hall, holding his cheek, and looking at the chaos below the city. This throne was turned out by the eunuch chief steward with flattery. It is a golden rose throne made of gold and gems, and the armrests are also made of rose branches covered with thorns. It is said that it was a special order of alchemy, and the intention is similar to that of the Iron Throne, which is to remind descendants of the crisis contained in power. Even if the Kingdom of Sand is extremely powerful, the king must be like a thorn in the back and always maintain a sense of crisis and vigilance. Unfortunately, the Queen of Sheba, who was so delicate that she wanted to lie on cotton all day, didn't care about her grandmother's reminder and directly asked the waiter to remove the throne. But he still hid in the palace, lest the goddess suddenly resurrected one day and came to inspect and be scolded. But to be honest, it was a bit annoying. Your Excellency, the general said it well. I think this is the most appropriate way to describe the overthrow of the dynasty. The eunuch steward, who had finished his instructions, immediately came over to kowtow. I didn't expect the general to be so good at both civil and military affairs, and to have such a clear understanding of the characteristics of human nature. He is indeed worthy of being a young hero who destroyed the Sand Country with a flick of his hand, a rare genius who is both civil and military. The admiration in my heart is like the turbulent water of the Shadi River, which is unstoppable and unstoppable. Sauron looked at him sideways. Urua immediately stopped talking. As long as such explicit praise is given, the queen will feel more relaxed. In fact, she is not unaware of the loyalty of the old minister. But when she was young, she was beaten and scolded too much by the alchemy of sand, and she was extremely inferior and lacked a sense of security. Later, she dared not face the expectations and disappointments of the loyal ministers. Only a jester like me could serve her, which could give her some confidence. Are you in love with the Queen of Sheba? Soren frowned. Urua smiled awkwardly. I am just trying to find the right way to deal with it based on my master's character. What the queen wants is a servant who is willing to trust and follow her. And you, the general, have come from afar, and what you need is an advisor who is honest and provides you with accurate information and intelligence. Soren did not deny it. So the eunuch continued, but your analogy is indeed very good. When a tree falls, monkeys scatter. What is important is not the fallen tree, but the people who realize that the fallen country is not the branches and leaves that live on the big tree, but the monkeys who live on the tree only to eat the fruit. When the tree fell, the monkeys might feel sorry for the delicious fruit, but in order to survive, they must find another tree to cling to. Survival is the goal of the monkeys. After all, only a few people will be crushed to death while holding the tree trunk. Sauron raised his hand to stop him. Don't use so many metaphors, just speak frankly. These sand elves who are resisting, can you persuade them to surrender? Did you see the pit by the river? 200 sword masters just blew up and killed me. Why do you still care about these families? Yunu nodded. As the general said, you can just use your army to wipe out these people who are ungrateful and resist the army. I think the private collection of these families is enough to support the army. Soren looked doubtful. Why, those sword masters and those who resisted stubbornly are your political enemies? Killing with a borrowed knife? The eunuch continued to nod. General, you are wise. In fact, the few who left the city are the core family leaders who have formed an alliance with the slaves and serve the queen. They are determined to repay the kindness of the Sand Country with their death, and to make all the causal contracts signed with the Queen sever in their generation, so that their descendants can get rid of the identity of the citizens of the Sand Country and surrender to your army for leniency. As for those who fled in a hurry and resisted stubbornly, they were all peripheral nobles, who did not receive advance notice from their subjects, and were not mentally prepared for the arrival of the army. If they react and realize the situation and choose to surrender, it will be difficult to deal with the military expenditure issue, right? The general can take advantage of this opportunity to order his subordinates to kill them all and confiscate their property as a punishment. Killing a chicken to scare the monkeys does not have to worry about any losses. Because the organization is attacking Fam, the noble armed forces, and all the magic crystal war preparations of the Giza Palace have already been confiscated and dispatched. Even the family heads only have some commemorative goods in their hands. Now the only ones left are the old, weak and sick, who are just embroidered pillows. As if to prove his words, a huge explosion and shouting of killing were heard in the city in the distance. The eunuch lowered his head. I have just sent servants to dismantle the magic barrier against the noble manor. This method of preventing noble rebellion was prepared before. And even the military expenses to meet the expenses of the army, and the heads to deter the whole city were prepared. Soren frowned. But did you know in advance that we would come to raid? By the way, the Queen of Sheba seems to be mentally prepared. Otherwise, how could she even prepare an escape route? That's right. When your army occupied said, the spies stationed in the city to monitor the nobles sent back the message. However, I didn't expect your warships to be so fast, and they didn't trigger the Navy's alert at all. They arrived just after receiving the information, so there was no way to make additional arrangements. The eunuch also admitted it directly, and then he looked up and looked into the distance. But although I persuaded the nobles of the sand to surrender, I have to remind the general to pay attention to the hidden dangers on the east coast. Soren turned his head and saw the white eagles giving a speech on the shore, organizing the residents who were watching, and the white-robed wind elf cavalrymen riding back and forth on horses. The white eagle was circling above the crowd. It seemed that the white eagles had calmed the civilians through spies. It was good that there was no riot. Urua said, have you ever wondered why there are so many bandits in the kingdom of sand? Why alchemy tolerates the hidden danger of claiming to be the Prince of Wind Elf? Why the White Eagles can become so big? Why they can occupy the altar that seals the demon god? and there are informants and spies everywhere who secretly cooperate and support him? Soren remained silent. In fact, White Eagle Iacur is not a wind elf, but a sand elf. And he is a magic assassin from the kingdom of sand. Soren turned his head and glared at the eunuch, and the steward continued fearlessly, Sand Alchemist is really an amazing person. She established the kingdom of sand based on her own absolute strength, and never expected others' loyalty, trust and calculation. In order to maintain the continuation of the royal bloodline, Alchemist left behind a troop of elf assassins that only she and her bloodline could command. At the peak, there were only about 1,000 or 2,000 members, but all of them were the most elite magic warriors. If they were in the north, many of them could even sign up for trials, and become the apostle-level warriors of the temple. Moreover, these elves were not corrupt and degenerate sand nobles, nor were they upright and pedantic generals and soldiers. Each of them was an orphan carefully selected by the alchemists from the civilians. They signed a contract since childhood, received strict training, and deliberately cultivated their huge ambitions that were different from the half-sand elves. Just like us slaves, let them have huge ambitions and desires, and become cold-blooded killers who are eager to stand out, eager for wealth, eager for power, and can do anything. These demon assassins have always been controlled by the goddess. After the disappearance of alchemy, the queen and their trusted stewards, the eunuch pointed at himself, were in charge. Usually, they disguised themselves in various identities and lurked in the nobles, civilians, and servants of the country to check all hidden dangers for the kingdom of sand, and were responsible for instigating infighting among the chiefs and tribes in the country to prevent someone from becoming a threat to the rule of the kingdom of sand. Even if an elven noble had a rebellious heart, the assassins would disguise themselves as bandits to attack and kill them. Only the bloodline royal family of the sand alchemy could use the contract of the gods to command their actions, so without the offspring of the Queen of Sheba, no noble general could successfully usurp the throne. During these years, the demon assassins never slacked off in their martial arts and training. In order to protect the Sand Kingdom in the dark, they intrigued and killed people like crazy, intimidating all enemies inside and outside. The reason why they could be entangled with Lord Anubis until today is precisely because there is such a divine weapon in the hands of the Sand Kingdom. And Iacur and his white eagles are the assassins we placed at the border to monitor the immigration and demon movements of the Wind Country. His identity as the Wind Elf Prince was also forged, specifically to fish and track down those Wind Elf rebels who were ruled. To describe it, these assassins hiding in the mud with dirty hands are the roots of the Sand Country. Sauron frowned. Then why do they want to assist the Empire now? The eunuch manager smiled. The general already knows why ask. Because Alchemist is dead. The contract that bound the demon assassins disappeared the moment alchemy died. At that point in time, the assassins knew that the Queen of Sheba could no longer command them. They were free and could pursue their ambitions and dreams in line with their own strength. No one was able to bind them anymore. At that time, the big tree of the Kingdom of Sand had completely died. With its roots cut off, it naturally began to collapse uncontrollably. So at that time, we monkeys all began to calculate our future. Do you really think that the White Eagle Iacur has forgotten his past and devoted himself to the liberation of the Son of Wind because he has played the role of the Wind Elf Prince for too long? No, he is just like us, and he saw his own opportunity in this chaotic era. In the past, he was just a knife used by others to do dirty work, and those who killed were the real Son of Wind who were willing to believe in him. Just because the death of alchemy untied his shackles, did the blood of the Son of Wind on his hands also wash away? No, he will continue to kill in a different way, not with his own hands, but as the Prince of the Wind Elves, calling them to the battlefield, and in turn killing his real compatriots, the Sons of the Sand, so that this mask is soaked with blood, so that it can be perfectly attached to the face, and never fall off. Sauron looked at the white eagle flying towards the palace in the distance, and the white warrior standing upright on the back of the white eagle. So what is your suggestion, eunuch? Face to face, see through his disguise, and then kill him with some tricks like we did with Ibeck? Eliminate the hidden danger. Steward Eunuch bowed. On the contrary, General, I am just a loyal subject, reporting everything you should know. White Eagle's true identity is a demon assassin, which I need to tell you, but, as I have been saying, all the monkeys want is to change a big tree to live. General Ibeck will definitely choose Lord Anubis in the end, because although he will be confused by ambition for a while, we know too well that we are just a mere orc slave. As a pure military leader, he has no real qualifications to rule the old land of the Sand Country as an agent. His future position is limited after all, so it is safer to choose the strongest party to join. But White Eagle Iacur is different. During the previous confrontation, Lord Anubis must have tried to recruit him, the largest gangster in the north. I guess the White Eagle refused due to the alchemy contract, which also made the wise Lich see the problem. Now that the demise of the Sand Country is a foregone conclusion, Iakir will definitely not be treated better than a gangster leader and chieftain if he joins the country again. But General, you appeared. White Eagle can get an opportunity from you that he never dared to think of before. As long as he is loyal to you, he has the opportunity to be promoted from a dog, a knife, and a bandit without an identity, to a real free elf, no, a real elf prince. The son of wind, the son of sand, the elves in the south, and the people who are accustomed to being ruled by elves will be willing to accept his rule. In this situation, he may be the first leader of the elf forces accepted by the Empire to resist the Elf Alliance. If the Empire is defeated in the future, he, an elf, still has room to ease the tension with the temple. But if one day the Empire can achieve the final victory, then he, the elf leader under the Empire, may even become the only elf king. Just thinking about it, you can't help but drool, right? So he will definitely do his best to fight for you and the Empire. Of course, for the general, having a leader of an Empire-affiliated country in the Southern Sand Country as an ally with whom he has friendship is not a bad choice, right? Although when the White Eagles become stronger, it is hard to say what other ambitions he will have. Sauron glanced at the eunuch. You are really smart. With just a few words, you have alienated me from all the forces that destroyed the Sand Country. The steward Urua's knees softened, and he knelt on the ground and kowtowed. I dare not deceive the general, but I was promoted by the Queen of Sheba. As a minister, how can I repay her kindness if I don't at least try it? Soren curled his lips. Really? Do you want to avenge the Queen of Sheba? She hasn't been caught yet, has she? Did she really flee south to Ibeck? Did she hide it for you? After all, the Kingdom of Sand has not been completely destroyed because she still has a way to turn the tables, right? As long as someone can complete the trial and advance to the new alchemy, the legacy of the alchemy of sand, those magic soldiers, assassins, can all be used again, right? So tell me, honest and reliable eunuch, where is the Queen of Sheba now? Is she trying the god trial? Or is she waiting for the last hope to turn the tables? This time the eunuch lay on the ground, silent. Sauron snorted coldly. I guess so. A smart person like you ignored my request clearly stated at the beginning, and did not plan how to offer the head of the Queen of Sheba to me, but instead talked nonsense about this force, and that force for a long time. Is this the right attitude for survival that you said is a monkey? Well. Butler Urua was staring at the carpet. Please order the public execution of this slave. Sauron raised his eyebrows. Are you really in love with her? If... Urua gritted his teeth. If Her Majesty the Queen listens to my advice for the last time and stays in the city to wait for the opportunity, she will definitely come to see me for the last time. Then it is not worth it to be a fool hugging a tree and die. But if she still chooses to believe a bake in the end, then I have nothing to say. The general just needs to write a letter and ask a bake to present her head. Soren, Oh, you're sitting on the throne. At this time, Polyjus and Gert walked into the palace. Huh? Is this an elf? How can there be such an ugly elf? It's an orc. Soren glanced at the steward Uru, who was staring at the carpet, probably the most trusted confidant of the Queen of Sheba. The Queen may still be hiding in the city, posting a notice saying that we will publicly execute the palace steward who resisted to the end to set an example. Chapter 98. The traveler, wearing a hood covering most of his face, pushed open the door and entered the backyard of a hotel in the civilian area of the East Coast. He slowly closed the back door, used wax pencil to fill in the magic circle on the door to activate it, and then untied the cloak and put it on his arms, revealing a strong and agile body, strong and powerful arms, and upper body core body fat that is obviously larger than that of an elf. This physique with an ape back and a wasp waist can only be trained by an elf warrior who has experienced hundreds of battles and has been on the battlefield for a long time. If he didn't wear a cloak to cover himself, he would be recognized at a glance when standing with the slender people around him. The warrior turned around and looked at his fellow warriors hiding in the shadows of the stable and the courtyard, holding bows and swords and on guard. You knew was burned to death. There was no sound in the courtyard, as if the dozen warriors didn't exist. The warrior continued, the Imperial army promised to kill only the main culprit. In addition to the treacherous minister, the heads of various families, princes and ministers were also executed. Those who resisted would have their family property confiscated, and those who surrendered would be forgiven, and offer a reward for the capture of the Queen of Sheba, dead or alive. The warriors were silent for a long time, and then a younger one couldn't hold back and spoke. Did the eunuch, the thief Urua, really die like this? The queen also ran away. What about the revenge of the marshal? Will it be avenged? The leader who was trying to get the news spoke. I saw it burn to death. The Imperial soldiers said it was to prevent it from being resurrected by slaves. They must have really failed to catch the queen, and they wanted someone to execute her as a demonstration, so they used the damn eunuch to take the place of her. Humph, wait a few days, dig it out and chop it into pieces, and offer it to the marshal. The young warrior hesitated, but we have been preparing for the raid on the palace for so long, otherwise, try to attack the Imperial army? Perhaps assassinating their generals can drive them out of the city, and if the queen is not dead, maybe. Is it necessary? The kingdom of sand is dead, and that Sheba, bah, it's not worth the marshal to die for her. Someone scolded in the shadows. The leader shook his head. I will go to the rainforest and find a way to inform the navy of the defeat. You should also find a way to leave the kingdom of sand and survive in the alliance in the north. If anyone still wants to continue fighting the empire, it's up to you. Anyway, just like the marshal's last wish, live well. Boom. Da-da-da. Bang bang bang. Sauron squatted on the low wall with a gun, watching the courtyard collapse by the mortar. The machine gunners and musketeers on the roofs of shacks and bungalows everywhere fired at the inn 100 meters away. The heavily armored skeleton infantry held large shields and long spears and advanced along the street surrounding the inn. Are you sure the Queen of Sheba is in that yard? Shi Qiong stood beside Soren and confirmed through the triangular glass. It seems that there is no magic barrier. Probably to avoid attracting attention. Soren pointed to his eyes. Among the magic warriors who came to watch the burning of Uru, this one has the most powerful magic. He is not a personal soldier of any noble family, and he deliberately hid in the courtyard of the civilian area. There must be a conspiracy. There is no doubt that he is probably the personal soldier protecting the queen. General, you are very observant and thoughtful, which is really admirable. The soldier wrapped in armor beside Soren spoke flatteringly. Soren looked at the soldier. Oh, you recovered quickly. You can speak now, orc. It is all thanks to Miss Shi Qiong's excellent potion that I can save my life. But it is also thanks to the magnanimity of His Excellency the General that I can be reborn from the ashes. The soldier wearing the orc iron mask knelt on the ground and swore, Please give me a name. My humble life will be used by you. Shi Qiong frowned and glanced at the other party. Even if there is a potion to protect the core, not everyone can withstand the torture of burning. This orc is so cruel to himself, it is really very dangerous. Okay, you know the big picture, you are so loyal to the Empire, and you are also good at strategy and cunning. I need talents like you. From now on, I will call you Gordon. Sauron's face was full of smiles. Thank you for the name. Please let me, Gordon, charge forward and cut off the head of the traitor Sheba for the general. Xiong squinted his eyes, and watched the two funny people perform for a while, and then Gordon led the Imperial infantry to rush over and besiege the elves. What do you think? This guy is a talent, right? After he has submitted his pledge of allegiance, I will have him integrate the slave soldiers of the Sand Country, and use them for my own benefit. Sauron said with a smile. Xiong frowned. Do you really want to use him? I have also heard that the Queen of Sheba is generally recognized as an incompetent and mediocre person. If it weren't for this jester who was making plans behind the scenes, perhaps the Sand Country would not have intensified its internal conflicts, causing its subjects to become disunited and fall so quickly. Now he is willing to give you the head of his former benefactor. Who knows if he will plot against you from behind in the future? Soren shook his head. You really can't understand. What? I can't understand. Saijan raised his eyebrows. Soren shrugged. Without the help of this jester, although the Kingdom of Sand will be supported by the powerful and can resist for a few more years, the grass on the Queen's grave will probably grow too tall, right? He has done enough for his benefactor, and he has done all the dirty work. In fact, with his help, Sheba suppressed the rebellious nobles, completed the centralization of power, mastered the country's financial and material resources, and could confront Anubis without a clear winner? It's just that we killed Alchemist, which caused the situation to suddenly deteriorate, and we didn't give him enough time to suddenly capture Giza, but this is already in the realm of great magic, which is completely beyond the control of a mortal like him. Losing to fate is nothing to blame. Moreover, his advice to fake his death is also a very good strategy. Not only did he bear all the blame as the main culprit, it also made it easier for us to rule the people's hearts. And once he died, the identities of those magic assassins became a secret, which in disguise stabilized our relationship with the White Eagle group and eliminated the hidden dangers in advance. And he has cut off all ties with the past, so that I can use him with peace of mind. Don't you feel touched by such scheming? Huh, touched? Sauron touched his chin, a lowly slave at the bottom, so ugly, so weak, with nothing at all, can only rely on conspiracy to fight for his life. This strong desire to survive at all costs. Don't you think it's amazing and touching? Well, after all, you are too beautiful. It's hard for us ugly people to put in 1,000 times more effort to get recognition. Alas, it is human nature that beauties are easily recognized. I don't blame you. Shi Qiong looked empty. I won't be happy at all if you compare me with him and praise me for my beauty. Sauron teased. That's right, Miss Shi Qiong's beauty is a recognized fact, and there is no need to use any comparison to set it off. It was I, your subject, who made a mistake. Shi Qiong rolled his eyes at him. Idiot. At this time, a loud noise called back Soren's attention. A huge explosion occurred near the hotel yard surrounded by heavy troops, and the huge flames rising into the sky could be seen throughout the city. What's going on? Sauron stood up from the parapet, and Guan Haifa crawled out from his shadow. The elves are coming out. The Pterosaur scout reported, there are 3 survivors. They cut through 200-man squares head-on and rushed out of the city. What the hell? 3 people cut through 200-man teams? Go back to the ship. Sauron shouted to Saijan, and rode Guan Haifa into the air. He did not chase the noisy and chaotic battlefield directly, but landed halfway in a yard that was attacked and almost flattened. Gordon was leading his men to count the bodies and search the courtyard. They are the elites, under marshal by bars. Gordon reported immediately without Soren saying anything. They should be the loyalists, who thought that the traitor Urua persuaded the queen to cut off the reinforcements and wanted to assassinate the eunuch chief steward to avenge the marshal who died for the country. Sauron frowned as he looked at the light armor and weapons on the elven soldiers who were blown to death. Aren't they the Queen of Sheba's men? General, they are the real elites. They came out of the rainforest and survived the main battlefield of Fayum. Although they were ambushed by mistake, they are not so easy to deal with. Try not to send people to close combat, but use muskets and magic to attack from a distance. Otherwise, the loss will be great. Sauron nodded. Judging from the corpses, these people were all dressed as civilians without armor in order to sneak in, and more than a dozen of them were killed by the sudden explosion. But the 3 who survived are real elite elf warriors. If they are really the marshal's personal soldiers, they may be elites who have been fighting since the Third War. They cannot be generalized with those sand nobles who indulge in pleasure, and the civilians who can't even get enough food. Sauron rode on Guan Haifa and chased to the place where the battle took place. 3. No, the sound just now was a soldier's magic self-explosion, which blew a gap in the encirclement. Now only 2 elven warriors were still fleeing for their lives. He had seen the famous scene in the Colosseum before, where the elves could chop down a whole team of orcs with their bare buttocks. What he saw now was a similar scene. The 2 elven warriors were unparalleled in the crowd. One of them had stronger magic power, which was the one Sauron followed with his magic eye. He was wielding 2 swords to clear the way in front, swinging his swords to chop out various magic martial arts with magical light, chopping down skeleton soldiers, golems, and lizardmen soldiers, like melons and vegetables. Another younger warrior used a bow and arrow to provide cover from behind, twisting his waist from time to time to shoot back an arrow, shooting down the pterosaurs that were too close from the sky, so as to prevent the vanguard from being attacked from the front and back or besieged. It can be seen that such seamless teamwork is a common thing for the elf warriors. In sharp contrast, the Imperial army was in a panic. Although the team had made a good encirclement and tactical arrangement at the beginning, once the elves suddenly appeared in front of them and caught them off guard, they immediately didn't know how to deal with it later. The big explosion just now knocked over many people. The spearmen and shield guards were too heavy, and the rear team and the side troops could not catch up to form a formation. The ones who were rushed to the front could not distance themselves, and the musketeers could not fire their guns at the people. In such a short time, dozens of people were cut down. The team's tactical coordination and response capabilities were very limited. Fortunately, most of them were skeleton soldiers, and after all, they had the Legion's heavy armor and emergency potions, so the actual casualties were limited, and it was not very bad. No, even if it was limited, it was still a slap in the face. Don't surround them. Disperse, disperse, keep your distance, and let the long-range gun shoot. Set up the gun array first, and then organize the push. Damn it! Sauron watched the 2 men cooperate with each other, and kill another squad in an instant. He was immediately furious and flew on Guan Haifa, rushing straight towards the 2 elven warriors. It was not easy to use the dragon spear to sweep in the crowd, so he pulled out the captured magic sword Revaden and chopped down the elven warriors on the head. In this instant of flying, the younger elf had already shot 3 arrows at Soren's face, but they were all blocked by the flashing silver light of the dice. He never expected that the magic arrows that would kill him would be completely ineffective. Caught off guard, the elf only had time to cross his longbow to block the sword, but the magic sword flashed past, splitting him and his bow in two, killing him on the spot. The warrior leader in front turned his head and shouted angrily, giving up the opportunity to sprint and escape, and stopped forcibly, twisting his body and holding up his two swords, stabbing Soren's eyes. But after all, the speed of a person is still slower than the speed of an arrow, and he stopped and turned, revealing a flaw. He was directly emptied of his intestines by Guan Haifa's claws and pressed down, and his hands were chopped off by Sauron's sword. Burning blood sand explosion. Before the opponent gathered magic energy to self-destruct, Sauron chopped off the head of the elven warrior with a sword. Let Guan Haifa's big mouths eat the corpses of the two elves. Vanguard. The soldiers gathered together with dusty faces. Rescue the wounded and reorganize the formation. Continue to search for the whereabouts of the Queen of Sheba. Sauron looked back at the mess on the street and gave the order with a gloomy face. Are the strength of ordinary elves so strong? Yes, real elf soldiers are so strong. The skills, experience, and physical strength have all reached and maintained the peak in the years of war. Even if there is no magic crystal to use attack magic, the martial arts alone are enough to kill through the army and rush out a bloody path. And frankly speaking, these imperial troops who came to encircle and suppress are too weak. Indeed, they fought too smoothly and took advantage of too many loopholes, which concealed their true strength. Not to mention them, even Sauron almost ignored that his subordinates were just recruited new recruits who had not experienced a direct battle. Although they had the advantage in strategy, they were not qualified to fight against the elite troops of the Sand Country in terms of tactical combat. They could not go this way anymore. Without a strong army that had experienced the test of iron and blood, relying only on the personal heroism of him and a few wizards, how could they realize the ideal of mortals to counterattack the magic civilization? Even if they won the final victory, wouldn't they still be some kind of kingdom of God? And in essence, it will be no different from the kingdom of Sand Alchemist. As long as Alchemist dies, no matter how glorious it was in the past, her kingdom will disappear with it. Similarly, once Sauron dies in battle, these production and construction corps he created will be buried in the dust of history if they have no ability to protect themselves, and nothing will improve. So Sauron changed his mind. Gordon, don't plot, think of a way. I want to fight Ibek's army head-on and train my troops. As you wish. In a village on the west bank of the Shadi River, south of Fayum, the burly and brave orc General Abek looked at the letter in his hand. Hand over the Queen of Sheba. Queen. Abek did remember that the queen had come to him, and then suddenly began to whip and scold him like a dog, as usual. She said that he deserved to die because he did not rescue Insa, but allowed the army to commit atrocities and slaughter the surrounding villages and towns. But this was not Abek's fault, on the contrary, it was the queen's own fault. She did not give him enough military rations, and asked him to lead the army to fight Anubis. How can you fight on an empty stomach? Is it just to die? So Ibek has to feed his beasts first. Is that wrong? Killing and gluttony are the innate nature of the slave soldier selected from monsters. Before, they were restrained by the alchemical ban, but now there is no restriction, and they can't even eat enough. How can he stop the tyranny of the soldiers? Ibek can't even stop his own tyranny caused by hunger. He patted his head hard to recall, vaguely remembering that he seemed to be irritated later, and he tore his former master in half. But what did he do later? Ibek scratched his head and turned his face. Hey, where's the queen? Eat the leftovers. The giant army leaders around him were still busy fighting for meat, biting open chewed human bones, and sucking the marrow, ignoring his questions. And Ibek suddenly realized and slapped his head. Oh, it's probably scattered somewhere in the village. Or in a pot, you can find it yourself. The elf maid in charge of delivering the letter trembled and looked in the direction of his finger. The village, as the camp of the slave cavalry garrison, had been razed to the ground. The residents of the village had long been slaughtered, regardless of gender, age, nobles or civilians, slaves or queens, all had roughly the same fate. First, they were miserably humiliated, and then they were used as military rations to fill their stomachs. Only the leftover meat and blood and bones that were not eaten clean were left, scattered everywhere. Why, are you going to look for her? Ibek leaned down, sniffed the fresh meat on the elf, and stroked the maid's head. They say the blood of alchemy is that the Queen of Sand has pure gold bones, but I tore it apart, and it's not true. Well, the younger ones are better, and the meat smells more tender. Why are you incontinent? Don't be afraid. I still want you to send the queen's head to the Empire to prove your loyalty. Ibek! Ibek! A scout riding a wolf ran over from outside the camp. The spies have brought news. The Empire has sent troops from Giza. The vassal army is coming this way. I heard they are going to launch a surprise attack on you. Ah, damn the Empire. Ibeck clenched his fists, exploding his hands full of blood and brains, laughing wildly as he licked the delicious blood plasma on his palms. Ha ha ha, a surprise attack. You are addicted to sneak attacks, right? Then let's fight. Gather the army. He picked up the corpse lying on the ground, punched and kicked away the military leaders who wanted to tear off a piece of his leg, and returned to the tent alone to taste the fresh delicacy delivered to his door. Chapter 99. The battle with the Ibeck Corps was chosen to be held on the plain south of Fayum. The Imperial Army marched south along the Shadi River in full force, unloaded the military supplies on the Eastern Star, and marched southwest. They chose a hill on the north side of the mountain to camp overnight, and planned to bypass the rocks and continue marching along the river after daybreak. According to Gooden's advice, Ibeck was familiar with the terrain and might take advantage of the opportunity when the Imperial Army infantry was preparing to bypass the mountains and march away from the river, and lead his troops to encircle them at night. This not only cuts off the food and water supply of the Imperial Army, but also avoids fighting in unfavorable situations where the Imperial Army is backed by the river, has gunboat support and supplies to defend. Once the offensive is unfavorable, he has the initiative to encircle or withdraw. For the Empire, this is also a direct battle with the large cavalry of Abik, and the only battlefield that can be used to prepare the infantry defense line in advance. Otherwise, the slave cavalry can rely on high mobility at any time to find opportunities during the march and launch a surprise attack on the Imperial Army that has not formed a battle formation. However, Soren and his army were not the only ones in the battle. Ibeck lacked supplies, and had no time to fight with Soren for too long. If Anubis's army came to surround him, he would be dead. His strategic goal was still to eat up Soren's isolated army as soon as possible, prove his value, and negotiate with Anubis conveniently. So the possibility of taking the bait and engaging in battle was very high. But if the enemy did not come to attack us at night, it would be a pure waste of manpower and material resources to build fortifications here. And once he finds out that we are prepared, he can withdraw from the battle in advance and look for another opportunity. In the military tent, Polly just asked the first question. Yes, so we need to let a certain number of his troops break through, so that he will not be willing to cut his flesh and evacuate, and then we can bite and destroy them. Sauron pointed to the defense map on the map. We will leave a hole in the front line for him to drill, and after attracting heavy troops, we will cross the long-range firepower in the pocket to kill him. During this period, the others will hold the front line and grind him to death. The advantage of cavalry is that they have the priority to choose the time, place, and opponent of the war. In order to ensure that the opponent will launch an attack, Soren deployed the artillery in the center and placed the core of the Imperial Army and the vassal army on the periphery of the fortifications. His plan was to consider that the Empire's undead soldiers could hold the line, while the new recruits would collapse under the impact of the cavalry band, and actively let Ibeck cut in from the direction of the vassal army's war group, break into the pocket hidden inside, be delayed by the multi-layer trench defense line hidden in the depth, and then wear them out. It's too dangerous to fight like this. What if the new soldiers are also defeated, and the front line collapses? And are you willing to sacrifice those soldiers? Of course, considering that the Imperial Army, even with the skeletons and golems, is only about 10,000 people, and the slave cavalry is as many as 40,000, the opponent doesn't care about the main attack direction, and can just surround and attack them with a fierce charge. How can there be no casualties in a war? Without fresh bait, big fish won't bite the hook, right? There will always be a bloody battle. Compared with the elf magic warriors, these slave soldiers are simple mode opponents. Soren shook his head. Besides, we have practiced the formation against the cavalry before, and we have a large number of advanced firearms and emergency medicines. As long as we can resist, the casualties will not be great. Since he has decided so, the wizards don't care. Before fighting them in close combat, we must use up the special shells first. Saijan said, I have prepared too many. Who knows that you haven't fought many hard battles? These magic potions have a time limit, and if they leak, it will cause serious pollution. I don't want to dismantle them one by one and deal with them. I will destroy them before the slave cavalry rushes over. Just make sure our army is in the upper wind. Are these the chemical weapons she secretly prepared on the ship before? However, this kind of thing is just to catch the enemy by surprise and hurt morale. Soren didn't have high expectations, so he didn't object. Then we should prepare battlefield magic around the wind magic, and build a gas wall, and wind belt to isolate the two armies to prevent the poison gas from affecting us. Gil thought about it. Xing said, then I will use Ba's Great Harvest. We have 5 wizards to guide the magic, so it won't get out of control, and the number of crystals is sufficient. You actually know how to use that crazy forbidden spell? And the earth element slash and the space expansion on the ship are the same. General Silver Dragon was surprised. What's wrong with the middle-level wizards in the Empire now? Is it a necessary condition for everyone to have a forbidden spell? The deacon smiled. I'm just seriously biased, specializing in some killing tricks. Sarasis and Zygen stared at her. Soren looked at the magicians who were discussing internally with curiosity. Why? You only use one magic? The name of Great Harvest sounds too festive and a bit inappropriate, right? Can you do something more auspicious like a big explosion of the whole Ba? Pelusius, don't you have a powerful spell that can kill 200 people at once? Use that and fire more shots. The one-eyed dragon was full of black lions. What do you think of the earth element slash? You still need to fire more shots. That is a spell that detonates magic power. It consumes 4 spell slots at a time to detonate the surrounding magic power. It is specifically aimed at elves equipped with a large number of magic props. It is not cost-effective to use it against slave soldiers. I can also use magic. Selas had been unable to get a word in, and as a vase flag bearer, he was interrupted again. Sometimes one battlefield magic can decide the outcome. Gilt explained, individual combat magic has overflowing power, but limited range, and using dozens of them may not necessarily kill hundreds of people. In order to avoid spellcasting being interrupted by spell breaking, high-level magic of level 10 or above must be used on the battlefield, and high-level forbidden spells with a large range are best. But the forbidden spells require a lot of magic power, and the more enemies there are, and the larger the range, the more so. This area is not like the Imperial capital where there are spiritual towers everywhere, and everyone can be a great magician. In comparison, the Imperial capital is a deep sea filled with dense pure magic power, while here is really a desert lacking magic power. There are no magic veins underground, nor are there rapids in the river to borrow. Only the crystals of the military can provide magic power, and we have to consider the future battle with the remaining elf army, so the crystals cannot be used recklessly and consume too much. I think that in this battle, being able to use 1 or 2 lethal forbidden spells is the limit, and we still have to wait for the best time when the enemy gathers before using them. It seems that magic is not omnipotent, although it is absolutely impossible without magic. Sauron touched his chin. Then what about the slave cavalry? Is there any great wizard around Ibeck? White Eagle Iakir thought for a while. A large number of sacrificial shamans are mixed in with the slave cavalry in a certain proportion, mainly using auxiliary magic such as bloodthirstiness, rage, strange strength, and lifting of movement restrictions to enhance the combat effectiveness of the squad. The soldiers of the Sand Country also have a magic called Blood-Burning Sand Explosion, which is written in their slave contracts by alchemy. After activation, they will self-destruct. The shamans who follow the team may detonate the soldiers according to the battle situation, open a gap in the front line, or replace our elite troops. We have to be on guard. Generally speaking, slave soldiers in the army of the Sand Country are responsible for meat shields, cannon fodder, and physical output, and magic countermeasures are left to the elves. The Queen of Sheba separated this unit, and used it separately, perhaps because of political considerations that she did not trust the loyalty of the elven nobles, but militarily, it was too stupid. Gooden, who was disguised as a guard outside the tent, shook his head and smiled bitterly. Let's arrange it this way. Let Ibeck think that the special shells and great magic are our reliance, and then hide in his pocket and crush him to death. Let's fight head-on, and accept the baptism of blood and sand. After deciding on the big strategy, everyone split up and began to assign specific formations, magic preparations, and command tasks. Selas stood aside, biting her lip. As a flag-bearer, she was completely a vase. After all, her knowledge and strategy were indeed inferior to others. She could only rely on her talent, and a sword. General Silver Dragon. Is there any magic that can be used in battle? Can you teach me? Silas couldn't get a word in on military matters, so he pulled the sword spirit aside and muttered. You are good at water magic, right? Well, then this is really not good for you on the battlefield. Yes, there was such a magic before, but the power might be. It doesn't matter, as long as it can help teach me everything. It's too late to teach now. Soren glanced at Silas, and walked out of the camp directly. It's normal for the magic girl to be nervous, after all, this is her first time on the battlefield. Anyway, this vase just needs to sit quietly under the camp flag and be a mascot. Actually, Soren was nervous before he fought the demons. When he was on the ship, he was nervous because he might be rushed by 20,000 cavalry. But now, he is not nervous at all when facing 40,000 troops. It seems that he is mentally prepared because of his first battle with the demons. He is an experienced person. Although I was very nervous the first time, I relaxed after doing it several times, got used to it, and even felt a little bit good. So not only the new recruits under his command, but also Sarasis, had to be allowed to experience the pain of the first time, him. Of course, I still shouldn't use such words to comfort the magic girl now, lest she be beaten away as harassment. Hey, Soren. Bluetooth appeared out of nowhere. Damn you old ghost, the war is about to start. Let's forget about it today. Soren was beaten so hard that he felt scared when he saw him. To be honest, he wished he could go to the battlefield every day, so that he wouldn't be beaten to death 3 times a day by this old lunatic. I know fighting orcs. I heard he's an orc general. Bluetooth blinked curiously. What level of general? 100 heads or 1,000 heads? What level? 1,000 heads. Gooden also jumped out. Ibeck is a 1,000-head general, who won 1,000 Makaras, tore off 1,000 heads, and devoured the enemy's body, and attracted the queen's attention. Oh, duel, right? That's nothing. Who hasn't killed people like crazy, as if he won hundreds of duels? Soren smiled and didn't take it seriously. Is killing 1,000 people so impressive? He killed several thousand in one charge, right? Bluetooth looked at him. That's not the case. The orcs' 1,000 heads were won by fighting with bare hands without magic, and most of them were won by fighting with bare hands. If he still followed the tradition of blood sacrifice, and ate his opponent according to the rules, he would gain more strength and combat experience. His combat power would be even more impressive. There are not many 1,000-head warriors in the world. This guy is very strong. Soren shrugged. That was just a matter of the dragon spear. Why are you interested in his head? Then I give it to you. Bluetooth shook his head. I've killed enough orcs. I'm too familiar with their skills, and the one with 1,000 heads is too young, and hasn't developed strength yet. I can kill him with my eyes closed. It's really boring to fight. I leave this to you. Kid, don't use the dragon spear. Use the tyrant body. Beat him and then eat him. Sauron squinted to make sure he heard it right. Eat him? Defeat him in Makara, then twist off his head, and drink his blood if you can't chew it. That's enough. Bluetooth grinned. Absorb a warrior with 1,000 heads, and the initial stage of the hegemony will be formed. Oh! It's time for dinner. Your food is too good. This won't work. It won't bring out the combat power of the soldiers. In the past, we had to wait until we won to have food. The old madman laughed, and ran to the campfire next to him with the harpoon to share the barbecue. Soren and Gooden stared at the madman. Well, are you sure you want to drink a bake's blood? Gooden considered his words. Maybe. It sounds like it would be a good way to gain experience. Soren wrinkled his nose. It would be fine if he didn't use the dragon lance. He would just use the magic sword and let Guan Haifa hold him down and chop off his head. Well, is a bake really that strong? Is there any killer move or flaw? For example, there is a weak spot on his heel? Gooden thought for a moment and smiled. A bake is the bravest of the 3 armies. He is a well-known thug in the Sand Country. He is always the first warrior to break through the formation in every battle. Even the elves were afraid of his bravery, otherwise why would the queen win over and trust him as her confidant? And how could the nobles tolerate a slave becoming a general? But the general need not worry. The general destroyed alchemy and the kingdom of sand, just in accordance with the will of heaven, and it was destined. How could a mere man like Ibeck try to shake a tree or stop a chariot with his arms, and stop the general's divine power? I am sure that Ibeck will be powerless and trembling in front of the general, just like an ordinary person who is afraid of the power of a god, and he will willingly kneel down at the general's feet in a few rounds. I, your subordinate, would like to wish the general a great victory this time. May your military luck flourish. All right, go away. Sauron rolled his eyes, and drove away the flatterer. Gooden bowed, then happily went to mingle with the goblins and ratman engineers to flatter Zygen. This guy is a wise man, and knows who is the real leader in Soren's team. It got dark quickly, and the Imperial army set up a camp that looked simple and rough at first glance. There were only a few chevaux de frise and fences dividing the camp on the periphery, but in fact, the inside was filled with battlefield trenches used as trap pockets, which were formed under the rush of skeletons and covered with straw camouflage. All the regiments have eaten and drunk enough, and are ready to fight the upcoming fierce battle. The engineers set up the artillery and machine gun positions, and the magicians have completed the preparation of the magic circle. Everything is ready, just waiting for the big fish to bite the bait. The white eagles and pterosaurs began to patrol in turns, nervously searching for the nearby army that may have sneaked in. The habit of alien creatures to be good at, and like night battles, is really inconsistent with human traditions. Most human soldiers have night blindness, but these slave soldiers, who are specially selected to fight, have basic quality of dark vision. I really don't know how the ancient human empire, which didn't even have firearms or magic, could conquer such a large territory. Soren put on his armor, placed the magic sword Rivardin flat on his knees, and sat on the open space outside the camp with his eyes closed to rest. This magic sword may need to be activated with the magic spells and materials of the demons to reproduce the method used by the demons to cut the dragon spear. Anyway, Soren couldn't figure it out after groping for a long time, so he could only use it as a simple sharp blade. After all, without the dragon spear and magic, could he really tear an orc with his bare hands? Too bloody, too violent, too unhygienic. Let's use weapons in a civilized way. At this time, an eagle's cry came from the sky, and Soren opened his eyes. Iakir had fallen down to his side. Ibeck is here. In the military tent camp, Sarasis was so nervous that he hugged the banshee sword in the scabbard to his chest and clamped it tightly. He was also staring at the crystal fragments that were shaking like waves in the sand table with everyone else. Pelusius frowned. The number of people is wrong. 20,000 cavalry, divided into 4 groups, surrounded us and prepared for a surprise attack. Iakir said he only sent out half of his men to test. Maybe he was cautious, maybe he was arrogant, maybe we guessed wrong. He sent people to take the Giza palace. So should we launch artillery and magic now? Or should we wait until they break in? Sarasis couldn't help asking. Shing raised his hand and gestured at the enemy formation shown on the sand table, northeast, northwest, southwest. The magicians nodded. But Ibeck himself is here? Soren looked at Iakir. On the other side of the hill. Iakir pointed to the southeast, where there was no human presence in the dark night. I guess he left a hole on purpose, hoping that the other 3 divisions would defeat us at night and drive us to the southeast, and rush out to reap the harvest while the defeated army was fleeing down the mountain. And if something went wrong, he would not appear on the battlefield and directly abandon the army here. At least the other half of the people could start a new camp. Sauron nodded in agreement with his judgment. Then we have to wait for him to bite the bait. Matthew, tell the camp not to rush. At this time, a roar came from the artillery position behind them, and the camp ordered to fire. The mortars that had been moved from the eastern star threw all the special products made by Shichiong to the northeast. Even in the night, a strange green smoke was clearly visible rising, but the damage caused was very limited. It should even be said that God knows where the artillery was aiming. The cavalry that attacked at night had not yet approached the camp. There was only a 100-man team of slave soldiers near the explosion area, and they quickly fled in all directions, far away from the killing area of the explosion. Soren frowned. Although he thought chemical weapons were not that effective, wasn't it a waste to throw them around like this? Forget it, just tell them to wait for the magic. Then he saw the thick green fog being swept up by the strong wind, as if the invisible god of death was wielding a gleaming green sickle, sweeping across the outer circle of the camp, northeast, northwest, and southwest in a crescent-shaped star and moon. Just like a real knife cutting through the battlefield, plowing a dead scar covered with blood and flesh. The thick green fog was also swept by the wind of death, lingering in the wheat field watered by blood, like a seedling that had just been planted. So the wheat was harvested. Matthew looked at Soren. What did you want to say? Soren covered his face helplessly. Please don't do this. You killed everyone in seconds again. Give me a chance to train my soldiers, okay? Iakir looked at the battlefield from afar. Well, it's not bad. Only half of them were killed in the first blow, and the rest were poisoned to death. Oh, the retreat was also covered by the poisonous cloud, and some of the surviving soldiers came over here, ready to. Then they heard from a distance that Sarasis was screaming hysterically because of nervousness. Rush, blood wave, explode, blood flower, bloom, blood rose. So the slave soldiers, who had just been chopped by the sudden wind blade and were bleeding, and finally crawled out of the poisonous cloud with tears of blood, were once again blown up by the thousands of blood arrows that exploded and shot in all directions from the instantly boiling blood river. One by one, they turned into red flowers in the wheat field, blooming ferociously and gorgeously on this battlefield that could be called hell. So Iakil also shut up. Are all the empires crazy at this level? How did the elves on the front battlefield survive? Sauron sighed and stood up. Let's go after Ibeck, otherwise he will run too slowly and be killed again. Chapter 100. Ginhoevar leaped from midair across the bloody hell-like battlefield. Judging from the deep cuts on the ground, the magicians used forbidden spells to summon 5 strong winds, cutting through the formation of the slave cavalry army in an arc. However, after all, the magic wind blade is not a magic hammer. Although it swept across the entire army, the casualties caused in the first instant should be only 3 to 5,000. The main function should be to evenly spread the poisonous cloud wrapped in the wind over the army's heads. The dosage of these poisons is also limited. As Shi Qiong said, there is no poison that can kill tens of thousands of people in one breath. It just makes some people faint and frightened, and further expands the chaos to the entire army. Of course, the casualties caused by these 2 attacks are enough to make the army's morale collapse, and the white flag collapse. But the real killer is the final move of Sarasis. Her talent is really strong, and that magic is really a bit too much. Directly use the blood on the ground cut by the wind blade as the basis of water magic. The blood turned into spikes, long hair, and blood arrows, stabbing the remaining army to death on the battlefield. At a glance, the Sand Sea has turned into a hideous blood swamp. In this scene of Pagoda Hell, I am afraid that no living person can survive. The only remaining slave cavalry regiment of the Sand Country, half of the army was completely destroyed before they had time to make the final charge. Although the wizards were able to win such a great victory, it was partly due to the fact that the enemy had no magic defense preparation of a comparable level. But Soren was awakened. He began to realize that his excessive hope in the technological system was indeed a bit naive and arrogant. It is not that modern weapons are powerful and the industrial system has great potential, and it can be copied to the other world. Just by farming and cultivating a few hundred mechanics, the whole world can be conquered. The mortals in the magic world are suppressed to the lowest position. It is not a simple sentence that you are not working hard enough. If you have to explain it in one sentence, it can only be said that the power of killing magic has been developed to a completely bullshit level. Only a few elites can still maintain an overwhelming deterrent force against the masses. It is not feasible to walk on one leg of industrialization. Magic is equivalent to the nuclear weapons of this world, and it must be firmly grasped in the hands. Technology and magic, both hands must be grasped, and both hands must be strong. Too miserable. I thought that Flagbearer was a noble lady who came to show off, but she turned out to be your main force? Iker looked at the blood moon drawn on the sand with flesh and blood on the ground with lingering fear. With such powerful magic, and the grace to delegate power and employ people, and even generosity and kindness, I think if she becomes the new Queen of Sand, the Sand people will also be in awe and submit. Never mind, catch Ibeck and put an end to this farce. Sauron couldn't explain it to him, but it was true. When an individual has a strong deterrent power at the top, or is at the top of an organization, then no matter whether she is weak, cowardly, or stupid and incompetent, others will wear tinted glasses to correct everything she does, and every word she says. I guess when the Queen of Sheba was in the palace, she was also respected and loved. Iker led the way. He ambushed the army on the other side of the foothills. There, the tallest of the orcs watching the battle on the top of the mountain is Ibeck. Sauron also saw that there were more than 20 fully armed orcs, who left their wargs and soldiers at the foot of the mountain, and climbed up to the rocky beach on the top of the mountain to look at the battlefield. On the edge of the cliff stood a giant orc warrior wearing heavy armor, with a large number of skeletons on his belt and shoulder armor. But when he climbed up, he found that the battle was over. He must have been dumbfounded. Where is my army? I left it here. Where did the army of more than 20,000 people go? So, Ikel put his fingers in his mouth and blew a long whistle. Then from the dark clouds in the night sky, circling and breaking through the clouds, hundreds of ravens and white eagles suddenly emerged, diving towards the top of the mountain like fighter planes, and then quickly turned up and threw the things attached to their backs down. Soren could only barely see with his eagle sense magic eyes that there were hundreds of masked elven warriors, falling like cannonballs, holding long bayonets painted black to cover the blade light, piercing the skulls of the orc guards with one strike, instantly killing all of Ibeck's guards, and taking out crossbows to form a circle, surrounding the orc leader alone. No one made any extra noise throughout the whole process, and even the wolves halfway up the mountain and the army at the foot of the mountain did not realize their presence. The only person left on the top of the mountain, the giant orc general Ibeck, still had bulging eyes, staring at his slaughtered army like a dead rock. Iker touched his chest and saluted to Soren. Please, sir, the enemy general's head is yours. These are probably the magic assassins recruited by Iker. After all, the monkeys still choose to survive first. Soren sighed. Well, it can be seen that even if magic and poison gas bombs are not used this time, there is actually no opportunity to train the soldiers. In order to show their value, the monkeys have all brought out their best skills. So Soren rode on Ginhuivar and jumped on the orc's face in front of Ibeck. Hey, Ibeck, right? Soren, the vanguard of my imperial army. Ibeck turned his head stiffly and stared at the thin human who landed on the rock in front of him, then turned his head to look around. The rock was full of masked elven assassins, holding knives and crossbows, staring at him coldly. So the orc did not hesitate, bit his knees, and knocked his head on the rock. Your servant Ibeck is willing to surrender. Soren rolled his eyes. Why would you surrender? Don't you still have 20,000 men? Ibeck didn't look up and answered in a muffled voice. If you refuse to surrender, I eat you. Okay, that's cruel enough. Soren nodded. Come on, don't say I didn't give you a chance, Makara. If you win, I let you live. Ibeck hit his head again and broke a piece of brick and stone. Please give me a chance to live. Didn't I say it? Soren shouted angrily. If you win, I let it go. The White Eagle Iakir and the demon assassins on the rocks bowed together. Thank you for the order. Ibeck roared, picked up the broken rock on the ground, and threw it at Soren's face. Rubbish. Soren held up the magic sword Rivarden, and used the door-like sword to block the broken rock, but he was hit on the wrist, just like being hit by a car. The strange force almost knocked Soren down, and the sword was knocked away on the spot. Ah! Ibeck took advantage of Soren's unstable body, raised his fist above his head, and hit Soren's head hard. Bang! Iakir landed on the rock next to him, and pulled out a hawk feather-like flying knife from somewhere, but he caught it between his fingers, and didn't shoot it out. Because Soren actually resisted Ibeck's heavy punch. He used his forearm to block the heavy punch that hit his head. The armor gauntlet was deformed by the orc warrior's strange strength, but the orc skeleton, which can only be described as slender, did not move at all. Hey, your fist is too soft. Soren looked at Ibeck, and a lot of sweat and steam gradually evaporated from the gaps in the armor. The orc warrior suddenly stepped back and jumped away, staring at the human in front of him with a look of doubt. It should be food, but it forced it into such a predicament with a mere human. What kind of magic is this? It's not magic, it's a hegemony. An assassin on the rock couldn't help but whisper, the hegemon of the Empire still has a legacy. Hiss-ha. Sauron tore off the plate armor on his upper body, as if revealing muscles that were twitching and swollen into hard lumps all over his body. Guan Haifa climbed onto his back, forming hideous black ghost patterns, and not just his hair. Along the spine on his back, the boy's back and arms, which were gradually stretched by the muscles and bones that exploded, began to grow black manies. At this time, his entire body size doubled, although compared to the orcs, it was still only at the level of a monkey. But the steam from his body did radiate a blazing heat wave like a torch in the white night, almost burning and cracking the rocks under his feet. It's so hot. I thought I was turning into a super scion at first, but it turned out to be a gorilla. Sauron touched his chin that was stretched open by the fangs and raised a finger. 1 minute. If I can't kill you in 1 minute, then I can't do anything. Ibeck's pupils suddenly contracted. He had experienced countless fierce battles and life and death battles, but this was the first time he felt real fear just by being looked at by the humanoid thing opposite. Ah! Ibeck howled and stretched his muscles, breaking the iron chains decorated with skulls all over his body, making his body even bigger and more terrifying. Yes, orcs also have similar skills to increase muscle and gather energy to increase their strength. No, it's the other way around. It's a domineering body, just imitating the skills of these monsters to use muscles. Ah! Ibeck's roar was full of energy and resounded throughout the battlefield. All the blood vessels in his body were bulging, so that the whole battlefield could hear his roar. The slave soldiers and wolves at the foot of the mountain were alarmed. Some of the bodyguards tried to climb up the mountain to provide support, but were immediately shot to death by crossbows flying out of the darkness, and none of them could come up. Ibeck's skin began to explode, and black blood oozed out of his pores. He was able to gather his energy for such a long time. His hidden fighting power was too strong. It seems that this is the strength of a 1,000-headed orc warrior. Soren narrowed his eyes, staring at his opponent's movements with his magic eyes, and was fully alert. Ibeck was still screaming. It seemed that this ultimate move was not fake. He started bleeding from all 7 holes. Soren waited for 30 seconds, but this guy still screamed non-stop. His skin was all exploded and stained with blood, but it seemed that he still hadn't reached the top of his combat power. Soren was helpless. If he waited any longer, his limited-time plug-in would expire. Why don't you attack? Then I come. Soren stared at Ibeck, took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and the old madman's voice appeared in his ears again. The Imperial Guard's martial gods extract the power of despair from fear, while the tyrants extract their regret from anger. Use hatred to guide the anger in your chest, gather it in your heart, and then flow it through your body along your spine, and you can transform into a tyrant. Isn't it simple? Although you can't feel the chi, and murderous aura and anger are not effective. But since you were born in this world, those powers are contained in your body. These days, every time I smash your whole body, there will be chi left in your body, between your bones, and in your blood. Just activate them directly. How to activate it? Isn't this the same reason as when you use the dragon spear? Think about it. Think about your past life. Think about your past friends. Think about your past lovers. Think about everything you once had being taken away by those dirty, lowly, despicable scum and beasts that you could have crushed with a slap. So you lose everything, everything you love. It has nothing to do with others. It's all your fault. It's your own fault, because you were originally capable of protecting all of this. Because you could have killed all those damn bastards earlier. Then the newborn tyrant opened his eyes, and the boy jumped up from the rock he was standing on, stepped on the huge rock and cracked it like a lotus, and broke through the sound waves and air wall at the moment of breathing, aiming at the iron-like abdominal muscles of Ibeck and punching him. Bang! With a sound, the meat-like orc was knocked away. The warrior rolled on the ground, crushing and smashing countless rocks, and finally, with a bang, his whole body was embedded in the rocks. There was only a fist mark in the abdomen, which had penetrated deep into the internal organs, and the muscles were torn into spirals by the force of the fist. The entire chest and abdomen were destroyed and ulcerated, and at the same time, the force directly broke out from the back of the warrior, and the spine was broken from the back muscles. The former Sand Country warrior Ibeck tilted his head like this, with blood from his mouth and nose mixed with tears and saliva, and he was completely unrecognizable. What, is this the end? Sauron gradually woke up from the steaming heat wave, staring at the beaten meat in front of him, and gradually came to his senses. He looked at his fist. He had used so much force in this punch that his entire right arm was broken and his skin and flesh were folded, but now it was covered by the steaming heat, which made his right hand grow again. After removing the domineering state, Soren drew out the dragon spear from his waist to prevent the other party from pretending to be dead and preparing for a sneak attack, and then carefully approached Ibeck and checked it carefully. It's dead. Iakir came over and pressed the orc's chest muscles, muscle erosion, bone shattered, blood vessels burst, dead. Soren frowned. A warrior with thousands of heads just like this? What was it doing when it was screaming for so long? Why didn't it fight back? This? I don't know. White Eagle frowned and glanced at the last wreckage of the famous warrior of the Sand Country, with blood all over his face, tears, and a horrible death. I heard that it was quite strong. Sauron pursed his lips. Fighting a war is like playing a game. Can eating such trash really help you level up? TSK. Just die. Why are you crying? So disgusting. Sauron had no choice but to raise the magic sword that Gwan Haifa brought back, cut off the head of General Ibeck, held it high in his hand, opened his mouth and swallowed a large amount of thick blood plasma dripping from his neck, frowning and swallowing it. The hot blood flowed into his stomach, as if he had swallowed a large mouthful of magma into his mouth, and there was no substantial feeling of enhancement. But Sauron understood what the old madman meant. A strong heat flow came from his abdomen, flowing through his whole body like a living thing. Sauron could finally feel the flow of chi. He closed his eyes and tried to remember the feeling in his body before the air flow dissipated. And around him, the elf assassins hiding in the darkness looked at him in fear, witnessing the birth of a tyrant who killed the first brave general of the Sand Country with one punch. Except for the ambushed troops at the foot of the mountain, who saw that the momentum was not right and fled in all directions, the Ibeck Corps could be said to be completely destroyed. The annihilation of this mobile corps symbolized that the Sand Country had completely lost its last hope of restoration. The army brought with them was almost unscathed, so they dug a bunch of fortifications and watched the slave cavalry regiment being destroyed by magic. When the poisonous cloud gradually dissipated after daybreak, they began to clean up the battlefield, pack up their weapons, and bury the bodies. Soren put Ibeck's head on the gun and returned to the camp. Looking at the army under his command, which was not used at all, and was doing nothing but preparing breakfast, he couldn't help but sigh. Perhaps he should have followed the Prime Minister's advice and recruited 1,000 people to sweep the floor. Zygon was waiting for him at the entrance of the tent. Is this the orc warrior? You drank his blood? Ah, oh yes, you made a fuss, but in the end you only got a weakling. Soren guessed that it was Gooden who told Zygon about the tyrant body, so he didn't care much. But this battle was all thanks to the magicians. If I had known you were so powerful, maybe a forbidden spell could have solved the problem when conquering the demons. Why lose so many people? Oh, you're dreaming. I checked the corpse and confirmed with Gooden. When Sand Alchemy arranged the contract for her slave soldiers, she specially arranged long-term magic resistance protection to prevent the slaves from getting out of control. So even if the alchemist died and the magic was ineffective, the slave soldiers should not have been beaten so badly. It would be fine if they couldn't withstand the forbidden magic. The blood magic used by Cerasus was just a deformation magic that manipulated blood on a large scale. The level was not high, so it couldn't be so effective. So I checked it, and guess what? The contract on the defeated soldier's corpse was transformed from protection to curse, which in turn increased our magic damage by hundreds or thousands of times. Oh, I don't know whether alchemy intends to let these slaves be buried with the Sand Country, or whether these slave soldiers did something to betray the Sand Country and trigger the curse, which led to the good effect of our magic this time. Forget it. Let's not talk about these trivial matters. Shi Qiong took out a small medicine bottle and threw it to Soren. Drink this. Soren looked at the medicine bottle in his hand and sweated. Ah, drink it again, He really didn't dare to pour what Shi Qiong gave him into his mouth casually. Shi Qiong rolled his eyes. It's not mine. This is given by Gooden. It's the antidote. Antidote? What antidote? What else could it be? An antidote to the poison. Saijin shrugged. He said he had poisoned a beak in advance. If you were to drink his blood, you might get poisoned if you got too excited, so he took the initiative to give me the antidote for inspection. I've checked it. It's the real antidote. What the hell? Poisoned? What poison? When was it poisoned? Sauron was confused and bewildered. Curse, poison, assassin. It was obvious that he personally participated in the planning of the battle, but in fact, in places he couldn't see, there were actually people behind the scenes making all kinds of strategies and plans. Soren was even more guilty now. He was a little worried that he, who only knew how to lead the charge, could fight against the old bastards in this world. Then a familiar sound came from behind. Soren turned his head and saw a man and a woman teleporting over with a virtual flash and appearing outside the camp gate. One of them was an acquaintance, Sister Hela. She walked toward Soren, picked up the skirt of the nun's female weapon robe that could only barely cover the base of her thighs, and bowed slightly. Vanguard Officer Soren, please allow me to introduce you. She raised her hand sideways and led the handsome young man beside her, who was wearing a white robe, had a slender and thin figure, a pointed chin, short gray hair, and squinted his eyes, and smiled like a fox. This is Lord Anubis in a white robe. Anubis waved happily at Soren. Hey. Chapter 101. What you fear will come true. Soren looked cautiously at Anubis in a white robe standing beside the sand table, with his hands behind his back and smiling. The magicians of other empires were also summoned to welcome the visit of the strongest person in the south in the literal sense. Oh, not bad, not bad. This great harvest is really well placed. The trajectory completely swept the entire army. The magic control is really excellent. Did you perform it? Anubis looked at Xing with a smile. The deacon saluted. I don't deserve it. Anubis nodded. If you hadn't betrayed your inherited master-disciple contract, I would have wanted to accept you as my apprentice. What a pity. Xing suddenly stiffened, his pupils contracted, and he stood there like a wooden man. At this time, Soren suddenly noticed that the butler could at least say something, but the other young wizards in the field, including Zaijin, Gilt, and Pollux, the elites of the empire, who could slaughter tens of thousands of troops with a wave of their hands, were now like mice seeing a cat, standing on both sides of the military tent with their heads down, not daring to say a word, not daring to move. Cerasus was even worse. His lips were pale, his face was covered with cold sweat. He was in a state of losing too much blood and needed to drink more hot water. What happened? Did they consume too much magic power just now? Anubis kept smiling, walked past the deacon with his hands behind his back, and looked at Pollux. Oh, you are a battlefield lich, right? It's an interesting body and good quality, but it's a pity that you practice the secret method passed down from your family, right? Probably you won't choose to be my disciple. What a pity. The one-eyed dragon closed his eyes, bowed his head, and stepped aside. The white robe looked at Gilt again. Wow, you are the most powerful among this group of elites? Very good, very good. I guess you are the chief Gilt? Would you like to be my disciple? I can guide you to become a god. Gilt shook his head. Thank you for your kindness, sir, but I refuse. Anubis still smiled and nodded. Well, it can be seen that Killian has taught you a lot of strange tricks. If you don't want to, forget it, it's a pity. Then he looked at Zaijin. Well, those little gadgets you made are also quite interesting. Then the white robe passed by the best witch of the same period and walked past her. Zaijin was stunned for a moment, biting his lips, and clenching his fists. Anubis stopped in front of Sarasis, put away the smile on his face, nodded to her solemnly, and said, Miss Sorg, although I have added a seat at the end of the first quarter of the empire, I think I am not a bad mentor. I wonder if you are willing to become my personal apprentice. Ah! Sarasis looked surprised and subconsciously touched the banshee sword at his waist, but at this moment, General Silver Dragon was hiding in the sword and pretending to be dead, not giving any hints. Thank you for your kindness. Sarasis shook his head and refused. Anubis did not give up. Is it because of Lord Allrights? You don't have to worry about this. I have accumulated a lot of magical tools in the south over the years. I am very willing to bear the cost of canceling the master-disciple inheritance contract for a genius like you. Besides, Lord Allrights wanted to study his disciples to see if they could change their own fate, so he accepted you as his disciple, right? I guess he would also be happy to see you become my disciple. Becoming a god is also a way to survive, isn't it? Or do you think the head-changing method of the first generation of alchemists is not very elegant? It doesn't matter, I have a more advanced improvement technique. Look at my body, isn't it the same as that of a living person? What do you think? Selas was stunned, this. Thank you for your appreciation. No, I mean Allrights. Teacher, you are good to me. And I want to try to change my own destiny. As a human being. The gray-haired lich actually showed a regretful expression on his face. Really? This is a pity. Such a rare genius magic girl, it's really a pity. Okay, I understand. Anubis crossed his arms, and walked back to the stool at the head of the tent and sat down. After thinking for a while, he turned his head and asked Soren, who was staring at him, What about you? Do you want to be my disciple? I want to be my disciple. Soren pointed at his nose. Anubis nodded with a smile. Although you are a damn bastard, your talent as a magician is outstanding, even better than Miss Sorg. Would you like to consider it? No thanks, I'm a Death Knight. Well actually, seeing how useful magic is, Soren has been thinking a little bit. It's so good, and then find a lich to learn some magic. But now, isn't it embarrassing that he is the only one who agreed to this situation? After all, everyone else refused, and Zygen, the only one who was not recruited, has red ears and looks like she is about to explode. At least ask her a question to show respect. Anubis immediately looked disappointed. Is that so? What a pity, what a pity, what a pity. What's the pity? Don't you have any other disciples? Sauron couldn't help asking. Although you killed many, there are still 3 or 2. Well, this is the fate of the apprentices of the Empire. I can't say much, but if none of you who have linked your fate together with the bond will take me as your master. Anubis slowly opened his eyes, staring at Soren with his gray-white pupils. What reason do I have to spare the lives of you traitors who assassinated the king? The atmosphere in the military tent suddenly became tense. Well, actually, it was tense the moment Anubis appeared, but Soren, who was so rough, only felt it now. We came to conquer the kingdom of sand under the orders of the Prime Minister and the Great Council. Guild said cautiously, the conquest of Lord Yachukas is also to fulfill the Council's mission. The Prime Minister himself has promised not to pursue it. Your Excellency has no reason to use force against us, right? Anubis shook his head. You can't say that. I swore to protect the King of Man. Strictly speaking, when I arrived in the south, the Empire had not yet been established, and the laws of the Great Council could not apply to me. Killian, although I am the last in the term, I am indeed no match for it. But how can a man be afraid of a strong enemy and swallow his anger? Then how about giving Giza to you? Pelusius suggested. Our mission is only to destroy the kingdom of sand and the queen's head. If you want the city and the people, you can take them all. The lich laughed twice. I am a dead man. What's the use of those things? Do you really think I care about power and reputation? I have wasted so much time and energy in this desert just for the promises I made in the past. But the one I made the promise to was killed by you, when the promise was about to be fulfilled. As a man, how can you ignore the death of your benefactor? Don't you think so? I am the last descendant of the royal blood and the heir of the royal family. Shi Qiong suddenly said, If you must accept a disciple before letting everyone go, I will. Anubis shook his head. You are not worthy. Sorry to be too blunt, but your physical aptitude is too poor. Go, and have a baby to pass on the royal blood. Xiong was completely stunned. Sauron frowned. Do you really want to avenge that scum Yachukas? Scum? Anubis raised his eyebrows, opened his mouth, and then sighed helplessly. Really, after so many years of fighting and sacrifice, you finally became scum. I am also very sorry that it has come to this situation today, but a man should never break his oath and forget his loyalty. By the way, This is also for the revenge of several of my disciples. How can I let them call me master in vain?" Then Anubis made a move without any sign, and stretched out his index finger towards Soren's heart. Death touch. Until this time, Soren finally understood what was wrong. He couldn't move. He couldn't use the magic power in his body. The swiftness of the leopard, the fist of magic power, and even the magic eye of the eagle could not be activated. The dragon spear was inserted in his waist at a close distance, but he couldn't reach out and pull it out, because when he lowered his head, he found that his whole body was locked by the black magic chain that sprang out from the ground. And it wasn't just him. Everyone in the tent, and even everyone in the entire military camp, was probably also restrained. No, there was one more person. "Hey, get out of the way!" Accompanied by the roar of the old madman, with a strong northern accent coming from outside the tent, the blazing blue lightning whistled in, the strong wind opened the tent, and the thick lightning net-like branches cut the air into a grid. The cold light at the tip of the trident almost pierced into Anubis's ruthless gray pupils, but it was still a little short. The magic weapon, that could have blown up Leviathan with just one blow, was now tied up by countless black chains, like spider webs. The reason why Soren was still alive, and could see everything clearly, was because the touch of death was blocked. The gray-haired lich took out a silver dice from Soren's chest. "Killian sent you here and gave you this life-saving prop?" Anubis completely ignored the trident that almost pierced his cheek, stared at the dice between his right fingertips, and glanced coldly at the pistol on Soren's waist. "He doesn't think that these things can stop me from killing you, right?" Roar! The old madman let out a deafening roar, probably transformed. Then Anubis raised his left hand and snapped his fingers, and the roar suddenly disappeared. "No, it's impossible. He was killed instantly." But Sauron was now almost wrapped up like a dumpling by layers of black chains, and he couldn't even move his neck, let alone confirm the old madman's condition. Don't count on him. Anubis held the dice in his palm and looked directly into Sauron's pupils. The god of war, he just does useless work, and the tyrant, he will be late every time. Annihilation. Saijan screamed and broke the chains that bound his hands and throat, rushed over, but was instantly pulled to the ground by more chains. No! But the lich had already reached out and touched Soren's chest. "Shit! I'm going to die again." Soren was confused. "Where's the revolving lantern? Is there a revolving lantern?" But there is no revolving lantern. The gray-haired young man lowered his head with a puzzled look, looking at the silver handkerchief wrapped around his fingertips. This could be? Anubis looked at the handkerchief in his hand. "Missing? You actually have missing." The lich held missing, stared at the handkerchief for a long time, and slowly narrowed his eyes. "I lost." He turned his head to look at Saijan, who was dragged to the ground by the chain, and raised the handkerchief in his hand. "Did you do it?" "No, that's not right. Although the trick to break the magic just now is quite clever, it is absolutely impossible for you to weave a real missing." Saijan stared at the lich. It seemed that there was someone on her list who she hated the most in her life, far surpassing Achuka's. Anubis ignored the hateful girl and smiled, as he stuffed the silver handkerchief and dice back into Soren's arms. "It really opened my eyes. I didn't expect that there are people in this world who can weave pure thoughts. Does it really exist? Such a rare good woman. Although you are a damn bastard, even if you kill a bastard like you, somewhere in this world, there will be a good woman who can weave thoughts. You will feel sad from the bottom of your heart, right? Not letting such a good woman cry is also the bottom line of a man." Anubis patted Soren's shoulder. How enviable. At this moment, the black chains that bound everyone disappeared instantly. Drink. The old madman, who was thrown to an unknown place by magic just now, suddenly rushed out of the void again, grabbed a fork, and hit Anubis into glass like snowflakes. "Hey Soren, are you dead? Idiot. Use your body to break free from control, you idiot." "Ah." The old madman grabbed Soren and shook him violently, shaking his bones so hard that they broke apart, literally. Xiong got up silently, turned around and ran out of the tent. Others didn't have time to notice her either. Everyone felt like they had survived a disaster and were still in shock. Just when they had just won a great victory and were completely unprepared, a man in a white robe walked into the barracks and attacked the commander head-on. If he hadn't suddenly changed his mind, he would have succeeded. How to defend? It's impossible to defend. The level difference is too big. It's just a magic illusion. An illusion can control the magic power of the whole place and turn me into a useless person. Pelusius collapsed on the ground, gasping for breath. This guy is much stronger than the human king and that alchemist, right? Xing knelt on the ground and vomited, and even vomited bile. Guilt also gasped, in front of the existence of the elven gods and the white-robed lich. The the mental power of ordinary people is impossible to control the surrounding magic power to use magic. In the most outrageous cases, they can't even control their own bodies. On the contrary, physical skills and martial arts are more useful. In the previous battles, we were all under the protection of the law of causality, and we planned in advance, so we had the opportunity to take the initiative. But this time, I was completely unprepared, so in front of a white robe, I once again realized that I was just a mortal with no power. Magic is a winner-takes-all game, so there is no need to be so frustrated. But I didn't expect it to give up its killing intention because of missing you. What's going on? It's just a random step down. Sister Hela walked over slowly. Don't you understand? If Lord Anubis kills you, it will be against the Empire, and the Prime Minister will have the opportunity to use your death to weave the law of cause and effect to eliminate Anubis. But if it doesn't kill you, it will be a betrayal of the human king, and it will also be punished by weakening. So you are just a tool used by that shameless scumbag Prime Minister. Pollux frowned. How is this possible? Guild was silent for a while. It sounds like his style. Pelusius was shocked. What? Is it so dirty? What's that? You haven't experienced the Prime Minister's despicableness yet. Hela walked towards Sarasis, who was kneeling on the ground, panting and trembling, and handed her a scroll. Sir, the flag bearer, follow the instructions of Anubis in white robes. After it confirms the caliber of the Empire's talents, hand this invitation to the Ensa Temple, the alchemy god trial, to the flag bearer, or the last survivor. I invite you and its disciples to go to the Astra Alchemy Academy in Ensa to take the trial of the new alchemist. The winner will have the opportunity to inherit the godhood of alchemy. Sauron finally broke free from the old madman and rubbed his arm that was almost broken by him. What? Ensa? Has Anubis taken Ensa? Hela nodded. It was conquered 2 days ago, and the army has arrived at said port along the canal tributary that smuggled supplies. Originally, it was planned to raid the Queen of Sheba. As a result, we were 1 step late. You had just left to attack the Giza Palace. Lord Anubis estimated that you could conquer Giza, so he ordered the army to turn around and sweep along the east bank of the Shadi River to capture the remaining slave cavalry. Just now, we noticed the great magic reaction on the other side of the river. We guessed that you were in a decisive battle, so we came here first. Oh, Anubis' army should be at the riverside now. Do you want to take a look? It's spectacular. Spectacular? Although Sauron's army of more than 10,000 people was pinned to the ground by a lich, and was very cowardly, it was a camp of 10,000 people after all. Doesn't it deserve the evaluation of the word spectacular? So Sauron rode on Guan Haifa and jumped to the hill, looking at the other side of the Shadi River in the sunlight. He could only see a dazzling golden ocean. It was not yellow sand, but soldiers, skeletons in golden armor, golems in golden shells, various mechanical weapons, alchemical beasts, and golden gargoyles flying all over the sky. Each one was shining with magic energy, and covered with various magical protections. In comparison, the legionnaires made by Pollux himself could only be called toys made of mud. At a glance, this army filled the river and the distant sand sea, and moved in an orderly manner to the south, boundless, as if the yellow sand sea was rushing towards the distance. I don't even know how many people there are. Upstart, with such a powerful army in hand, is it necessary to send reinforcements? No, it's absurd that the Kingdom of Sand can confront such a large army for so long. It seems that Lord Anubis has captured Ensa. Iakir flew to Sorin on a white eagle. Now, the alchemy army has fallen into its hands. What? The alchemy army? Sauron was surprised. Yes, these equipment and magic weapons were prepared by the alchemists for the army of the Kingdom of Sand in the past, and the alchemists of Astra Alchemy Academy have been making enchantments for many years, and have accumulated fine products. However, the Kingdom of Sand has dominated the south, so these magic weapons are mainly used as trade goods and provided to the Northern Elf Alliance. It is said that the Northern Alliance is too greedy, and has been eyeing this batch of arms without reaching an agreement with the Queen on the reinforcements. And because of the restrictions imposed by the alchemist himself, the Queen could not mobilize too many equipment to arm the soldiers at once, so these arms have been sealed in the Alchemy Academy in Ensa. Now, all of them have become Anubis' possession. Damn it! No wonder this lich doesn't care about the Giza province, or the Queen of Sheba's head. Anubis has been eyeing the most valuable property of the Kingdom of Sand. So at the beginning of the decisive battle, the whole army rushed to Ensa's treasure house, leaving all other things aside. Because compared with the benefits that could be obtained by taking down Ensa, it was not worth mentioning at all. Now, as long as one of his disciples completes the trial and completely obtains the godhood of alchemy, and then cuts off the head of the Queen of Sheba to cut off the royal bloodline, The kingdom of sand will be completely destroyed. Chapter 102. Sauron returned to the tent. The other magicians just recovered. Anubis had messed them up. Although they had won a great victory, they were not excited at all. Of course, after all, they killed so many people with magic, and no one would really feel happy. So is our trial completed? Selas asked Soren without any sense of reality. Almost. The remaining elven navy is a tough nut to crack. Let Anubis' army deal with it. Now all we need is the queen's head. Soren thought for a moment. There is no trace of the Queen of Sheba on the battlefield, but I sent the White Eagles to look for her. I think we can find her whereabouts in the next 2 days. Now we can return to Giza to prepare for the withdrawal. Of course, if any of you want to go to Ensa to participate in the trial of the gods, you can still do it in time. At this time, the Banshee sword flashed. Selas, I think the white-robed man just now also saw that you are indeed qualified to inherit the alchemy of sand. Now is indeed a good opportunity to change your fate. But as I told you before, although this godhood is very powerful, it doesn't quite match your style. There are several other better ones. Of course, it's up to you to choose. If you want this main god position, I will help you complete the alchemy trial, no problem. Selassie hesitated for a moment, looked at the invitation in his hand, and finally shook his head. Forget it, I have no interest in alchemy, so I'd better choose Franny's one, which is closer to home. But it's at least a chance. Who of you wants to try it? The inheritance of sand alchemy? Pelusius touched his chin. I doubt whether a human body can really receive the complete inheritance of the elven gods. If Anubis' disciples all learn the magic of head-changing and body-transforming created by the first generation of alchemy, they might have a chance to be further deified. But even if we go, I'm afraid we can only get some ancient magic and alchemy formulas, and the benefits are not great. Guild shook his head. It's mainly the alchemy godhood. If it is in the hands of the Empire, the Elf Alliance will have one less main god, and can use the name of alchemy to control the various forbidden magic arrays of the Sand Country. In this way, if the army of the elf gods invades, the divine band will be greatly weakened. From a strategic point of view, Anubis will definitely be in our hands. It has already given us a warning, proving that it is easy for it to get rid of us, so there is no need to compete with it. Xing also refused. Yes, Anubis has a strong desire to kill me, a traitor, and I don't have any thoughts to protect myself, so I won't deliver myself to him. Then we prepare to return. I go. Sejun walked into the tent. Lend me a pterosaur. I go take the test. Sejun's belt was full of scrolls and potions. She was wearing a dragon skin cloak, an alchemical eye mask on her head, and a large package on her back. She was fully armed and looked like she was going to kill. Even before the decisive battle with the slave cavalry, she had never been seen to be so serious. Gilt and Pollux showed a look of as expected. Sauron had no choice but to persuade. Sejun, Anubis and Achukas are birds of a feather. You don't have to be angry because of what that bastard said. Angry? A little bit, but I've heard too many of his words. Every white robe in the capital has rejected my application for apprenticeship with similar reasons, and there are even worse ones. I'm used to it. Xiong snatched the invitation scroll from Sarasis and put it on his waist. That's why I want to go even more. Lich doesn't talk about feelings, and will not waste time and energy on a mortal like me, who is only a little smart, but has no magical potential. If I don't fight for it with all my strength, will I really fulfill my destiny by giving birth to a child as they ordered? I've read so many books and learned so many spells. You're kidding me, if I give up just because of one word from him. She shook her head and walked out of the tent. Sauron sighed, rushed out to catch up with Sijin, and grabbed the reins of the pterosaur before she did. What? You still want to stop me? Sijin's voice was 8 octaves higher. It would be strange if she wasn't angry. I go with you. I also have some things to confirm with Anubis in person. Come on up. Sauron summoned Guanafar, and Sijin was not vague and jumped on the huge black panther. You go back to Giza first. Anubis has made the most money, so there is no need to be polite. Take a little more of the land of the palace, temple and nobles. Remember to seize the fleet in the port. A thief will not leave empty-handed if he digs deep. Sauron casually ordered the soldiers, and led Sijin along the river bank and the marching golden-armored army, jumping south to the upper reaches of the Shadi River. Do you also think I am very thick-skinned? I am licking my face even when I am told that I am unworthy. Shichiong leaned on Soren's back, gnashing his teeth. Yes, I am thick-skinned. I made all my gadgets myself. I thought of all my tricks, and I cheated and robbed all my opportunities, because only a true genius magic girl would have so many opportunities presented to her, letting her pick and choose. That's great. It's a pity that I'm not such a genius girl. I don't deserve such a good life. But even if it's a life with no future, I don't want to give up like this. I don't want to. I'm not willing. I can't weave yearning. I can't weave yearning. Why does he say I can't weave yearning? Do you all think I can't weave yearning? In this world, there is no magic that I, Zygen, can't use. Damn it, wait for me. Sauron was sweating coldly, and didn't bother the witch who was venting to the wind behind him. Speaking of which, considering the reactions of the white-robed librarian, Killian and Anubis, and thinking about the situation of Skord, I'm afraid that the key to weaving yearning is not the attainment of magic, but the emotions placed in it. So if you ask Soren, he doesn't think Anubis is wrong. Now, Zygen can hardly believe in others, so how can she weave thoughts? I'm afraid she knows it clearly in her heart, so she is so unwilling. Ahem, don't say sarcastic words at this time. However, no matter whether Zygen was stimulated or not, and whether Anubis really just found an excuse to step down, the undeniable fact is that Soren was saved by thoughts. To be honest, Soren really didn't miss Skord at all. He almost forgot that he had such a magical guardian on him. But this really can't be blamed on him. No matter whether he is an old lover in the future and the multiverse, Skord is still a minor now. Can you believe that the person who can weave the missing that the liches have never seen before is still a primary school student? Soren feels Alexander, and full of guilt when he thinks about it now. Wow, this hot and forbidden emotion is really unworthy. Forget it, let's drag it out for 10 or 20 years, at least wait until she is an adult. Yes, this is not a scumbag, he is law-abiding. Ginwamar carried the two people with their own thoughts and jumped around in the air. His pace was very fast. After a while, he jumped over the front of the Lich army. Sauron looked down at the ground. There were still many ruins of cities and villages along the river in the south, but it can be seen that due to the war disasters over the years, the once fertile fields were all abandoned. The further south you go, the more obvious the traces of the battlefield are. Soon you can see the flattened fields, countless trenches and camps on the land, and a thick layer of ice on the Shady River. Yes, it is clear that the scorching desert is further north, but the river to the south has been frozen into a glacier by magic, and the banks are covered with white snow. Not to mention the agricultural food base, there is no grass at all. No wonder Ibeck refused to lead the army south for a decisive battle. There is actually such a level of magic to change the terrain. Going south is simply seeking death. Shichion also gradually regained his sanity in the obviously cold wind. Ice is piercing, the great magic commonly used by the Empire and the creatures in battle. It should be the construction of the spiritual tower. Soren nodded. Indeed, they were approaching the outer position where Anubis besieged Insa. It was obvious that the air was filled with a lot of magic power, as sticky as glue. Soon, the shadows of the towering spiritual towers in the distance, like bone claws, also emerged from the thick frost fog. Not just one, but 12 spiritual towers of various sizes were built in the north of Insa. A huge wall was built around the towers. No, it was not a wall, but a wall of corpses. Dense corpses, elves, orcs, hyenas, lizardmen, ratmen, goblins, rotten zombies, and bones with flesh and blood peeled off were piled up and inlaid together. The 10-meter-high wall, together with the trenches and glaciers, completely besieged and cut off the life of Insa, the important town of elves on the riverside in the south. Previously, Anubis was known in the Sand Country for not massacring cities or killing people indiscriminately, but it seems that this was just the strategy and disguise of the white-robed man. After all, those who were massacred had no chance to refute. When the final battle really came, the sunny young man who looked smiling on the outside would be too ruthless. Judging from the corpse wall covering the entire city, all the living creatures in the south were probably killed by Anubis. Not long ago, there were probably hundreds of thousands of undead armies displayed outside the city, and under the cover of endless magic suppression, they attacked Insa's city defense like a tide. Now, the battlefield from north to south was dead silent, without a single sound. This was normal, after all, this was the scene after Death One. Soren and Zygen looked at each other, exhaled icy air, and jumped into the city on Guan Haifa. Almost none of the outer city walls and military buildings were intact. All of them were turned into ruins by various magics. Since Insa was located by the Shady River, the signs of water magic impact were the most obvious. The torrent rushing in from the northeast corner flooded most of the city, and then turned into icicles in all directions, leaving behind a mess, as if a ferocious dragon rushed into the city and rolled around. Ice cones bigger than the giant orcs were everywhere in the city and temples. The ice and snow were not white, but a dirty brown color. God knows how many bones and flesh were crushed under the ice. Soren frowned, a little confused about the situation on the battlefield. There were no bones, which was understandable. After all, the Empire could clean up the battlefield with just one enslaved undead, which was very convenient. He was surprised that from the destructive effect of magic, Anubis seemed to have only used a water magic, or a forbidden spell, and almost destroyed half of the city. Why did they stand off for so long before? The ultimate battle of magic on the battlefield is about who can completely overwhelm the other party, and gain control over the elements first, Zygen explained. The legions of Insa City and Ibeck are different. The alchemists and mages in the city should have been fighting with Anubis for control over the surrounding magical elements. During this period, it was purely a hand-to-hand fight between the undead army and the elf servant army. Without the assistance of a corresponding patron saint, they were able to force a white robe to build so many spiritual towers to replenish magic power. It took several days to cast a forbidden spell to conquer the city. The mages of Astra Alchemy Academy are worthy of the support of the Sand Country, and the reputation of the strongest magic academy in the southern continent. I think if the Queen of Sheba had moved the capital at the beginning and led the army to defend Insna, Anubis would not have been able to conquer it by himself. It's ridiculous that he could conquer it by himself. Sauron's mouth twitched. So should we say that the Queen of Sheba is a waste who is more likely to cause trouble than to do good? No, this is also hindsight. After all, the main forces of both sides had been confronting each other in Fame for so long. God knows that Anubis was so patient that he pretended to paralyze the opponent for hundreds of years, before suddenly attacking Insa. It is also impossible for the Queen of Sheba to voluntarily retreat and move the capital from a political perspective. After all, if she abandons the core territory of the capital without fighting and flees, people's hearts will only collapse faster. In the final analysis, the country does not have a top-level god-level combat force, so it will be defeated sooner or later. Or from another perspective, even without a guardian god, it can still drag a white-robed lich in this sand dune for so long, which really shows how powerful the Sand Country was in the past. That should be the ruins of Astra Alchemy Academy. Shi Qiong pointed to a huge pit in the center of the city. It was bottomless at first glance, and the surroundings of the pit were all melting glaciers. It was obvious that it was beaten into this state by some great magic. Now the magic was lifted, the magic glaciers began to melt, and the water flowed into the pit like a waterfall. I remember the geography book said that the Alchemy Academy was also converted from the lizardman's nest, right? Sauron was embarrassed, that is to say, it was a pyramid before, and now it has been hit into a meteorite crater. Yes, the spirit nest is the center of the temple, and it would have been built on the node of the Earth Vein magic network. The level of the lizardmen in using natural magic to set up the barrier is still very good, so there is no need to modify it too much. This trace is obviously the Earth Vein node was blown up by the Earth element / I see, I guess the Alchemy Academy had a powerful magic seal before, so the alchemists were confident that it would not be lifted by the Lich in a short time. I didn't expect Anubis to use such a violent method to force the bombardment. The magic power of the 12 psychic towers is not enough. There may be psychic towers outside the city, in the southeast, northwest, and northeast to provide energy. This is not something that can be built overnight. How did they suddenly build so many psychic towers under the eyes of the elves? Xiong fell into deep thought. Sauron looked up at the ice-covered Shadi River. It was probably built in front of the elven army during the confrontation in Fam, and then the building materials were disassembled and transported to Ensna along the Shadi River, and the core components were transported from the secret waterway of said port, and finally directly fished out and assembled outside Ensna city. And the surprise attack shortened the construction period. Zygen stared at him. How did you guess that? Anubis also nodded, yes. How did you guess that? Sauron shrugged. Similar plots have been played in games before. Shit, Anubis! The two turned their heads together, and stared at the gray-haired and white-robed lich floating silently behind them. I thought you were a reckless man who didn't like to use his brain, but you have a talent for fighting. Anubis smiled at Soren in appreciation. I have been secretly planning this plan for a long time, but I didn't expect you to see through it at a glance. Not bad, not bad. It's worth it that I let you live. The lich looked at Zygen again. Although you look a little different, it seems that you have inherited some royal blood. You would rather give up human feelings to realize your great ambition, right? Soren Khan, what's wrong with this lich? He and Zygen are so incompatible. Zygen stared at him with anger. Your Excellency, do you think I am not worthy of participating in the trial? Unfortunately, I have been invited, and you can't expel me. Anubis shook his head with a disappointed expression. I just don't want my old friend's bloodline to be cut off. No human king in history has had a good end. You can't transform into a lich. Wouldn't it be good to have a chance to stay out of it and spend the rest of your life in peace? Why get involved in these troubles again? Okay, since we are here, let's go in and give it a try. It stretched out its hands and pressed the shoulders of the two. The world spun around, and Soren stumbled and found himself standing on a pyramid platform. The surrounding gargoyles and skeleton soldiers held torches, illuminating the smooth rock walls around them, which looked like they were cut with a knife. Only from the opening far above his head was there a faint light. This was probably the basement of the Astra Alchemy Academy that had been completely blown up. Soren turned his head and found that Sijin was gone. Anubis was standing at the edge of the platform, looking down at the maze under the pyramid. Below is the trial field of alchemy. Miss Estelle and my 3 remaining disciples are undergoing the trial. Don't worry, there is nothing dangerous. The trials arranged by alchemy are mainly puzzles to test wisdom and scheming. As long as you pass the test and walk out of the maze, you can get the qualification to call yourself an alchemist. If you fail the test, you will be trapped to death, but my disciple Ejo has outstanding qualifications and will definitely complete the trial within a few days. Although Miss Estelle has limited potential, she should not starve to death. Oh, do you want to try? Wisdom and scheming, Soren Khan. He still has self-knowledge. Forget it, I'm a Death Knight. Anubis nodded. It's good to be a Death Knight. Your military vision is quite good. Become a Grand Commander as soon as possible, and come to my side to help. I don't want to have a group of animals with brains not as big as muscles when I fight the Elf Alliance on the front battlefield one day. Well, actually, his brain should not be as big as muscles after he exploded. No. Go to the front battlefield for a decisive battle? You want to go back to the Empire? Sauron reacted. Anubis smiled and said, Didn't Killian tell you? That's right, he never tells important secrets to insignificant pawns. It's like this, we made a bet. If I can conquer the Kingdom of Sand, this land will be my fiefdom. Allow me to be independent in the name of the Empire. But if someone else destroys the Kingdom of Sand before me, then I have to take the Legion back to the Empire and take over the position of Prime Minister. Chapter 103. You want to be the Prime Minister. What about Killian? Sauron was shocked. Anubis spread his hands. God knows, he has been wanting to quit for a long time. He has been forcing me to take action since the beginning, saying that I should wipe out the Kingdom of Sand and make great achievements before returning to take over. I was young at that time, having just survived the 3 wars and transformed into a lich not long ago. I still had the naive idea of reviving mankind at all costs. I agreed in a rush. The lich waved his hand, and 2 chairs and a chessboard appeared from the void, signaling Soren to sit down and chat. Soren leaned over and took a look. On the chessboard was the plan of the maze below, and the 4 chess pieces representing the 4 contestants were moving on the maze map. But I am a dead man after all, and I don't have the impulsive blood in my chest. The excitement soon passed. Anubis sat on the chair with his legs crossed, propped up his hands and complained, I have spent so many years in this sand dune, watching the intrigues of the Sand Elves, and I gradually lost interest in things like war, conquest and rule. You will understand when you live for hundreds of years. It is exciting at the beginning, but it becomes boring after winning too many times. You always repeat the same work. Change the place name, change the name of the person, and after the general situation is laid out, there is no need to plan much. You can just rely on your strength to push through. It is really boring. Too superficial and boring. It is better to do some magic research, study some unknown things, and have some expectations for the future. It is really boring to watch every piece on the chessboard move, as I expected. I feel desperate when I think about having to be Prime Minister for hundreds of years, and start a new game on a different chessboard. So I made a bet with Killian, and wanted to play a trick on him. Alas, I didn't expect that I would be tricked by this guy who never uses his brain. Now not only can I not escape the succession, but I might even be sent to the front line to fight, because you guys took away the first credit of the Sand Country. I am so ashamed that I, Anubis, can lose so badly. I was careless. No! Who would have thought that there is someone in this world who can make missing? I even suspect that it went to Astrology Mountain to find someone to tell fortunes. Congratulations, you guessed it right, missing was embroidered by the daughter of the Lord of Astrology Mountain. Could it be arranged by Killian? Could this guy be so calculating in order to give up his job? Sauron had a headache. He could no longer understand the complicated relationship between these liches. Wait a minute, think about it. Aren't you a die-hard supporter of the Human King and a political enemy of Killian? Why on earth did you take over? I thought it was that flower. Anubis put away his smile and looked up at Soren. You will understand later. The remaining white robes of the waxing moon are all the ones who were united under one banner with a passion to serve the king and revive mankind. After so many years of getting along, it is inevitable that there will be personality conflicts and enemies, but in the final analysis, we are actually the same group of people. If we want to do the same thing, it doesn't matter who becomes the prime minister. The only exception is that flower. You have to be careful. Only she is qualified to wear the white robe by virtue of her merit in developing magic potions. She is also the only one who may lead the empire to true destruction. Therefore, even if there is no evidence and there is only a 1 in 10,000 chance, Killian will not hand over the empire to her. Don't get too close to her. Killian is a vanguard left over from the last era. If he really resigns as prime minister and releases a bunch of titles and contracts, the vanguards of that era acted very cruelly. Soren was ashamed. That prime minister who seemed out of tune with him could be described as cruel by the cunning and treacherous lich, who had just destroyed a country, massacred a city, and smashed other people's temples into the center of the earth. At this time, the chess pieces in front of him began to move, and the last chess piece to join, Shichiong, began to accelerate. Although she entered the maze last and lagged behind in progress, after the initial plan, she was completely solving puzzles at an astonishing speed and rushed to the core of the maze. The levels arranged by the alchemy could not stop her at all, and the chess pieces on the chessboard were almost flying. Oh, so powerful! Anubis's attention was also attracted, and he looked at the maze. She actually knows so much about the secrets and magic of the ancient elves. This is very unpopular knowledge. Probably learned it when she was possessed by alchemy before, This time the lich miscalculated again. Sauron glanced at it, the Killian you are afraid of, but he personally admitted that she is the strongest witch of the same period. Maybe Zygen will be deified later. Don't regret missing the opportunity to take her as your apprentice. The lich smiled. I don't deny that Miss Estelle is a little clever, and she is the strongest for now, but as I said, her qualifications are too poor, and she has no future. I doubt that alchemy will give her such qualifications. Qualifications, are they so important? Sauron frowned, thought for a while, and said, Sir Anubis, I ask you directly, do we have to use magic to defeat the Elf Alliance? Without the qualifications to use magic, do we not even have the qualifications to enter the battle? Can the vast majority of mortals really only survive in this magical world by relying on the protection of a small number of genius magicians, liches or gods, who are born occasionally? If they can only be used as tools for reproduction, what is the meaning of such a life? And such a world? You, even those of you who vowed to revive mankind, don't you believe that mortals can rewrite their own destiny? Anubis held his chin with interest and looked at Sauron. You and him are really alike. Okay, then I will tell you frankly, yes, the most important thing in this world is not wisdom, but qualification. Although it is rude to talk about it behind someone's back, let's take Miss Estelle as an example. Well, let's compare her with your flag-bearer Miss Sorg. Who do you think is more genius? Is there any need to ask? It is undoubtedly Zygen. Anubis nodded. Yes, at their age, I have never heard of anyone who can memorize so many books like Miss Estelle. And she also has a quick mind that can integrate rote knowledge, flexibly transform, and use it for her own benefit. Most liches can't think of those little props and tricks. The longer you live, the clearer you can see that a genius like her shines particularly conspicuously among ordinary people. Then why do you keep provoking her by saying, go have a baby, you don't deserve it? Anubis nodded. She really doesn't deserve it, because she doesn't have the qualifications. Miss Estelle is very precocious. Her mind is already an adult, but now she only has 2 spell slots. This kind of soul strength is definitely not enough to support the transformation of a lich. 10 or 20 years will not be obvious, but after 30 or 50 years, her body will begin to age and her thoughts will become chaotic. Even if she uses some magic to replace her body, the soul strength has a limit to increase. In the end, she could only grow old helplessly with those magics that she could never use in her lifetime. She was unwilling to admit that her life was just like this until her death, but she still died with endless regrets. Personally, I can't stand letting such talented people have wrong expectations, leading them to the door, and then telling them that they are not qualified to go in and see, watching them die with regrets. Don't you think this is cruel? It would be better to let her give up from the beginning. Anyway, with such a brain, wouldn't it be better to change to another career and live a relaxed and happy life? Then it's not your turn to decide for her, right? Isn't this the same as the elves arranging humans? Sauron frowned. Well, it's your freedom to choose an apprentice, but you can also use rituals and materials to complete magic without spell slots, right? Even if the soul is weaker and can't be transformed into a lich, aren't there various ways to transform the body into a god? You also said that her talent is unmatched by many liches. Give her a chance, maybe she can change the principle of magic. Even if she can't do it, maybe someone like Zijin who is wise but not qualified can do it in the future? Are you going to kill this possibility just because of your pity? The importance of wisdom and qualifications, then. Anubis thought for a moment, raised his finger and pointed at the torch beside him, the blazing white flame. Do you know how many kinds of magic can ignite white flames? Do you know how to judge which kind of magic ignited the magic fire? Do you know the name and special effects of this magic fire? Do you know what magic can be used to extinguish it? Do you know what kind of rituals, materials, and spells are needed to extinguish the magic fire? Do you know where to find these materials, how to recite the spells, and how to complete the rituals? Yes, this is the so-called wisdom. Miss Estelle is very good at this. She might really know what kind of magic this is. She might also be able to think of a ritual method to crack it, but... Then the Lich snapped his fingers, and the flame went out. This is qualification. Sauron was silent. He could see that the Lich simply broke the magic circuit of Flame Heart with a snap of his fingers. And the move it just used seemed. It's called annihilation, right? It's quite interesting and practical. Anubis snapped his fingers, and the flame ignited again. Another snap of his fingers extinguished the flame again. Over and over again, endlessly, the sound of continuous snapping of fingers and the repeated flickering of the flames came from the high platform, repeating dozens or hundreds of times. Look, can wisdom do it? Soren was silent. Perhaps he could do it, but it was too late. The Lich only showed the ignition of fire, but what if it was an attack magic? Oh, you recognize what this magic is, and know how to break it. You are so powerful. Then 1, 2, 3, 4, endless magic is thrown at you. How are you going to deal with it, with the corresponding rituals, spells, and materials? But Miss Sorg is different. Do you know what magic she used on the battlefield not long ago? Anubis took back his hand and sighed sincerely. The Red Courtyard, that's the Red Courtyard. How old is she? Yet she has such qualifications, such magic power, and such talent. It's incredible that she just knows this magic. God knows if Ulrides is crazy to think of teaching her this. What's even more incredible is that she actually used it. Let me put it this way, among the white robes now, there were no more than 5 people with her qualifications back then. Compared with the existence of Miss Sorg, wisdom really doesn't seem so necessary. Besides, what do you think wisdom is? I personally think it is knowledge and experience. It is true that Miss Sorg lacks these 2 points now, but she is not obviously mentally deficient. As long as she is given time to learn and opportunities to practice, sooner or later, at most a few hundred years of practice will bring her to our current level. Look at that bastard Killian, who used to only solve problems by killing people, but now he is as cunning as a ghost, isn't he? Also, do you really think Miss Estelle doesn't enjoy the convenience brought by the qualification? You don't think that everyone has the opportunity to study, do you? Sauron frowned. What? But isn't the library free? Ha ha ha. Anubis laughed heartily. If magic is so cheap, there won't be any books left in the library. Not to mention whether people without qualifications can enter the library, those books can fly by themselves. Without the most basic qualifications, how can they get them? If she hadn't inherited a little bit of royal blood, she probably wouldn't be able to catch even a book. So how could she master so much magical knowledge? So going to the library is also a test. Anubis shook his head and sighed. In fact, it is the cruelest thing to let Miss Estelle have the opportunity to read. Have you ever tried to learn magic with the books in the library? Real magic books, those that record real magic, do you think apprentices need to read, recite, and memorize to master the mystery in them? Sauron frowned. So, he did learn a forbidden spell in the forbidden book area, Medusa's Breath, which was completely an immersive movie, and was directly recorded in his mind. Although I have never used it, I just haven't had the chance. I can use it anytime I want. The Lich nodded. It seems that you understand what the so-called qualifications are. The need to read the memory by yourself is enough to show that she is indeed lacking in qualifications. Moreover, learning magic in this ancient way is neither efficient nor safe. You, Miss Sorg, and other elites, as long as you spend some time, you can quickly accumulate and surpass her knowledge. Now do you think the gap in wisdom between these 2 people is really that huge? Before Miss Sorg grew up, as long as there were some people to guide her, some people to protect her, and some people to advise her, she could become a lich directly, qualified as a flag bearer, and protect an entire army even if she had not transformed. Can other apprentices do it? Humph, I think if they join forces to use a forbidden spell, their bodies can't bear the load of such a large amount of magic power impact, right? Miss Sorg is different. Not only did she supply most of the magic power for Ba's great harvest, followed by a red courtyard, but she also provided magical protection for the entire army as a flag bearer throughout the whole process. Even when confronting me, she still had the energy to use the magic sword to maintain protection against my charm magic, and rejected my recruitment with her own will. It was really outstanding. By the way, you were all snatched back from Franny by Allrights, right? TSK, this lucky guy, this trip is really worth it. You may be a little better than her. Whether it is the lucky dice or the thoughts, you have to be qualified to use them. You still have the energy to raise such a big ghost. TSK, TSK, TSK. No wonder you can kill the human king. Oh, stop. What do you think? Do you still think that Miss Estelle is really worthy of a white robe to go out and snatch it back? Soren was speechless, because he saw the chess piece representing Saijan break through the barrier and rush into the core of the maze, and then stop in front of the last door, as if it had suddenly braked. The standard of genius. Anubis put his hands in the wide sleeves of his white robe, looked at Saijan, who was frozen in the core of the maze, and the other 3 chess pieces who were advancing slowly but steadily. Don't get me wrong, I'm not evaluating whether qualification is better than wisdom. There's nothing to compare. The best is to have both qualifications. But in this era of war, qualifications are indeed the most important evaluation criteria for a genius. Would you rather expect the comrade standing beside you on the battlefield to be a witch who can cast the red courtyard with a snap of her fingers at a critical moment and change the situation in an instant, or a genius who is helpless once an unexpected variable occurs? If we have the national strength and resources like the Elf Alliance, it would not be a bad idea to give these wise geniuses a chance to try. But unfortunately, the Empire does not have the luxury to share the limited materials and training opportunities equally with every apprentice. If one must choose between Miss Estelle and Miss Sorg for investment, there is no doubt that all liches will choose Miss Sorg, because her potential, her upper limit, and her destined strength are all as clear as the morning light of the rising sun. And for Miss Estelle, it is not to say that there is no possibility of changing her fate and becoming a god or transforming, but that is really just a possibility, even if this possibility is very high from her talent, just like a meteor, leaving a dazzling track in the night sky, but it is still just a possibility. Unfortunately, none of us who have experienced the Third War would place our hopes on possibility. Soren, do you really want to change the fate of mortals like Miss Estelle and give them a chance? Anubis opened his eyes. His gray eyes stared coldly at the remains of the elven god on the ground, then turned his head to look at the silent boy. Then let's destroy the gods first. Soren was silent. No need to talk nonsense, he had planned to do so. In the end, Saijan did not complete the trial. Until Anubis's disciple Ejo obtained the title of alchemy, and walked out of the maze, her chess pieces did not move forward a step. Chapter 104. Well, I've taught you so much, isn't that enough? Anubis stretched himself, turned around and smiled to welcome the arrival of his beloved disciple who, as he had expected, had obtained the title of the 3rd generation of alchemy. Well done, Ejo. The one who walked up the stone steps of the pyramid to the altar was not the disgusting bald snake head that Soren had seen before, but a woman who seemed to be covered in a layer of gold powder at first glance. From the appearance, there was no trace of the rotten head in the birdcage before, but the pair of cold snake pupils and the eye sockets were still there. Obviously, this was her new body. When Ejo came closer, Soren saw that the layer on her body was not dye or tights, but layers of golden scales densely growing from her pores, a stratum corneum made of magic. As she breathed, the scattered magic energy released from the texture of the fine scales on her body shone layer by layer. In Soren's magic eyes, it was like a small human-shaped sun slowly approaching, no less than the newly born alchemy he saw in the maze. Master, you are too kind. If it weren't for these two people, I would have had the honor to see the true appearance of alchemy. I'm afraid it would take some time to reshape the divine body in the last stage. The 3rd generation alchemist Ejo knelt at Anubis' feet respectfully, and kissed his white robe. He didn't care about the so-called majesty of God at all, but he knew very well who he was thanking for. Oh, don't be so, you already have this qualification. Anubis nodded in satisfaction, raised his hand to signal Ejo to stand up. There are probably still some remnants of the elves in the rainforest to the west, and there should be some people in Quetzalcoatl and Punicus who are still unwilling to give up. I leave it to you to practice. Get familiar with the functions of this new divine body. Ejo saluted with his hand on his chest and stepped aside. Then the Lich turned to Soren and said, the completion of this ceremony means that the Kingdom of Sand has been completely destroyed. From today on, there is no longer any Kingdom of Sand in the Elven Alliance, only the Kingdom of Sand of the Psychic Empire. I think the Northern Gods will be surprised. They will most likely keep their troops in place and send some scouts to spy first, but there is also a small probability that they will immediately raise a large army to attack. How to deal with it depends on which main god has the final say now. It is just right that we can also use their temporary reactions to guess which side has the upper hand in the temple. So in the short term, I have to stay in the south to clean up the mess. You kids have played enough house games, so go back as soon as possible. Once a serious war breaks out later, it will be very dangerous, and I may not be able to protect your flag bearer. Ah, by the way, the old land of the Kingdom of Sand will be nominally inherited and guarded by Ejo. You conquered both Arishi and Sed, so all the land north of Sed will be designated as a province and given to Miss Sorg. You can decide the specific territorial division by yourselves. As long as she serves as the governor and is nominally affiliated with the Kingdom of Sand, Ejo's divine bank can protect your territory. But you have to give up Giza. There are many forbidden magics left by previous alchemists in the palace temple. If Ejo can't master it, it will be very difficult to deal with it if the Alliance really sends a large army to attack. You are the best, whatever you say goes. Sauron was silent for a while, but nodded to give face to the future Prime Minister. I understand. Giza will be given up. Anubis smiled. In addition, the fleet you captured in Giza is not something you can defend now, but I don't want to go too far. How about you use some of the wealth accumulated by alchemy to buy ships, Ejo? Ejo nodded. As you order. So the white robe pointed and distributed the inheritance of the Kingdom of Sand. But to be honest, this lich has changed from as a man. How can I not kill you to give you a share of the spoils, which is very generous? After discussing the business, the white robe and its disciples simply left. The city of Insa has been completely reduced to ruins. Anubis obviously has no interest in construction and farming, and it is even more impossible to waste time cleaning up the traces of magic it has created. This ruin will probably become a dungeon where monsters are rampant in a few years. The ancient city that had experienced thousands of years of wind and rain in the southern continent was completely destroyed. This is war. Whether it is the magical world or the non-magical world, war will not breed anything else except death and destruction. As the lich left, the flames on the pyramid altar went out, and the magic of the underground maze was lifted. Soren rode Ginnawabar directly to the entrance of the core maze. This was an empty square, and the last checkpoint was a golden square board suspended in the center of the square. The cubic obelisk stone slab looked like a whole piece of gold, but it was actually a composition of magical power. The relief silhouette of the goddess alchemy still remained on the golden tablet. Judging from the body nerve veins that were spread out like the roots of a big tree, and the magic circuits simulated by the mercury flowing in it, there was no strict puzzle at this point. That is, according to the divine body analysis diagram left by the alchemist, the body of the god is reshaped. Ejo first completed the trial according to the diagram, and constructed the body of the elven god. And Shicheong sat on the square with his knees hugged, tilting his neck, staring at the golden square plate made of divine power, which was gradually disintegrating and dissipating in the air. There is only one chance. The next trial here will probably have to wait until the third generation of alchemist Ejo falls. Soren opened his mouth, but in the end, he didn't know how to comfort her, so he kept silent. He walked to her side and sat with Zijin. He looked up at the golden square monument turning into stars, circling up into the sky, and at the gap at the top of the ruins, the melting glacier poured the water of the Shadi River into it like a waterfall. The ice flow flowed along the smooth walls, pouring down towards the temple and maze that were driven straight into the center of the earth, slowly submerging the shrine of the former Sand Kingdom, Insa's alchemy school, the wisdom of the Sand Elves, and all the glory that had been built by the Sand Alchemy in the ice spring, under the ground. The two sat together, quietly in the faint starlight, listening to the sound of flowing water, until the golden tablet completely dissipated, leaving the two in the shadows. Shicheong spoke. What do you think God is? Who knows what God is? Soren shrugged. If there really is an omniscient and omnipotent God, why doesn't it stop all the injustice in the world? If it wants to stop but can't, it is incompetent. If it can stop but doesn't do it, it is injustice itself. If it can't do it and doesn't want to stop it, then how can it be called a god? So just be yourself. Zijin is already the best witch. Zijin turned his head and glared at him. How can you say such a reasonable thing? Epicurus said it. Sauron was speechless. You scared me. Zijin looked at him suspiciously. This Epicurus. Forget it, let's go. Go? Just leave like that? Sauron scratched his head. Are you okay now? What's wrong with me? Xiong stood up and brushed the dust off her skirt. Yeah. Sauron didn't expect that everything would be fine after a word of advice. He was ready to lend her his warm arms. You don't have to hold it in. If you are unwilling, just fin it. If you fail this trial, you fail. It doesn't matter. There are so many magics to become a god. Don't pay attention to what Anubis says. There is no need to hang yourself on a tree. If you want to cry, just cry. Shi Qiong frowned. What did it say? What did it say to you? Sauron was also a little strange, but Shi Qiong's appearance did not seem to be fake. She should not be the kind of person who puts on an expression of I'm fine and endures everything. On the contrary, she is so vindictive and petty. She lost so badly in this trial. It's not so easy for her to swallow her anger and let it go. Well, it roughly said something about wisdom, qualifications, genius, etc. That's right. What else can I say? I've seen many liches with such poor imagination. After living for a long time, everything is boring, and I like to criticize and compare the newcomers I meet, as if I am knowledgeable and experienced, all. Who cares about these antiques? Shi Qiong crossed his arms in front of his chest and raised his head. Oh, what? Do you think I came to accept the trial to become a god? Is the disciple who lost to it hit? Isn't it? Oh, if I really wanted to win the godhood of alchemy, I could have done it in the labyrinth of Daedalus. Alchemy reshaped his divine body right in front of my eyes. Have you forgotten all that? Then why are you in such a hurry to participate in this trial? Of course I have to hurry. Didn't Anubis's disciple, the one with the rotten head, witness the whole process of alchemy's reshaping? Generally speaking, the elite apprentices of the Empire have all received this step of the prompt. Completing the trial and becoming a god is the minimum requirement. If you don't come earlier, you will miss it. Shi Qiong said, as a matter of course, I have to see with my own eyes whether humans can complete the trial of the Elven Lord God. Compared with the soul structure of the Lich, what advantages and hidden dangers does this magical body have? We are all sensible people. This is a magic that has never been performed before. We are very careful at this step. Even if it is an elven body, I don't feel safe to use it on myself without perfect preparation. I guess the white robe has a similar plan. Otherwise, why use disciples to do experiments? Wouldn't it be better to obtain the godhood of a Lord God myself? Did she really think so, or was she just pretending? And this is the godhood of the main god of the elves after all. It may be the only chance. It's a pity to throw it away like this, right? Sauron couldn't help it for a moment. I am indeed a little disappointed. Xiong shrugged, but it's not a pity for the godhood of alchemy, but to find that the secrets of the gods are nothing more than this. As you said, they are pure incompetence. What? Nothing more than this? Incompetence? Soren was speechless, but she was so calm that she didn't look like she was pretending. Zygen and Soren looked at each other and sighed helplessly. Okay, I just figured out where the infinite power of these elven gods came from. This answer is too boring, so I was a little disappointed just now. Zygen spread her hands and showed Soren the four walls of the underground. Just tell me the answer directly. Sand alchemy, the patron saint of the Sand Kingdom. Her power is grabbed from the earth veins of the Sand Kingdom. Soren was curious, directly from the earth veins? Don't we need to use mines and spirit towers to directly develop crystals? Yes, in theory, the magic power in nature is the most complex, and I can't think of how to transmit magic power across the limitations of space, so this is my speculation, but it is indeed the only reasonable explanation. Perhaps it is easier to sort out thoughts with someone listening. Shi Qiong began to pace back and forth, talking to himself. I was very surprised when I studied the alchemical fragments before. Her magic power is simply rootless, and it is endless and inexhaustible. But I couldn't analyze the principle of magic power generation, so I assumed that her magic power came from the fragments of the godhead, which was actually the magic power generated by the soul of the god. Theoretically, it has the same nature as the soul crystal. This magic power is huge, but it is ultimately limited. Perhaps after she shapes the god body, she will generate a core from the god body to supplement her magic power. So in order to get the secret of her magic power core generation, I used a shadow and gave my body to her to decompose and reshape. I wanted to take a peek at the composition of the divine body. But I failed. Is this because we interrupted your plan? Sauron was speechless. Xiong waved his hand. What? No, it has nothing to do with you. The failure was because I found that the divine body constructed by alchemy is just a reconstruction and strengthening of the elf's body, but it is not constructed with flesh and blood, but with magic as the foundation. And what she took back from the seal was also her remaining soul, those memories, knowledge and experience. Although the magic power of the Godhead has become stronger after the resurrection, it still does not answer my question of where the infinite magic power of alchemy comes from. And even after you killed her, alchemy has fallen and died, but her head can still be used as the energy supply core and thrown into the Eastern Star. Don't you think this is outrageous? The Godhead has been killed, and it is just a piece of dead meat. Where does her magic power come from? Shi Qiong walked to the location of the golden tablet of the previous trial, stretched out his hand and probed in the void, as if trying to find a non-existent door. At that time, I began to suspect that the magic power of alchemy was not born from the body, but was transmitted from somewhere else. Speaking of which, it was you who helped me associate it with the earth veins. Me? Sauron was now confused. After arriving in Irishi, didn't you stop Pollux from building the spiritual tower and dig the earth veins instead, and also sent a mining team to the desert to mine the oil? Shi Qiong took out a small package from her waist bag and threw it to Sauron. It was a piece of earth magic crystal, a small can of oil, and an ivory-like fragment, which was roughly the remains of the equipment left by the alchemist. Sauron tried to stare at it with his magic eye for a while, and he also understood what she meant. I tried to analyze it. The earth magic energy in the earth vein and the fire magic energy nurtured in these oils, the fluctuations of magic power, are almost the same as the magic power of alchemy. Shi Qiong bit his finger, but it's not enough. Just this little evidence is not enough. This is assuming that the elves have a secret method that can ignore space and transmit the magic power in the earth veins of the Sand Country to the alchemist. It's really too fanciful. So I proposed another hypothesis, that is, alchemy did not show the true divine body secrets in the Deathless Labyrinth. Maybe she has not completely regained her wisdom, or maybe human flesh and blood, or maybe my physical qualifications are really too poor, so that the real magic core cannot be constructed. It's really scary to think about it this way. Doesn't it mean that no matter how hard I try, there is still no possibility of further gaining stronger magic? But in the end, well, I was indeed stimulated by the Lich. In short, I decided to go all out and come to Ensna to verify my guess with my own eyes. This is the new alchemy trial site. If there is a real divine body secret method, it will definitely be recorded here, right? And Ejo, the disciple chosen by the Lich, his talent and his spell position are always higher than mine. So how will the structure of the divine body he created be different from mine? Then I sat here and witnessed his transformation throughout the whole process. No, his transformation is no longer important. As a result, I have already told you that the magic power is not generated by the divine body. In fact, it is better to say that alchemy seems to have listened to my advice and made some improvements when constructing my divine body, which is much stronger than the current divine body of Rotten Head. Well, this is not the point. The point is that I saw this thing. Xiong suddenly stopped talking, turned his head and stretched out his hand, trying to feel the golden tablet that had disappeared in the darkness. The magical golden tablet that records the structure of the alchemical body? Sauron couldn't help but walk over and take a closer look. Although he had no idea what he was confirming in the darkness, even if he came to see it, the magic power had completely dissipated. But it existed before. When I completed all the puzzles and came in here first, the golden tablet did appear here out of nothing. Shi Qiong walked around the location of the golden tablet. There is no magic circle, no spell, no mechanism. This is an advanced secret method mastered by the elves. It is much more advanced than ours. Although I don't know the principle and structure of this magic. But combined with the actual situation of alchemy, I can roughly guess the content. Protection and responsibility, power and obligation, a contract that complements each other. This is a very sophisticated magic that binds the land veins to the godhead. As long as the descendants of alchemy are always the masters of this land, alchemy can endlessly intercept the magic energy on this land and use it for themselves. But at the same time, once she has no descendants, or loses the kingdom in battle, and breaks the contract of blood and sand, the magic power will naturally disappear. I think the Elven Alliance also expanded based on the same reason, occupied the earth veins, and ruled the vast territory that the elves could not digest. Although the gods of the north do not directly use their descendants, the contracts they signed with the human royal families of the vassal states should be similar. As long as the lords of the earth still serve them as their masters, the magic power of the earth veins will still be used by them. Soren slowly raised his head and looked up at the void like her. So that's how it is? Is it really like this? The ruins of the Titans are really well deserved, Miss Estelle. You are indeed the best witch of your age. Ah, why do you call me that? Xiong turned his head and glanced at Soren curiously, and saw a silver light flashing in Soren's eyes. His face suddenly changed drastically, and he raised his hand and snapped his fingers. Annihilation. There was a crisp sound in Soren's ears, like the sound of an eggshell breaking, and it seemed like a layer of water curtain was hit head-on, and suddenly his perception became much clearer. What happened? What happened again? Sauron turned his head in confusion, and looked at the witch who was staring at him with a livid face. Sejun gnashed his teeth and said, So that's it. I was wondering what's wrong with you. You are usually so impatient. Why don't you have any hostility towards Anubis this time? You didn't resist at all in the military camp. It turns out that you have been under its suggestion magic for a long time. Damn, he cursed you as soon as we met? Or was it later in the military camp? Ah, idiot. I was careless. You have no concept of defense against the word spirit, and you have the talent of psychic communication. You can't tell whether a dead spirit is communicating with you or casting a spell. You have no resistance to the magic of suggestion. Ah, idiot, magic of suggestion. You can actually use the magic of suggestion to trick me. Damn it. Sauron looked at the crazy Zygon in confusion. Then Anubis's evil laugh came to his ears. Hee, don't worry. She was also tricked, otherwise why would she tell all these little secrets she found? But Miss Essel unexpectedly trusts you. Well, to thank you for your help, I will teach you a stupid way to resist suggestion. Remember, don't chat with unfamiliar mages for too long, and don't stare at your opponent's eyes casually. Sauron shuddered, looking around in a cold sweat, but unfortunately, except for him and the frantic Zygon, there was no one else in the underground palace. Chapter 105. Don't talk to me. I don't want to say a word now. Oh! Fortunately, Guan Haifa jumped fast enough. All the way from Insa to Giza, Shi Qiong was sulking. The atmosphere was really awkward. In fact, Shi Qiong didn't care about being ridiculed for her poor qualifications. She was used to it. After all, the reality was there. Insufficient magic talent was insufficient. She herself was also considering various means of strengthening. Could her talent suddenly improve if she cried and complained to herself? But he failed to see through Anubis's tricks in time, and even lost a trick in his most proud magic knowledge and thinking calculations. This is a fact without excuse. And it really has nothing to do with Sauron. Not to mention that it is difficult to expect him, a knight squire who has never learned magic, to resist the magic of the Lich. Even Zygon himself, didn't he fail to see the hint magic and was also tricked, easily revealing his research results? I'm afraid this is the first time that Zygon has lost to others in intrigue. And this time the Lich really didn't use his qualifications or strength to bully people, he just won with his wisdom. Didn't he? Losing in a battle of wits to the most annoying guy in history is a rare stain on Zygon's life. Sauron didn't know how to persuade her. Although he thought that it was not surprising that Zygon lost, after all, no matter how outstanding she was only limited to witches of the same age, right? But God knows, there is actually a Lich like Anubis. He secretly insulted Zygon for a long time, saying that she had no talent and no qualifications, and then he licked her face and arranged a backup plan to eavesdrop on their conversation. You are a white robe who has lived for hundreds or thousands of years. Do you have personality defects for torturing a group of teenagers like this? Well, didn't Anubis himself say that he was probably a person who had been eating sand for hundreds of years and was bored? He finally met a group of smart little ghosts in the Empire, so he came to tease them for some fun. But Zygon was right in one thing. Anubis and Killian could not believe what these old guys said to their faces. Did Anubis really disregard Zygon's qualifications? If he really cared so much about qualifications, he would just ignore her existence, like those liches who rejected Zygon's application as an apprentice. Why did he repeatedly emphasize qualifications and wisdom to stimulate her, and even set up an ambush to compete with Zygon? Comparing Zygon and Sarasis together, I'm afraid he really considered which of the two witches was more talented and who was more suitable to be accepted as an apprentice, right? Perhaps, to some extent, Anubis is also using his own unique way to guide the potential apprentices he likes. So it is hard to say whether it admires Miss Sorg or Miss Estelle the most. Well, but don't tell this to Zygon, you will probably get beaten if you say it. Soren shrank his neck, took Zygon, and followed Yennefer all the way north along the Shady River, crossing the golden sand sea under the sun. Neither of them spoke, just looking at the palace temple gradually unfolding on the horizon, and the sparkling sea in the sound of the wind. From afar, the true appearance of the huge statue of sand alchemy gradually emerged. The golden rose in the hands of the goddess statue bloomed with golden light like a torch, and the crystal on her fingers also refracted the sunlight, projecting rainbows onto the courtyard and temple square under the city. Are you leaving now? To be honest, the Elves' city is quite beautiful. In fact, if you are not here to fight, you can take a look around. Soren looked at the statue from afar, and it was hard to tell whether it was alchemy or the Queen of Sheba. After meeting Anubis himself, looking back, perhaps the Queen of Sheba was not really mentally retarded, but the gap between her and her opponent was too big, which made her look particularly stupid. Well, Sejun said softly, There are beaches, deserts, river valleys, fields, so many ancient monuments and temples. It's not bad to travel occasionally. If there is an ice cream shop by the sea, you can read a book while enjoying the sea breeze. Then, boom! A loud noise interrupted their fantasy. The goddess statue was hit by a cannon in the face, and half of her face and nose were blown off. Sauron watched as half of the goddess' face fell to the ground and shattered, while the nearby soldiers were still scraping off the gold plated on the surrounding temples. Nothing to say, it was his own order, so at this moment, he could only silently drive Guan Haifa to the deck of the Eastern Star anchored at the mouth of the river. That's right, this is the era we are born in. Xiong also woke up again from his momentary trance and fantasy, as if he had forgotten all the setbacks and blows that Ensner had suffered. He took off his hood and alchemical glasses, shook his hair in the morning breeze, tied it into a ponytail, and then turned his head to look at Soren, who was staring at him in a daze, and said, "Unless that squint-eyed bastard comes to cause trouble again, don't bother me." Then, she went to retreat under the cabin. Soren had to scratch his face, and leaned against the side of the ship to watch the soldiers, in units of 100 men, sorting and packing the gold and silver utensils and treasures looted from the temple and the palace, piling them on the river bank and transporting them to the cabin of the Eastern Star with skeletons. "Sir, the elven assassins found the whereabouts of the queen and handed over her remains, but it's hard to tell which one it is." Matthew didn't let him idle for a moment. As soon as he returned to Giza, he came out of the shadows to report. "Why are there so many?" Soren had no choice but to follow the assassin to a wasteland on the outskirts of the city. At first, he thought it was a mass grave, but the remains all over the ground were collected by the assassins. They might be the remains of the queen. Sauron almost thought that these demon assassins were surrendering, just like the joke that mocked the Los Angeles police. They were asked to catch a rabbit, but ended up catching and chopping all the raccoons in the forest. It was the atrocities of the Abake Legion. The queen just experienced the suffering of her subjects. I think she should wake up now, and understand the intention of alchemy to disband the slave army. Gooden searched the corpses for a long time with a desolate look on his face, and finally picked out a skull with half of the face bitten off, and handed it to Soren. "This should be it." She had her jaw repaired to play the role of alchemist. "Please let me fix her remains." "Ugh, take it away, put it in a box, patch it up, and deal with the others, burn it or bury it, ask the Sand Elves what they think, respect their traditions, and don't leave it here." Soren sent everyone away with a chill. Finally, the key mission props were recovered, and this trivial trial mission was finally completed. The remaining work was to convey the various spoil-sharing agreements he and Anubis had reached to everyone, and then hand over the Giza Palace and the fleet, and then prepare to withdraw to Arishi. Oh, and finally let their flag-bearer and the new guardian of the Kingdom of Sand complete the basic loyalty ceremony, and after accepting the governor's appointment, they can. Leaving now? But don't you help the civilians here to farm and mine, just like what I did? Miss Sorg, regarded by the White Robes as a true genius magic girl, started to fail again. Soren shrugged. The land along the Shadi River is very fertile, and the war consumed a large number of people, but the survivors have more opportunities. The core area of the Sand Kingdom should be rebuilt and restored soon, and we don't need to do anything, right? What are you worried about? Salas hesitated. Didn't you just say that Anubis killed all the living things in the south and the entire city of Insna? Will he turn the Kingdom of Sand into the same as the Empire? To be honest, it is very likely. The Empire does not collect taxes from living people, and strictly speaking, it only selects apprentices of mages or knights from humans. The people of the Kingdom of Sand are actually useless to Anubis except for providing some skull materials and soul crystals. Of course, considering that the third-generation alchemist Ejo needs to master his own power and suppress the remaining fleets in the rainforest and the coast, in order to maintain stability in the rear, there will be no major actions in the short term. But if the Liches are really so realistic, and everything is prioritized to fight the Elven Alliance, then sooner or later, they will build Fayum as a fortress, deploy a large number of psychic towers and fortresses, and prepare for the arrival of the Gods Alliance Expeditionary Force to open up a new battlefield in the south. But in this way, the large number of military psychic towers will be like the Imperial capital, making it impossible for races with low magic resistance to survive near Fayum. No matter how fertile the fields on both sides of the Shadi River are, they cannot produce enough food to feed the population under the influence of the psychic towers. The Liches don't need so many people at all. They can just turn all living things into skeletons and soldiers, or sell them to the Empire as commodities to earn military expenses. This is more ruthless and thorough than the previous methods of control of the Kingdom of Sand. But even if Anubis really did this, Sauron and his men would be helpless. He couldn't even rescue all the humans in the furnace, let alone the people of the Kingdom of Sand, who were originally enemies. Since Anubis has granted me the land in the north as a province, can we move all the people to Arishi? Salasis asked. I feel that my magic power has increased a lot. I can try to open up some more fields. Sauron interrupted her directly, leaving no room for her. Give up. That lich is very good at playing with people's hearts. Haven't you noticed that even the enemies of the Sand Kingdom are calling it your excellency, thinking that it is a benevolent lord who allows elves to survive? Unlike Killian, I think the surrendered elven nobles such as Sed and Giza are eager to pledge allegiance to it and continue to trade with the north. Even the civilians on the east coast are the same. They have been through war for a long time. What they want most now is to return to the main city of Fayum, which was previously occupied by the Empire, and resume their peaceful life. No one will be willing to follow us. Are you going to treat them like slaves, forcibly move them away from their homes, and into the desolate northern desert? Selas lowered his head. I walked around the slums. People here have been exploited for a long time. They are severely malnourished. Without incest food, many children may not even survive this winter. After she said that, Soren was a little curious. You actually care about the lives of those dirty and disgusting peasants? What happened? Where is the former noble lady Franny? Are you also under some kind of suggestion magic? Or have you traveled through time? Sarasis bit his lip and muttered in a low voice, I just hate you very much, not others. Ah? I remembered my father. When I was helping Arishi build the reservoir, I suddenly remembered my father. Sarasis raised his head with a red face. The people don't care whether the Lord is a vanguard or an elf. They only care whether they can eat enough tomorrow. If they are hungry, they will have no spare energy to think about other things. That's what my father said, and the elves in Giza also said that the Queen of Sheba was not worthy of inheriting alchemy's blood, because she couldn't do anything that alchemy wanted to do. So I have been thinking, as my father's daughter, I inherited his blood, what should I do? Is revenge enough? But revenge can't wake them up again, and my father actually hates fighting like the vanguard. He doesn't want to get involved in the feud between humans and elves at all. He just wants the people in the territory to be well fed first. So, Sauron raised his eyebrows. So, do you think you have the power now, can fulfill his wish, can save the world, and let everyone have enough food and clothing? Sarah stared at Soren for a while, pursed his lips. I know I'm not smart enough. I just want to say that if you don't solve the problem by killing people, but by saving people, I also want to do my part. Magic. I have a pretty good talent for magic, right? Then tell me how to use this power to help more people. But you must have a way, right, Soren? In fact, you have more ideas than Miss Saijan, right? Because when we first met, weren't you the same as those poor kids in East City, not even able to get enough food? And in a place like Franny, you must have never been exposed to magic before, right? But after being brought to the Empire by Ulrids for only 2 months, I still haven't figured out what I should do. But you have already influenced so many people, and done so many things with your own strength. Instructing the magic elites of the Empire, changing the fate of so many people, and even destroying the Kingdom of Sand, right? So as long as you want to do it, there will be a way to achieve your goal, right? Because you can definitely achieve your goal, you are the vanguard, right? Sauron was silent for a while. Suddenly I found myself quite strong after hearing you say that. It seems that my hidden wisdom has finally attracted attention. Sarasis opened his mouth. I didn't say that you were wise. Sauron glared at her. Anyway, I will arrange people to spread the word in civilian areas as much as possible. Fayum has been devastated by war for a long time, and needs to be rebuilt. Civilians need job opportunities, and nobles also need to restore their living supplies. It just provides funds, markets, and labor for Iarishi's factories. And Anubis, a lazy guy, can't solve all the problems by himself. His apprentice, the new alchemist Ejo, also has to stabilize his kingdom, deal with the remnants of the Sand Kingdom, and rebuild the fleet. He can't rely on the support of the Empire in the short term. These arms trade orders can also become an opportunity for Iarishi's growth. In short, a deep-level production and trade relationship has been established, and Iarishi's industrial zone and Fayum's main city trade zone can complement each other and prosper together. I think with Anubis' wisdom, he can see the role and benefits of mortals, and will give the common people a way out. Sarathos breathed a sigh of relief. General Silver Dragon is right. It seems that praising you is quite useful. Sauron pretended not to hear. If it is arranged like this, there will be no problem in the medium and long term. But the more difficult thing is the current situation, especially the food shortage this winter. The treasury of the Kingdom of Sand has been emptied by the war, And the cultivated land of Arishi is definitely not enough to supply everyone. With so many spiritual towers built around Insa and Fayum, it is unknown whether the traditional farming areas in the Shadi River Basin can be rebuilt. Even if a little bit is opened up, the output and production cycle are worrying. And this is not a problem for the undead at all, so Anubis may not lend a helping hand. Maybe he would like to see a great famine break out in the Sand Country, helping it reduce the risk of resistance to rule and increase materials and manpower. Sarasis became nervous. What should we do? I don't know, Soren spread his hands. I don't think magic can solve the food problem that well. At least there is no magic in this world that can easily make fat bread out of nothing. Food must at least have time to grow from the ground. Otherwise, how could Franny be trapped by the curse of gold and wheat? And the Psychic Empire has no better solution so far, right? It is imperative to cultivate the land, but in the short term, we can only buy it with money. Trade with the Empire? But isn't the Empire also short of supplies? No, make an alliance with the elves. Sauron stroked his chin. Let's try smuggling. I happen to know some experts who have connections there. Anyway, there is no threat from the elf fleet now, right? And the pirates are on the side of the Empire, and we just happen to have a secret route to and from the Empire. Sauron suddenly had an idea in his mind. Speaking of which, didn't the previous elven defector ship, the Light Feather, also pass through the Arishi Sea and head north to the Alliance? That means there is indeed a waterway. Oh, this is incredible. This is an opportunity. I didn't even notice it if you didn't interrupt me. This is a once-in-a-lifetime business opportunity. Now the Kingdom of Sand, no, your independent province, this city of Eilish, may have the opportunity to become a transit point for the Empire and the Alliance, pirates, and the Navy, large-scale trade and smuggling trade, the Empire's magic props. Eilish is industrial products, the Elf Alliance is food and materials. What could be more profitable than taking advantage of both sides? If you want to do it, be a middleman and make the difference. You have to grab both hands. You have to be strong in both hands. Wow, this is a chance to rise from the sky. Wow, Sarasis, although you don't have much brains, you are really lucky. Ah. Sarasis narrowed her eyes and stared at the laughing Soren. This guy is really amazing. He can see clearly and think of countermeasures for many things that she has no idea about at a glance. But sometimes, talking is really annoying. Chapter 106. Build the province of Arishi as a middle ground between the Empire and the Alliance, and transport the smuggled goods of the Northern Elf Alliance to Arishi for processing or direct labeling, and then transit through said port to supply to the Kingdom of Sand and Fayum. Similarly, the goods smuggled from the Empire also go directly through secret routes, are distributed at said port, and are supplied to the Kingdom of Sand and Fayum to the west or transported to Arishi to the north for trade. Still label the Production and Construction Corps, and then trade with the merchant group of the Northern Elf Alliance. We have workers, resources, connections, markets, and even the first startup capital was earned from the war. As long as this trade route is running, it can replace the Sand Country trade route that has been cut off in recent years, and we can monopolize the huge profits. Don't say there is no way. You are all magicians. You should know what price those pirates can sell some herbal seeds at the Lich Exchange, right? Sauron looked around at the people surrounding the sand table. The first batch of core partners and shareholders were several magicians who were bound to him: Sarasis, Sijin, Shing, Gilt, and Pollux. Of course, the shares of Scored must be counted. Without Xin Yen, the group of people would have died by now. How? Let's do it together. Let's establish AI Ali International Trade Company Limited. The young magician elites in the captain's room looked at each other, and even Shi Qiang opened his mouth, but didn't say anything. Didn't I say that unless that squint-eyed guy is causing trouble, don't bother me? She wanted to reprimand him loudly, but with her wisdom, she could see that if it was really as Soren said, the profits that could be earned from this trade route would be too much. Guild was still worthy of the chief's demeanor, and he remained calm at this time. If you want to do a three-party trade, there are three problems that cannot be avoided. First, Anubis. Second, the elven gods. Third, Killian. Soren thought for a while. Anubis is not a problem. It has been bored for a long time, and will return to the imperial capital soon. The Kingdom of Sand will be ruled by the new alchemist Ejo. And that snakehead, now it is not only the disciple of the Lich, but also the patron saint of the Kingdom of Sand. The strength of the Kingdom of Sand is directly related to itself. Is it more in its interest to continue to fight with the Elven Alliance until it is broken, or is it more worthwhile to rebuild the Kingdom of Sand with our help? I think it will definitely cooperate with us, because Ejo is also a selfish bastard. And the Lich is tired of fighting, so it is not impossible that it is willing to continue to fight the elves. The alliance of the gods is not a problem. Now there is no fleet of the Sand Country, and no sea charts, so they can't control the sea for the time being. The fighting in the north was so fierce before, but there are still smuggling caravans, not to mention that there are still so many original elf merchants in the Sand Country now. As long as the control is relaxed, and they are given an opportunity and a platform, these merchants can complete most of the work themselves. Besides, I have a good relationship with the Empire's Icilian Chamber of Commerce, so it's not a problem to open up the line to the Alliance. As for Killian, I'm still a little unsure about what Killian wants to do, but although it clamors to kill all the elves, it actually allows all kinds of smuggling to exist, right? So I think as long as I give it some face, and don't openly normalize the relationship, and use the label of the Arishi Production and Construction Corps as a cover, it will turn a blind eye and fool it. Moreover, from the overall situation, the Alliance of Gods will never acquiesce to the loss of the Sand Country and the ocean. The war will definitely continue as Jillian expected, it is just a matter of time. And smuggling will definitely exist, it is just a question of who will make the money. In this case, why not let us make the money? Gil thought for a while. Okay, I will join on behalf of the Caesarian family. Pelusius also nodded. If the Prime Minister does not mind, the Empire will not be a problem. Now all kinds of materials are very scarce, and most of the materials are snatched away by those white robes and magic families as soon as they are put on the auction floor. Now that the battle lines are at a stalemate, there are no resources to plunder. I'm sure the battlefield liches will be happy to have another channel for trade. Xiong looked at Soren. Your idea is pretty good this time. I might be able to modify the Klein's pot and transform a few more large-capacity transport ships to assist in trade. Not to mention Sarasis, although she initially just wanted Soren to help solve some food problems. But why not do it if there's money to be made? Xing hesitated and said this. Thank you for your invitation, but I'm just a servant thug and may not be able to help you. No, you have connections. Go talk to the Saint Assel family and their nobles to develop the market for the imperial nobles, Soren thought. The Empire has not collected taxes for 1,000 years, and these people have too many resources. The war is too violent, and the current strength is not enough, so we can use trade to get it. The nobles are not interested in magic materials, but aren't you a deacon? You must know what kind of goods those nobles want to buy the most in their daily life, right? The furnace keeps making military products, so we will make civilian consumer products with the Production and Construction Corps. The imperial nobles admire the Elven Alliance anyway, so we can definitely sell them with the label of Elven specialties. Where there is demand, there is a market. Where there is a market, there are jobs. And where there are jobs, everyone can survive. The magicians looked at Soren, and no one spoke for a while. Some things can actually be said out loud, and everyone can react, but few people have ever considered how to start, and few people have the courage to create and promote them. Being the first to step forward and lead everyone forward together, this is the so-called leader's quality. The young man in front of him undoubtedly has such qualities. He may not have any concept of magic, but he has a special aura. When he determines a goal, he will use all means to achieve it, and he does have such a goal. It is to let everyone survive, and live well in such a world. Saras stared at Soren with a red face. Zygen looked away. Then the first shareholders meeting of Irishi International Trade Company, Limited has been held. Let's hold the managers meeting next. Sauron's mind was too confused, and he didn't have time to pay attention to the details of the interaction around him. I think you genius magicians don't have much time to deal with specific regulations, right? Fortunately, I have found quite a few managers with good qualifications. Maria is the logistics officer of Sarasis. She is now directly the financial manager of the province and the general affairs of the company, responsible for coordinating trade and taxation within the province. Huang Tugwan was appointed as the secretary, city lord, of the Arishi Production and Construction Corps, and the manager of the company's production department. The new Vanguard system controlled the industrial zone from top to bottom. Ayakir accepted the position of provincial military attaché and served as the head of the company's security department. The White Eagle Corps and the magic assassins under his command were responsible for security issues within the province. Gooden was recommended by Soren and appointed by Sarasis as the chief intelligence officer. He also served as the company's personnel and liaison officer, responsible for coordinating the company's relationship with the elf nobles and chambers of commerce in the Kingdom of Sand. The more important position of general manager of the company was reserved by Soren for Malas of the Icilian Chamber of Commerce. After all, the lame brother was the direct investor of this war. When it comes to doing business with the elves, who can be more professional than him? Giving him this lucrative trade route to manage is a win-win situation. Of course, these are just rough divisions, and there are still large and small positions and jobs that need to be handled by dedicated people. Fortunately, there is a learning and organizational system framework of the new Vanguard Army, and talented people can be directly promoted from the organization to serve as managers and persons in charge of various regions. Of course, with the vanguards brought from the furnaces and mining areas placed in various key positions in Irishi, Soren believed that they could gain a foothold and continue to grow without much instruction from him. Of course, it is still difficult to transform the elves into the new vanguard, and Soren did not force them. He just started with the lizardmen and hyenas, which are simpler and have stronger revolutionary enthusiasm. After all, Soren also knew that not everyone would accept the ideas of the new vanguard, and he could not expect all the new vanguards to fight for the lofty ideals with full enthusiasm. Then use tangible benefits to tie everyone to a carriage. But he did not expect that the construction of the company would be smoother than the production and construction core. Too smooth. Maria, Gooden, and White Eagle, smart people, certainly have their own ambitions and desires, but to be honest, that ambition to stand out is nothing in front of the huge profits of the trade routes between the Monopoly Alliance and the Empire. When Soren explained the organizational structure and the company's goals and vision at the managers' meeting, the three of them almost instantly bowed down at his feet. Only the Yellow Crown, a strange creature, didn't care at all. He boasted to Sauron for a long time, saying that he rode a very beautiful sand lizard during the few days he stayed in Irishi. Compared to this idiot, Ejo's reaction was more positive. I don't know whether it was his intention or Anubis's care. But no matter what, Sauron's plan has practical benefits for it. After all, God knows when the Kingdom of Sand will be attacked by the Allied forces and turned into ruins. And Sarasis, the de facto independent lord, actually took the initiative to support it with military funds, and was willing to help it rebuild its territory fam and coordinate the public security. So Ejo also returned the favor and directly entrusted the Iali International Trade Company as the royal consortium of the Kingdom of Sand in the name of Sand Alchemy, and gave Sarasis the title of the Prime Minister of the kingdom. The entrusted company was fully responsible for the military affairs, internal affairs, and reconstruction of the kingdom. The chain reaction was that a large number of elf nobles and merchants poured into Ialashi, requesting to meet with Prime Minister Sorg and the governor, and under the suggestion of Gooden, they took the initiative to offer a large amount of wealth and food, expressing their willingness to support the Prime Minister's benevolent rule in rebuilding the Kingdom of Sand, and bidding for a license for direct trade with the Elf Alliance. There were so many resources pouring in from the people that Soren had to spend some time to instruct Maria to set up the Irishi Development Investment Bank. This has not yet been contacted with the Empire and the Alliance, and the monopoly of the restoration of production and life within the Kingdom of Sand has already begun to make rapid profits. When this strategic puzzle is really completed, all the resources of the Empire, the Kingdom of Sand, and the Elf Alliance will be input into Irishi, and the core will produce and build, and then transfer them to the trading company, limited, and sell them. At the same time, they monopolize the sales market, the origin of raw materials, and the production factories. The board of directors will arrange the production, sales, and financial activities. What is this called? This is called a trust. Whether it is the Empire or the Alliance, let alone the Kingdom of Sand, the backward economic model of the feudal serf society, why would they compete with them? When everyone can see the hope of gaining huge benefits, even if Sauron does not give orders one by one, they will take the initiative to take out 100 times the motivation to promote the completion of this goal. Don't get me wrong, Soren is not a traitor who betrayed the proletariat, at least he thinks he is not. Because only by tying the production and construction core to the local interest groups can the system and ideas of the new Vanguard Army continue to be hidden in the system of the Irishi Trust and continue to grow and develop. Even if Soren and his men are not in the south, or even in the worst case, if Irishi is occupied by the Elven Alliance, the gods who see the benefits will maintain the existence of the production and construction core, maintain the existence of the industrial zone and civilians, and let this production base that can bring huge benefits continue to exist. Then Soren's fundamental purpose of preserving the fire of the new Vanguard Army has been achieved. This world is so cruel. You must first prove to the gods that you have the value of existence before you have a chance to survive under their noses. So when the Eastern Star set off for home, the cabin was full of various local specialties of the Kingdom of Sand, special ores, seeds, and warcraft materials. Some crafts from the production and construction core, and the Elf Chamber of Commerce. Of course, there are also precious materials and props captured from the demon realm. If we don't have to worry about the interception of the Elf fleet, we can sail at full speed on the return trip and arrive at the imperial capital in about 4 to 5 days. Of course, there is also a magic barrier on the border of the psychic empire. I will remind you to send a letter to communicate with the empire in advance. Nami reported to Soren in the captain's room. Okay, then I trouble you to lead the way, Miss Nami. Soren was so bored that he leaned on the sand table and agreed. Now it was his turn to be on duty. Crazy old Bluetooth did not go back to the empire with the ship this time. In addition to the sudden busyness of setting up a company, Soren had not been beaten for 2 days, and he was itching. Okay, just kidding. The group of people under Guilt, the Northern Barbarians, and the elite of the Dark Elf hunting group, all accepted Ejo's employment, and went to the rainforest to fight with the remaining elf army. After all, Master Anubis and his apprentice had plenty of money. And to be honest, these elite soldiers didn't catch enough fish after following along. As for the ordinary soldiers who came with the ship, except for some who had families and were on missions, most of them stayed in the Kingdom of Sand to develop. After all, why go back to the Empire? It's to be a small boss in a company, a corps, or a bank in a rishi, and make a lot of money. Maybe you can even marry 2 elves or sand lizard girls to warm your bed. Or go back to the Empire where you were forced to go out and fight hard, and continue to dig coal, forge iron and catch water cockroaches. Anyone with a normal mind would choose it. Of course, the magicians still have to go back to the imperial capital first. After all, the company wants to monopolize the trade between the 3 parties, and they have to go back to take care of many relationships with the empire. At this moment, everyone is probably sorting out the gains of this trip in their cabins. They got a lot of magic materials in this war, elves and demons, and the alchemical treasures delivered by Ejo's fleet before leaving. Those high-quality elf weapons are definitely enough to make up for the various magic expenses this time. According to Pollux, compared to the last time we went to the orcs to open up the wasteland, when we lost everything, this time we really made a fortune. In addition to these direct benefits, there are also the future benefits of the company to unite this small circle. After becoming the chief officers, these potential elites will become Sauron's allies in the parliament. Indeed, in the eyes of magicians, Irishi and even the entire Kingdom of Sand are a desert with poor magic power. It can only provide a few special magic materials, although there are huge benefits and opportunities for mortals. But it is undeniable that this sand dune does not have any core value that really attracts liches and gods, and it is worth them spending too much to fight for it. The core and battlefield of the magic world have not changed, in the territory of the old human empire in the north. But these young wizards are not liches yet, and the importance of establishing a company is self-evident to them. The resources of the empire have been divided. If they want to continue to rise, continue to strengthen, continue to research, continue to transform into a real lich, and even put on a white robe one day, they can't do without the company's basic support to get through the initial stage. Even the nun Hela, who came with the ship inexplicably, seemed to have gained something inexplicably. She didn't know how she colluded with Anubis, but she actually established a southern branch of the Church of the Dead Apostles in Fayum, and took a lot of heads as sacrifices, and actually recruited a group of believers. God knows why those sand elves worship death. They won't accept your soul, right? Sauron didn't bother to care about this weirdo. All he had to ask was that this was what death expected. It was just a lie. And this time, the nun didn't take the Eastern Star back to the Empire. I heard she was going to Guya Mountain. Sauron cleared the battlefield of the demons to worship the remains of death, and dug out the body of the demon god and beheaded it. By the way, let's count what Sauron gained from this expedition. Master the death charge, master the domination, obtain the demon sword Revarden, that's it. Well, it's really gone. After all, he is the chairman of the company and holds the largest share. He used his share of the spoils as the company's startup capital, as well as the soldiers' rewards and pensions, and let Maria take them all. After all, Soren is not a magic apprentice, so he doesn't have to find ways to get materials for experiments. If he needs money, he can find the Chamber of Commerce or the company. If he needs equipment, he can find the pioneers of the furnace. If he needs potion scrolls, he can just find Zygen, which is more convenient. Ahem. In short, as long as he returns to the Empire this time, completes the trial mission, can obtain the position of the chief officer, and the company can be successfully established in the future, he, a foreigner, can also establish a small foundation in the other world. Then, he could confirm with Death about the subsequent tasks, his cult, what those fanatics are all about, and how to deal with the elves and gods. Of course, the most important thing is to find out what is going on with that perfect woman, who can even weave thoughts, his lover Skode, whom he came back to save this time. Chapter 107. Sauron. What's wrong with you? You're so startled. Come to my workshop now. Just when he was thinking about the beautiful woman, Skad, the face of Zikiamu's clone suddenly popped out from the deck in front of him, just like the Grudge, and almost made Soren jump up. Ahem. It's okay, I choked on my saliva. Opening the hatch and planning to go to Shichion's workshop, Soren unexpectedly found Sarasis standing at the door. That's right, she didn't have any spoils to settle. After all, the biggest winner of this expedition is Miss Sorg. A large area of the Kingdom of Sand is her territory. Moreover, she completed the trial of the Parliament and won the fiefdom with real efforts. She also received the appreciation and support of 2 white robes. Even in the aristocratic circle of the Empire, she is a powerful countess in the front line. Good morning, Soren. Selas stuttered. Good morning? Sauron looked at the sun above his head and shrugged. You came at the right time. I have to leave for something. The captain's room will be handed over to you. Keep an eye on the Eye of Panoptus and the ancient branch of the Thousand-Knotted Wood. If Leviathan or the elf navy approaches, sound the alarm immediately. The disappointment on Selassus's face flashed across his face. What a coincidence. Oh, by the way, do you still have the sword that Allrides gave you? Can you give it to me first? What sword? Before Soren could react, Guan Haifa, in the shadow, had already opened his mouth and spit out the mithril dagger. Oh, it was the gift from the Lich when we got engaged, the contracted twin swords. I almost forgot about this, because we were doing the trial together in the name of the engagement, so after becoming a seat officer, I have to do a trial to cancel the engagement, right? Oh, what a hassle. But wait, she took back the engagement item. Could it be that she wanted to cancel the engagement herself? This saved Soren a lot of trouble. So Soren felt relieved, playing with the dagger and joking, Why, are you going to take back our token? How many people can go through the trial together? I thought you became more obedient than before, because you have seen my charm and have changed your mind about me. But do you still hate me so much? Stupid idiot. Sarasis took the dagger in his hand with a red face. Isn't this natural? Ouch, it hurts, my heart is hurt. I won't play with you anymore, ha ha ha. Sauron laughed and jumped over the fence to the deck. Sarasis lowered his head and hugged the dagger in his arms, muttering in a low voice, This idiot is really the most annoying. Sauron was really in a good mood, and he was too lazy to do the task all the time. We are all workers. After traveling to another world, we still want to relax and have fun, right? If Sarasis hadn't reminded him before, Soren wouldn't have noticed that he had only been here for 2 months, but he had already done so many main and side quests and killed a lot of gods and demons. Well, the progress can be slowed down a bit. I go back to the capital to rest for a month, relax, and then save the world. It's a good combination of work and rest. Sir Soren. What's the matter, Miss Xing? Soren looked at the butler, who stopped him on the cabin stairs with a little surprise. Although the other party was also one of the linkers of bond, Soren and her had the most unfamiliar relationship. They could only be regarded as passers-by who had queued up in a wild team to complete a few tasks together. In fact, Soren and the one-eyed dragon Polly just are quite like-minded, and occasionally they chat and joke together. Guilt, the cold-faced man, always comes over and watches Bluetooth beat him up, so they are quite familiar with each other. But Soren has almost no contact with this butler. Xing bowed and said seriously, There is one thing I must confirm with you before returning to the imperial capital. Your Excellency, what is your relationship with Prime Minister Killian? Big boss? What relationship can a worker have with a big boss? Of course, it's a purely work relationship. It gives me tasks and rewards, so I help it do things. Sauron was curious. Why do you ask that? You got the trial task from the Prime Minister. Didn't it accept you as a disciple? No, I don't mean the mage apprentice, I should say. Has it ever given you this thing? Xing unfolded the white cloth in his hand. At first, Soren thought it was a towel that the waiter put on his arm, but he didn't expect it to be a white battle robe with a black spider pattern embroidered in the middle of the battle robe. Soren had seen this pattern before, as Killian himself was wearing a dress with this pattern under his white robe. This is not a spider, it is the symbol of the ancient empire, the human king's guards. Xing had obviously often heard this misunderstanding, and explained directly to Soren, it originated from the military flag of the martial emperor who conquered the empire. In the middle is the human king wearing a fawn crown, and the 8 shadows around him represent the military gods of the legions that conquered the 8 directions of the empire. Later, this Spider King flag was used as the symbol of the ancient empire, the human king and the guards, symbolizing the human king's royal power protected by 8 martial gods. Sauron shook his head. Killian didn't tell me this. This black spider represents the inheritance of the royal guards. If I really become a royal guard, I can't kill Yachukas, right? Huh? Wait, royal guards, butler, could it be you? Xing nodded. My ancestor is also one of the royal guards of the inheritance. After all, the Saint Estelle family is of royal blood, and the royal family deacon can also be regarded as a legacy of a certain martial god. However, because of Yachukas and the internal strife of the royal family, there are not many trainee deacons who have mastered the martial god skills. Moreover, the contract of the guards is too old and only applies to men, otherwise I would not have joined forces with you to betray. In short, except for the destruction of the legion stationed in the northern border, the other 7 legions gradually evolved into the current 7 vanguard armies, which suffered heavy losses when pioneering and conquering titans, and were also hunted down by the elves and split internally many times. The inheritance of the 8 martial gods has been extinct for a long time. But recently, that is, after the prophecy of the last descendants of the royal blood and the revival of the empire was activated again, I suddenly realized that the inheritance of the martial god began to gradually appear again. In addition to the air blade that we, the royal stewards, have mastered, the empire also has the vanguard army's killing intent that is being passed down. I didn't expect that there are still people in the northern tyrant body lineage alive, and that it can be passed down in you. And it should be more than that. As far as I know, when the empire was established, in addition to the prime minister, there was another captain who stayed in the empire. Rivendell, the lord of Mount Astrology, the master of Scold. It is also a vanguard army, and it admitted it in front of me. Soren frowned. That guy should also have the inheritance of the god of war. After all, the first top battle he witnessed in this world was the fight between him and the original owner of the dragon spear in his hand, the 2 vanguard legion commanders of the empire, and Franny. Xing was silent for a while. Then among the 7 of us, there is a descendant of the human king and the inheritance of 4 gods of war. Miss Salasses, you also have a deep connection with Franny's vanguard, right? The god of war once again protects the human king, just like when the country was founded 1,000 years ago. Perhaps, as the great prophecy said, there are really some signs of the revival of the empire. Soren frowned. What does this mean? Are you saying that the law of causality is at work again? I don't know either. The magic of causality and prophecy, the past, present and future, the great magic that involves everyone and everything is really beyond my ability. Xing put away his robe. I have only learned how to kill people, how to serve the king's blood, and how to satisfy the master's desires since I was a child. I never studied the principles of magic, but only studied the efficiency of killing. I just solved problems for the royal family. But Miss Xiqiong doesn't need such service. She is used to relying on her own strength to survive. Moreover, with her character, I'm afraid she will never trust a traitor like me, right? But it doesn't matter. Miss Xiqiong can trust you, Lord Soren. Now you are the closest person to her among us. I don't think there is anything to say. Because her bloodline and cause and effect are related to the revival of mankind, you must also bear the fate of the inheritance of the god of war to guard the king's blood. Such empty words are empty. I am not blind in this trial. You will protect her of your own will, right? Then I will say it directly. If Prime Minister Killian wants to give you the inheritance of the royal guard, please refuse it. It has wanted to cut off the blood of the king for a long time. The only thing that can stop it is probably the oath of the royal guard. Sauron stared at Xing. It wants to cut off the blood of the king. Why? Xing shook his head. I don't know the specific reason, but Yachuka said that Killian has gone astray in order to revive mankind. Once it is freed from the constraints of the Prime Minister of the Empire, the royal family may be completely extinct. That scumbag Yachuka said that? Does it know what the evil path means? Is killing magical girls the right path? Sauron raised his eyebrows. Xing shook his head. It's hard for me to believe it, because I know too little about the white robes. But to be on the safe side, I tell you what I noticed and what I learned from Yachukas before, and let you judge. Believe it or not, I served the Wang family since I was a child, and then betrayed the Wang family because I felt that no girl should die for the great cause of human revival. I am like this, Miss Saras is like this, and Miss Sijin is like this. The deacon put his hand on his chest and bowed deeply to Soren. Thank you again for avenging those who died unjustly. You are a true hero. Xing left Soren. Perhaps she felt much more relaxed after saying everything she had hidden in her heart, but Soren felt uncomfortable. Alas, he has to think and calculate again. He is a straightforward person, and really can't stand this kind of convoluted conspiracy. Forget it, let others figure it out. Why did you arrive so late? What are you dawdling for? The Prime Minister of the Empire is going to be replaced by Anubis. Killian may kill you after he leaves office. What? Soren sat on a high stool in the alchemy workshop, propped up his chin and leaned on the tool table, watching Zygen hurriedly brew a pot of tea, and drank it all before calming down. Did he scare her? Well, she was brought up in fear anyway, so she should be able to handle it. Huh, okay, I understand. After dealing with the human king, the demon god, and alchemy, is it now the turn of the prime minister of the empire? Xiong regained his composure very quickly. Perhaps he had too much experience being hunted by gods and demons, so he adapted so quickly. Are you okay? Sauron looked at her. This information is not very credible, but after all, it concerns your life, so I think I still have to tell you in advance. But I thought you were used to it. Xiong glared at him. Only a madman would get used to it. I just want to read in the library, enjoy the breeze by the sea, eat ice cream and drink tea, and use the interesting spells in the book to see with my own eyes. That's all my dreams in life, simple and easy. Why should I be hunted by gods and demons? If you want to ask why, Sauron propped up his head, maybe they all have their own reasons. He was also used to it. The biggest problem in the magic world is that the various creatures that hold power are also doing their own things based on their own reasons, without considering the wishes of the weak. Isn't it the same for Soren? Because he is strong enough, because he is unhappy, and because he wants to protect Zygon, he just slaughtered and wiped out all the gods and demons, like Yachukas, sand alchemy, and all kinds of gods and demons. Think about it the other way around. Maybe he was also full of resentment before he died and wondered why. By the way, why did you call me here? The red bottle on the table, your 8th bottle of potion. Zygon rubbed his temples. Prometheus is burning. This magic will transform all the effects of mental magic such as suggestions, illusions, curses, and mind control that distort your personal will, that is, affect your brain and nerves, into ignition. The simple principle of suggestive magic and mind control is to interfere with the brain through magic power, paralyze the god level, create an illusion of trust and comfort, and affect the target's cognitive judgment. Generally speaking, the mind barrier can resist the effects of low and medium level control magic, but it may be broken when encountering higher level suggestive magic and mental control. Prometheus's burning is to a range of stress magic in the brain and god level. Once the invasion of mind control magic is detected, the enchanting magic power will be directly converted into burning, and the pain of spontaneous combustion will be used to remind and dispel the control spell effects. Are you targeting Anubis' suggestion magic? Sauron was sweating. How could he be so cruel? Zygon explained, of course, it reminded me that I had been ignoring your biggest weakness. Your soul strength and magic resistance are very high, and you have a mental barrier that can resist most direct mental control and charm. Perhaps the pressure from those demons and gods has little effect on you. But the working principle of suggestion magic is different. This has nothing to do with personal willpower and the strength of the soul. It is purely taking advantage of your ignorance. Soren, Xiong curled up his legs and sat on the high stool, resting his chin on his knees. Don't have that expression. Ignorance is normal. You have only been in the Empire for a short time, and you have not received any formal magic education. Your knowledge and understanding of various magics is just what you believe and what others say. Why, it's not easy to understand. Let me give you a simple example. If I say, I remembered it wrong, the red bottle is not a magic potion, but a poison that will kill you if you drink it. So what do you think is in the bottle? Will you still drink this potion? Just as Soren was about to speak, Zygon said, based on our previous conversation, I guess I asked you to come because I finished the 8th potion. If I just used the potion as an example of suggestion on a whim, then this potion is not poisonous. But this is also a hint that this potion is not poisonous. Do you understand? Is it really not poisonous? Maybe I just want to teach you a profound lesson? Maybe the previous description of the potion and the purpose of summoning you were all prearranged. In fact, to hint at you and trick you into drinking it with confidence. If you also have advanced knowledge of potions, you can observe and confirm the actual situation of the medicine yourself. But if you don't, then the only thing you can rely on is your trust in me, right? But now I am the one who said poisonous, and I am also the one who said non-toxic, right? How can I judge? But even if I try potion science, it is not safe. It is possible that what I put in the red bottle is neither potion nor poison, but just a hint that you need to confirm the authenticity before drinking. In fact, if the bottle contains volatile poison or drug, you will be infected the moment you open the bottle to confirm, right? So now, do you still want to open the bottle and drink it? Sauron looked at the red bottle in front of him and fell silent. Xiong tilted his head and brushed away the hair on his cheek. To put it bluntly, the magic of suggestion is lying, not based on obvious truth, but based on common sense that is difficult to distinguish true from false. If you lack relevant information and cannot distinguish the lies hidden in common sense, you will fall into its calculations. This is not a simple trick. Once you are induced to believe blindly, or have doubts and confusion, the magical words and spells can be inserted to affect your perception, and weave a magic network to affect you. Let alone a layman like you who knows nothing about magic. Even if I think carefully, I can secretly curse the elites in the midterm wizard class with hint magic. Now you can understand my feelings more or less. If you don't think about everything this way, you may be killed at any time. If you think about everything this way, no one can believe it. Xiong raised his head and smiled at Soren. When Yachuka stared at me, my life felt like this. At that time. After the assassination that day. I really felt like I was reborn. But now you tell me that everything is not over yet, and Killian may also stare at me like this. It's cruel, Soren, do you know? I'm sorry, I trusted your wisdom too much and ignored your feelings. No matter how outstanding she is, no matter how much she beats and crushes her peers, Xiong is just a young girl now. Soren raised the red bottle and drank it all. The hot potion flowed down his throat into his stomach, and was quickly absorbed by Soren's dragon blood, constructing the 8th layer of potion circuit on the cornerstone circuit inside the body. Xiong looked at him in silence for a while. What logic do you have to think that this medicine can be drunk? Haven't you heard that Xiong's things can't be put into the mouth casually? What logic is there? I just want to believe you. Sauron smiled. How could you hurt me? Xiong sighed and avoided the boy's eyes. You are still like a fool. Chapter 108. How to deal with Killian? I don't know, wait for death, goodbye. Gilt's face showed an expression for the first time, looking at the idiotic mockery. Because of Saijan's fragile appearance, Soren didn't want to put too much pressure on her. This time he still pulled the more reliable boys group, and the 3 of them squatted in this small warehouse to think of a solution. Hey, don't say that. You are also Saijan's friends, right? Don't magicians like to make preparations in advance? At least discuss it. If the Prime Minister really wants to cause trouble, what is the strategy to deal with it? Hasn't Killian been secretly guiding you? And the battlefield liches have been following it for so long. You must know its weaknesses and soft spots, right? Sauron hurriedly stopped Gilt, who turned around and wanted to leave. Pelusius shook his head. I have never heard of the Prime Minister's weaknesses. Rumor has it that it doesn't like to leave any survivors, and those who fight it will die. What a joke. What about the elven gods? Has no one in the white robe fought it? Gilt sneered. Killian usually smiles, but when he gets angry, the waxing moon is like a grandson, and so far, have you seen any elven god dare to run to the imperial capital to make trouble under its nose? Doesn't it make the problem clear? Hey, that old guy is so strong, but it is true. It was the chief leader of the god-killing level 1,000 years ago, and now it is practicing both magic and martial arts. So what kind of strategy does it usually adopt? In addition to martial arts, what kind of magic is it good at? You can always prepare it in a targeted way, right? Soren still refused to give up. Gilt looked at him. Strategy? Killian never uses strategy. It doesn't like to think, because it is too strong to need it. Don't you understand why Saijan is afraid? Because Killian is unreasonable. Saijan can live until now, because Yachuka still regards himself as the king of men and emphasizes fairness. Basically, he sends disciples of the same level to fight in trial-style duels. And the demon gods from foreign lands are also subject to various restrictions, and cannot directly threaten her. But once Killian loses the Prime Minister's control, no one can stop it. It doesn't care about fairness, rules, your level, age or species. As long as you are its enemy, as long as you stand in its way, Killian will find a way to kill you, personally, and no one has been able to defeat it in 1,000 years. If the elves and gods had a way to deal with it during the Third War, the Empire would have perished at that time, and there would be no today. Do you think it has done nothing these years? Do you know how many gods and demons from the outer world it has killed in Hueco Mundo alone? Killian was the vanguard of the last era. Whether it is transforming into a lich, learning magic, or building an empire, these are not its goals, but just means to achieve its goals. As long as it can achieve its goals, it will not be limited to using magic or other means. When I followed it in the trial, I saw it thinking about how to completely kill a demon god, and I have never seen it thinking about how to defeat a demon god. Gilt vented his anger for the first time, took a deep breath, and sat on the cargo box, regaining his dead face. Think about it carefully. There is no need to deal with Killian. The bottom line is to let Saijan survive Killian, right? Then, there is a way. Make a deal with it. Make a deal? Sauron came closer. What does it want? Wine. That is one direction. But it is obvious that what it wants most is to destroy the elven gods. But the gods are not stupid. They never fight it one-on-one. So Killian can't challenge the entire temple alone. He won't lose, but he can't win either. Gil thought, Killian's style is too direct, And there are too many things to do, so he will use simple and direct logic and the order of first come first served to create a task list, and complete the things on the list one by one, until the goal of destroying the alliance of gods is finally achieved. For example, if it were to destroy the kingdom of sand, it would not spend hundreds of years studying the relationship between the parties, playing with people's hearts, weakening the power of the kingdom of sand, paralyzing the attention of the gods, and suddenly launching a surprise attack like Anubis did. Killian will make a list, from top to bottom, from strong to weak, and kill them all. Kill the alchemist of the sand first, then kill the successor who tried to complete the trial and become a god, and then kill the generals and marshals of the Sand Kingdom, the great magicians and swordsmen, the magic assassins, and the great generals and braves among the slaves. There are also reinforcements and helpers sent by the gods. If the high-end combat forces still don't surrender after being killed, then destroy the navy, the army, the corps, and slaughter cities one by one until the entire sand dune bows down before it, or there is no living person left. So do you understand? You can't use Killian's logic to think about the problem. Because then the problem is not how to keep Saijan alive, but how to defeat Killian before Saijan dies. But if Killian's first goal is really to kill Saijan, then he will jump in front of Saijan and break her neck without any room for maneuver. But obviously not. Saijan is not that important. At most she is part of some great magic because she inherited the royal blood. The kind of victim that can't be finished or broken without killing this magic. Then we have a chance to make a deal with the Prime Minister. If Saijan is really on the list of his big plan, we can delay the priority until all other things are completed. But this doesn't fundamentally solve the problem, right? According to what you said, the Prime Minister will find her sooner or later, right? Lucius frowned. Guild shook his head. No, so you don't understand the logic of Killian's desire to regard the position of Prime Minister as a constraint. It established the Empire and became the Prime Minister because it was part of the plan to destroy the gods. But now this identity has brought too many irrelevant things. For example, as the Prime Minister, it has to maintain and protect the Empire, safeguard the interests of all parties, and coordinate the logistics of the army. Most of these problems cannot be solved by killing everyone, which is not in line with Killian's style of doing things, and it just wastes its time. So it will directly want to change someone to be the Prime Minister. But can this really solve the problem? I have studied with it for several years, and have seen its logic clearly, not to mention the gods. So as long as Killian does not hurt Saijan immediately after releasing the Prime Minister, and puts her in the back of the queue, soon the Elven gods will also take action, and use other tasks to trip it up. In this way, perhaps decades or hundreds of years later, it will not have time to deal with Saijan's affairs. To put it bluntly, if Saijan herself cannot find a way to transform or become a god, she may not live to see the Prime Minister come to cause trouble, right? Soren and Pollux looked at each other. So, just drag it out? Drag it out. If we consider it from the perspective of solving the problem before the magician incident, then for the sake of safety, we should make a deal with Killian before he leaves office, in exchange for his guarantee that he will not hurt Saijan immediately. The price. Guild suddenly stopped talking. I find that the price may be a bit troublesome. Lucius suddenly realized, as if he understood what the chief was talking about. I see, you mean the magic? Yes, only this way can the Prime Minister be restrained, but now it's a bit troublesome. Stop playing dumb, and speak frankly. Sauron was helpless. He was suddenly a little shocked because he noticed that his logic seemed to be similar to that of Killian. This time, Pollux explained, it is rumored that Killian's character is not very good. He can easily turn his face, and lie in default. You must take out a high-level magic contract that is enough to bind such a powerful lich to make his promise effective. If a third party is to guarantee one of the mortal enemies, there is a very famous and effective magic contract. But we don't seem to be qualified to use this contract to guarantee Saijan. Love oath, if you have an engagement with Saijan, either engagement or marriage, you can make transactions and promises with the Prime Minister on her behalf. You should be familiar with this magic. Isn't it because you are engaged to Miss Sword that you can take the trial of the Parliament together? Guild looked at the stunned Soren. I thought you and Saijan were a couple before, but I didn't expect you to be engaged to Miss Sorg, so you are not qualified to guarantee Saijan. Soren opened his mouth and couldn't speak for a long time. Lucius also scratched his head. It's really troublesome. I can see that you like Saijan very much, but it's a bit too much to cancel the current engagement for her. And it may be too late. TSK, if you don't do the trial of the Sand Country, maybe you can get engaged to her, but if you don't go to the Sand Country, the Prime Minister may not change. Well, why do I always feel that Saijan is involved in some kind of death law, and I will be involved in it anyway? Soren had a headache. Then he should find a way to cancel the engagement with Salasis and get engaged to Saijin? No, wait a minute. Let alone canceling the engagement, it might be another test. What does Saijin mean? Does she really want to get engaged to me? Guilt and Pollux looked at him in confusion. It can only be you, who else can it be? Soren was surprised. What do you mean? Aren't you also pursuing Saijin? Pollux suddenly realized, that's it. You just came to the Empire and haven't figured it out yet. It's impossible. Guilt, and I can't get engaged to Saijin. She is a commoner. What? Guilt said calmly, she is a commoner. Although she is royal blood, she is just a bastard of a collateral line. We are nobles, and cannot be compared with the magic family, but we are the legitimate heirs after all. It is impossible for us to sign a marriage contract with equal love vows and magic. Soren glared at them, and was speechless for a long time. Lucia sighed, don't get me wrong, how can I explain it? Yes, we are friends, classmates, and competitors. I admire her too. But we are not individuals. We still have the family name. The marriage has been arranged long ago. Unless Saijin, like you, completes a parliamentary trial and becomes a noble, or is accepted as a disciple by a white robe and recommended by a teacher to become an imperial noble, she cannot sign an equal love oath with us from a magical point of view. Even if we get married, there is no form of magical protection. Even if we are engaged to her, the contract without the protection of the love oath will not be effective for Killian. Guilt also spoke up, strictly speaking, she will not be eligible to be engaged to you soon, because even if you cancel your engagement with Sorg, you have already completed the trial and become a noble officer, right? If you are still a commoner or a servant, then you can sign any magic oath with her without any problem. But after being conferred the title of a seat officer, you will also obtain the status of a true imperial noble, which is protected by magic. Just conferring a noble title casually will not really obtain the corresponding magical protection. To obtain this qualification, one must either inherit or undergo trials, and pay a corresponding price. You can still be together, but you can't sign the love oath. Fuck, why did you get to the qualification again? Sauron grabbed his hair and sat down. So is the position of the seat officer so necessary? This is the task he assigned to himself. Sauron glared at the two of them, as if to vent his anger. Then why are you still following her? Do nobles play with the feelings of common girls? What feelings does Shi Cheong have? Ahem, sorry. Lucius leaned against the wall. I think she is really amazing, very smart, and very hardworking. There are not many people of my age who can beat my brain. And I am from the border. Although battlefield liches are also considered nobles, I am more of a country bumpkin in the eyes of the Empire's elites. I am generally called an abnormally developed artificial freak, a failed product of human experiments, and a newly developed humanoid weapon. As for Gil, his family background is a little worse than mine. He is from a family of Death Knights, and the northern warlord Thessarian. To put it bluntly, he is the only one with some qualifications in all these generations, and he is also the chief. Of course, he is also excluded by the elites. Well, the nickname he was given is a bit vicious, so I won't say it. It basically describes that my mother had an affair with a magic noble, and I was born as a bastard with some talent, so someone has been cheating and teaching me behind my back. Guilt said expressionlessly. Lucius scratched his face, well. Plus this civilian girl, who will die at the hands of a Chuka sooner or later. We are a group of 3 freaks, who are excluded together. You don't know that the children in the imperial capital, those magic apprentices are very cold-blooded and vicious. They all have their own mentors, and they have their own family magic books and treasures to teach them. But the top 3 seats are occupied by us. I heard that people in the imperial capital circle have been betting on our heads. Guilt and I are at least heirs of a small noble family, and we have the magic to protect ourselves. But you know how powerful Shi Cheong is. If I don't stay with her to protect her at all times, who knows when she will be killed by those imperial elites and blamed on the assassins of the Wang family. Oh, but the liches believe that this level of competition is necessary for experience and growth, so every midterm exam and battlefield trial, we are like a group fighting for our lives. Last time we went to the orcs, we were also tricked and almost couldn't come back. Forget it. Pursuing Shi Cheong, alas, most of the time I still regard her as a little sister who needs protection. What about you, Guilt? Guilt had a blank expression, an opponent with more magical knowledge than me. Qualified to fight. The one-eyed dragon spread his hands, that's it. Sauron was silent. What should we do? How should we protect her now? Guilt looked at Soren. Do you really think Saijin needs protection? Sauron thought of Saijin's rare vulnerability in the workshop just now, and sighed. I used to think she didn't need to worry, but now I think about it, I still want to protect her. This may be the arrogance and stupidity of being a man. Heh, if such a girl is killed in front of me, how can I have the face to revive all mankind? That's really well said. Suddenly, a voice that seemed to have been heard before came from behind, and he looked up to see Guilt and Pollux staring at the back of him, their eyes almost popping out. Sauron slowly turned his head and looked at the white-robed lich standing behind him, the conspicuous black spider on his chest, and the Prime Minister of the Empire, Killian. Fuck. Why is this guy here? Ah, Pollux said, I seem to have heard from my father that the Prime Minister is particularly petty, and if anyone talks about it behind his back, he will come over to eavesdrop. Killian glanced at him. Your father is Armstrong, right? Okay, I remember that. The one-eyed dragon shut up with tears in his eyes. Guild had no expression on his face. But isn't this on the sea? How did you jump over from Hueco Mundo? No, why did you think of jumping over? Killian shrugged. I noticed that an elven warship carrying the ancient branch of the Thousand Knots was approaching the coast of the Empire. It's quite rare, you know. They should know that if they get too close, I will sink them. As a result, I jumped over and found that you three guys were actually plotting against me behind my back. God and God. Sauron was speechless. Did you hear everything? Killian touched his chin. Yes, so I thought for a long time. Why did I kill Miss Estel? Guilt, Sauron said. Sauron, I heard from Xing that you wanted to cut off the bloodline of the Wang family a long time ago. Killian stared at Soren. Of course, I wanted to cut off the bloodline of the Wang family a long time ago. Isn't the family's trouble enough? But didn't I tell you that when Miss Estel was born, her father took her to Echuca's and deprived her of her royal blood? Sauron was confused. Ah, but she is not the descendant of the royal blood in the prophecy, and she could only read books in the library because of the royal blood. But she didn't kill Echuca's in a fair duel. It was you who killed Echuca's. Killian raised a finger. And who told you that you can only read books in the library if you have royal blood? Go and get familiar with the books often. Once they know you, you can read them at will. This test is not that difficult, right? Sauron was stunned for a moment, and then his skin suddenly burned all over his body. Why was Prometheus's burning suddenly triggered? Sauron was awakened by the tingling all over his body. He couldn't help but jump up and turn to look at the others. Then he noticed that Polygus and Guilt were like puppets, staring at Killian's fingers with empty eyes, and were frozen. Want to hear my speculation? Killian didn't seem to mind that Soren was suddenly ignited into a fireman, and he didn't mind that he pulled out the dragon spear. You changed the prophecy. I don't know what method you used to change the only great prophecy of our destiny 1,000 years ago. Now the future has slipped into a completely unknown place. Did I ruin your plan? Sauron endured the stinging pain of being burned by the flames, clutched the dragon spear in his hand, and stared at the spider on Killian's chest, not looking into his eyes. Yes, it's broken. Now the prophecy of this world is moving in the direction you planned. Killian was silent for a while, but it's not bad. Huh? You know, when I found out that the ship coming was the Eastern Star, I wanted to kill you directly because you made me lose the bet. Killian said expressionlessly. Now Soren knew who Guilt copied that dead face from. Bet? Huh, so you will lose too? Of course, I'm just an ordinary person, I always lose. And didn't I give you the lucky dice? Now, you should know how serious the win or lose I'm talking about is, right? The murderous aura exuded by Killian at this moment may have exploded. If he hadn't been born unable to feel it, Soren knew that he would have rolled his eyes and fainted like the two boys next to him. Lucky dice, you mean the hero's roll, right? You are such a traitor. Sauron endured the severe pain, forced himself to cheer up, adjusted his emotions, and was always ready to burst out the tyrant body and the spear of despair. No, the lucky dice is a replica for you kids to play with. Killian shook his head and took something out of his arms. This is the hero's throw. Sauron was stunned for a moment. Because Killian also took out a dice, all 6 sides were black women, wrapped in strong curses, and the malice it exuded was almost the condensation of all the evil in the world. Killian laughed strangely. I was quite optimistic about you guys before, and the Sand Country should have been almost destroyed, so I bet that you can destroy the Sand Country and complete the trial in 3 months. In the end, I actually lost. I lost the most critical Franny, and 3 liches died over there. Can you imagine how angry I was? I gave you a ship, people, and a contract, and you just went around and came back? I haven't been this angry for a long time, but I found that you were also discussing how to deal with me, so I listened patiently. The result is that I am too small to measure up to your ability. You actually completed the trial in less than 2 months. How the hell did you fight this? The Sand Country is all trash. Are those demons also trash? Killian's killing intent seemed to disappear. Sauron was a little speechless. So it's my fault that the task was completed too quickly. The Prime Minister took back the dice and shook his head. I lost, you won, Sauron. You are more powerful than I thought. Your origin, your talent, your desire, your goal, and even your feelings are all carefully designed. I haven't met an opponent like you for a long time. You are stronger, more resolute, and more cold-blooded than me. I lost, and I admit defeat. But it doesn't matter. You spent so much time and effort, and you obviously know what I want, right? Well, as long as I can achieve my goal, I will do whatever it takes. I don't care what tricks you play behind my back. As long as my goal is consistent, I can tolerate the Wong family, let alone you. Geely was silent for a while, and slowly said, You want a guarantee, right? Yes, it does require a powerful magic, like the Oath of Love, to establish a credible oath between beings of our level. What? What the hell are you talking about? Then Soren was stunned to see Killian retract his fingers, and then raise his right hand. I, Killian, Lily Yuan's fiancé, swear in the name of my lover that I will join hands with Soren to exterminate the elven gods. Then it held Soren's right hand, and a black chain stretched out from the void and tied the arms of the two. Now we are allies. Chapter 109. Did you fight? Sejun raised her eyebrows and watched Soren, whose head was on fire, drag the unconscious Guilt and Pollux to her workshop. Oh, forget it. When will this fire be extinguished? It's so hot. Soren always felt that he could smell the smell of barbecue. Sejun shrugged. It depends on what spell the other party used. You can't extinguish the magic flame without taking the corresponding anti-spell. Who cast the spell on you? Do you know the name or spell of the spell? What are you talking about? Sauron was a little confused, pointing to his burning hair. Isn't this the spell you cast? The 8th potion is Prometheus's burning. Sejun was suddenly stunned, stared at Soren for a while, and suddenly turned around and rushed into the house. Sauron looked at her in confusion. Hey, what's wrong with you? Why don't you give me annihilation first? Hey, where are you going? After waiting for a long time, Sejun came out of the workshop, looking shocked and angry. Damn it, you really drank it. Soren was puzzled. What? I just left you. Don't you remember? But Sejun ignored him, took out a small green bottle, and put it under Gilt's nose. Soren could smell a strong stench from a distance, and Gilt and Pollux were awakened by the stench on the spot. But Sejun had no reaction to the stench, and put his hands on his waist and yelled at them. Are you crazy? Are you looking for death? You dare to play with the rules of time in a fight? If we are not careful, all of us on the ship will die. Gilt, who woke up confused, was scolded and confused, then looked at the small green bottle in front of him and vomited without saying a word. Pelusius held his head, and lay on the ground wailing. Ouch. It stinks. It hurts. Damn it, what's going on? All the circuits in my body are melted. Sejun, help, Sejun. You are crazy. Ah, I really can't stand you fools. You are so reckless. While cursing, Sejun put on his glasses to check on Pelusius's condition and rushed back to the workshop to get medicine. What's going on? Wait a minute. Xiong, hey, Xiong, my head is still burning. After a long time of commotion, Xiong finally controlled the situation. Sauron's head was wrapped in bandages. When Prometheus's burning was triggered, it would use the foreign magic power that invaded the brain as fuel and become more and more intense. However, this burning would not burn Sauron to death directly, and could not trigger the invincibility of the dice. Therefore, until the magic expired, Sauron could not even use the healing medicine containing magic power, and could only wrap himself in cloth and endure the pain. For some reason, Pelucho was almost paralyzed. Sejun said that the huge explosion of magic power around him caused the circuit in his body to overload, and his spirit was also severely damaged, and he could not control his body. He could only be put on a stretcher temporarily to recover slowly. Gilt, on the other hand, had almost no injuries. If there was any injury, it was purely because of the stink. He was holding a bucket and vomiting. You are very powerful, Gilt. Let me guess, you used up all your spell slots. So you used Time Rewind to restore your physical condition to the strongest state a day ago, right? Haha, you are worthy of being the chief. You even know such an obscure and unpopular magic, but you should also know how dangerous this magic is. So it was abandoned, because you didn't really move the clock forward. That kind of thing is impossible. You just deceived your soul, which is actually equivalent to correcting the memory of your body, using a high-level suggestion to forcefully squeeze out your body's potential. If you are not careful, your body will be destroyed. Is it necessary to use such dangerous magic for a fight? And your half-baked magic really went wrong. I guess not only you, but everyone on the ship was affected and lost a day's memory. Luckily, It happened to be the 8th bottle of potion that was brewed today. If Soren hadn't drunk Prometheus's burn to resist the brainwashing, and I had been affected and miscalculated the time, the whole pot of potion would have been useless. But I can't go back in time, ugh. Guilt was in great pain. Sauron was the only one who roughly realized what was happening. So Killian, did you watch the memories of others? And Sauron. What? Why are you using such strong murderous intent against Pollux? His body is a monster, and he can't bear the explosion of the Vanguard. And I can't repair his family's physique. It's very troublesome to raise him. Don't bully him. Saijan said it as if you shouldn't bully my dog. Pelusia's eyes were filled with tears. Oh? Shirin was sweating. It had nothing to do with him. It should be affected by Killian's anger. But it seems that, as Saijan said, she'd lost a day's memory. This means that Killian does not want others to know that it appeared on the ship and signed a covenant with Soren. Moreover, from Killian's subtext, Soren narrowed his eyes. Perhaps, the arrangements made by Soren in the first week, those trials are not as simple as imagined. Soren is even deceiving himself, which Soren himself can understand. After all, only he is really an idiot who knows nothing. Those old ghosts in this world, who are proficient in scheming and mind-reading cannot guess Soren's next move and Soren's purpose. What is it? Soren! Saijan's call woke him up, and the witch frowned and said, Guilt said, he couldn't remember the battle and the time reversal at all. Do you remember what magic he used? Maybe I can break the curse and recover the lost memory. Recover the memory of being scared to death by Killian? Forget it. Indeed, these teenagers are not qualified enough to be involved in the affairs of him and Killian. Let's wait until they grow up. How should I know? What reversal or not? You know I won't recognize anyone when I go crazy, okay? Oh my, I'm in so much pain. Do you have any painkillers? Sauron played dumb. Alas, I can't count on you. It seems that the magic error has really confused your mind. So Saijan turned to Guilt. Guilt was also suspicious. Is it so wrong that I don't even remember that I learned this magic? Ugh. Saijan, you've been angry enough. Ugh. Give me the antidote. Ugh. I didn't expect that I could really play dumb like this, which made Soren feel a little shocked. But it's okay like this. There's no need to involve them all. After all, cooperating with a murderer like Killian and destroying the gods is not a child's play. Guilt and Pollux hadn't recovered yet, and Soren left Saijan's workshop. Then Shing stopped Soren in the stairwell again. Sir Vanguard, there is something I want to confirm with you. Huh? What happened to your face? I bumped into the door, don't mind. Soren looked at this guy helplessly. Yes, although it was not the time reversal that Guilt used, and it was not necessarily a mistake caused by the time reversal, but the memories of the entire ship were indeed washed away by Killian for one day. So do we have to go through the previous branch again? By the way, is there a fast-forward button to skip the plot dialogue? By the way, there is one thing I can confirm with the butler of the Wang family. Shing, you brought Maria here, right? Sauron suddenly interrupted the butler, who was about to unfold his battle robe and show him the spider flag. Shing nodded. Miss Maria, yes. I am very grateful that you are not afraid of her background, and can provide her with a place to stay, and give her space and freedom to use her abilities. Sauron asked curiously, then you should know her hidden true face. Maria told me that it was the face of Lily Yuan, the sister of Yuchukas? Shing was stunned for a moment, looking at Soren with an embarrassed expression. Sir, although it's not my turn to say more, aren't you already engaged to Countess Sorg? It seems that you are still pursuing Miss Saijan? I also know that you are a playboy, but Miss Maria is the financial officer of the Countess after all. If it is exposed, the situation will be very embarrassing. Don't look at me with the eyes of a scumbag. Soren was mad, rubbing his temples. I have no other intentions towards Maria. I just want to confirm with you about Lily Yuan. She is from the Wang family, right? I remember that she married Franny. So the royal family over there is also the last descendant of the royal blood, right? Shing breathed a sigh of relief and nodded. Yes, Princess Lily Yuan. She is also an unfortunate person. That's right. It's unfortunate to be engaged to a lunatic like Killian. You have also seen Maria's appearance. Princess Lily Yuan was a famous beauty in those days. Her life experience is a very famous tragic story in the Empire and Franny. There are many versions of poems and novels circulated. You can see it if you go to the theater. Oh, is the tragedy so tragic? Shing introduced. Yes, there are many versions. Some say that she was arranged to marry because of her royal bloodline. Some say that she was favored by a certain elf god because of her beauty. And some say that she fell in love with a civilian warrior of a different status. In short, for various reasons, Lovers could not end up together, so Princess Lily Yuen once abandoned everything and eloped with her lover. The couple went through various hardships under the pursuit of the royal guards and the elf temple. There are even some unofficial legends that Yachukas also wanted to make the princess happy, so he became rebellious and decided to be the enemy of the elf alliance. Haha, I think it was probably the propaganda of the royal family praising that scumbag. In short, this relationship ended in tragedy. Lily Yuen was captured by the temple, and we only know that she married Franny's old king in the end. And there was no further news about her lover, probably dead. Sauron touched his chin. Is there no more introduction to Lily Yuen's lover? Warrior? Vanguard? Xing shook his head. Who knows? Basically, in ancient legendary novels, as long as you are a warrior, you will be given the title of Vanguard, right? Because Lily Yuen is the sister of the human king and a famous beauty, and that time point happened to be the great era of the establishment of the empire, her story would be involved with the legends of various celebrities, so it has always been a very famous and commonly used drama theme. Maybe the celebrities at that time were really attracted by her beauty and status. Haha, almost everyone's personal biography has a story about eloping with Lily Yuen. However, the warriors gathered around the Chukas at that time were all famous warriors. How could someone who could be enemies with the gods of elves not have some reputation? There were also the 7 top captains of the Vanguard army. If they were really famous warriors of that era, there would be no reason why their names would not be passed down, right? So I guess, probably just some unknown person. Maybe his lover was taken away, and he died in the hands of the Vanguard army. Because Princess Lily Yuen herself was said to have been escorted by the Vanguard to marry Franny, and her descendants have been protected by a large number of Vanguards until now. An unknown person. Then you may have guessed wrong. Killian can use the Oath of Love to consolidate the covenant, so he should not lie by pretending to be someone else's experience. Sauron stroked the ring on his right hand, which was destroyed for some reason and finally repaired. It was the ring of the head Captain Killian. So what exactly caused the split among the leaders of the Vanguard army? Was it really because of Achukas' personal character? Why did Killian ignore the Vanguard army? Was it really because they found that their ideas were different after they established the Empire? Why did it confront the alliance of gods with such a deep hatred and vow to kill all the elves at all costs? It couldn't be, just for a woman, right? Why are you suddenly interested in Princess Lily Yuen? Xing asked curiously. Well, I suddenly remembered that I also saw a royal family of Franny in the imperial capital, a princess named Lux, who looked similar to Maria's real face, Lily Yuen's face. Saras said that Franny still has 3 royal families, right? In addition to the people of Saint Estelle's family, Soren shrugged, there are quite a lot of royal blood left. I don't know if they have decided the winner, and I don't know who will inherit the title of the new human king. The deacon was stunned for a moment, and fell into deep thought. Soren was about to leave directly, but after thinking about it, he decided to comfort the teammate who had come to remind him before for the sake of the bond. Xing, you care a lot about your previous background as a deacon of the Wang family, and think that a traitor is not worthy of trust. Although you have participated in the trial with us, it is more for self-protection, and you are also confused about what to do in the future, right? Xing's shoulders trembled slightly. Soren spread his hands. In fact, there is no direct hatred between Yachukas and me. It is not accurate to say that I killed him for Zygen, or for revenge for Alfred. Just as a vanguard, no, as an ordinary person. I think it deserves death for what it did, so I killed it. I only do what I think is right, without considering the royal blood, prophecy, or mission. I just can't stand it. Xing nodded without knowing why. Sauron patted her shoulder. Do you want to hear the lessons and experience I got from this trial? Give up thinking. It doesn't matter what others think or plan. What defines you in the end is not what you think, but what you do. To be honest, I don't like intrigue, let alone thinking about other people's plans and conspiracies. If you force yourself, you will only get yourself involved. You are not an intellectual character, right? Then don't think about it. Now that Yachukas is dead, the Wang family is no longer a burden to you. Just do what you want to do. Xing was stunned for a moment, nodded, and then calmly pushed away Soren's hand on her shoulder. Thank you for sharing your experience. I take my leave first. Damn, I took your kindness for granted. Who wants to take advantage of you? I have no interest in the housekeeper uniform. Pa! Sauron rolled his eyes and returned to the captain's command room. Selas was holding the 2 swords in a daze, and when he saw Sauron pushing the door and walking in, he hurriedly stood up. Sauron, I'm not in a daze, I've been on duty seriously. Oh, the ancient branch of the 1,000 knots would seem to light up just now, but I didn't find anything unusual when I came to my senses. I don't know if I was dazzled. By the way, I returned this sword to you after I asked Allrights to strengthen it. Soren stared at Sarasis curiously, making her fidget and stand up with her cheeks red. What's wrong? Is there something on my face? What's going on? Why aren't you affected? Soren frowned, then he saw the silver dragon general's sword flashing, and then he understood. Sarasis, lend me the elf sword. There are some things I want to ask your sword spirit. Oh, about the kingdom of sand? Okay, bring it back to my room after you use it. No, it's not. Don't give it back to me. No, don't come to my room. No, anyway, take it first. She threw the elven sword into Soren's arms and ran away in a panic. Soren was speechless, and his ribs were almost broken by the scabbard. General Silver Dragon appeared with the help of Soren's magic. What is Killian doing? Did it kill people again? It turned out that you protected her from Killian's spell. Soren looked at General Silver Dragon. Did you protect Sarasis during Anubis' time and the previous war? Are you also optimistic about the qualifications? General Silver Dragon was puzzled. What are you talking about? What qualifications? Sarasis is my friend. Isn't it natural to protect her? Sauron nodded. I see, that's right. You two are so stupid and single-minded. You don't consider anything and live happily. Huh? What did you say, you little brat? The sword spirit was angry. Sauron smiled and asked seriously, General Silver Dragon, do you know what happened between Killian and Lily? The sword spirit was stunned. Why are you asking this? That name is its Achilles heel, and that's all in the past. So they are indeed lovers? Sauron confirmed. If Killian swears by Lily name, is he serious? Is it credible? You have to tell me the truth. You also know that the fate of Sarasis and us is linked by a bond, right? You also know that Killian is not someone who can be easily fooled, right? And you are the only one who still knows the specific situation at that time, right? Tell me what you know. If we make a wrong move, we be finished. General Silver Dragon seemed frightened by Soren's serious expression. What are you doing? Can't you just be quiet? You're such a grown-up, but you always provoke those white robes. Okay, I did hear a little bit. They were lovers. At that time, Killian was the strongest war god of mankind, the leader of the vanguard, and the ambitious general commander. Prince Yachukas also intended to match them up to get the support of the vanguard. Of course, the temple couldn't stand this happening. So the temple asked the old king at that time to marry Princess Lily to another royal family, and sent a large number of temple apostles and sword masters to take control of the palace in ambush. At that time, they planned to take the opportunity to eliminate Killian when he came to rescue the princess. Sauron breathed a sigh of relief. So it is true, his oath is credible. That's not necessarily true. Silver Dragon General crossed his arms and mocked, because he didn't come at that time. Soren was stunned. Didn't come? Yes, other gods told me that Killian didn't come to save Lily. He took advantage of the temple's emptiness, and took away Yachukas with his men. He also raised the banner of reviving the human empire, and used his fiancée to catch the temple off guard. In the end, the gods had to call me back to clean up the mess. You know what happened next. This was actually an ambush designed to deal with me. Who knows who came up with such a tortuous plan? Back to the matter between the two of them. Anyway, until the end, Killian didn't go to save Lily. Probably because he watched her being sent to Franny. In fact, with Killian's ability, when can he not bring his lover back to his side? But he never did that. Perhaps he still felt that it was more important to preserve the inheritance of the royal blood, right? Soren was silent. Is that really the case? Not entirely. It sounds like General Silver Dragon was not at the scene at the first time. Wasn't he sent to clean up the mess later? And General Silver Dragon sneered. Killian is a true vanguard, the general commander, who has deeply inherited the essence of the masters of the past generations. I'm afraid he was also brainwashed by the scandals in my own family. Maybe they are still regretting it. If the previous Grand Commander had been ruthless and killed my grandmother and mother, there would not be a bad offspring like me who ruined their plans. Didn't I tell you everything? As long as it is for the ideals of their group of people, and for the revival of the human empire, is there anything that cannot be abandoned? The vanguard of the last generation was very terrifying. I warn you for the last time, Sauron, if you don't have the same awareness of giving up everything, don't be their enemy, let alone challenge the gods who have forced them to this point. Soren nodded. I understand. Thank you for your advice, General Silver Dragon. This matter is probably recorded in the temple, and it is not a secret. So, by using the name of a woman he abandoned to form an alliance with Soren, is Killian saying that he is not trustworthy and will betray at any time? Of course not. The key is not what has been sacrificed, but what may be sacrificed. Killian is telling Soren that he has the consciousness to kill the gods of the elves, and even the consciousness that his beloved can be sacrificed. So what about Soren? Thinking of the little gift that the god of death gave him at the beginning, Soren can now roughly understand his own consciousness of joining forces with this madman who can sacrifice everything to save his lover. Chapter 110. Sauron lay on the side of the ship, watching the dense skeletons crawling in and out of the open cargo hold of the Eastern Star like termites, carrying the spoils of the Sand Country, various treasures, goods and commodities to the dock. In the merchant ships and trucks under the Icelian Chamber of Commerce, Malaz took over his contact and arranged people to meet him in advance. His merchants and shopkeepers assisted in counting the spoils, and the soldiers who had not returned settled the property rewards, all of them grinning from ear to ear. Other chambers of commerce and nobles gathered at the dock, staring at the piles of gold and silver, various elven jewelry and magic clothes, the silk robes of the palace and the statues of the temple. Their eyes, mixed with jealousy, envy, greed and awe, fell on the flag on the top of the mast of the Eastern Morning Star, which was fluttering with the magic wind. 3-petal cherry, blood-red cherry blossom on a white background. The noble family emblem chosen by Sarasis herself. It is said that her family planted a very beautiful cherry tree, which is also the meaning of her name. Well, it may not be cherry blossom, it may also be plum blossom or peach blossom. Soren is not very familiar with plants, and can't tell them apart. But it's quite cliché when you think about it. Sarasis seems quite noble. She calls him Xiaoying, Hongtao, and Han Mini, which is quite consistent with her inner silly character. This time, it is rare that someone completed the trial issued by the parliament, which really shocked the aristocratic circle of the imperial capital. After all, no one has become aristocrat in this way for hundreds of years. Sarasis and his people destroyed the Kingdom of Sand, brought back the head of the Queen of Sheba, and obtained a large area of territory. The Sword family will at least be granted the title of Imperial Earl, a title that actually has a seat in the Imperial Parliament. Of course, according to the previous deal between her and Soren, the position of the chairperson will be represented by Soren, the fiancé of Countess Sorg. Since Soren was registered in the Empire as a knight attendant of the Abbey's family, he has not yet been officially canonized as a knight, and the two have not officially married, so he only got the title of Imperial Knight Candidate, a title that recognizes the noble status but does not actually have a title or territory. Of course, this is also an identity officially certified by the Imperial Parliament's guardian magic. He can be officially recognized at any time. For example, if he marries Sarasis, he can become the Count of the Sword family. Even if he cancels his engagement with Sarasis, his achievements in completing the Parliament trial will be recognized. He can still complete the Death Knight's graduation exam and the Legion trial step by step, and then be granted the official status of a knight by the head of the Abbey's family. Then, on the battlefield, he can use his military merits to earn titles and territories such as Baron and Viscount. These are up to Soren himself, but he is still just a candidate noble without a title, without territory or people, and even the company, Legion and other forces are only in the planning stage. He is a poor man with no income, and at most he can think of a family name and emblem for himself. In fact, he has already thought of it a long time ago. The family name is Nair, the hero of the internet, and the emblem is the scimitar and the war hammer. It's not that Soren cares about this identity, but it will be much easier to do business in the Empire with the protection of the title of a noble. Captain, we're leaving first. Hotkoller brought several young men from the Vanguard army to greet Soren. Now the two leaders, Armos and Freiberg, stayed in the Kingdom of Sand, and the Irishi Construction Corps developed. He was responsible for the task of taking their gains from the war back to the Crucible to report to the old men, and continue the follow-up actions of the new Vanguard army. Well, there may be old people who don't accept our ideas. Of course, their memories are left in the Northern Land. There is no need to use particularly tough measures against our own people. Soren lay on the side of the ship, watching Xing wearing a butler's dress and carrying a suitcase, exchanging greetings with an old butler dressed in similar clothes. After chatting for a while, he turned his head to look at Soren, stepped into the royal carriage and left. Give priority to the development of young people. There are many people who want to leave the Empire. As long as they are willing, we will help them go to the Kingdom of Sand to consolidate our base. I will arrange a ship with the Chamber of Commerce. As for spreading the ideas of the new Vanguard, you still have to be careful. After all, this is the Empire. If the powerful find out, they will say that you are from the family of the inter-hero Nair. It's just a means of deceiving the poor with lies, buying off spies and confidants, and building your own power. Of course, this can only fool people for a while, so I should save myself first. The nobles in the imperial capital can probably tolerate an ambitious and motivated young man, but I'm afraid they absolutely cannot tolerate a brand new vanguard. I will keep your advice in mind. Hot Collar bowed, put on his hood to cover his face, and got off the boat with his companions in the crowd. They're all gone. Sauron looked at the people coming and going with a frown. Earlier, the mages were taken home by the adults. The sword spirit sent by Ulritus took their asses away, and the butler of the Caesarian family took guilt away. Pelusius was suddenly hit in the face by a muscular man, with a virtual flash, knocked unconscious with a punch, and then carried away. Sorin was so shocked that he almost pulled out his gun, but guilt said not to worry, that was the father of the one-eyed dragon. It's really hard to have such a father. Sigyn also carried a small suitcase, said hello to the owner of the ice cream shop, who was waiting for her at the dock early in the morning, and left together. Even this lifeless city is a place that some people call home. At home, there is always someone waiting for them. Now Sorin is the only one left on the ship. Ahem, sir, the boss has difficulty walking, and he happened to be delayed by some trivial matters. I apologize for not being able to come to greet you in person. The assassin Matthew emerged from the shadows, but he invites you to have dinner at his manor at any time to discuss the company and the new route. Oh, Matthew, how about having a drink together later? Sorin smiled and patted the assassin's shoulder. Matthew smiled, thank you for your kindness, but this honeymoon went by too fast. We didn't pay attention to all the trivial matters before the trip was over. So Reyna and I plan to use the money we earned to get a suite at a big hotel and stay there for 2 weeks. I can only decline your kindness. Damn, 2 weeks. Don't die in bed. Get out of here. Sorin, who was shown off, glared at Matthew and drove him away. The assassin smiled and didn't mind his attitude. He bowed and said, I will also go and talk to my old friends in the Wind Army about my experiences these days. I think everyone will be as interested as I am in serving the INT hero Nair family. Be careful. Sauron nodded and watched the assassin couple disappear into the shadows. Now, he is really the only one left. The Eastern Star is protected by magic. This ship is a reward promised by Ulrids to Sigyn. She has long regarded it as her private property, and has added countless layers of defense barriers and curses. There is no need to worry about anti-theft issues. The terms that Sorin and Malaz negotiated are FOB. The goods from the Kingdom of Sand are considered the property of the Icynlian Chamber of Commerce when they are shipped to the Imperial Capital Pier. With the people from the Chamber of Commerce watching over them, there was no need to worry about someone coming to steal the goods. So Sauron called Guan Haifa out, rode on the giant tiger, stepped on the cold wind, and jumped away along the spires and eaves of the Zero Times. He didn't have a clear destination, just wandering on the roofs of the Imperial capital. There was no one in the Abi's house anyway, and the Icynlian family didn't want to go now. At least they had to wait a few days for them to settle the spot goods on the ship this time, and how to establish a smuggling trade line with the Elf Alliance had to be planned, so that they could think of a specific plan before discussing it, otherwise they would have to run back and forth. However, it was really boring. There wasn't even an internet cafe. To be honest, how did other people pass the time when they travel to another world? It's impossible for them to practice and fight monsters all the time, right? So, after wandering around, Sorin wandered to the Great Library. That's right. Isn't there a friend waiting for him here? Oh, librarian, I'm back. Sorin drove Guan Haifa through the arcade of the main hall of the Great Library. He stretched out his hand to push the door open, but missed it. Sorin's eyes blurred, and he turned his head inexplicably. He found that he had just tried to enter the door from the front, but now he was standing at the door of the corridor with his back to the Great Library, as if he was about to leave. What's going on? He tried again, but it was still the same. No matter whether he entered from the main entrance or the side door, as long as he walked through the corridor and pushed open the library door, he would be pushed out and stand in front of the corridor, outside the library. It's not that he lost his memory, it should be a space magic similar to the Klein's pot that Sigyn learned. For some reason, he couldn't enter the library. Sauron frowned, a little shocked, but he didn't offend the library master, so it didn't make sense for him to not let him enter this free library, right? But the library master seemed to have mentioned that Indicus himself had a bad temper, and he was also an old acquaintance of Achuka's. Would he be refused entry because of this? Sauron was not sure, but if the other party was really dissatisfied with him because of the death of the human king, it would be stupid to take the initiative to go to the lair of a white-robed lich who had ill will towards him to cause trouble. It seems that I can't chat with the library master for the time being. Where to go now? Sauron sat down on the steps of the great library, looking at the strange city, and suddenly felt unprecedented loneliness again, Just like when he first came to the Great Library not long ago, 2 months ago, he had no idea where to go and where the future was. Perhaps, this is the loneliness that only travelers from other worlds can experience. So Soren stared at his right hand for a while, shrugged and tapped the black spider that was recently branded on his palm. Summon my comrade Killian in the name of the Covenant. With Abaya, the Prime Minister of the Empire, the head of the Vanguard Army, the strongest white robe ever, the Lich Killian was summoned to Soren's side. It stood inexplicably at the door of the library, as if it had just been drinking, and was spilled with red wine. It looked around in confusion. What's going on? Hey, Killian. Sauron waved at him. Don't mind me, I'm just a little bored. Killian stared at him for a long time in amazement. After repeatedly reading his mind and confirming that Soren was just bored, he almost vomited blood. F***K. This is for you to save your life when facing the elves. You are bored and summon me to play? Sauron shrugged. Don't mind. I have to try this comradeship to see if it really works, right? Ugh. You little brat. Do you know the story of the boy who cried wolf? Killian grabbed Soren by the collar and lifted him up, as if he wanted to hit him. Soren was also surprised. Oh? How come you also have the story of the boy who cried wolf? It seems that naughty kids in every world are the same. If you know, don't do it. Killian roared at Soren's face. If you call me here again, and there is no elf god to kill, I will pull your head off and stuff it into your ass, and I guarantee that you will not die. Do you believe it? Is there such magic? Can you teach me? Since you are here, tell me how to enter the library. None of my business. It's not like you are going to kill the gods, so I don't care if you die. Killian disappeared with a bang. Sauron fell to the ground and looked at his right hand boredly. Well, this is the covenant between Killian and him. After shaking hands, the magic contract appeared in the palm of his hand, saying that it was a killer to deal with the elf gods. At first, Soren was still wondering if it would be some super invincible destructive magic. Who knew that it was just to pull Killian himself over to fight? Well, this old guy's thinking mode is really quite single-threaded. However, the conditions for use are also very clear. You must go to kill the elf god, and the cost is a spell slot. By the way, if the opponent is not the elf god, then Killian will curse, and say I don't care if you die and jump away directly. Maybe he will even pull your head off and stuff it into his ass. Sauron yawned and lay on the steps at the entrance of the library. Alas, I thought I could trigger some plot or take on a quest, but it seems that my friendship with Killian is not good enough. So boring. Is there any side quest I can do? At this time, Soren smelled a light and elegant flower fragrance, and heard the gentle voice of a girl. Then he opened his eyes, and saw a girl in a white dress, long pink hair, and blue eyes, the eldest princess of the kingdom of Franny, Lux, holding a book in her left hand, covering the corner of her mouth with the back of her right hand, posing like a performer in a theater, and looking at him in surprise. I remember you. Aren't you the servant guarding the gate? Wow, no way. You've been guarding here for 2 months after that? Stop being so conceited. Who's waiting for you here? Ah. Damn. I actually triggered such a disgusting side quest. Sauron almost wanted to close his eyes and fall asleep to avoid this triggered plot. Well, I have to respond to such sincere admiration. Facing the knight's passionate emotions is also the duty of a noble and elegant lady. The princess continued to speak to herself, covering her mouth and giggling. Get up, squire. Your sincerity and admiration have touched me. I allow you to know my real name. Sauron opened his eyes helplessly, looking at this princess, who was not sure whether she was narcissistic or conceited, or was born with such a brainless education since childhood, and began to sing her name with the unique poetic lyrics of the Franny nobles, with a gentle rhythm. I am the descendant of the true god of the world, the ruler of all countries and states, the king of the top of the mountain, Luminius von Iris Tectoria Maximus Moya du Paris is Caroline of the Franny kingdom. She picked up the hem of her flowing long skirt and turned half a circle like dancing, then raised her head and stuck out her tongue at Soren. If you can't remember, you can also call me Lux. You just recited a bunch of words. Which one is Lux? Hey. Soren sat up and rubbed his temples that were slightly swollen by her strange lyrics. Oh, Princess Lux, this is a mistake. Disrespectful. Lux suddenly stood at attention and stomped her feet, straightened her back like a female teacher, and stepped on the stone slab with her high heels, making a crisp sound. When using honorifics, you must use courtesy to meet your majesty. Lord Franny, Luminios, Her Royal Highness the Princess. Sauron stared at her in amazement. Lakis stared at Soren seriously for 3 seconds, then put aside her posture, propped up her knees, and smiled at Soren with a little fatigue. Sorry, I can't change it, so you should just call me Lakis. Sauron frowned, a little slow to react you. But Leica sat down on the stone steps not far from him, took off her high heels, and rubbed her ankles. Your empire's nobles are so relaxed, you don't have to learn any etiquette, and when you meet for the first time, you actually call yourself Froya of the St. Assel family, the successor of the royal blood. My God, do you know how surprised I was at that time? Her etiquette teacher should be executed. This kind of upbringing is actually the king of stairs, competing with this country bumpkin for the blood of the true king. The descendants of St. Carolingian will cry for the humiliation they suffered today. Oh, sorry, if I vent in front of Franny, a son of a servant like you, I might get scolded. Oh! Leica suddenly looked up and down at Soren in surprise. Strange, I remember that you were indeed a servant before, right? Why did he suddenly become a vassal? The Lord of Starless would actually give a title to a servant. Sauron narrowed his eyes. Frankly speaking, Lux was a fellow countryman of the main body, but Soren could not understand a single word of the noble words that came out of her mouth. Even if she translated it with magic, it was quite out of place. However, the kind of high-handedness and condescending temperament that she showed from her bones could be fully revealed without translation, which really made him very angry. Lakis, or some noble lady, Soren patted his butt and stood up. You may have received some kind of oppressive education since childhood, or you may have been influenced by some great magic. It may not be your fault that you have this kind of tone and values. But I can't stand it. If you stay any longer, I might beat you up. If I accidentally beat you to death, I won't care at all, but at least Alfred saved your life. Do you still remember Alfred? Lux looked confused. Apparently, she didn't understand Soren's servant's language at all. As expected, Soren looked at her sideways. I really want to call Killian over again, to let him see what kind of good things they had saved and passed down after all their efforts and sacrifices. Lux's brows suddenly relaxed, and a smile appeared on her face. Moya du Paris is Killian, Prime Minister of Stars, Champion Knight of all nations and kings, and Guardian of the true God on earth. I understand. It was Killian who appointed you to protect me. So you are my guard. Come and replace the missing paladin of Beer. Sauron, huh? Lakis nodded with satisfaction and stood up. Then come with me, my loyal guard knight. You must keep the royal flag and holy embryo brought by Beer. Sauron opened his mouth, but finally couldn't help but ask out of curiosity, royal flag and what? Holy embryo? Well, you were originally a servant, so it's normal that you don't know. Lakis explained with a smile, the royal flag and holy embryo of Merovingian. The royal flag is that royal flag, and the holy embryo was used by the gods to forge spears in the past. Franny's eldest princess pointed to the pistol on Soren's waist, Vanguard Dragon Spear.